Hey, Fuko, wake up. But it was kicked, your willpower is so bad. You don't wake up again, I will leave. No one takes care of you when I am gone. Damned, I am going to help Grandma cross the street, I don't care about you. Is Uchiha Fuko? An unfamiliar memory emerged from the deepest part of my mind, madly stimulating a certain part of his brain. Instant, his eyes sore and sore, as if there are countless ants crawling inside and crawling, extremely uncomfortable. Fuko violently rolled over the tatami and overturned a mirror. He was busy grabbing the mirror and saw that he was suddenly covered in a circle, only to see a pair of pupils filled with bloody and ominous. This is not Sharinan? In the color of the pupils, a black tomo is slowly rotating along the pupils, extremely enchanting. I really became Uchiha Fuko. Here is Naruto's world. Fuko's face is dull, unbelievable. Naruto, isn't it an anime? What exactly is going on? In the past 5 minutes, Fuko was helpless and accepted this reality. Previous life, I am just a child of an ordinary family. I have no background and no backing. I work in the factory after graduation. I work overtime until 9:30 every day. I have nothing to do in a few years. I am sorry for my parents. Fuko sighed, unconsciously, his Sharingan slowly dissipates. After all, just opened his eyes, and he was too young to stick to it for too long. Finally, the tired Fuko fell into a deep sleep again. The next day, when he blinked again, he had completely recovered. Yesterday, Academy conducted a graduation exam. Kakashi, who was only 5 years old, broke the minimum age record of Academy graduates from the Ninja Academy graduation with excellent results. He became the super genius of Konoha and was praised by countless people. Uchiha Fuko, as Uchiha clansman, proud and arrogant, certainly couldn't understand his pretending behavior, and decided to challenge Kakashi in public. He was kicked off and became the whole school laughingstock. Kakashi from the Ninja Academy graduation, this time period, should be between 2nd Shinobi World War and 3rd Shinobi World War. One remember that the 3rd Shinobi World War fuse is Hidden Sand Village's 3rd Kazakage missing. Fuko didn't care about Kakashi's challenge. Anyway, it wasn't him who did it. He was reminiscing about Naruto plot. It was only after many years that many details could not be remembered. 3rd Shinobi World War and 4th Shinobi World War, all meat grinder, once more than a horror. Strength is not enough, can only be reduced to cannon fodder, even die do not know how to die. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Akatsuki, these guys, all in human existence. Right, Kakashi's father, but Konoha's White Fang, even the super existence that Konoha-Sunin has to shun, if he can get his guidance. Hey, I am Uchiha clan, and the relationship with Heite clan seems to be very stiff. Plethora of things to tackle. For a time, Fuko only felt like a big fight, uncomfortable. At this time, a sound of a door opening suddenly came out of the house. Fuko, I am coming in. Then, a little boy with goggles came in and was the person who took care of Fuko. Yuke, Uchiha Obito. Fuko almost jumped up 360 degrees and turned to the supervillain boss. After half a sigh, he was the same age, and he is still studying at Academy, the whole lowest ranking. Academy ranking exists a lower than his Fuko. Fuko, are you surprised to see me? Uchiha Obito came over and sat down, sitting next to Tatami, touching Fuko's forehead and saying to himself, no fever. Scoundrel, I am very good. Fuko face somewhat red, an adult, even a brat scared this virtue. I really want to find an earth cracks to get into. That's good, saying, Fuko, you don't want to go out alone. Uchiha Obito said, you have challenged Kakashi yesterday, and it has spread in clan. Everyone thinks that you have lost Uchiha clan. Many people are arguing. To beat, how about you? When you say this, can you be serious? Fuko corner of mouth twitched. I am happy for you. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily. You haven't always wanted name shakes Konoha. Now, your dream has come true. I am sincerely happy for you, you scoundrel. In memory, Fuko and Uchiha Obito are neighbors, from childhood till grown up. The relationship is very good, just Uchiha Obito character kind-hearted, and Fuko, character inherits Uchiha clan's peculiar stubbornness and pride, but this does not hinder their friendship. Oh, bad, I had breakfast for you. I ended up on the road and met Grandma cross the street. By the way, I gave your breakfast to her. Uchiha Obito slaps his head and looks annoyed. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, big brother, you live next door to my house. You need to cross the road from your home to my house? Uchiha Obito squinted at his heads at him, very shameless said, because I went to see Rin, haha. Fuko is completely speechless. Rin, this girl is Uchiha Obito to be secretly in love with goddess for many years, and because of her, Uchiha Obito finally got the trap of Uchiha Madara and became puppet. But, Fuko looks at Uchiha Obito, this guy, as big as himself, only 6 years old this year, only 6 years old scoundrel. 6's old brat, learn to be secretly in love with? How early are you precocious? In your old damn it belly, you actually started to develop? Fuko sighed and covered the forehead. Fuko, you don't have to be disappointed, Kakashi, the guy, but with a genius father guide, we work hard, we can graduate next year. Uchiha Obito looked up and seemed to think that next year he graduated to get the ninja headband. The beautiful picture in front of Goddess Rin, he laughed and there was a few mouthfuls of water flowing down, and the scene was very embarrassing. Goo goo. Fuko didn't eat anything a day, and the stomach finally couldn't help but protest. Fuko, let's go out and eat, I invite you to eat ramen. Uchiha Obito jumped from tatami and the figure was flexible. Fuko moved and found that his head was not so painful, he was knotted and put on clothes. Fuko, you are so slow, Uchiha Obito complained. Fuko can do anything, he is also very helpless, the clothes in his hand, not the same as previous life, cannot directly ask how to wear, can only try slowly. Finally, 10 minutes later, Fuko got dressed and was slightly tired and left home with Uchiha Obito. When they came to the street, Fuko found that the residents in the vicinity were wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem. They looked up and stood tall and proud. Even if they were on the side of the road, they were a bit fascinated, like Jonin. Cosplay, A-rank ninjutsu can be issued at any time, destroying a whole street. Look, Uchiha Fuko, this shameful guy dare to come out. Throwing our Uchiha's reputation is really thorough, stupid. The shame of Uchiha clan. A few 6 to 7 years old brat on the street saw Fuko, and they all gathered around to ridicule, pointing fingers, and their faces were disdainful. Next to it, Uchiha Obito shrugged the shoulders, and fuzzed Fuko, look, I didn't lie to you. Hey, isn't this Uchiha Obito? No wonder, similar things come together, both are idiots, it's a shame for my Uchiha clan. It is not unreasonable to be a good friend. These small pots of friends found Uchiha Obito, immediately turned to the muzzle and fired at him. Uchiha Obito didn't expect to be embarrassed, but immediately burst out, scoundrel, who you say is an idiot? I'm going to become a man of Hokage. Lords have said that your tolerance is too small, and you can't open Sharingan in this life, idiot. You are an idiot, I will open my eyes and then become Hokage. Uchiha Obito hands clenched, angry rebuttal, but his voice quickly drowned in the mockery of several children on the other side. For a long while, these brat finally left with enthusiasm, like a fight. Hey, Fuko, you didn't refute anything. Uchiha Obito lost and screamed, and looked uncomfortable and angry, screaming at the jump. Fuko shrugged, I can't bother to quarrel with a bunch of brat. He is 6 years old this year, but his psychological age is already 20 or so. It's really not boring to the extent of quarreling with a group of brat. Let's go, you don't want me to eat ramen. Uchiha Obito pouting, the gas has not disappeared, all the way Gagu lead the way, swear to become Hokage, prove to everyone. Fuko followed behind, slightly waving one's head, and then he began to observe the surroundings. Here is the interior of Uchiha clan. Very few outsiders enter. It is reasonable to say that it is a clansman. The atmosphere should be very good, but Fuko finds the inhabitants who are very indifferent and proud. They don't put everything in their eyes. It is kind of the arrogance that comes out from the inside out makes people want to stay away from the crowd. No wonder Konoha can't accept Uchiha clan, this clan, it's really proud from the bones. Only people like God of Ninja World Senju Hashirama have enough chest tolerance to accommodate them. Hey, what are you doing behind you, we are here. Uchiha Obito turned and shouted. Fuko, look, well, this is not Ramen Ichiraku. Also, here is clan land of Uchiha clan, how can Ramen Ichiraku be opened here? The two just ordered a bowl of ramen and wolfed down one's food. Ah, full. Uchiha Obito shouted comfortably. Fuko was hungry for a day, eating something fragrant, hearing this couldn't help but nodded, okay, we should go. If you want to live well in this world, you must have a strong strength, so Fuko decides. Brush the bowl. Fuko's unrecognizable looks at Uchiha Obito, the future supervillain big boss, how did you say this in the right and self-confident? Uchiha Obito both hands on the hip, as it should be by right shouted otherwise, do you have to pay for 2 bowls of ramen? Isn't that your treat? Fuko was completely messy. Uchiha Obito scratched his head, in the morning, help grandma cross the street, you give your grandmother all the money, right? Fuko began to pump his eyes. Ah ha 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 ha, Fuko, you still know me very well. After all, the elderly need help. As a future Hokage, I can't sit back and watch. Uchiha Obito looked proud. Fuko was speechless and his tears were drained. In the end, the two were picked up by the boss of the ramen store to start the 2-hour wash the dishes, and accepted the 2-hour ideological and moral education of the ramen shop boss. Damned, I actually washed the bowl for 2 hours. Fuko is depressed inside, knowing that even in the worst of previous life, he didn't wash the bowl. Fuko, you look so weird. Uchiha Obito is puzzled. We didn't do that before. Well, it is not the first time, the boss of the ramen shop, how do we tolerate it to eat the overlord meal again and again? When he got home, Fuko pulled Uchiha Obito and asked him about training. It is a pity that Uchiha Obito at this time is completely a scum, and it is the battle slag in the slag. Even 3-style jutsu is not working, let alone other high-up training methods. After driving away the scum Uchiha Obito, Fuko began to think about the status quo. In the ramen shop, in addition to eating, he also collected enough information. Now is Konoha year 39, and there is at least 3 to 4 years from Third Shinobi World War. I have to rise quickly in these years. Well, Kakashi just graduated, which means that academy is now a holiday. I want to train myself. Fortunately, in the year of academy, Chunin teacher is very reliable, not only taught 3-style jutsu, but also the training method of chakra control ability such as tree climbing and water surface walking, and shurikens throwing method. After all, Second Shinobi World War has just ended, and the surrounding borders are constantly rubbing. No one can guarantee that the war will break out again, so they have a year of study, and they have a few years of study with the generation of Naruto. 10,000 jang high, the floor is flat. Let's start with chakra refining. Fuko sit cross-legged on tatami, closes the eyes and enters the training state. The so-called chakra is actually the extraction of physical energy and physical energy, so that the two energies reach equilibrium and the energy produced by the fusion. Fuko had previous memories, and according to the picture, chakra was quickly extracted. Moreover, he found his spiritual energy very large. Is it the reason why I am transmigrated? Fuko has a surprise in his eyes. With this huge spiritual energy, he can continue to extract chakra by paying attention to his exercise. And my Sherry Nan. Fuko heartbeat suddenly missed a shot. This is a plug-in Keki-I Genkai. After the evolution into Mangekyo, not only can Sumona be summoned offensive and defensive, but also get 2 unique dojutsu, later generation Uchiha Obito and Kakashi's Kamui. Itaka's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi are both powerful dojutsu, but the restrictions are also very large. If they can't become eternal Mangekyo, their vision will continue to drop until the eyes are blind. However, these are still too far away, and Fuko is pressing his heart and restoring his usual heart and continuing to refining chakra. Until noon, Uchiha Obito came to the Fuko home on time and said he would ask him to eat. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, he didn't want to go to eat the king's meal, then he was taken to wash the dishes, too much face. I cook myself. Fuko rejected Uchiha Obito's request. Will you cook? Uchiha Obito scratched the head, an eccentric look at Fuko. Have you taught me? Fuko's parents are Konoha Chunin, but they died in the mission of last year, so Fuko is now living alone, very hard, and it is said that this year is not the care of Uchiha Obito. Fuko may have starved to death. Fuko squinted his eyes, as it should be by right, said, I haven't seen pork before I have eaten pork. I will show you 2 hands now. Then he entered the kitchen. At first glance, except for the pots and pans, there was no such thing as the Michelin 3-star chef, and there was nothing to help. How much is there in your body? Anyway, Fuko had no pockets in his pocket. Uchiha Obito is awkward from his pocket, and it doesn't look like a lot of change. Fuko grabbed it. Go buy food. Uchiha Obito, a confused face. Hey, Fuko, this is the only pocket money I have left this week. It doesn't matter, it's definitely better to save yourself at home than to go out to eat. Fuko took Uchiha Obito out and looked around and asked him, how come the market? Fuko, do you really cook? Uchiha Obito has no hope. Half an hour later, 2 6-year-old children came home with big bags and Fuko immediately washed their hands and washed rice. Uchiha Obito squatted at the door of the kitchen with his hands on his chin, a face of bitterness looks at Fuko, but after a few minutes, his face changed. Well, scent. Uchiha Obito drooled down. At this time, the kitchen was filled with a hot and sour scent, which spurred Uchiha Obito's taste buds. He couldn't help but get together to see. Fuko, what kind of food are you doing? It's too fragrant. Spicy Chinese cabbage. Fuko shrugged. This dish is unusual in previous life, but it is quite rare in this world. Good fragrance. Uchiha Obito drooled into the pot. Fuko saw him and flew him. After spicy Chinese cabbage, Fuko made another mashed potato, and put a few fresh onions, so that Uchiha Obito could not get a piece of teeth. After a few minutes, the rice was cooked and Fuko gave Uchiha Obito a bowl and said, how about the taste? Uchiha Obito was very excited. After picking up the dishes, he picked up a piece of Chinese cabbage. Sour, so spicy, delicious. Then he ate another chopstick mashed potato, and the tears fell quickly. It's better than ramen. Woo Fuko, you really would cook, very good. I won't have to go out and eat again later. Uchiha Obito screamed in his mouth as he shed tears and saw that Fuko's little violent temperament was up. Hey, Obito, you eat too much, leave me some scoundrel. Finally, the 2 people finished eating all the rice and vegetables, lying on the ground with their stomachs, and they were full of comfort. Obito, do you have any dreams? Fuko suddenly asked. Dream? Of course it is to become Hokage. Uchiha Obito is excited, hands clenched. I will definitely be recognized by everyone. What about Rin? Fuko turned his head and looked at him very seriously. If you can only choose between Rin and Hokage, who would you choose? Uchiha Obito suddenly, there is a stiff, tangled scratch. Why? Why can't two choose one? Can't you? Reality won't give us too much choice. Fuko sighed, then opened the topic, said with a smile, okay, Obito, eat and drink, you can help grandma cross the street, you can help one afternoon. Scoundrel, unfathomable mystery. Uchiha Obito was tangled up by Fuko, finally stood up and patted his ass to leave, leaving a sentence before leaving, saying that he would wait for him to come back for dinner. Then, Fuko found himself facing a very embarrassing picture. Wash the dishes? Obito, you scoundrel, come back to me and wash the bowl. Outside the house, when I heard the voice of Fuko, Uchiha Obito ran away. Helpless, Fuko can only wash the bowl himself. Transmigrated here, he has not seen this home carefully. This home is not big, but it is very tasteful. The kitchen, the toilet, the bedroom and the living room are small but complete, and there is even a small backyard with flowers and plants and a small pool of several square meters. There is no fish in the pool, it is very clear. Then Fuko enters his parents' bedroom. If the parents of this world are all ninja, then there may be some ninjutsu scroll left. Fuko, to make a thorough search, finally found 2 rolls of scroll in a wooden box, and opened it. It was fire-style ninjutsu and genjutsu. Uchiha clan is basically all ninja, learning fire-style from a small contact, and opening the Sharingan ninja, but also proficient in genjutsu. This is the signature of Uchiha ninja, so finding these 2 scrolls, Fuko is not unexpected. Fuko immediately flipped through the fire-style scroll. Fire-style, Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. In the scroll, a total of 4 Uchiha clan-specific fire-style ninjutsu hand seals form and related training instructions are recorded, and it's all C-rank fire-style, which is in line with Fuko's parents' Chunin identity. Then he opens the Genjutsu scroll. Death Mirage Jutsu. Slime Mind Effect Jutsu. Cut the Capital. Mind-Body Disturbance Jutsu. There are a total of 4 genjutsu, but these 4 genjutsus are all ordinary genjutsu, and even ordinary ninja can learn. Hey, it's too bad to mix, at least get a Sharingan exclusive genjutsu mirror heaven and earth change. Fuko complained in his heart, but his mouth was bursting with joy. With these fire-style ninjutsu and genjutsu, it was enough for his initial training. But before practicing ninjutsu, he still needs to learn 2 things. One is the hand seal, and the other is the precise control of chakra. Ninjutsu's launch depends on the hand seal, and the speed of the hand seal speed is directly related to your life and death. Uchiha Ataki, hand seal speed 6 in 1 second, and your hand seal speed is 1 second. You send a ninjutsu time, people have issued 3 ninjutsu, who are you dead? The inability to accurately control chakra can lead to unnecessary waste and even more serious. Just like the Naruto early period, the food can be abused by individuals. Why? It is because his chakra is made by 9 tails like the endocrine, it is disordered, and it cannot be precisely controlled. Even 3-style jutsu is not open. Well, refining chakra in the morning, practicing the hand seal in the afternoon, and practicing tree climbing and water surface walking in the evening. Hand seal altogether 12 hand seals, rat ox tiger rabbit dragon snake horse ram monkey bird dog boar. Every seal has a unique hand seal. Fuko practiced for the first time before he reached the 4th hand seal. His fingers began to tremble. To the 8th, the little fingers had faint cramps. In the last set of 12 exercises, the 2 hands were sore, very uncomfortable. After practicing for more than half an hour, Fuko's hand cramped. Oh, it hurts. But Fuko knows that he must insist that his current body is 6 years old, and the adaptability is very large. When he is older, the finger bone is shaped, and then he will practice the results for twice the effort. Carry on. Fuko bit his teeth, a drop of sweat on his forehead fell, soaked his chest. He practiced with a hand seal and a hand seal, rested for a while after the cramps, and then continued. Gradually, the sun slanted, evening the sunset is like a blood color, and the instant fills the entire small courtyard. Fuko's 10 fingers are already swollen with AO, and the little finger and ring finger can't be together. Whoo! Fuko squats on the AO grass in the small courtyard. Both hands are sore. I can't wait to have an amputation. Right, chakra doesn't know if I can fix these soreness. Fuko is busy closing the eyes, and the blue chakra that mobilizes the body slowly flows into his hands. It can be seen that Fuko's both hands' 10 fingers have a light blue fluorescent flash, which is unusual in the sunset. However, he who has not studied medical ninjutsu, no matter how to cover chakra with his hands and fingers, cannot really repair. Ugh. Sigh, carefree Uchiha Obito, suddenly came in. Fuko, have dinner. Uchiha Obito had a happy smile on his face. This afternoon, he helped more than a dozen grandma cross the street, reached the award-winning finalist award, was in a good mood, walked lightly, and wanted to be immortal. Then he saw Fuko sitting on the ground, his hands like chicken feet, irregular. Uchiha Obito stared wide-eyed. Fuko, what's wrong with your hand? said. He also ran over to grab Fuko's left hand. Touch, right look, that old-fashioned expression, it was a bit of a mouthful. Scoundrel, it hurts, let go. Fuko took his hands back and whited. Uchiha Obito said with a snort, I will guide you to dinner. What? How is this? Uchiha Obito looked depressed, but in the strength of Fuko, he finally yielded. However, this guy, IQ is absolutely in arrears, Fuko reminded again and again, but when cooking, he still missed a lot of mistakes, not forgetting to put salt as to use sugar as message, and finally fried. Uchiha Obito scratched the head, a look of fascination. Oh, fortunately, the rice is cooked. Fuko looked helpless and would stop. He stared at Uchiha Obito and washed the bowl before he left. Moon hangs high and Fuko uses the hot water to soothe his hands and starts practicing tree climbing and water surface walking. These two training methods are designed to exercise chakra control ability. Some people have good innate talents. They can master them when they get started. Some people need to practice for a long time to master them. Fortunately, Fuko has more than 20 years of experience in life. After overcoming the discomfort caused by the height of tree climbing, he quickly entered the state. It's quite interesting. Fuko stands on the tree trunk, body parallel to the ground, from time to time look around all around. The surrounding scenery presents a novel vision because of the different angle of the field of view. For a while, he is used to this kind of view walking up and down the tree trunk. I slowly walk down the tree trunk to the branches, and the whole figure seemed to hang upside down on the tree trunk. Gravity makes Fuko's internal organs a bit uncomfortable. He subconsciously runs chakra to protect the internal organs and quickly eliminates this discomfort. Try water surface walking. Fuko came down from the tree and walked to the small pool in the small courtyard. He slowly covered chakra on his soles and gently stepped on the water. Plop. Fuko, not saying anything further, fell directly into the water. I go. Fuko swims out of the water and is wet all over. Unscientific, obviously tree climbing was very smooth. Fuko once again covered chakra with his foot and then water surface walking. This time he had preparedness. When the sole of the foot sank into the water, he would shrink his feet. Firstly, he went to the shoes and the shoes were soaked. He did not progress at all. Until the middle of the night, the moon rises in the middle of the sky, only 6s. Fuko finally can't hold on. Yan has been in the sky. Yan, it seems that I have to wait for tomorrow. Then, Fuko took a quick shower and fell asleep. On the early morning of the next day, Fuko was woken up by Uchiha Obito next door, and made a simple breakfast. After eating it, he discovered that his hands were no longer sore. Okay? Is this my transmigrated golden finger? Quickly recover from soreness? Fuko scrutinizes his little hand, white and soft, 10 fingers are as thin as AO onion, looks at. Fuko is attracted by his own hands, his eyes are fast-hearted. Oh, the perfect hand, put it in the previous life, it is a crime to not play the piano. Shaking one's head, sighing for a while, Fuko started refining chakra. Because of the huge spiritual energy in the mind, refining chakra is relatively simple for Fuko. After all, the body 130 million cells can easily extract energy. Fuko felt the in-the-body chakras bit by bit, and there was an inexplicable sense of fullness in his heart. This is what feels like common. At noon, Uchiha Obito came on time again, noisy to eat a meal made by Fuko. Fuko didn't bother, laughing and making meals for 3 people. Fuko, how did you make 3 people? Uchiha Obito saw the food on the dinner table and was very puzzled. Fuko gave him a blank look. The other one is for your grandmother. Uchiha Obito startled, then tears fell out. Woo, Fuko, you are really good, I decided, be your best friend. Uchiha Obito stepped on the dinner table, screaming at the angry AO, the veins completely show on the forehead. A pair of Laozi wants to stew you to make a drink, and even if you resist, it will not help the arrogant and cool expression of the fried sky. Fuko, corner of the eye twitching, flew directly to pick him up from the dinner table. Sorry, he is a bit clean. Finally, Uchiha Obito, who had tears in his eyes, packed a copy and hurried back to the next door. Fuko shaking one's head, Obito, this guy is really kind-hearted. Think of the later generation of his incarnation, the release of 9 tails to destroy Hidden Leaf Village, directly killing his master's wife Kushina, and later provoked a series of wars, simply to be a different person. Is this the so-called the deeper you love, the deeper you hate? Early the next morning, Fuko got up early in the morning and made breakfast for 3 people. After eating his own, he grabbed the other 2 and ran to the Uchiha Obito home next door. Obito, didn't you get up? Hee, Fuko is coming, come on. In the house, a kind old grandmother bent out and walked out, smiling at the looks at Fuko. This grandmother is the grandmother of Uchiha Obito. Grandma. Fuko smiled and handed the breakfast in his hand. Hee, thank you very much, Fuko. The old man saw Fuko so filial and a happy smile on his face. Walking into the Obito home, Fuko looked around and found that it was similar to his home. Fuko, you sit down, I will call Obito to get up. Grandma said with a smile. No, Grandma, I just want to ask, do you have sandbags and other props that can help exercise physical strength? Fuko asked directly. The old grandmother stalked her head and then nodded. Oh, I remember Obito's father in childhood. Because I couldn't open my eyes, I always had taijutsu exercise. Then he opened his eyes and threw those props. I was not willing to do it. Collecting them secretly, it should be a small warehouse in the backyard. Said to be a small warehouse, but in fact more like a kennel. Fuko got into the upper body. Took a long time to take out a lot of scattered props. What leggings, weight sandbags, iron blocks, and bandages are really a lot of things. Fuko, do you want to exercise taijutsu? The grandmother sighed beside him. We are both neighbors, always neighbors, even destiny are so similar. Sharingan's eyes are really too difficult. Fuko certainly won't tell her that she has opened eyes, he said with a smile. Grandma, taijutsu training to the highest realm, no worse than Sharingan. The last battle in the original work, Might Guy opening 8 inner gates, last gate of death. The explosive power of Rinnegan's 6 paths. Madara all shouted that the linen fell, almost gave him to KO. Fuko, you are still young, you must pay attention to your body when you are training taijutsu. Grandma is really kind, not like Uchiha clan. I understood, thank you Grandma. After thanking, Fuko struggled to move the props home and began to arm themselves. He tied 1 kilogram sandbags on his legs and exercised his leg muscles. Then the 0.5 kilogram sandbag is also attached to the arm to exercise the arm muscles. Putting on these things, he immediately noticed the change. When walking, it seems that the gravity is getting bigger. When the hand seal is used, it is more difficult and the hands are very stiff. This is just the beginning, and I will get used to it soon. Fuko certainly won't easily discouraged. From morning till night, he carries these weights and wants to get used to it as soon as possible. Boom! Si, it hurts me. Once again from the fall-off tree, Fuko stood up to the ass. After the weight was tied, the previously easy tree climbing seemed to be unfamiliar, and Chakra couldn't keep his balance. Not to mention the water surface walking. Hey, am I aiming too high? It stands to reason that since he opened his eyes, he should concentrate on the development of Sharingan. With Sharingan, he can embark on the life of peak. Just, remembering the abnormals of 4th Shinobi World War, just Sharingan, is it really okay? Thinking about it, Fuko's eyes are gradually determined. Since I have come here, I can't live a life. Even if I can't step on the life, I will die on the way to peak. In the next few days, Fuko stopped the tree climbing and water surface walking practice except for the refining chakra and the hand seal training. Instead, he started to exercise, sweating every day in the small courtyard, push UPS, sit UPS, and squats. All the exercise methods that can be thought of are crazy to put on sweat. With such crazy training, Fuko's body is inevitably unbearable, and the daily food is enough to fill the stomach, so inevitably, Fuko becomes weaker and thinner. Fuko, you are training so hard, your body can't stand it. Obito saw that Fuko was thinner every day, and it was very distressing. Nothing, just get used to it. Fuko is cooking. While speaking, he grabs the iron pot and shakes it a few times to make the fire more even. At this time, he still has a weight attached to his arm, but he has nothing to do with it. On the thin arm, a faint trace has appeared. After lunch, Fuko smashed the 5-5. After a few days of crazy training, Fuko has become accustomed to this weight, and then he started tree climbing, water surface walking, used to these weights, so that his control of the body is more comfortable. Chakra has become obedient. Fuko walked in the small pool, under the feet, and the ripples of the circle spread, reflecting Fuko's fuzzy face. Then he started the hand seal. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A violent force condensed in Fuko's throat, and he blessed his heart and his mouth blew forward. Bang! A group of basketball-size fireballs squirted from his mouth and slammed straight into a dry tree trunk in front. Ka! The fireball crashed into the tree trunk's instant and blew it, directly blowing the tree apart. Fuko's eyes wide open and seem unbelievable. The last time I practiced this ninjutsu, I still failed every time a few days ago. I didn't expect it to be a success now. Fuko feels the power of the within the body and seems to understand what it is. Suddenly, Fuko's underfoot was soft and fell directly into the small pool. It turned out that he was distracted, and the chakra of his foot showed subtle changes, breaking the balance. Hey, it's still not professional enough. Fuko climbed out of the small pool and took a shower in a hurry, and began to add weight to himself. Previously, he had 1 kilogram weights on his legs, and now he has increased to 2 kilograms and doubled directly. The hands are also changed from 0.5 kilograms to 1 kilogram. The weight doubled directly, making Fuko's limbs heavy, and then felt stiff, and the bloodline seemed to be poorly circulated. Fuko didn't stop and immediately started running around the small courtyard. Soon, he started to transpire with chi and blood. So tired. After running for 10 minutes, Fuko gasped for breath. No, run for another 10 minutes. The demon clenched the teeth, and the eyes revealed firmness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. It's finally 10 minutes. Pa! Fuko sat down on the floor directly, or was dragged to the ground by the weight of his hands and feet. The sweat on his body quickly wet the weeds on the ground. Hoo-hoo, how do you feel? More and more heavy. A moment of whirl, Fuko's eyes were black, and it was directly a lose consciousness. Woke up again, Fuko didn't blink. He smelled a scent, like a disinfectant smell, but better, he couldn't help but open the eyes, and it was a white ceiling. Here is, Fuko, you finally woke up, you idiot, actually exercised to faint, will you take care of yourself? Uchiha Obito's voice came from the side, emotionally excited, even a little flustered and exasperated. I was so hard to get the courage to confess to Rin, and the results were destroyed by you. Fuko squinted his eyes, and this reminded me of the fainting. As for the confession, if it is not me, you may have been sent a good card at this time, and then hide in a corner and cry. Fuko said with a snort, well, that's really no thanks, this is what I should do. Scoundrel, I am thanking you. Uchiha Obito is fast berserk. Eh? No, Fuko was tender. No, he was 6 years old, and he was tender. Uchiha Obito trembled, and even the goggles on his forehead were trembling. Fortunately, a young female doctor came in. Fuko, are you? You woke up. The female doctor wearing a white coat had a golden long hair and looked with a gentle eye. Ah, hello doctor. Uchiha Obito saw her and stood up and asked, Dr. Fuko, is he okay? Fuko is overworked and causes the body to fail to keep up with it. If you eat more meat, you can add it. The female doctor smiled very softly. Eat meat. Uchiha Obito is in a stiff state. It is not impossible to eat meat in the condition of his family and Fuko's family, but it can't be eaten every day, not to mention the energy consumed by exercise, and it is more than every meal. Can you supplement it with a piece of meat? The female doctor seems to see the problem, said with a smile, it doesn't matter, if there is no money, I can lend it to you. Really? Thank you so much. Uchiha Obito jumped up. Fuko lying on the bed was frowned, and started to talk. Doctor, will this cause you trouble? After all, you are just a doctor. Doctor? I am still a ninja. The female doctor said with a smile. Ninja, medical nin. Fuko looks at this female doctor, inexplicably, suddenly has a sense of familiarity, as if she has seen her. In original work, she must have appeared, what is the identity? Golden hair, and this old-fashioned glasses. Wait, how does this glasses look at like Yakushi Kabuto? Ah, yes. She is Yakushi Nono, Kanaha's medical nin, and later a head of orphanage, who was taken in childhood Kabuto and also put her own surname to Kabuto. No wonder the familiar. Hey, wait. Fuko squinted his eyes, but his heart suddenly became cold, and his back was filled with chill. Yakushi Nono, before becoming head of orphanage, looks like Kanaha's root member, Danzo's subordinate. Ah, Fuko, are you cold? Uchiha Obito suddenly rushed up. You seem to be shaking. Fuko looked towards Uchiha Obito, tears flowed out quickly. No, I am excited, yes, too excited. Finally, there is meat. Woo-woo, it's a day. Lao Zi is only 6 years old. Is Danzo already watching me? Did Root have penetrated Uchiha clan and found himself a matter of opening eyes? However, it is impossible to think about it. After all, he only knows what he knows and rarely uses it. The only time is the late night of the previous period. The probability of being discovered is very low. You too, is Uchiha clan's child. Yakushi Nono said with a smile, although I am willing to lend you money, you will have to pay back in the future. This is of course, I will not owe someone else's money back. Uchiha Obito snarled in the waist. After all, I will become a man of Hokage in the future. Just at this time, a young silhouette walked outside the ward. It was a woman, skin color, white, tall, especially with a pair of exaggerated plump, heavy like papaya, plus that neat golden beautiful hair. Even if she could not see her the face, Fuko also knows who she is. Tsunade of Konoha, one of the Sunin. Well, the future of Tsunade is 5th Hokage. Not bad, Obito, can't see your ambition so big. I want to be a 5th Kage man, Then you have to keep it up. Yakushi Nono smiled at the head of patted Uchiha Obito, then licked Fuko a few words and turned to chase away from Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, please wait. There was a faint conversation between the two people outside the ward. Fuko is slightly relaxed. It seems that Yakushi Nono is here, not for me, but for Tsunade. Danzo's old schemer is too dangerous. For the purpose of fairness or foul, now I can still hide as far as I can. Fuko, are you still worried about the previous things? Uchiha Obito sat next to Fuko's bed and dragged his chin to look at him. Kakashi, that guy is indeed yet fatful, but he has to admit that he is indeed genius. What are you talking about? Fuko said with a smile. It has nothing to do with Kakashi. It is me. I don't want to live with mediocre. I want to be an expert. It's that simple. Well said. Suddenly there was a voice of a man from the AO year outside, and then a silhouette that made Fuko a little familiar appeared in front of him. You are. Fuko saw him, his mouth slightly pumped down. This guy is not the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki, Uchiha Fugaku. Only at this time, he is only 25 years old, and Uchiha Itachi is estimated to have not yet been shot. I am Uchiha Fugaku. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku has not yet become Uchiha's clan leader, but a common member of Konoha military police force, but his talents have gradually emerged, and his status in Uchiha clan is also booming. Lord Fugaku, hello. Fuko and Uchiha Obito are very honest. In Uchiha clan, I pay great attention to these courtesy. Even if Fuko is not satisfied, when the strength is weak, he can only succumb. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile, I am very optimistic about you, hehe. When you have the determination to become an expert, Sharinan will give you what you want. I will wait for you in front, young little demon. After that, Uchiha Fugaku patted ass went away. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, this fuck, must not go to the yellow calendar today. Hey Fuko, who was that uncle? It looks like it's very powerful. Uchiha Obito ran over to close the ward and asked back. He didn't say it. He called Uchiha Fugaku. It should be a member of Konoha military police force. Fuko answered very cautiously, and even if he was eavesdropped, no one would care. Yeah, Konoha military police force, I don't know when I can join. Uchiha Obito looked awkward. Fuko said, Obito, I feel much better, or we will leave the hospital now. No, Uchiha Obito was unhappy at first, in the right and self-confident. The doctor elder sister had to lend us money. We haven't got the money yet. How can we leave? Fuko. When leaving the hospital, Yakushi Nono actually lent Fuko money and promised to go to her if she had no money in the future. Fuko knows that although this woman is a Root member, she is kind-hearted and especially likes child. Otherwise, she will not leave Root and become a head of orphanage in the future. If Uchiha Fugaku borrowed his money, Fuko said nothing would be promised, but Yakushi Nono's money, Fuko borrowed peace of mind. Thank you elder sister, yes, I don't know the name of the elder sister. Fuko licked two clear big eyes, and his face was a good child's expression. Elder sister is called Yakushi Nono. She touched Fuko's black hair and smiled very softly. Perhaps she is the most kind-hearted person in Konoha's Root. Fuko lowered his head slightly, and his heart was full of feelings. Such a good person did not end well. I can change her destiny? Fuko suddenly felt a tight heart. Changing the destiny of a character in original work seems to be no difficulty, but when he wants to do this, there is an illusion that the challenge is destiny. But immediately, he pressed this kind of mind. After all, he is just an 6-old boy, it is really too early to talk about it. Say goodbye to Yakushi Nono with Uchiha Obito and Fuko returned to his home. Fuko, I am going to buy meat. Uchiha Obito is very happy with the money. Your body is too thin, you have to make up one. Well, but if you meet the grandmother who wants to cross the road, please don't send the money to the other side. Fuko spread out both hands, very helpless. Hee, I understood. Uchiha Obito smirked at his head and turned and ran out. Right, my weight. Fuko was hospitalized before, and his weight was taken off. At this time he was tied again and suddenly felt his body sink. It seems that it has not completely recovered. Fuko clenched the teeth standing straight back, but I can hold on. He then began rehabilitative training and walked slowly in the backyard, while his chakra was also in the body cycle, trying to stimulate cell activity. Yakushi Nono is a Root member, but a good person, also a medical nin. I can learn medical ninjutsu with her. Fuko's eyes suddenly lit up and could not be restrained. Fuko's body recovery speed is extraordinary, but it has no significant effect on the injury. It can exercise, and who can guarantee that it will not be injured? Konoha's green beast of prey is not guaranteed, and after you become a ninja, you have to go out to do the mission often. The injury is to be unavoidable. To learn medical ninjutsu, you must put it on the agenda, the sooner the better. Moreover, it was not a few years away from Third Shinobi World War. The current Konoha medical ninjutsu is the tallest. I am afraid that one of the Sunin's Princess Tsunade, but unfortunately, Tsunade should have blood phobia at this time, and I am Uchiha clan. The relationship between Senju clan and Uchiha clan is not as good as it might be, so Fuko's goal can only be Yakushi Nono. Walking around, Fuko gradually adapted, then raised his hands as he walked and began to practice the hand seal. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, ram, monkey, bird, dog, boar. Fuko's hand seal is very standard, but in terms of speed, this won't do. This requires hard work and can't be faked. The sun is getting higher and higher, and Fuko's recovery training has been done for more than an hour. At this time, the sweat is full, and the eyes are looked towards from time to time. How did Obito not come back? Fuko has an ominous premonition. This guy, shouldn't you see the grandmother on the side of the road and can't walk, crying and shouting that you have to send people to the opposite side of the road to be willing? When Fuko was using his biggest evil intent to speculate on Uchiha Obito, there was a sudden fight and groaning sound on the street outside. This seems to be the voice of Obito. Fuko startled, then rushed to the outside. Ha ha ha, you are stupid, you want to open Sharingan. Idiot 1. Playing with the Lozo that loser every day, of course, is a pair of idiot, ha ha ha. Fuko, that guy, it's really an eye-opener. It's shameful to challenge Kakashi to be stunned. I didn't expect to train Taijutsu now, but it's ridiculous. This is of course, the guy must know that he can't open Sharingan, so he changed Taijutsu, otherwise he couldn't even graduate. It's really two poor idiots. A few Uchiha's children shouted Uchiha Obito, and the words were sneering. Hey, what is in your hand? Is it meat? Haha, really rich, you eat meat, we can't afford it, haha, Obito, can you give us some meat? You guys scoundrel. Uchiha Obito hugged the flesh in his arms and stared at the guys in anger. Don't be too much. Excessive? Give our Uchiha clan such a big person, you and Fuko, that guy is much more than us. Yes, hey, hit pa pa. As the student of ninjas countdown, Uchiha Obito's fighting strength at this time was not as good as 5 slag, and the other side was crowded, and soon he was tripped to the ground, speechless. On both sides of the street, several Uchiha clansmen passed by and saw that this scene was not taken care of. The child was fighting, it was too normal. Stop, Fuko finally arrived. You want to die? Seeing the horror of Uchiha Obito at this time, Fuko couldn't control the eyes power of Berserk. Hey, this is not Uchiha Fuko, haha, your tortoise is finally coming out. I heard that you are fainting when you exercise Taijutsu. It is really shameful. Uchiha clan, how can you have such a person? The fool is still standing on the ground. What is ninja? Take your own idiot. Before Fuko and Uchiha Obito went out, they met several ridiculous Uchiha children. He was too lazy to argue with them at the time, but now he feels that he can't stand it. Why, want to start? 3-style jutsu learned? Idiot. Ha ha ha, look at his stupid look. Uchiha Obito finally slowed down, and he squatted on the ground to see Fuko, said, Fuko, you are not hurt, you can't fight. At this time, Uchiha Obito was very miserable. The clothes were torn apart a few times. His face was black, full of blood marks, and a mouth seemed to have lost a tooth. Fuko's eyes suddenly shrunk slightly, and there was a faint bloody. Berserk's eyes power was almost uncontrollable. Fuko responded quickly, his eyes narrowed, and he started the hand seal. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Haha, he is in the hand seal. Idiot, who does he think he is? Can he make ninjutsu? Hey, this hand seal is Great Fireball Jutsu. What? Great Fireball Jutsu. I am going to be scared to death. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, stupid, this fire style ninjutsu, how could it be so easy to make it out, idiot? Fuko's eyes narrowed into a slit and he smiled coldly. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fuko's mouth spit, and the sudden hot flame spewed out of his mouth, turning into a flame of a group of basketball size, and slamming into the Uchiha children. What? How can it be? Is it really successful? Great Fireball Jutsu, generally genin is difficult to learn. How can Fuko this idiot, what are you doing? Avoid. Seeing that the fireball is getting closer, these Uchiha children wake up like a dream, screaming and jumping to the side, each and everyone smashing, battered and exhausted. Bang! The fireball burst, and the heat of the waves instantly moved toward all directions. The faint spark fell on these Uchiha children, and they were so hotly screamed by their AOOO. On the ground, Uchiha Obito's Do looks at Fuko, as if he had seen the aliens, Professor Min Jun, the face, the incredible with a disbelief, the incredulous doubt, the doubt with shock and shock. Fuko within the body's chakra, along with this ninjutsu one of the ones, face can't help going pale. At the same time, his heart's suffocation also vented a lot. The berserk's eyes and the pupil's power finally faded, so Fuko eyes opened, cold look at these Uchiha child screaming on the ground. Just who played Obito? Fuko stepped forward and didn't speak much, but under the great fireball, there was a might. Fuko, how can you learn Great Fireball Jutsu? Cheating, he must cheat. Scoundrel, how can I be defeated by this idiot? When the words were not finished, this brat was flung by Fuko, and this time he fell a shit. Fuko, forget it. Obito struggled to climb and didn't want to trouble Fuko because of himself. Forget it? Just kidding. There was a proud Uchiha child clenched the teeth standing up, cold said with a snort, Uchiha Fuko, don't think it would make Great Fireball Jutsu. Hee, my dad is military police force squad vice captain, you wait for me, dare to attack the clansman on the street using the Great Fireball Jutsu, you are dead. Hearing this, Fuko's brow could not help but wrinkle, but since it has already been done, it will not be embarrassing. A person like you who can only rely on you, not one good point, is the real loser. Fuko faintly start to talk, and at the same time slammed the past and directly knocked him over. Uchiha Fuko, you scoundrel. The child gnashing one's teeth climbed up, his body was covered with dust, hands clenched, veins completely show, angrily said, you remember me, my name is Uchiha Okada, there will come a day, I want to beat you completely, go. Uchiha Okada turned and left. Uchiha child screaming on the ground, squatting up, looking at Fuko with fear and then leaving behind Uchiha Okada. Fuko squinted. This will be more and more onlookers, and then it will lead to more trouble, otherwise it will not be able to bloom this group of brat. But, Uchiha Okida? Hehe, the academy of the next school year, I hope you can recognize your mistakes, otherwise. Obito, are you okay? Fuko raised Uchiha Obito and looked at it and found that he looked miserable, but the most serious injury was that he had lost his teeth. Others were skin injuries, and even the hospital did not need to go. Also, it is just a group of brat, even if there are many people, it will not create much harm. Fuko relaxed. Damned, my teeth are gone. Obito threw the meat from his arms to Fuko, then bent over and found the teeth, which was very treasured. Reassured, you are 6 years old, and you can definitely have teeth again. Fuko comforted. I hope so, just. Fuko, is this guy who is glaring at me, just the fire style? What are you? Uchiha Obito has a green light in his eyes, the top 3 in the academy rankings. He is very eager to get strong strength and recognition from others. At this time, Fuko undoubtedly gave him great hope. The academy's last school year, Fuko's score is slightly stronger than Obito, but not far from each other. How can such a grade lowest ranking make fire style, great fireball jutsu? Cough. Fuko coughed softly and then pointed to Lord, who was pointing fingers nearby. Go home and talk. Okay, but you must tell me the truth. Hey. At the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters, a message was delivered from below at a very fast rate and quickly entered the high level. Uchiha Fuko? This name is somewhat familiar. Captain Uchiha Yamano touched the chin looks out of Konoha Military Police Force. 6 can successfully use fire style, great fireball jutsu, is genius? I remember that I was able to use this ninjutsu at 9. Fugaku. Uchiha Yamano moved towards outside and shouted. Hi. Soon, someone came out of the door and it was Uchiha Fugaku who had a relationship with Koko at Konoha Hospital. Let's investigate this child. Uchiha Yamano handed him a note. Uchiha Fugaku took it with respect and looked at it. He couldn't help but look at him. Is he? Why, do you know this little guy? Uchiha Yamano asked him. His name is Uchiha Fuko. I just met at Konoha Hospital this morning. I am a self-motivated child. Sorry, I only know so much, Captain. Uchiha Fugaku didn't hide it. Well, check it out again, this child, maybe it's my genius of Uchiha clan, hee. Uchiha Yamano smiled like a fox. Genius. Uchiha Fugaku glimpsed and then looked towards the information behind the little note. What, he just used fire style, great fireball jutsu. He was 6 years old. Look at Uchiha Fugaku, the shock in the eyes. Uchiha Yamano smiled. Attention to confidentiality. If it is determined that he is genius, then we have to protect this little guy. After all, the war has just ended. Even in the village, it is not peaceful. Soon, the same information appeared in Konoha's great clan, Senju clan family. Tsunade looks at this information and ignores it. The rest of the Senju clan family, elder, has gradually withdrawn from the Konoha stage because of the limited strength and knowledge. Even if there is any idea, it will not help. Hyaga clan. In the original work, Hyaga clan and Uchiha clan competed for the title of Konoha First Great Clan and they loved the natural love and hate, but at this time, the Senju clan family has not completely withdrawn from the Konoha stage. With the buffer of Senju clan, they are for Uchiha clan, and no late generation is so sensitive, so for this information, it is no longer a high priority. Uchiha Madara, who stood at Ninja World Peak, the only powerful ninja that rivals the god of Ninja World Senju Hashirama, the horrible Sharingan can even control 9 tails, the fear of the great ninja village. It's Senju Hashirama, and more than once praised the power of Uchiha Madara. Little demon, you know what you are talking about. Ninja World Peak? Do you know how strong strength you need to stand in that position? Tsunade waved very badly and seemed to want to get rid of the silhouette of Uchiha Madara in his mind. Fuko's determined looks at she, no matter how hard, I won't give up. Please, Lady Tsunade, you save elder sister Yakushi, I will repay you. Tsunade stared at him quite angrily, but looks at his firm eyes, not by some hesitation. Why not go to Hokage? Fuko doesn't talk. Tsunade is also silent. Fuko clenched the teeth, said, Lady Tsunade, do you have to cherish people? If they are in danger of life, can you understand my feelings? I really have nowhere to go. Tsunade's face flashed anger, but it was immediately replaced by a deep sorrow. She remembered the younger brother Senju Noeki and remembered sweetheart Kato Dan. The 2 most cherished people in her life died in Second Shinobi World War, especially Kato Dan, and she died in her arms. She seems to have returned to that night, empty medical ninjutsu, but can only see the blood of the Naketsat broken, looks at he gradually dies and becomes a corpse, but she can't do anything. There is no way to go? You don't even know what the word stands for. Tsunade turned and left quickly. Fuko was anxious and busy catching up, but the difference between the 2 men was too big. After a few breaths, he could not see the silhouette of Tsunade. Did you say the wrong thing? Fuko has some self-blame, knowing that it will be like this, and should not say that. The sky was dark, and Fuko strolled around for a long time and eventually returned to his home. Opens door and go in, empty, Yakushi Nono has left. Su. A burst of grass friction suddenly came from the hospital, Fuko brow raised, and directly to body flicker jutsu. Obito. Fuko surprised look at silhouette under the moonlight. This guy is not good to sleep at night, over the wall, what is it going to do? Haha, Fuko, I know it is you. Obito said happily that he couldn't sleep at night and watched moon outside. He heard the movement here and turned over the wall. Fuko sighed, Obito's IQ really should be recharged, this is his home, not who else he is? Fuko, your face is not good, have concerns. Obit came over and said with a sigh of relief. If there is any trouble, tell me that in front of these eyes, I can't beat any difficulties. In the moonlight, Obito smashed one Tomo Sharinan and kept glaring at Fuko. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, is this guy still not sure that he is already 2 Tomo Sharinan? Would you like to tell him to make me happy? Obito grew up from helping others, no worries and carefree life, even Rin who is to secretly in love with Kakashi is still energetic, positive energy is full, see him, Fuko inexplicably feels himself the pressure is also a lot lighter. Obito, thank you, what is this, hee. Obito smiled smugly. The two sat in the small courtyard, the looks at moonlight chat, and the time passed slowly. Right, are you going to school tomorrow? Fuko saw 12 almost as fast. Obito blinked, I almost forgot, I will be late tomorrow. Fuko, I will talk to you next time. I will go to bed first. Obito went straight home to the wall. Fuko looked up at the sky, thought, I will not give up anyway. On the following day, Fuko went to the gambling hall of Monopoly again, waiting for the big cash cow of the legendary. Unfortunately, from sunrise to sunset, to the moonrise in the middle of the sky, big cash cow did not appear. Fuko is in a hurry. Danzo only gave 3 days to Yakushi Nono, and the last day after 12 was over. If Tsunade is hiding from him, he can't find her at all in one day. The next day, Fuko went directly to Hokage residence and got the address of the Tsunade home with an axe cannon. But the Tsunade family had only a few servants, and the whereabouts of Tsunade was also a question. Really hiding from me? Fuko angry jumped up and down, but it was a way to take Tsunade. The last day. Fuko is like an ant on a hot pot. Nothing can be done except for turning around. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, a gloomy Danzo imposing manner smashed in. Hiruzen, this thing, you have to give me an account. Danzo asked directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up unclear, what? Danzo came over, slapped shot at the desk, angrily said, if you don't have your support, how can Tsunade dare to move me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes can make Danzo so lost self-control, which is rare. The Tsunade, the discipline, makes him more and more headaches. Danzo, make it clear, I don't understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the tobacco pipe as a bite. Hiruzen, you. Cross the line. Danzo gnashing one's teeth. Crossing the line? Sarutobi Hiruzen has a heartbeat. Does Tsunade move roots member? Danzo's root has always been a thorn in his throat, and he can't swallow it if he can't spit it out. If Tsunade really starts with the root member, that's great. Danzo, I really don't know what you are talking about. Sarutobi Hiruzen staying calm and collected. Danzo has been fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years and he sees that he is wearing it now. Very good, this thing, I will never count it. Danzo knows that it doesn't make sense to say it anymore. Only endless wrangling, simply throwing a swear word, coldly snorted away. After he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly started to talk, send someone to find Tsunade. Yes, Lord Hokage in the sky has an member response. Half an hour later, the cool and refreshing Tsunade came in impatiently. Old man, find me something, pa. Sarutobi Hiruzen started with slap on the table. Tsunade, you are too ignorant, even move Danzo's root, you know how serious this will be. Sarutobi Hiruzen acting on the line, the wrinkles on his face are in deadly earnest. Humph, he came to see you, it's a stupid old man. Tsunade both hands crossed near chest. She is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the discipline of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Senju clan princess, one of the Sunin, who is afraid of the old man of Danzo. Doesn't exist. Tell me, why is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. It's not the little demon's request. Tsunade sold Fuko directly, but for some reason, he didn't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about the conversation of Ninja World Peak. After listening to the original, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. For a long while, he smiled a little. Indeed, if Fuko is looking for him directly, according to the current situation, he can only keep Fuko, and will not come forward to save Yakushi Nono, but if Tsunade comes out, everything will be different. Fuko this child, the mind is not simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. You are not angry, Tsunade wondered. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked. In the past month, he instilled will of fire to Fuko every day. Now he finally sees the results. Why is he angry? Root headquarters, the violent Danzo Urha possession, what to see what it is, in just a few minutes will destroy the gloomy headquarters into a garbage factory. He is not satisfied, directly incarnation small Teddy, shaking legs, facing the wall is a mess. Scoundrel, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade. Danzo looks at the wall that is terrible, and the mood has finally calmed down. Someone comes, yes, Lord Danzo. A root ninja appeared behind him. Find Yakushi Nono. Lord, has found her trail, the interior of Senju clan. Root's efficiency is still very high. Senju clan. Danzo took a deep breath and suppressed the inner killing intent. He dared to start with Uchiha clan, but in the face of the more weak Senju clan, he did not dare to do whatever he wanted. A small leak will sink a great ship. Danzo forbearance. Uchiha Fuko, what role do you play in the middle? He had just ordered 3 days to kill Uchiha Fuko, and Yakushi Nono was taken away by Tsunade. If you don't have Fuko, kill him and don't believe it. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's current attitude has made him wary. Will the assassination of Fuko affect his plan? Fuko was called to the office by Sarutobi Hiruzen and knew that Tsunade had picked up Yakushi Nono. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Fuko excitedly said thank you. Don't thank me, remember your promise. Tsunade said coldly and left. Lady Tsunade, elder sister Yakushi, she, reassured, she is in a safe place. Tsunade's voice came from outside the door. But you can't see her for the time being. Hey, this arrogant and pampered temper is really. Fuko remembered the attitude of Tsunade the night before, and it was both moving and funny. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking the tobacco pipe, slowly said, Fuko, how much do you know about the root? Fuko heart shivered, busy with the emotions, said elder sister Yakushi is only a subordinate unit of Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, sighed, you may be uncomfortable with the darkness of Konoha, but you have to remember that Konoha is always your home. Fuko is heavily nodded. I will greet him at Danzo, but you should also pay attention to safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. I understood, Lord Hokage. Hey, I thought that when I was with Danzo, I was studying with First Hokage and Homura and Koharu. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but squatting on the tobacco pipe. Fuko secretly thought, good luck, this time from the First Hokage to remember, if you recall from the Warring States period, you don't have to do it tonight. Leaving Hokage residence, Fuko was relaxed, and the heavy burdens were all unloaded, even with the inn, the body's chakra flow being more lively. The so-called good thing is double. The next day, Fuko's shadow clone finally succeeded in deriving Chidori's hand seal. Ox Rabbit Monkey. Lightning style, Chidori. A large number of chakra are concentrated in the right hand, instant forms a high-intensity lightning current, and lightning current screams in the sky, as if 1,000 birds are chattering in the ear. Fuko looked at the past and saw that his right hand had been covered with dazzling white lightning and gently waved, giving him a feeling of piercing to space. Fuko immediately put away ninjutsu and couldn't wait to move towards Hokage Rock. Coming to the jungle trained with Might Do, he immediately tested Chidori's formidable power. Lightning style, Chidori, G. Fuko felt the great power from the right hand, and the excitement began to run. All the obstacles along the way were pierced by Chidori. Bang, bang, bang. There are no other things that can stop the puncture of the millennium from the giant tree, rocks, vines, and slopes. It is as if a sharp arrow is stuck on the paper, and there is no obstacle at all. Carry on. Fuko's chakra has not yet bottomed out and is experimenting again. After several trials, Fuko discovered several shortcomings of Chidori. Attack route is single, present a straight line, impossible to turn, and can only attack, cannot defend. It is no wonder that Kakashi will later upgrade Chidori to Reikari. Mastering Chidori, Fuko will not be satisfied with this, but Reikari is S-rank ninjutsu, and Fuko's current ability may not be able to successfully promote. 8 inner gates, Raise-non, Chidori, in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, Fuko has been very good at asking. Only Genjutsu is lacking, but in 2 weeks, he can follow Shinka Ui and he is not in a hurry. Well, would you like to find Minato to learn sealing jutsu? Will it be too greedy? Fuko squinted his eyes and thought that there was a shadow clone anyway, and he didn't press it. He immediately created Shadow Clone, let Shadow Clone go to find Minato, and main body to train Taijutsu. Open 8 inner gates, you can use it without knowing the method. You also need to be tempered to temper the body to the extreme, and Fuko is busy with Umbu this month. There is no extra time to train Taijutsu. Rust. Pang pang pang. In front of a huge stump, Fuko slammed the horse stance, and he was punching the punch with a glance. Every punch he tried his best and made a dull sound on the stump. Soon, his fist began to stain the blood. 2 blood marks were printed on the stump. 100, 101, 248, 527. The sweat from Fuko fell, soaked the grass, his hands were almost paralyzed, and nothing felt. Fuko breathing heavily stopped and chakra slowly gathered into his hands to start treatment. Gradually, his hands recovered his feelings. At the same time, many feelings such as sourness, pain, phlegm and numbness were spontaneously poured, making him want to amputate. Healing jutsu's effect is very strong, less than 5 minutes, the hand's injury has recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next step is to kick. Fuko continued to lean against the stump, and his left foot kicked fiercely, 27, 28, 320. When Fuko was so desperately trained, his shadow clone also found Namikaze Minato. Really, I only sent a shadow clone and mad at me. Kushina saw Fuko's shadow clone, and the gas didn't hit one place. A red-haired windlass automatic was already on the edge of berserk. Namikaze Minato is busy holding her. Fuko's shadow clone loses with a smile, I'm sorry, but my main body is training taijutsu, it doesn't matter Fuko. Namikaze Minato interrupted him with a smile. I should apologize to you on behalf of Kushina. Kushina sullen. Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's discipline, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grand disciple, and naturally got Fuko's information from him early in the morning, knowing that he is also the Will of Fire's inheritor. But what really made him feel right about Fuko was not because of these information, but by Reiznan. At first, I saw that Fuko was developing Reiznan. Namikaze Minato just thought it was interesting, but when he really mastered this ninjutsu, he realized the power and infinite possibilities of this ninjutsu. Reiznan is non-attributes ninjutsu, just like a piece of white paper, you can add any color to it, add chakra shape transformation and nature transformation. Reiznan can evolve dozens or even dozens of S-rank ninjutsu. And such a powerful ninjutsu, Fuko did not even hesitate to share with him, this heart to let him admire. Learning sealing ninjutsu naturally started from the theory, Namikaze Minato patiently, pulling Fuko's shadow clone to talk about the middle of the night, and finally, gave him a book. The knowledge of various sealing tag, very precious, is Kushina, and he personally wrote, "You're welcome, mastering the sealing tag in this book, you can quickly learn most of Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu, what 4 tetragram seal, 5 element seal, 8 sign seal, all nothing." Finally, Namikaze Minato also taught Fuko a relatively simple sealing jutsu, sealed binding formation. The sealed binding formation relies on 4 sealing tag, which is perfect for beginners. Minato, thank you so much, Fuko excitedly said. It's rude to call the big brother. Kushina slammed his fists on his head. Hee, it doesn't matter. Namikaze Minato gentle looks at her. Yes, big brother Minato. Fuko sold it cheaply, readily following good advice. Okay, it's not early, you can get out, Kushina yelled. Fuko wanted to disband the shadow clone directly, but when he remembered the book in his arms, he had to run back all the way. At home, Fuko sat in the small courtyard and enjoyed the night in the sky. The long taijutsu exercise made him exhausted and wanted to sleep, but when he fell asleep, shadow clone would dissipate, so he had to fight hard. Finally, he saw his shadow clone jumping in from outside the wall, unable to support it, and his eyes closed and went to sleep. Boom! The shadow clone dissipates directly, a book in the white smoke falls straight down in the yard, and shadow clone's memory is also immediately in flux into Fuko's consciousness. The next day, the sun rose to the middle and Fuko opened his eyes. That book. Fuko's eyelids moved and nervously jumped, and some searches were finally found in the grass. Fortunately, there is no water. After a night of sleep, Fuko's physical strength has been fully restored, and the energy has recovered well. The theoretical knowledge that Shadow Clone has learned has also been absorbed. Fuko summoned Shadow Clone, let him make breakfast, and he flipped through the book that recorded a lot of sealing tag. Hey, what are these ghosts? Seeing the contents of the book, Fuko was one of the first too big. He probably looked around and found that there are at least hundreds of sealing tags in the book, each of which is extremely raw and sly. Fortunately, there are annotations written by Namikaze Minato next to these sealing tags, which are easy to understand and give him a lot of peace of mind. The first 4 sealing tags are needed for sealed binding formation. Fuko took out the pen and paper and started painting. Don't say, it's a bit like the previous paintings of the predecessors before the temple. It's just that you need to inject chakra into the painting. There is no technical content. It is all about practice. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, finally, Fuko successfully painted 4 sealing tags. After that, he started experimenting. He posted 4 sealing tags on the sides of the small courtyard, then found a few chickens and ducks, rushed into the small courtyard, and then he launched sealed binding formation. A shimmer of light flashes from the 4 sealing tags, and the instants are joined together to form a barrier. The chickens and ducks in the barrier are suddenly and stiff, motionless. Successful. In the next second, the rays of light on the 4 sealing tags dissipated, the barrier disappeared, and the chickens and ducks moved again, scaring their wings and flying out of the small courtyard. It's a short time, it's useless in actual combat, but it's good for traps. After dinner, Fuko let Shadow Clone learn sealing tag and he ran to Hokage Rock. The past few days might do according to Fuko's genius vision. There is time to develop the jutsu of 8 inner gates. Front lotus, boom. Another piece of wooden pile was violently shattered by Might Do, but it was somewhat different from the way in original work. It was directly pinched by Might Do in the sky. Ah, Fuko, you are coming, why I have never been able to develop front lotus. Might Do looked annoyed. This has to ask your son, after all, this move is his original. Of course, this is also my heart. Fuko asked Might Do to test again, and then found the problem. Uncle Do, after using the bandage bind to live in the wood, the strength of the hand is not too stiff, use the skill to tighten the bandage bind to prevent the enemy from escaping from the bandage. Might Do is used to big open, fighting is to do everything, leaving no room, and front lotus requires great skill and resilience to push destructiveness to peak. When you use the bandage bind to live with the enemy, the more the enemy struggles, the tighter it is, just like falling into the swamp, but like Might Do, the enemy is not wood. After a little struggle, the bandage will be broken. Might Do thought about it, and suddenly he opened his mind and said, Fuko, why don't we come to the actual combat test? Fuko corner of mouth twitching, not saying anything further ran Uncle Do, I suddenly remembered that the gas at home has not been closed, hee, first go and go first. Cracking a joke, if this is picked up by Might Do, will it be spent in a wheelchair for the rest of his life? What? Gas. Might Do looks like a circle. Fuko didn't actually run far, just training not far away. There was no wooden pile, and Fuko took a tree with Raisnon forcibly, made one of his own, and started training. Punch, side kick, then squat, leapfrog, how to die. There is medical ninjutsu. Fuko is not worried about injury, and his physical condition is special, and then exercise hard, sleep well. Might have heard the movement here, shaking one's head and laughing, then continued to cut a piece of wood and continued to explore front lotus. In the evening, after the academy was out of school, Guy immediately ran over and joined Funo's death training after talking to Might Do's bloody father and son in tears. So over the past half a month, Fuko studied sealing ninjutsu while training, and finally, Shinku Yui completed the mission back to the village. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked tobacco pipe and said, things are like this, Shinku, Fuko, this child, will be handed over to you. Don't worry about Lord Hokage, I will bring him. Shinku Yui sighed, just, 3-man group, 2 people. Fuko's situation is a bit special, and at his age, only Kakashi can be with him, but I asked Sakumo, and he hopes to teach Kakashi himself, so, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. I understand. Shinku Yui understood that Lord Hokage had asked him to teach Fuko in a one-on-one manner, which was somewhat unexpected. I am very optimistic about this child, you have to be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally explained. Early morning. Fuko, you are here. Korone Yui greeted Fuko in the room with a happy face, shouting at the bedroom, Father, Fuko is coming. Understood, ask him to sit down. Shinku Yui slowly walked out of the bedroom, said with a smile, don't pour water. Oh. Korone Yui stayed cute nodded, then went to find the cup. Uncle Shinku. Fuko said with a smile, please take care of you in the future. Shinku Yui's red eyes look at Fuko, Sizzy is amazing, I really can't see it, you are genius, only 7 is promoted to Chinin, not only opens 2 Tomo Sharinan, but even Taijutsu is very good. Well, even self-created non-seal ninjutsu, is it called Raisnon? Yes, Uncle Shinku. Fuko was modest with a smile. It's all embarrassing. Fuko, don't be humble, I have already learned, Raisnon, this ninjutsu is A rank, but this ninjutsu has unlimited possibilities to develop S rank Raisnon for each attribute. Lord Hokage is very valued by this jutsu. Shinku Yui said with a smile, but you can rest assured that this ninjutsu was developed by you. If you don't have permission, Lord Hokage will not disclose this ninjutsu. Is this an intellectual property protection? What Fuko can say. Fuko drinks water. Korone Yui happily slammed her face with a cup of water, and her eyes glimpsed at the looks at Fuko. Thank you. Korone, what about me? Shinku Yui was jealous, very angry, and no, his eyes were red. Korone Yui in the right and self-confident, father falls down. Shinku Yui unfortunately decided to drive the daughter out of the house. Okay, Korone, you should go to school, or you will be late. Understood father. Korone Yui was busy again. When she left, Shinku Yui went to the point. Fuko, Lord Hokage let me be your Jonin sensei alone. You should be able to understand that Lord Hokage values you. You can't let him down. I understand. Fuko solemnly stated, with stern righteousness, Konoha is my home, no matter who destroys the village, I will not forgive. Shinku Yui nodded, shifting the topic, you have studied Genjutsu theory with the clan leader of Kurama clan. Next, I will teach you Genjutsu directly. When appropriate, I will teach you Uchiha's Genjutsu. Fuko eyes shined really, haha, of course, I don't have the need to lie to you. Shinku Yui is no problem. Starting from the Warring States period, Senju clan and Uchiha clan mutual love and hate, collecting the other side's jutsu, and then cracking is normal. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are established together with Konoha, 2 clans enters the honeymoon, ninjutsu's communication will naturally be frequent, and these collected works are not doubtful and must be inherited by Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he may not become proficient in 5 attributes ninjutsu. All taught. Shinku Yui's home is not big, not suitable for training genjutsu, so the 2 came to a nearby forest. Fuko, what genjutsu have you learned? Shinku Yui both hands crossed near chest, since the channel, show it to me. Fuko nodded. Uncle Shinku, offended. Death Mirage Jutsu. Slime Mind Effect Jutsu. Cut the capital. Mind Body Disturbance Jutsu. Misty Follower Jutsu. False Surroundings Jutsu. Fuko played 6 genjutsus in a row, and the hand seal speed was fast and precise, but it only fell on Shinku Ui and all failed. Yes, these genjutsu are enough for the general ninja. Fuko, no wonder Lord Hokage values you so much, you are really genius. Shinku Ui felt a sigh. Taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, plus the powerful Kekkei Genkai, the future of Fuko is really limitless. Okay, do you want to entrust daughter to him? Oh, I am not like that, father. Shinku Ui closes the brain hole and then guides in the beginning of the deadly earnest to help Fuko lay the foundation. A few days later, he taught Tree Binding Jutsu. Tree Binding Jutsu is B-rank genjutsu. It can bind the enemy to a tree. In the original work, Korone Ui used this move PK Uchiha Ataki. Of course, the ending is not very good, but this does not mean this genjutsu spicy chicken. If you can't see this genjutsu, you can't get rid of the bond, and finally you have to wait for death. This is Fuko's experience for oneself. He was set in the same place by Shinku Ui with Tree Binding Jutsu, and he couldn't solve it without his tossing. Finally, even Sharingan was opened, and he barely broke open. If Shinku Ui wants to kill Fuko, this period of time is enough to make Fuko humanitarian 100 times. I tried the power of Tree Binding Jutsu, and Fuko was naturally itchy. After getting the hand seal method, I tried hard. Fuko, too hard to learn sometimes can be counterproductive, and occasionally relaxing is also a good choice. Shinku Ui said with a smile. Fuko is a bit puzzled. Well, come to my house for dinner on weekends, but I often recite you in my ear. Shinku Ui smiled at Pleasant Sheep and Big Grey Wolf. Fuko's lazy sheep refused and was dismissed. Okay. Fuko confessed. Back home, Fuko's shadow clone is still learning Sealing Tag. The book that Namikaze Minato and Kushina co-authored is really not a short time to get through. He not only needs to understand the meaning of these Sealing Tag, but also learn to write and draw. For more than half a month, he often ran to find 2 authors to solve, but he could not grasp the 10% Sealing Tag. Sealing Jutsu's learning is really a long way to go. However, Fuko is not in a hurry, everything is on the right track. As long as he is diligent in training, waiting for the passage of time, he will be able to bear fruit. Because of the learning of Genjutsu, the exercise time of Taijutsu is inevitable, so Fuko is even harder and more crazy. Might Do is still developing Front Lotus, and this period of time has quickly dismantled a small forest. The ecological damage is very bad, causing complaints from many Konoha residents. Third Hokage can't stand it, looking for opportunities to scold. Why is it still failing? Might Do is very low. Fuko, is your assumption wrong? Fuko touched the chin. Just a few seconds later, Uncle Do, I think I can let Guy try. Guy, Might Do startled. Yeah, Guy has a short time to train 8 inner gates. He can develop while training. You can be successful by pointing it out. Fuko stunned. Might Do's eyes are shining. Yes, that's it. Might Do was so excited that he walked around. I am so stupid. It took me 20 years to master 8 inner gates. How can I develop the unique Taijutsu, Guy of 8 inner gates? He is so young. The adaptability is very big, and Fuko is. This is power of youth. Wah wah wah. Behind Might Do, there was a raging wave of ocean. Fuko is a bungee, and the discussion is good. How come it is bloody? Naughty. Come here, drink. Ha. Jiraiya stepped on the stool with one foot and the nose was red. This pervert is also good wine, drunk when you drink too much, and it is cheaper for girls, and he does it. The nearby Ino, Shika, Cho 3 people also ate and drank, especially Akimichi Choza. This guy had a trotter with a chicken leg, and the mouth was full of oil, which absorbed a lot of attention. The next side of Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaka deliberately sat far away. A little, and he clears the realm. Namikaze Minato accompanied Kushina to eat and drink, but the ears were supported, but the feast was so lively and the sounds were all over the place, especially Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikado toasted there, and the thief was noisy. Namikaze Minato couldn't hear Danzo's table. Dialogue. So Lord Danzo, I will ask you for the next thing. Uchiha Chinitsu respected him for a drink. Danzo drank a cup and then stood up directly. Clan leader Chinitsu, since things have been fixed, I will leave first, no need to send. After that, I didn't wait for Uchiha Chinitsu and the others to react and leave. When he left, Danzo suddenly looked towards Namikaze Minato. Kushina was surprised. The instant of looking up was just right with Danzo's gaze. Danzo's gaze was at his fingertips and he left without any problems. But Kushina felt a chill. What's wrong? Namikaze Minato noticed that the girlfriend was not right. Humph, that Danzo is not a good person, said Kushina panting with rage. Namikaze Minato has some loops, you guy, really? don't believe me at all. Kushina looked at his expression, suddenly angry and didn't hit a place, his small hand stretched out to his waist and flesh, and began 360 degrees free rotation. Namikaze Minato's handsome face suddenly appeared with a strange expression. Hey, Minato, what are you doing? Come and drink. Jiraiya was so drunk that he leaned over his head and looked like a tall drink. Yes, drink. Namikaze Minato is not comfortable talking. Leaving Uchiha Fugaku's wedding reception, Danzo went straight to Hokage's residence. Hiruzen. Danzo came to Hokage's office, imposing manner to move towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, aren't you going to the Uchiha Fugaku wedding? Sarutobi Hiruzen pumped tobacco pipe said with a smile, is the wedding party over? Danzo blinked and his wedding reception was decided on a temporary basis, but he did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to have received the news. Hiruzen, the wedding was very lively. I talked with Uchiha Chinatsu and left early. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen is also eyes narrowed, the two eyes are small eyes, mutual love and hate. Uchiha Chinatsu wants Uchiha Fuko to enter the military police force, after all is Uchiha clan's genius. Danzo smiled and hid the knife. Military police force needs to take care of the village's law and order, and Fuko's life experience is not enough for this duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen even took the opportunity to fight. Besides, this thing should not be for you. Danzo staying calm and collected is my way. Uchiha Tenshin promoted to Chunin, 2 B-rank mission, 1 C-rank mission, even Kakashi smaller than Uchiha Fuko, has completed 1 B-rank mission. Hiruzen, the end of the year is coming, Uchiha Fuko seems to have not completed a mission? This is not in line with regulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen complexion changed. Indeed, in order to prevent some ninjas from mixing and drinking, they are stipulated, even genin, the amount of missions that must be completed every month. I don't see eternal genin might do. I often travel to the streets of the village to find cats and dogs. Are you busy? Of course, considering the complexity of the above B-rank mission, the amount of Chunin's mission is generally calculated on a yearly basis. Danzo shot from this point and played Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Uchiha Tenshin and Kakashi, both promoted to Chunin and Fuko, have completed at least 1 B-rank mission. I understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen sullen, a good day. Would. Danzo laughed, B-rank mission is dangerous, and I hope Uchiha Fuko will be alright. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is darker. The threat of this bare naked is to say to whom? To rebel you. Danzo smiled and turned, so, I will leave. When he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately asked Umbu to summon Shinku Ui. Soon, Shinku Ui appeared in the office of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the tobacco pipe and asked, Shinku, how is Fuko doing now? Lord Hokage, Fuko is genius, and the understanding of genjutsu is improving every day. I think it can be passed to genjutsu of Uchiha clan in advance. Shinku Ui said with excitement. This is not the case that Wang Po sells and sells himself, but Fuko proves it with practical actions. During these months of study, Fuko's understanding of genjutsu has been very deep. After all, his previous life is the age of the information explosion. It is much more accessible, and it is easier to bypass the analogy, and it is the ninja of this era. Of? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, I will do this if you don't mention it, Lord Hokage, what happened? Shinku Ui noticed something. Today, Danzo went to the wedding reception of Uchiha Fugaku. What? How is this possible? Shinku Ui shook a fine, knowing Danzo's attitude toward Uchiha, how can he still go to Uchiha Fugaku's wedding reception? If I didn't guess wrong, what deal was Uchiha and Danzo reached? Sarutobi Hiruzen pumped the tobacco pipe, coldly snorted disdain. Is it for Fuko? Shinku Ui reacted instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Uchiha Tenshin and Kakashi promoted to Chunin, B-rank mission has been completed, and Fuko, Shinku Ui startled, damned. He rushed to blame, he is Yoko-sensei of Fuko, the biggest responsibility of this thing is him. Lord Hokage, sorry, this is my fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved, don't care, this will happen sooner or later. Indeed, Danzo and Uchiha clan have a killing intention for Fuko, so the mission is issued early and the mission is the same. After that, I will send Umbu member to follow you and pay attention to safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly said. Shinku Ui said, do not worry, Lord Hokage, I will definitely come back with Fuko. Leaving Hokage residence, Shinku Ui's eyes reveal a grave expression. Danzo's route and Uchiha clan, this time with Fuko out of the mission, it's not easy. Uchiha's elders are chatting privately at Uchiha Fugaku's wedding reception. Although the success rate of Danzo's route will be higher, will it cost too much? Uchiha Fuko's eyes really have to be handed over to Danzo. This is just a stopgap measure. When the assassination of Uchiha Fuko, our ninja will accidentally break his eyes, Danzo can't get Uchiha Fuko's eyes. I am relieved of this. Shinku Ui found Fuko and told all the serious events. Fuko, do you know what the next mission means to you? Fuko dignified nodded. Uncle Shinku, it is a blessing, it is a curse, but it is a disaster. Shinku Ui eyes shined, this is a summary. Anyway, the sky is falling and there is a tall one. Fuko sprinkled. Shinku Ui's face is pumping up, this tall one, should he be? Okay, it's still early, let's pick up the mission. Shinku Ui took a deep breath, and the winter cold inhaled into the lungs, suddenly refreshed. In the mission hall, the distribution of the mission is still Chin and Matsushima Ueda. Matsushima Ueda saw Fuko, his face flickering in an instant. He looked away toward Shinku Ui and said, "Hello, Lord Ui." Shinku Ui nodded. What is the recent B rank mission? Yes, there are a lot. Land of Fire's borders are very unstable. The merchant group often encounters robbers on walks, and sometimes even encounters enemy ninjas, so all kinds of missions entrust all directions to Snowflake to Hidden Leaf Village. Matsushima Ueda draws the commission order. Shinku Ui took a closer look. Most of the above missions are escorting the merchant group, and there are also missions such as assassination, intelligence gathering, etc., but considering the age of Fuko, it is obvious that escort mission is more convenient. Just this, Shinku Ui pointed to the mission road above. Good, I will register now. The mission that Shinku Ui received was to escort a pair of brothers back to Land of Waterfall. The pair, called Inu Naka, Inu Raito, went to Land of Fire from the Land of Waterfall with the merchant group a month ago. The result was a month of loss, the merchant group was dissolved, and the two brothers wanted to return. Land of Waterfall, unfortunately the border was not flat, so commission was commissioned to Konoha. The reward for the mission is only 820,000, barely reaching the threshold of B rank. Fuko took the commission to see Land of Waterfall. For this country, Fuko's only impression is Akatsuki's Kakuzu, the assassinated god of ninja world Senju Hashirama, who owns Earth Grudge Fear and 5 Hearts, likes to read but extremely money greedy, to live in the 90s. We will leave at night. Shinku Ui Fuko went home to pack up and gather at Hidden Leaf Village at 7. Fuko didn't have much to clean up. The ninja bag was always full, and he packed up a few pieces of clothes and seasonings. Then he slammed the door to the next door and told Aba to issue the mission. What? You have to go to Land of Waterfall? It's so good. Obito's envious look at him. You guy, remember to bring me some special product. I am going to mission as not a tourist. Good, bring, can't you still? Fuko said with a bitter smile. Right, I set off at night, I can't wait to say hello to other people, you can help me. Give it to me, you can rest assured, Obito yelled. Fuko's eyelids turned over, and it was estimated that he would kill him. Will he chat? Say goodbye to Obito. Fuko went straight to the gate of the village, where a few ninja guards and patrolled the people coming in and out. Not long after, Shinku Ui appeared. After converging Fuko, the proof of the departure from the village was shown to the ninja of the gatekeeper, and the two quickly left. Hokage residence rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking the tobacco pipe against the wind, gaze at village entrance. Sakumo, Lord Hokage, Heitake Sakumo instantly appeared on his side. Arranged. Yes, it has been arranged. Soon, the news of Fuko and Shinku Ui leaving the village spread to Danzo and Uchiha clan. I didn't expect Danzo's action to be so fast. Uchiha Fuko, the thankless wretch, finally left the village, so who will send it to clean up? Shinku Ui is Jonin who is good at genjutsu. Although there is Danzo's route, we can't be careless, especially the eyes of Uchiha Fuko, definitely not in the hands of Danzo. Can you draw people from the military police force? This is too obvious. Uchiha Fugaku is the best candidate, but he just got married. Just let Kitsune and Hayashi go. Uchiha Kitsune, Uchiha Hayashi, yes. Soon, Uchiha old residents walked out of 2 middle-aged people and went to the mission hall. They took 2 B-rank missions and left the village. At the same time, Danzo also sent a root member to the assassination. The time passed slowly and the night became more intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still standing on the rooftop, looking up at the sights in the sky. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Hayashi left the village. Heitake Sakumo suddenly appeared behind him. What about Danzo's route? Sorry, I am not sure. Just a dozen ninjas have taken the mission to leave the village. Except Uchiha Kitsune and Uchiha Hayashi, other people cannot confirm. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This is really Danzo's style of doing things, no missing. Lord Hokage, do you need to investigate these ninjas? Asked Heitake Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shaking one's head. Root ninja is very secretive, even if the investigation cannot find anything. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he even suspected that there was root in Umbu. Don't have any accidents, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly said. Yes, Lord Hokage. Under the moonlight, Fuko followed Shinku Ui and galloped in the mountain forest. Just under heavy snow during the day, it will be covered in pieces of mountain forest. Looking at it, wrapped in silver and white, it is the white ocean, the waves are surging. Wah wah! Fuko stepped on a tree and suddenly fell on a large piece of snow. He looked up and saw Shinku Ui untraceable snow treading, clicking one's tongue in wonder. Fuko, you must master the balance of the body and aura when you run, let yourself into the wind. Shinku Ui teaches experience. Fuko nodded, while learning to run, progress is fast. The two galloped all the way, they did not stop at all. When they were thirsty, they took the snow directly into the mouth, melted into water and swallowed. When they were hungry, they ate a food pills. One day, the two did not know how many mountain forests they crossed, and finally came to a city when the rising sun rose. Fuko, we found a hotel to rest, and then went to see the employer at noon. Shinku Ui ran all night, not tired. He looked back at Fuko and found that he did not have much tiredness, could not help said with a smile, look, the training of might do is stricter than I thought. Fuko laughs. Uncle Shinku, I swear that it is definitely beyond your imagination. Haha, I am relieved. Shinku Ui laughed. Fuko asked Uncle Shinku, can you tell me about Land of Waterfall? Shinku Ui muttered said, Land of Waterfall, this country is surrounded by 4 countries, including our Land of Fire and Land of Earth. This country is full of waterfalls, the biggest one of them. After that, it was Hidden Waterfall Village. This ninja village is very mysterious and generally does not appear outside, so we have very little information. Fuko suddenly asked Uncle Shinku, do you know Kakuzu? Ah, S-rank missing nin of Hidden Waterfall Village, a very dangerous character, have you heard of him? Shinku Ui said with a smile. Well, I heard that he once assassinated first Hokage, but failed, but successfully escaped. Shinku Ui chuckles, ha ha ha, Fuko, don't believe outside rumors, Kakuzu can run away, completely because Lord First Cage didn't mean to kill him, otherwise how could he escape? Fuko thinks this is also the case, people Senju Hashirama, but even Uchiha Madara can do the people who can do it, but also let you Kakuzu run. You thought your mother gave you 4 legs. After a rest, Fuko recovered the physical strength of the knight and recovered 9 layer. Shinku Ui met Ji. Then they saw the employer of this mission, Inu Naka and Inu Raito, in the town hall. The pair is twin, it is exactly the same, the age of 35 to 36, the face is very ugly. Lord Ninja, then please. Despite the bad mood, big brother Inu Naka is very polite. Younger brother Inu Raito is a bit violent. If we are in danger, we will be discounted. The brothers took the merchant group to Land of Fire to do business, and lost the money. If the border is not safe, they will not spend 80,000 to hire ninja. Shinku Ui said, don't worry Fuko and I will protect your safety and escort it to the Land of Waterfall. What? This little demon has to go with us? Just kidding. Violent temperament Inu Raito was not happy, immediately questioned, if you are in danger, do you save us first or save him first? Inu Naka also showed dissatisfaction. You can rest assured that Fuko is also ninja. Shinku Ui was about to explain that Fuko interrupted him. He said, don't look at the old man young, in fact, the old man is 50 this year. What? Inu Naka and Inu Raito's incredible looks at Fuko. Even Shinku Ui was circling, but he quickly reacted and coughed, yeah, Fuko, training ninjutsu is a bit strange, so, that's it. Is this true? It seems that obviously is little demon. Is immortality of ninjutsu. The brothers are surrounded by Fuko Ji. Humph. You too little demon, look at what? Fuko old-fashioned, arrogant, I don't hurry to pack things up. Yes, we will clean up. When the two brothers looked at it, they were holding the goods that were not going backwards. Fuko said 3 words and 2 words, and they immediately trained them to start. Shinku Ui didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Fuko's vertical thumb. The brothers hired a carriage, which was quite worn, and brought some clothes. It looked like it was a lighter look at the money. It said that bankruptcy would go bankrupt, and the eyes would not be embarrassed. Fuko is admired. Drive. Inu Naka whip pumped in the old flattery shares, the carriage slowly launched. Shinku Ui and Fuko followed the left and right, watching all around from time to time. Their town is not close to the Land of Waterfall. According to the speed of the carriage, plus the current weather, it may take 2 months to arrive. If you waste your time on the road, you can't. Fuko hand seal summoned Shadow Clone, then threw the book that Namikaze Minato sent him to him. Shadow Clone jumped directly to the car roof and started reading, and he started training 12 hand seals. Today, his hand seal speed has reached 0.4 seconds, he wants to compress 1 second's 3. Next, Shinku Ui saw a smile and a smile. It was getting late, and the entire group found a flat place to cook and rest. Inu Naka two brothers saw Fuko's Shadow Clone and was not surprised. Fire style, fireball. Fuko collected nearby branches and ignited directly with fire style. The fire burned and was particularly warm during the winter. We only brought our own dry food, but I won't care for you, Inu Raito said coldly. Little demon, I don't know that I respect the old and love the young. When you are old, there will be such a day. Fuko plays with the body, cold eyes squinting. Shinku Ui smirked next to him. The two brothers still couldn't adapt to the tone of Fuko's words, and they sat next to the fire and ate dry food. Shadow Clone didn't have to eat, so he was still sitting on the roof and reading a book. Shinku Yui ate a food pills and sat down next to the carriage. And Fuko, but is looking around. Food pills, although it's good, but now it's not in danger, it's a good choice to get some game. Here the world of ice and snow, there is a small forest on the left, pressed by the snow, at first glance is like a small snow slope. Fuko ran straight to that. The cold wind was blowing in his ear and it was cold. Entering the forest, there are no animal footprints on the snow. This season, most animals have hibernated. So he began to look for tree holes, or water or grass nearby. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. When Fuko looked for it, he was impatient and frustrated. The hot fireball whizzed past and broke several big trees. Wah wah! The big tree broke, the snow fell, and a white snow dust splashed, and the fire was extinguished. So tossed, less than half an hour, I heard an angry roar from a fallen tree. Gee. Fuko looked up and turned out to be a rabbit with a fat head and a big tooth. He licked his teeth and licked Fuko. Fuko was angry at the time and extended his sinful hands. Pa. The fire crackling burned, but the warm fire could not drive the indus of Inu Naka Inu Raito. Fuko sat on the side, roasting the snow rabbit, and sprinkling some spices on it from time to time. It didn't take long for a tempting meat to slowly spread. Hey, Inu Raito has no swallowed saliva for the noble spirit. Uncle Shinku, come eat rabbit meat, Fuko shouted. Shinku Yui eyes opened, although I had eaten food pills, but I smelled the rabbit meat, he did not refuse, smiled and walked over and tore a rabbit leg and picked it up. Wait, little demon, you are lying to us. Inu Naka suddenly reacted. If you really have 5-10 years old, how could you call him uncle? No way, who makes the old man's generation small? Fuko casually perfunctory, while eating the oily rabbit meat, his face revealing the expression. Scoundrel, Inu Raito angrily said, you liar, why, want to fight? I let you have a hand. Fuko humph. The brothers remembered the movement that Fuko had made in the woods, and felt that it was more reasonable to be in line with their merchants. If you give us rabbit meat, we will not care about it. Merchants are naturally prioritized by interests and negotiated. Then you still care about it. Fuko said with a snort, if the brothers were willing to give dry food to them, the rabbit meat must have them, now? He. Although the brothers are angry, they really can't help them. Soon, a rabbit entered the stomach of Fuko and Shinku Yui. Get some rest early, and you have to hurry in the morning. Shinku Yui patted his stomach comfortably. Uncle Shinku, don't you have to watch the night at night? Fuko whispered. Don't worry. Shinku Yui replied softly. We just left, they can't do it so quickly. Hey, what are you talking about? Inu Raito was upset. Let you talk less and sleep more. Fuko didn't feel good. The most annoying thing about the old man is that you don't sleep in the middle of the night. The duel failed, plus the pants on the spot. Hyaga Shinshu after a simple dressing, consciously no face, red eyes back to find the parent tattletale. Seino Shin sighed, Hyaga Shinshu, Uchiha Fuko, all from Konoha noble clan. He now only hopes that two great noble clan will not fight for this. Maybe, this thing is going to sue third Hokage. Seino Shin muttered, has returned to the training stadium. Teacher Seino Shin, Sarutobi Asuma came with the students. Yes, so let's start training now, Seino Shin said immediately, lest these child gossip ask Hyaga Shinshu if he really pissed his pants. Kunao, there are 5 basic methods of using horizontal, vertical, straight, and flying. We have learned to throw and shoot in the last semester. Today we are going to learn a few other things because it is melee practice, so everyone must be cautious, Seino Shin said gravely. Cannot use to do everything possible, can't move towards the other side's critical attack, can't one item has been ordered, and many people have already dizzy their eyes, so they can't remember. So, 2 people, start practicing. Seino Shin hand sweeps, the student below immediately grabs Kunao and then catches killing. Look at me Fuma Shuriken. Hee, look at my super Fuma Shuriken. A lot of students have already played, and they have started to get up and have a good interest. Uchiha Obito also took Fuko and began to catch the practice. I said Fuko, I knew you could be so powerful. I should have practiced with you before. Uchiha Obito grabbed Kunao and stabbed Fuko, but it was slow. This speed is completely unattractive for Fuko. He slowly measured his body and hugged him with Kunao, said with a snort, this person, without the stimulation, it is impossible to calm down and practice. Stimulation? What stimulation? Uchiha Obito a confused face. Fuko's eyes fluttered to Rin. What? Hey, Fuko, I tell you don't want to hit Rin's idea, or I will fight with you. Uchiha Obito instantly gnashing one's teeth, screaming at Fuko, can't wait to bite him. Hey, we are 6 years old, is it really good to say this? Fuko was unable to spit. I don't care, you can't play Rin's idea anyway. Uchiha Obito is a rogue. Fuko was about to talk, and suddenly there was a scream next to him. Ah, hey, what happened? What happened? Who is calling? Look, someone is bleeding. Not good, accidentally hurt. A faint bloody smell fluttered in the wind. In the field, a child lay on the chest and kept rolling on the ground. The blood dampened the clothes, soaked in the palms, and quickly flowed to the ground. Opposite the child, a white-haired child was pale, and the right hand still held a kunai with blood. His expression was full of confusion, and he exclaimed loudly, I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it. Mizuki, you. Seinoshin immediately appeared here, glanced at him and then kneeled down to check the child's injury. The injury is not heavy, but it cannot be moved at will, otherwise the wound may be torn. Seinoshin made a quick judgment and then got up and said to Sarutobi Asuma, don't let people touch him, I will go to medical nin now. He then left with body flicker jutsu. Mizuki, what the hell is going on? Scoundrel, Inashida, if there is something, I will not spare you. Mizuki is terrifying. He is deliberate. Murderer. Seinoshin walked away, and the onlookers immediately fired at Mizuki. You said a word, every righteous words, with stern righteousness. Mizuki trembled and the hand holding Kunau's hand trembled more and more. Not like this, not intentional, I didn't mean it, I didn't intentionally hurt, I didn't. Yes, I remember, it was Inashida that he himself was absent-minded and it didn't matter to me, it was not my fault. Talk nonsense, you deceive, you must be deliberate. Murderer. Fuko stood behind the cool eye of a bystander and suddenly remembered the encounter of Naruto in childhood in the original work. When Naruto read the academy, he was surrounded by such an indifferent student. He grabbed your mistake and kept attacking, hit a person when he's down, every day to bully you for fun, for many years. However, Naruto has a protagonist aura, and it has been said that many years still remain unchanged. And Mizuki. Hey, Fuko suddenly found that Mizuki seems to be no worse than Naruto, because Mizuki has kept his heart for so many years. Hey. Yes, Mizuki's heart is awkward, and it can be as long as it has been for so many years until the beginning of the original work story. It is difficult for Mizuki. It's a persistent bad child. Ah, look at it, Inashida has more blood. Rin suddenly yelled. What? Sarutobi Asuma was surprised and turned around and found that Inashida, the guy, kept squeezing his chest with his hand, causing a tear in the wound. How could the blood flow be unhappy? Idiot. Asuma, angry tears have to fall. Inashida, don't press your hand so tight. Idiot, you can hear me. Asuma didn't say okay, he said. Inashida is more one's head out of fear, and the other hand is also used to squeeze the chest together. The blood is suddenly like the dam that opened the gate, la non-stop spewing. Go and call Teacher Seinoshin. Teacher Seinoshin went to medical nin and didn't have 5 minutes to pass. Ibiki, who had been silent, suddenly started to talk. According to the current situation, the best rescue measure is knock out Inashida student, otherwise he will die very fast. Knock out him. Asuma startled. Inashida now, in the event of a knockout of him, he finally woke up, which is awful. As a children of cage, Asuma's idle baggage is still very heavy. Next, Ibiki's start to talk caught Fuko's attention. In this class, in addition to Korone Ui, Rin, Obito, and Red Second Cage Sarutobi Asuma and the others in the original work, Ibiki is also a major character. Original work at the beginning, Ibiki appeared as an instructor of Chunin exams, seemingly inconspicuous, but he was actually captain of Konoha Umbu Torture and Interrogation Force, real power character, proper jonin strength. Fuko touched the chin thought, but did not pay attention, next to the student, suddenly quiet, and cast his gaze on him. Hey, Fuko, what's wrong with you, Fuko? Uchiha Obito pulled Fuko's clothes and awakened him from his meditation. Ah, what's wrong? Fuko, a confused face, can you let me quietly stay for a while? Then, Fuko found all around's friends, including Asuma, Ibiki, and Mizuki and the others, all looking at themselves. You look at what am I doing? I will be shy. Fuko lowered his head and covered his face with his hand. Uchiha Obito, Asuma, Korone Ui, Rin. Everyone is speechless, looks at Fuko. Lady Tsunade, look. Seinoshin looked towards Tsunade and asked her for advice. Don't worry, this child is out of danger. Tsunade waved his hand, but his eyes circumvented the blood on the ground and landed on Fuko. It is him, you can use medical ninjutsu at such a young age, it is worth training. Fuko looked back and smiled, my name is Uchiha. Tsunade turned his face in a moment, no trace of politeness, raised a chestnut on Fuko's head and took Fuko to the side. Scoundrel, Uchiha's little demon is going to play with fire. Fuko didn't have any resistance at all. The difficult situation had 2 rolls on the ground. When he got up, his clothes had fallen a lot of dust. Tsunade, your granduncle. Fuko, that's sullen, sooner or later one day, bring you back. Teacher Seinoshin, you are finally back. Just Mizuki, this guy is too fatful. He even stopped Fuko's student from letting him save Inashida. He said that you let him do this. Yes, it was Mizuki absent-minded that stabbed Inashida. As a result, he turned into Inashida absent-minded. In order to avoid the lie, he actually stopped Fuko. If it wasn't Asuma, Inashita might have died. Teacher Sano Shin, Mizuki doesn't deserve to be our student, he is a big bastard. The student next to it was finally recovered, and it was easy to make a complaint. No, I don't, Teacher Sano Shin said don't let anyone touch Inashita. I just listened to Teacher Sano Shin, I'm not wrong. Mizuki trembled, loudly defended, grievous in his eyes the tears of Hualala flowed down, it is called a smell of sad listeners crying. But the neighboring friends can let him go so far, pointing to his nose tongue lashing. Shameless, this is the truth, you don't want to deny it. Wait for Inashita to wake up and see what else you have to say. Get Mizuki out of academy. Sano Shin frowns head, this situation makes him completely unprepared. Well, the students are not going to quarrel. I will definitely investigate this matter. Asuma, you will take everyone to do some general training and hand it over to us. Yes, Teacher Sano Shin. Asuma nodded, as a children of Kage, he waved his hand and gathered naturally. Under his call, everyone walked towards and walked next to him. In place, only Tsunade, Sano Shin, and Inashita, Mizuki, and Fuko are left. Fuko wanted to go, but there was a feeling that he seemed to be being pegged and unable to move. This feeling is very subtle, but it is also true. Fuko need not guess, you know it must be Tsunade. It's amazing if you grow up with shame, sagging sooner or later. Fuko was cursed with his biggest evil intent, but his eyes were unobtrusive and aimed at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Suddenly, a ninja flashed again in the field, half squatting on the ground moved toward Tsunade. It's this child. Tsunade raised his head. Yes, the ninja was medical nin, and immediately squatted to Inashita, and the hands of chakra were gently placed on the Inashita wound. The posture was the same as Fuko, exactly the same, but the ninja used it more high at the level of healing jutsu. Under the chakra rays of light, Inashita's injury recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye, and blood stasis began to fall off. But Fuko's focus is not here. Wow, really big. Fuko is very glad that he is only 6 years old, otherwise he is not ugly on the spot. It must happen like this. With Tsunade's character and his Uchiha surname, I am afraid that next year is my own day. I don't want to grow up. When I grow up, I am beaten for a while. The ninja stood up, moved towards Tsunade, nodded, and then body flicker jutsu disappeared. Tsunade flanked him and then gently kicked Inashita, who was still lying on the floor and dying. Hurry up. Yes, Inashita shivered and stood up. It's amazing. I'm really fine. I just apparently flowed that many blood. Inashita just ran back from the death line, and the tears of excitement came out. It's very simple. The medical nin just used healing jutsu to stimulate your hematopoietic cells and make up your lost blood, but your body is very empty. Go back and remember to eat some better. Tsunade still keeps his head on his head. Did not look directly at her. Because of the death of sweetheart Kato Dan, Tsunade has now got blood phobia, although still in the Kanaha hospital, but basically to guide other medical nin, not directly involved in the treatment. Yes, thank you Lord. After Inashita's serious gratitude, his eyes looked towards Mizuki, and his face was suddenly showing an angry expression. Teacher Sano Shin, I just heard everyone's words. This guy, Mizuki, he just, when we were training, obviously was his absent-minded stabbed me, the result was actually my absent-minded, he also blocked Fuko saved me, I almost died, Wu said. Inashita student is also heartbroken, weeping bitter tears. Mizuki saw that it was enough. He had to win the sympathy of teacher Sano Shin, but he couldn't get through, so he burst into tears. I don't have it. Inashita student pointed at him and cried, you have it for you, I just don't have me, I don't have it. Mizuki not to be outdone, crying weeping beauty. Next, Fuko corner of the eye twitching, how can there be a kind of deja vu of Kyonyao drama? At this time, Fuko suddenly felt that his body was light, and then the whole person flew in the clouds. Sano Shin, this child I took it first, I will pay you back. Tsunade glared at Fuko's back collar, like a LV bag, instant disappeared in academy. Fuko looked depressed and looked all around and found it very familiar. It was the Hokage rock that Naruto often came to in the original work. And he is at that time, it is exactly the head of Tsunade, her granduncle. It's really the fuck. Fuko sadly flows into the river. Uchiha clan's little demon, what's your name? Tsunade stood in front, the terrain was high, the wind was not small, boasting a few hairs from the ears of Tsunade, the clothes on her body also swayed in the wind, sketching beautiful curve. Fuko's gaze is once again, hey, cough cough, but it's a serious 6-old boy. Fuko turned his attention to Hidden Leaf Village below, replied, my name is Uchiha Fuko. Fuko? Actually called this name, Do you know what the meaning of fire is? Tsunade turned and a pair of heroic spirit eyes fixed on Fuko. Fuko's retracement is 2 steps back. This is not a good thing. If you don't make it, you will accidentally fall and die. The name is taken by the parents. As for the meaning of fire, the fire is not the fire. Fuko decided to put it tender. Like me, the tender little meat. Tsunade, are you too good to start? Think about it, I am blushing for you, I am sorry for you, I am ashamed of you. It's a good job to puberty's child, no worries and carefree, humph. Tsunade suddenly covered the forehead and laughed, but the tone was full of helplessness. Fuko startled, thinking in the brain, Tsunade is Konoha's sonin. Because the relationship of Second Shinobi World War is famous for the whole ninja world, the limelight is flourishing. What can make her so helpless? Is it the death of her younger brother Senju Nawaki and sweetheart Kato Dan? But it has been for years. Fuko blinked and was puzzled. It is reasonable to say that Tsunade is Senju clan princess. Wait, yes, after Senju clan, Second Shinobi World War, Senju clan is dying, and it is almost the time to exit Konoha's historical stage. Tsunade is Senju clan princess. The mood is not good. Then, Fuko's mood is not good. Senju clan quit, leaving the vacancy naturally by other noble clan. Uchiha is Konoha noble clan, military police force ruler. Fame and power grow with each passing day. In contrast, how can you not hate? Fuko feels that she is more than sulky. Laozi is the male lead of Kaion Yao drama. Uchiha clan's little demon, who is your medical ninjutsu who taught you? On Hokage Rock, Tsunade stood in the wind, and the negative emotions before, as if they didn't exist at all. That, elder sister Yakushi taught me. Fuko replied honestly, Yakushi no at Konoha Hospital. Oh, it's her, very gentle person. Tsunade nodded, indicating that this person, but the skeptical eyes are sweeping back and forth on Fuko. What happened to me? Fuko's cold sweat is coming down. You seem to be nervous. Tsunade walked gently and began to circle around Fuko, right hand touched the chin, slowly said, Uchiha Fuko, I saw your information, the first year of academy, you were grade the countdown student, who challenged him when he graduated from Kakashi, was stunned and became a laughingstock. After the holiday, you became a personal person and started training. Not only did you learn fire style, great fireball jutsu, but also the hand seal speed. Reaching the standard level of genin, then you will be dying of training taijutsu into Konoha Hospital. Fuko didn't expect to enter Tsunade's line of sight so early, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Except for Tsunade, third Hokage, Danzo, are people concerned about themselves? The latter is the leader of Root, which is one of Konoha's dark faces. Fuko doesn't want to get in touch with him so early. I think, after that, do you ask medical ninjutsu to Yakushi no? Tsunade analyzed. Yes, I don't want to go to the hospital every time I get hurt, and I don't have any money, Fuko delighted admitted, and began to take a deep breath, suppressing his nervous emotions. Tsunade continued training taijutsu, training ninjutsu, then training medical ninjutsu, plus your clan's Kekii Genkai Sharinan, little demon, your ambition, great. Fuko suddenly missed a beat, forced a smile and said, I am an 6-year-old child. Can you have any ambitions? Well, who knows? Tsunade squinted and smiled. Golden short hair danced in the wind, like a golden fox standing in the foothills. However, you seem to be different from other Uchiha clansmen, me. Will always pay attention to you, little demon. As the words fell, Tsunade jumped off Hokage Rock. She jumped. Fuko suddenly the whole person is not good. Hey, hello, you crazy woman brought me back. Fuko stood on the granduncle head of Tsunade, and the gaze at a confused face was below Konoha whole village. From here, I couldn't tell which one is. The key is that Tsunade can jump directly, but he can't, he has to row. Oh, Fuko was so sad that he left the head of Tsunade granduncle with a sad face and then made a detour. Here is a lush forest of lush and green. At first glance, there are a few wild beasts screaming from time to time. Not a forest of death, should there be no strong wild beast. Thinking this way, there was a horrible crash in front of me. It's like a sharp would smash towards a person's chrysanthemum that launched a violent charge. Pa. Fuko's ass is tight. Pa. The lower body is cool. Pa. Fuko finally couldn't bear the pain of life, not saying anything further turned and ran. Pa. Suddenly, there was a loud sound coming from there, followed by a series of heavy objects falling into the ground. Who's there? A serious souse lively, 7-point enthusiasm with a passionate, one-of-a-kind power of youth appeared in front of Fuko. Fuko keeps running, and looks at the familiar taste of the eyes. I really want to feel that a big ant is coming. No one can stop it. Hey, it's luck who can't stop it. Thick eyebrow. A dazzling white teeth. There is also a standard dark green tight-fitting battle uniform. Isn't it Konoha's eternal genin might do? Child, how are you here, your lord? Might do saw that it was an 6-year-old brat, and Dudley put down the alert. Hello, my name is Uchiha Fuko, it's orphan, I am here for training. Fuko can be proud to tell others he never lie. Orphan? Uchiha clan. Might do slightly frowned. Uchiha clan's clan land is a bit far from here. Fuko immediately said, this is the case. I am now training taijutsu. Unconsciously just ran here. I just had a good rest and I am going back. Oh, but Uchiha clan's Kekii Genkai Sharinan is very powerful. why did you choose training taijutsu? Might curiously asked. Because I think taijutsu is very strong, it's not worse than Sharingan, Fuko said very seriously, and at the same time hands clenched, with a look of excitement. All this is to vote for it, let Might feel good about himself, otherwise it is not realistic to ask him for advice from taijutsu. Sure enough, Fuko is right. Might is eternal genin. The innate talent in ninjutsu and genjutsu is about 0. He only has taijutsu. At this time, Uchiha clan's child said that taijutsu is not worse than Sharingan. Child, your eyes are still good, hahaha. Might hands on hips laughing. Uncle, can I follow you training taijutsu? Fuko's evil intentions came out. What? You want to learn taijutsu with me? Do you know who I am? Might looks strange. I don't know who uncle is, but I believe that uncle's taijutsu must be great. I want to practice taijutsu with uncle, Fuko said earnestly. Might seems to be moving, but good morality still makes him refuse. Child, my training taijutsu is very hard, it will put a heavy load on the body, you are too young, I recommend you to Hokage clan, their gentle fist training doesn't hurt your body very much. You are Uchiha clan, Konoha noble clan, and Hokage clan should teach you some. Don't, Hokage clan's gentle fist plays like a girl, so don't learn from them, Fuko hurriedly yelled, and the cold sweats rushed down. Fuko swears that this cold sweat is absolutely true. After all, if he is in the years of Hokage clan, anytime next year, it may be his own day. Might also looked at the shocked looks at Fuko. To know that Konoha taijutsu at this time is still respected by Hokage clan's gentle fist, there is no room for development of other taijutsu genres. Taijutsu like Might is basically a father and son. How can other people be interested in learning? Child, no, Uchiha Fuko, do you really want to learn taijutsu with me? Might has some itch in his heart, some burning, yes, as a staunch fan of the taijutsu stream, he esteemed Hokage clan gentle fist, but what thoughts in my heart are self-evident. Fuko solemn nodded, I want to learn, okay, then I will teach you. Might is heavily nodded. Fuko also ignited, excitedly yelling in my heart, 8 inner gates, I am coming. That night, Fuko just returned home and found that he was blocked by people. Uchiha Obito rushed out from the dark corner with a fierce look. 2 hands carrying Fuko's collar came directly to the alcove. Fuko, you guy, too faithful. Uchiha Obito gnashing one's teeth. Fuko a confused face, no medication. Uchiha Obito imposing manner vented, what? Don't give up treatment. Fuko patted his shoulder. Scoundrel, Fuko, you guys don't shift the subject. Uchiha Obito got angry again. So, what are you talking about? Fuko looked helpless. It's Rin, Uchiha Obito muttered. She said she wants to learn medical ninjutsu with you. Oh, Fuko nodded, original work, Rin is indeed medical nin, he affirmed this is a good thing, girl is not good at killing, when medical nin is not better. Yeah, I think so too. Uchiha Obito smirked, then his face was fierce and shouted, don't shift the subject, scoundrel, Rin can learn medical ninjutsu, but can't learn from you. Why? Fuko squatted and then reacted. His eyes immediately felt sad. I understand, oh, you know, I'm hard to give up when I'm a child, I'm so happy, I see flowers, up to 80 mothers, down to 6 years old lowly, all kill. But this is not my fault, I don't want to be like this, I just want to be a beautiful man quietly, but I don't care how dark the corner is. For example, the dreamy aurora is so attractive, at this time, Uchiha Obito has a look and the whole person is not good. Do you understand my feelings? Fuko looked sad. This scoundrel. I am fighting with you. Uchiha Obito finally recovered, suddenly felt that his IQ was insulted by Fuko, and Aooo called to fight with him. Boom! Fuko patted hands, looks at Uchiha Obito, 2 meters away in front of the free-falling body, said with a smile, Saonian, you are still tender. Fuko, you scoundrel, I must beat you. Uchiha Obito got up from the ground, and the skin didn't break. What to eat for dinner? Fuko turned and entered the house. Uchiha Obito stands flattery and keeps up. Fuko, do kung pao chicken at night, I am tired for a day, I need to make up my body. Take a big ghost. In the middle of the night winds are cool, and the leaves of the backyard trees sway with the wind, making a shred of friction. In the night sky, a huge round moon hangs there, the moonlight is clean and tidy, and it falls on the human face like a gentle veil. Fuko went to the small courtyard and recalled what happened today. At dinner, Fuko had already learned from Uchiha Obito that he had left academy. Mizuki, who has provoked anger, has been transferred to other classes by Seino Shin, and Fuko is also praised by Seino Shin for his timely treatment of Inashida. Then Might promised to teach Fuko taijutsu. The time is set in the early morning and evening, but Might has mission in the morning, so the next day's training will start from the evening. The last is Tsunade. This guy, also, I will always pay attention to your really salty to eat radish, worry, usually do nothing to do it? Fuko walked around in the small courtyard, and the more he thought, the more he felt that there was a pair of heroic spirit in the darkness staring at him, making him very uncomfortable. I really want to learn sensor ninjutsu. Fuko circled again and then entered the house. In the blacklight bonfire, Fuko lay on the tatami, and the whole person was shrunk under the shackles. He slowly opened his eyes, and the instant, the darkness of the quilt became clear, and Fuko could easily see the pattern of the bedding. Although there is no mirror, Fuko can feel the abnormality of his eyes, and the evil eyes power seems to be to disturb, calling for the darkness in his heart. One Tomo Sheri-nan. It's almost 2 months since I opened my eyes, and I don't know if it's a transmigrated relationship. Fuko's eyes power is growing every day and it's very impressive today. He even has an intuition that as long as he is stimulated, Sheri-nan will be able to evolve to 2 Tomo. However, Fuko has been hesitating. Sheri-nan wants to continue to evolve through strong emotional stimuli, but Fuko remembered the original work. Suzuki opened 1 Tomo Sheri-nan on the day of exterminating the clan, and then remained silent, but when Land of Waves made the mission, he saw Naruto to save himself from the White Ice style. Don't worry, the emotions are greatly stimulated. Sheri-nan reappears, while his left eye is still 1 Tomo, but the right eye has evolved to 2 Tomo. And Uchiha Obito, who saw Rin die in front of him, and 2 Tomo Sheri-nan soared to Mangekyo. Suzuki, like Obito, is emotionally irritated, but fortunately, Naruto around Suzuki is not dead, but Obito's Rin is dead. If Sharingan's evolution needs to keep making important people around you risk their lives, if it is Naruto, it is almighty but not dangerous. But what if Rin is hanging directly? Fuko said that it is not acceptable. So, is there any way to motivate emotions without risking the important people around you? Fuko blinked in 1 Tomo and his eyes was slowly revolving. Hypnosis. Should it be? Put yourself hypnosis into a tragic world, such as the failure of the college entrance examination, the chrysanthemum being smashed, the wax dripping by the prince teacher, by the Takaizawa teacher, and the emotions must be greatly stimulated. So the question is coming, how do you hypnosis yourself? Genjutsu. Fuko eye shined. He remembers that in the Genjutsu scroll left by his parents, there is a Genjutsu called Death Mirage Jutsu, which allows the opponent to see the horror that he does not want to see. If I use Death Mirage Jutsu for myself, Fuko looked at this feasibility with a squint. Then he slowly shakes one's head. Just like a horror film, if someone shows it to you, you may be scared, but if it is a horror film you made yourself, even if it is horrible, you know that it is fake, and you will definitely not have too much emotion. Great fluctuations. Well, hypnosis yourself, let yourself lose subjective consciousness, and then use Genjutsu to stimulate your emotions. This method looks like a line. Fuko slowly gathered Sharingan's eyes power, and soon his eyes returned to normal, and the darkness shrouded again. He climbed up, turned on the light, and found out the Genjutsu scroll. He hasn't studied hypnosis, and he hasn't practiced Genjutsu. Now thinking about perfection is just fantasy. Everything must be put into action to succeed. The 4 Genjutsus in Genjutsu scroll are the basic Genjutsu, and it is not difficult to learn. Death Mirage Jutsu allows opponent to see the horror that you don't want to see, but this horror phenomenon is broad, and it is implemented in individuals. Some people may see the death of a loved one. Some people may see a ferocious monster. Others will see that they have been intimately connected by more than a dozen big men, numerous. Fuko used Death Mirage Jutsu for himself. What did he see? In a solemn and serious court, several policemen armed with guns guarded all around. There were several rows of reporters sitting on the table, long spear short guns aimed at him, sitting in the dock, his hands on his knees, and then wearing a headset. Judge Lord of the Luhan headband came to him and took out a raft. Pa moved towards his brain. Fuko, you have been sentenced to 20 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life, fine 2 million. Ka. The long spear short guns behind will record this historic moment. Wow. Fuko shivered directly wake up. Fuck, what is this? Fuko's face is awkward. Lousy previous life can't do anything that hurts the world. Why should I turn it off for 20 years? Fuko angry wants to give himself a Death Mirage Jutsu and then screams to stop the judge. Even dare to use the raft to my handsome face? Who? For a long while, Fuko finally recovered calmly and fell asleep tiredly. I didn't expect it. What I fear most is it in jail. Early the next morning, Fuko was ready for lunch at noon, and after eating breakfast with Obito, he went to academy. On the way, Obito is still the same. When I saw the grandma cross the street, I cried and shouted and helped me. Fuko went back to school and ignored him. He walked toward the academy. Oh, close to academy, Fuko suddenly found more and more people around. There were talks everywhere, and there were countless children crying out of the crisp chatter. What happened? Fuko looked around and found that these children's eyes were very exciting, and there was a sense of pride in the first grade of graduate school. Is it a freshman report? Hey, Fuko student. Suddenly a young and tender voice came over. Fuko looked at the past, a little boy with a face of Madara, and he was a class, but yesterday he was squatting. Fuko had already pulled him black, so for his greeting, Fuko nodded, then directly stepped go to the school gate. The little Madara boy raised his hand, his eyes were angry, grievances and other emotions, but thinking about Fuko's current genius name, he could only hate in the bottom of his heart, and then dejected into the academy. As Fuko guessed, today is the day when the academy recruits a freshman. Hundreds of Bran who passed the ninja test will come together under the leadership of the parents and respectfully listen to the instruction of third Hokage. This is the first time Fuko has seen the lively third Hokage. It was a middle-aged person wearing a white royal robes. She was short, but her back was straight, her face was firm and her eyes were calm. She was the leader of the building security team captain. Fuko looked away and left the training grounds. He didn't stay and returned to the classroom. He could also hear the introduction of third Hokage about Will of Fire in training grounds. Sure enough, education must start from the doll. Fuko returned to his position. The attitude of the two tables at the same table was very different. It was a polite one. The left Uchiha little big brother and another big brother Fuko brother, the intimacy made Fuko go goosebumps. Seems to be aware of the dislike in Fuko's eyes, two glance at each other, quite a grieved silence. Fuko, did you go there yesterday? Korone Ui suddenly ran over, her big eyes had a hint of curiosity, and Chubby's face was full of natural collagen. Ah, I was caught by the crazy woman on the mountain, it was on Hokage Rock. Fuko sighed angrily said, Korone Ui, don't become such a woman in the future. The latter can't understand this at all, just staying nodded. After talking to Fuko again, Korone Ui ran back to his seat. Then Rin came over and expressed his request to learn medical ninjutsu. Please, Rin asked for a solemn bend. Even if you are so sincere, Fuko scratched the head. Obito the guy is now turning into a bottle of 100-year-old vinegar. He is jealous when he is a little closer to Rin, and he looks like a fireproof anti-Fuko. Rin is a girl, my heart is fine, and I feel that Fuko's entanglement can't help but some lost. No, it's not impossible. Fuko just wanted to talk, and suddenly a silhouette rushed over with the thunder of lightning. Ahahaha, Rin, Fuko, training is too busy, so learning medical ninjutsu is a matter of finding me. Uchiha Obito breathing heavily said to Rin enthusiastically, then he turned his head and fiercely glared at Fuko, with only the voice of the two of them said, Fuko, you scoundrel actually left me. Fuko leaned his back on the back of the chair and turned his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds. Is it like this? But Obito, you will be medical ninjutsu. Rin was surprised by the looks at Uchiha Obito. As a reciprocal of the grade ranking, Obito's performance has been very stable, the thunder is not moving, and the reputation resounds throughout the grade, and it is not surprising that Rin doubts this. Uchiha Obito's face is a bit stiff, haha smiles and scratches his head, that, Rin, you don't underestimate me, I want to become Hokage in the future, how could it not be medical ninjutsu? Well, the face in front of Goddess must be filled with fatty, Obito. This is going to be black. Fuko smiled at the corner of his mouth. Really, that's very good, Obito, can you teach me medical ninjutsu at noon? Rin hands clenched, very happy. Uchiha Obito tears are coming down, noon? This is this, he turned to Fuko behind the look towards, and kept looking at him. Hey, Obito, is your eyes cramped? Fuko decided to play stupid. Scoundrel, Uchiha Obito gnashing one's teeth, that's really biting, and the teeth are squeaking. Obito. Rin looked at him with his head. Uchiha Obito was busy turning her head back, haha laughed, of course it's okay, then that's it, decided. When it comes to the back, Obito's mood is wronged. At this time, there was a loud noise from the teaching room. Then many people in the class yelled and ran out, apparently going to see the excitement. What happened? Fuko stretched his neck, but unfortunately he could not see the outside situation. Then there was a burst of exclamations outside and keep it up cheering. Fuko also became curious, looking at the dejected Obito and the excited Rin, walking alone. The corridor outside the classroom has been filled with students, with a circle in the middle, and two people are engaged in close combat. Gentle fist -8 trigrams 2 palms. Back in the classroom, Fuko discovered that Guy was actually his class. However, Guy at this time is as good as other extra students, so Fuko's predecessor will not have any impression of Guy. After the morning class, Rin, Korone Ui, and the tangled Obito and the vigilant Sarutobi Asuma came over. Fuko student, this is the lunch I made, please try it. Korone Ui kept his promise and handed his own lunch to Fuko. Fuko took it on, it was very girly, very kawaii, he picked up a piece of sushi and it tasted good. He just had to boast a few words, and he saw Sarutobi Asuma next to him, his mouth sullen, and a pair of green hats with unrequited expression. At this time, Rin also took out his own lunch, but his eyes went straight to the look at Fuko. The cooking he did yesterday has completely conquered Rin, and of course, Korone Ui. Fuko thinks that he has suffered a loss. At this time, he felt that someone was looking at him, but he turned to look at it, but it was Guy. This guy had a thick stack of cakes in his hand, and he looked forward to Fuko from time to time. I want to ask Fuko to eat a big cake, but I am afraid to disturb him. Fuko smiled and waved Guy to come over. Fuko, Guy ran over with a smile. Thank you for the morning. I want you to eat a big cake. This is what my dad did. Fuko glanced at him. As a Samsung chef who graduated from New Oriental Beauty Salon, he saw that the cake was only baked with fire. At most, he put some salt, and the taste is absolutely suffocating. This is a lot of embarrassment. Fuko is busy with his resignation. He is not a person who is a singer. Guy, even if you become a night guy in the future, I would like to take these big pies to insult my personality. Unfortunately, Guy was not a person who gave up easily. When he saw Fuko, he immediately cried and stuffed the big cake into Fuko's mouth. Fuko, this pie is super delicious, I will never lie to you. Ah, Fuko's tears are coming out. This big cake, is too bad. Korone Ui and Rin saw the laughed heartily. Hey, Guy, what are you doing? Uchiha Obito was very dissatisfied with pushing Guy. Fuko took the opportunity to pull out the big cake in his mouth and almost suffocated. Obito, he is Guy, I just met this morning. Hey, Guy and we have been a student for a year, saying that it is too rude to know. Sarutobi Asuma said with a snort. It doesn't matter, Guy said busy. Either way, eat together. Fuko took out his own lunch, and felt that the eating team seemed to be more and more, and the training of Shadow Clone Jutsu had to be put on the agenda, otherwise he would waste him a long time. After eating the lunch, Obito's eyes turned around, and then ran on the belly with an exaggerated face before Rin spoke. Rin startled, then did not have a good akimbo look at his back, then looked towards Fuko, asked, Fuko, Obito is not medical ninjutsu at all. Although it is a question, the tone is quite positive. Obito, this guy, who spent the past year and night around Rin, has long been aware of the character. If Obito really means medical ninjutsu, how could it be possible to escape? But even so, Fuko felt that he should say a good word for good brother. Rin, you know Obito, it's not helping grandma cross the street all day long. It's on the way to the grandma cross the street. Don't say medical ninjutsu. Even freestyle jutsu doesn't have time to train. How simple are you? I will believe his words. Obito, no thanks, this is what I should say as a brother. Fuko silently praised himself. Opposite, Rin's face has turned red, panting with rage's face, and don't trust the Obito guy again. Fuko is pleased with nodded. At the end of the evening, Fuko told Obito that he might have to go back later and let him get it for dinner. Obito asked him what to do, mysterious. Fuko said that he was going to train taijutsu. Obito was not interested in continuing to ask. When Fuko moved towards and Might-do agreed to run, Hyaga Shinshu also shyly ran home. Father. In a wide-ranging Japanese-style courtyard, Hyaga Shinshu lowered his head in grievances to report his father, Hyagata. What happened this morning? Uchiha clan's little demon, did you really say this? Hyagata was in his early 30s, sitting in a white kimono, and his waist was straight and slowly muttered. This kind of words can't be from one 6-year-old child said it. What does father mean? Hyaga Shinshu asked timidly. There must be someone instructing. Hyagata looked at Hyaga Shinshu and showed a bad expression. Shinshu, you idiot, obviously already opened Byakugan, even hit Uchiha Fuko, stupid. Father, please, father teach me all gentle fist, I will prove myself, defeat Uchiha Fuko completely. Hyaga Shinshu scared to the ground and did not dare to lift his head. Hyagata nodded, said, fortunately, you apologize, or this big hat is buckled down. Shinshu, you open the news of Byakugan, I have already reported to main house is very valued to you, so no longer let me down. Yes, I will definitely train Gentle Fist to defeat Uchiha Fuko and never let father down. Hyaga Shinshu immediately excited. Good, I will pass you Gentle Fist this evening. Pa. Hidden Leaf Village in the southeast of a remote small forest, there was a rush of slaps. Might-do stood in front of a wooden pile and turned his hands into an afterimage, slamming the wooden pile. And, Might-do's ears are suddenly moving, looked towards the left side. Is Fuko coming? Yes, Uncle Do. Fuko ran out, gasping slightly, his eyes bright. I am coming. Very good, no late. Might-do smiled and gave a thumbs up, shows big white teeth. The sunset is short, but you can't waste a little bit of time. Now, do warm-up training. Fuko seems to see a raging sea behind Might-do. Warm-up training. Fuko turned the left 3 turns and the right 3 turns of the neck twisted and twisted. Might-do looks at the black-lined Fuko, this level cannot be called warm-up training, come, run around this small forest for 10 laps. 10 laps. Fuko sucked in a breath of cold air, although the small forest is small, but if it is around the circle, at least 1 kilometer, 10 laps is at 10,000 meters, do you call this warm-up exercise? Of course, if you can't finish 10 laps, you will jump 10,000 times, Might-do as it should be by rights. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, secretly telling yourself not to be angry, to restrain yourself to be forbearing. Guy is not trained in this original work, what is good make a fuss about nothing? That, then I am running now, Fuko said. Wait. Might-do's ear moved again, roaring. Guy, your boy is late again. Father. Might Guy ran all the way from the academy, his face was not suffocating, his physical strength and endurance had been polished by Might Do. Hey, Fuko, you are too. When I saw Fuko, Guy was happy and confused. Might Do's gaze patrolled the two, saying, haha, you two, it's a class, just right, today, Fuko will train with us. Really? Guy was surprised. Fuko was Uchiha clan. This clan Kekkei Genkai Sharinan, but Nameshake's ninja world, would still follow his eternal genin father training taijutsu. It was incredible. Guy, please advise me in the future. Fuko reached out. Guy as thick and thick raised his eyebrows, holding Fuko's hand, loudly Fuko, please also advise you. In the future, let us burn blood. Burn power of youth. Oh, this is not a good idea, Fuko smirked. Well, you both do warm-up training and run 10 rounds around the small forest. Might Do reached for a finger. Guy immediately yelled and turned to start running. Fuko is also busy keeping up. Run 10 rounds around the small forest. If you can't finish running, you will jump 10,000 times. If you skip the rope, you can spare Konoha for 3 laps. You can't finish it. Guy ran ahead, Gagu said something, behind Fuko heard a little, and suddenly felt creepy. This pair of father and son's taijutsu training, really abnormal, the general lord cannot continue, not to mention the 6-old child like Fuko. Also losing his with the body is the soul of an adult, or he is absolutely killed by this pair of father and son. 10 rounds of 10,000 meters, not a small number, but Fuko used to be crazy training in the past, plus chakra with genin level, so it was barely finished, but Guy was overdrawn in the last 2 laps. Might Do didn't know when it was already in front of the two, his face was full of solemn expression. Guy, you didn't finish, know what to do? Yes, father. Guy gasped and said, if you can't finish, you will jump 10,000 times. Begin. Might Do throws 2 ropes in the past, one is Guy's, the other one. Oh, this is awkward. That, Uncle Do, me, I finished. Fuko put on the tender road. Completed? But Guy is not finished. Might Do's righteous education, as a team partner, you should advance and retreat together. How can you leave your companion no matter? So to punish you, you have to jump 20,000 times. Fuko began to tremble with both hands, and he was about to control the great fireball on his face. Bullying people, too bullying. Fuko, this is the burning power of youth. Guy loudly roared, Lasuos pick up the rope, Shua began to jump. Although the physical strength was overdrawn, after a break, Guy apparently recovered a lot, and the rope was cut into afterimage by him. Fuko sighed, what can he do, he is also very helpless. Picking up the rope, Fuko jumped up and out. I staring under Might Do thick eyebrow, fiercely said, Fuko, don't put up a posture without eating, this is training, take out all your potential. Fuko startled, then thoughtfully looked towards Guy. Guy in the original work, the early stage seems to be an extra, the look at is not used at all, that is, the ninjutsu will not be fancy, nor the mysterious genjutsu, except for a few strokes, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, leaf strong whirlwind, decoration, but in the late stage, in the face of the powerful Akatsuki member and the horrible 6 paths Madara, Guy has an overwhelming advantage, and how did this come about? Fuko tightened his hands and began to speed up the rope skipping. Might Do is pleased with nodded, then opens his mouth and says, if there is a mistake, start again. Fuko difficult situation was smashed. Recount, Might Do said directly. No problem, what Fuko can say. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Fuko dragged his tired body into clan land in Uchiha clan. At this time, there were not many booths on the roadside. Only the ray of light of the streetlights was shining. It was very sad. Fuko walked all the way and gradually found that something was wrong. This streetlight, I have not already passed? How come again here? Why have you been away for so long, have you not been home yet? Fuko was exhausted by Might Do, but his thoughts were clear. He stopped and turned around. There were several telephone poles on both sides of the road. The dim light was shining from above, and the front was a crossroads, and the houses around all were black, as if they were sneaky. Fuko stepped forward and quickly came to the crossroads and continued on, his eyes startled, because he saw the front, and it was a crossroads, and the 2 poles were so familiar. Ghost hit the wall? No, this is Genjutsu. Slime Mind Effect Jutsu? Slime Mind Effect Jutsu is a spell that is immersed in a maze. The middleman will unconsciously spin around. This Genjutsu is very simple. Fuko within the body's chakra suddenly accelerated the flow, and then slowed down, so 3 times, but everything in front of it seems to have not changed. He frowned forward, after the crossroads, there was another exactly the same crossroads. What Fuko realized? This is definitely not ordinary Genjutsu, because ordinary Genjutsu can only be removed by changing the chakra flow rate of its own in the body. This Genjutsu is likely to be exhibited by Sharinan. Fuko blinked and his heart flashed through each and every one. Is it Uchiha Fugaku? But he has no reason to take his own shots. He also praised himself before meeting at Konoha Hospital. Is it Danzo's root? To say that Uchiha clan is a piece of iron, it is absolutely impossible, and there are a few scums in the excellent group. Danzo's root has several Uchiha clansmen, which is not surprising. The most important thing is that the purpose of the person behind is to probe himself, or is it ready to kill him? Fuko's hair is erected, although there is already a Gakra level chakra, but that doesn't mean he has the bottle strength of the genin level. Whether it's from combat experience or mastering ninjutsu or anything else, Fuko is not enough. At this point, Fuko even had the urge to break the Sharingan. He believes that under the Sharingan, this genjutsu can definitely be seen, but the risk of firstly is too great. Just then, a breeze blew. Fuko was in a stiff state, and Sharingan almost opened. Wind? Where is the wind? Then Fuko found that the street lights all around changed, the lights gradually twisted and then returned to normal. Next to it, a few silhouettes flashed in a hurry, and from time to time looked back at him. It seems strange that this child is always spinning around. In the dark underground building, the gray-black pipe is densely packed in the corner, as if the monster's tentacle lurks. Lord Danzo, face wearing AO color crow masks, black-clothed man half squatting, tall and straight. Crow ghost. You are coming. Danzo walked out of the shadows, and a faint ray of light shone from the outside on the wound of his chin, like a ghost. Yes, Lord Danzo, I have already probed Uchiha Fuko. Root member Crow Ghost. How is it? I went to genjutsu to him. He quickly reacted and wanted to change the flow rate of chakra to crack my genjutsu. Crow Ghost puts Fuko's response calmly down and concludes his consciousness is not bad, but strength is insufficient, tolerance is not as good as Uchiha Shisui. Of course, Uchiha Shisui is genius. The group meal showed a smile, and the wound on the chin was even more embarrassing. Follow Uchiha Shisui. As for Fuko, don't worry about him. Yes, Lord Danzo. Crow Ghost raised his head, 3 tomos slowly revolving in the blood color's pupils, revealing bloody, unclear signs. Danzo hides in the dark, the pupils shrink slightly, revealing a bit of greedy expression, but flickering in an instant. On the next morning, Fuko got up early, got breakfast and lunch at noon on the table, and left a note to Obito. Then he ran all the way to Small Forest. Since transmigrated, Fuko's physique has become abnormally abnormal. No matter how tired the training is, the physical strength will be restored after a nap, and it is natural to eat taijutsu this bowl of rice. Last night, he was not sure who did it, but since the other side did not tear his face, Fuko would not be alone, oneself infallible to investigate, to sing. Now, he is silent, is the only way to protect yourself. Become stronger must be done soon. Run to Small Forest, Might Do and Guy are already there. Fuko, you are late, Might Do roared. Power of youth can't help you to waste your money. Warm-up training runs for 20 laps. If you can't finish, you will jump 20,000 times. Fuko shrank his shirt and then began to run around the Small Forest. Guy, what are you doing? Catch up. Might Do moved toward his son. Yes, father. Guy's thick eyebrows are a pair of passionate eyes, the burning look at front of Fuko's silhouette. Yesterday's training, Fuko's performance is slightly stronger than Guy's, so he has regarded Fuko as the enemy of his life, the second after Kakashi. Fuko, I will surpass you, then go beyond Kakashi, both of you, I have to go beyond. Guy's eyes are burning fast, he feels his blood is boiling, his power of youth is burning, this feeling is great. Yeah, Guy yelled, the speed suddenly increased, and Fuko was crossed in an instant. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, fuck, Guy this guy is really abnormal, right? Fuko feels that Guy has just broken the limit of unfathomable mystery, and the physical strength has skyrocketed. Night Guy of worthily is future. Fuko glared at himself 6 and learned Guy Yaha, but he called a long time and didn't break through. This is awkward. After running around the Small Forest, the two did not have luckily escape, and Might Do casually found a reason to start skipping, followed by squats and push ups. Until the sun jumped from the horizon, Fuko and Guy had sweat in the whole body, and they were tired and rolled one's eyes, which together formed a series of links. Yuxi, I am here this morning, you are going to class. Might Do is satisfied with the nodded. Fuko breathing heavily, busy asking Uncle Do, can you teach me Shadow Clone Jutsu? What? Shadow Clone Jutsu? Might Do looks surprised at the looks at Fuko. How do you know this jutsu? Shadow Clone Jutsu is the second Hokage Senju Tobirama developed jutsu, which creates the same body as the caster and distributes half of chakra to this clone. Compared to the ordinary clone phantom made by Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu can be said to be flawless, and has entities that can attack and can display various ninjutsu, but if it is fatally attacked, clone will disappear. This ninjutsu, another step forward, is Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, one of Naraju's signature ninjutsu and original work, which was burned on the Scroll of Seals in 3rd Hokage. Fuko said, Uncle Do, I listen to the clan people, can create a true body clone, very convenient. Might Do frowned said, Fuko, this Shadow Clone Jutsu is used for spying on information. What do you learn from this jutsu? Fuko immediately said, Uncle Do, I want to use Shadow Clone to go to academy, and main body will follow you training taijutsu. Might do is eternal genin, but strength is not weak, IQ is not arrears, and soon realized the potential value of this shadow clone jutsu. In the past, Konoha ninja used shadow clone jutsu to spy on the information. After the success, he immediately solved himself. The memory of shadow clone will return to the main body. If so, what about the class? The knowledge of class, to a certain extent, is no different from information. There is training, if you use shadow clone jutsu to train hand seal, and even other, it's too convenient. Fuko, you are so smart. Maito screamed Fuko's shoulder and praised him. No one ever thought of using shadow clone jutsu to learn, training, you are the first. Fuko grimacing, the shoulders were quickly scrapped. Maito laughed heartily, and then showed a sly expression, but that Fuko smiles in his heart, too. Maito eternal genin, or pure taijutsu ninja, how could shadow clone jutsu? But it doesn't matter, shadow clone jutsu isn't too high-level ninjutsu, I will help you. Maito packed the ticket. Guy looked aside at the side. Father, I have to learn shadow clone jutsu. Maito glanced at him and said, Guy, how is your 3-style jutsu training? Guy bowed his head. Shadow clone jutsu's training requires ninjutsu innate talent. Guy, Maito couldn't stop, and his eyes were red. Father of nothing. Even if only taijutsu, with enough effort, can still become outstanding ninja, defeat the genius like Fuko, Kakashi. The eyes under Guy's thick eyebrow burned again, and there was a raging anger behind him, especially the white of his mouth. Fang teeth refract rays of light in the morning sun, which brightens Fuko's titanium dog eyes. Guy, worthy of as my son, this is the passionate, never-ending power of youth. Maito moved with tears and couldn't help but hold Guy. Guy also immediately hugged him, and both father and son cried at the same time. The scene was once out of control. Fuko stood by, and the cancer was late. This is crying? When did your father and son's tears start abnormal? The next morning. Maito's training is definitely limit training. No, it is the limit of the limit, commonly known as death. Fuko didn't know that he was cramping for the first time. Both hands and feet were sore and numb, and the heart was more uncomfortable to jump out of the chest. He felt that he would die in the next second. Under the tree next to it, there are some weight sandbags. Under such extreme sports, these weights are completely dragged down. Fuko, isn't that okay? Maito yelled at Fuko with a bowl of poisoned chicken soup. You look up, the sun rises, the earth revives again. This is the power of youth, let us burn together. Okay, burning your sister, I really can't. As a medical nin, Fuko knows his body well and trains again. He really wants to stop. Guy's situation is similar to him, and he can't move around. The two men's training this morning, several times of breaking through the limits of the body. The progress is great, but the consumption is also large, especially the damage to the body. If it is not handled carefully, it is very likely to leave hidden dangers and become an internal injury. Maito took the poisoned chicken soup and kissed his son Guy. Unfortunately, this time the relative son did not use it. Well, this morning's training is here. Look at the time is almost the same. You are going to the academy to go to class. Maito reveals the white front teeth, said, get together at the fastest speed after school. We are going to hellish training. Fuko painful closes the eyes. The brothers and sisters came to the academy, and they had exhausted the last physical strength. The morning class was basically squatting on the table. Fuko squinted, and chakra circulated in the body to repair redness and swelling between the meridians and relieve strain on the muscles of the arms and legs. In the past training of the holiday, Fuko thought that he had worked very hard, but compared with the training of Maito, it was really 3 years old child level. No wonder the late stage guy is so strong. 6 paths Madara is called Aooo, and his contribution is worth the reward. At noon, Obito, Guy, and Korone Ui, Rin, and Sarutobi Asuma came together to share the convenience of Fuko's hand-cooked lunch. Hey, Fuko, you didn't play well this morning, and the training was too hard. Obito spoke loudly and ate. Training? What training? Rin escaped Obito's rice, curiously asked. Uchiha Obito Insider Fuko trains taijutsu outside and goes out early in the morning. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Fuko and looked at Guy. The two men were almost exhausted by a mold. They instantly guessed that Fuko was training taijutsu with Guy's father Maito. Is Maito not eternal genin? Follow him to train taijutsu? Sarutobi Asuma looked towards Fuko, his eyes were puzzled. Eternal genin's re-recording sounds Konoha, of course, this reputation is not good, with a ridiculous meaning. Fuko didn't care. Taijutsu's training is of course very hard. There is nothing to make a fuss about nothing. Fuko, my father said that taijutsu training is harmful to the body, you have to rest more, Koronei said. Well, thank you for your concern. Fuko was warm. Guy is not eating faster than Obito. Hearing this said, do not worry, there is my father, Fuko will not have an accident. Hey, are you father? In addition to Asuma, several others have big eyes, looks at Guy, and Fuko. Hey, don't Fuko you, Obito looked unbelievable. How did Fuko train Taijutsu with Eternal Genin might do? This is incredible. Guy looked at their expression and immediately called, my father is Genin, but his strength is very strong, is a good Taijutsu ninja. In the child's heart, father is always the strongest. Even though he was taught many times by Hyaga Shinshu, he still firmly believes so. I also think Uncle Might Do's strength is strong, Fuko agreed. Guy was grateful for the moment. Obito opened his mouth and said a few more words, but he was interrupted. There was a mess of footsteps outside the classroom, accompanied by a foul-mouthed voice, and several familiar silhouettes appeared at the door. Uchiha Fuko, you get out of me. A group of bad children shouted and pointed to Fuko. It's you. Obito saw the head of the man, his face immediately changed. Uchiha Okada. During the holidays, he took people to Obito, and later Fuko's solution. He didn't expect to start school for a few days, he came over to find fault. Uchiha Okada was very arrogant, looked up and walked over, and his eyes swept away, and suddenly became stunned. Damned, Sarutobi Asuma how to eat with Uchiha Fuko. As the son of Konoha Military Police Force Squad Vice Captain, Uchiha Okada knows the true identity of Sarutobi Asuma, and they stand together as far away as clouds and mud. Cough, cough. That, just come over and scream. Uchiha Okada couldn't put a face, and he couldn't put it aside. Finally, he was angry. He pointed to Fuko and shouted, Uchiha Fuko, the holiday is not over, you give I am careful. Finished, he head and face filthy with grime ran out. The youngsters looked at each other in dismay and finally ran away. Fuko looked at Asuma thoughtfully, then shrugged, nothing, eat. At the same time, a hall in Konoha Hokage residence, where the ninja handover mission is very lively, the ninjas that are rarely seen here are everywhere, and Jonin can see one or two from time to time. Ueda, please, let me pick up this B-rank mission. Might Do pleaded for the AO year of ninja Matsushima Ueda, this mission I will be able to finish. Matsushima Ueda said with displeasure, no. You are Genin, you can only accept C-rank mission. But, Might Do argued, this mission as far as I'm concerned with no difficulty. Might Do, this is the rule set by Hokage, you want to violate it. Matsushima Ueda yelled at the table. Don't give me a hindrance, honestly accept D-rank mission, not Eternal Genin. Might Do had an angry expression on his face, but the heart of the fire, willpower, swayed and burned him, making him extremely sullen. Haha, trifling Genin also wants to pick up B-rank mission. Oh, Might Do, you are too small to look at Shinin strength. A Hyja clan's ninja came over, sneer, and disdainful to Might Do. What are you talking about? Might Do hands clenched, mad. I said, your Taijutsu too weak, or give up your Chunin dream early. Ha. He laughed and said to Matsushima Ueda, this B-rank mission, I picked it up. Scoundrel. Might Do suppressed the anger of the body and trembled. Suddenly, a hand came out from behind and rested on Might Do's shoulder. Might Do heart startled, although mad, but the body's alertness has been, this hand can be easily placed on his shoulder, you can easily cut his throat. Right, Fuko, this is the scroll of Shadow Clone Jutsu, I will hand it to you. Might Do cried, finally remembered the business, took a small scroll from his arms and threw it to Fuko. Fuko, happy, took care of the body, start to talk thanks Uncle Do, thank you so much. Haha, you don't have to thank me, this jutsu, I got it from Lord Haytake. Might Do said with a smile, with your talent, I think it should be mastered soon. Fuko nodded, but my heart is full of waves. Lord Haytake? It should be Konoha's White Fang, let the various countries' ninjas become terror-stricken at the news, and even order Konoha's White Fang to unconditionally give up the order. With such a privilege, except for Konoha's White Fang, there is only Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Only the Yellow Flash at this time has not yet grown. Dangzi, then, today is here, Fuko, can you go home alone? Might Do raised Guy, looked toward Fuko. No problem, Fuko smiled. I will recover chakra when I rest, and I can show myself medical ninjutsu. Search, forget that you will also medical ninjutsu. Might Do consciously held Guy and sat down. That will give Guy a cure later. Guy he smiled, not a little embarrassed. In fact, as Eternal Genin, the ninja mission that Might Do can receive is mostly D-rank. The reward is not high. It has been very tight. It can help Guy save the doctor's money. It is definitely a big help. Fuko knows this too, said with a smile, no problem, give it to me. Medical ninjutsu also needs to practice regularly, otherwise it will be unfamiliar. Fuko has no reason to refuse to send the door to the mouse. After 10 minutes, Fuko within the body recovered a small amount of chakra and immediately began to treat himself. The medical ninjutsu he now masters is stopping blood jutsu and curing jutsu. It has a significant effect on the injuries caused by these trainings. The wounds will stop bleeding and sputum soon. As for muscle fatigue, it will take time to relieve. Then Fuko gave Guy treatment. Much better, thank you Fuko. Guy smiled and gave Fuko a thumbs up, his mouth showing a white tooth. Fuko, you are so reliable. Ah, thank you for the praise, Fuko shrugged said. But stopping blood jutsu is just an emergency treatment. Remember to process the wound again after you go back. Fuko, you too, Might Do said with a smile, so, goodbye. After separation, Fuko walked towards Clanland, moving toward Uchiha clan, and his face was a bit cracked. That night unfathomable mysteries genjutsu to probe, he was very alert, but the road was very quiet, nothing happened, let Fuko relaxed. Right, Uchiha Okada came to see him at noon today. Did he ask his father tonight to probe me? Fuko touched the chin, then shaking one's head. He washed the wound with a potion at home, tied a bandage, and then filled the stomach with a meal. After that, he closed the bedroom door and window and pulled out the Shadow Clone Jutsu scroll. Ninjutsu in this scroll is inconspicuous, but it saves Fuko countless hours, and priceless is too much for him. Shadow Clone Jutsu's hand seal differs from the basic 12 hand seals, but the new hand seal developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Fuko follows the record on the scroll and puts the index and middle fingers of the left and right hands together, then crosses into a cross. Hand seal is this one, but the difficulty is not small. Because it is a new hand seal, chakra's flow is abnormal, just like people are used to going forward, and let him walk backwards for a time, certainly not used to it. But compared to multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu is much simpler. After half an hour, Fuko mastered the hand seal completely, and chakra's cooperation also kept up. Shadow Clone Jutsu, boom. A burst of smoke flashed, Fuko next to a strange person, the head of the man licking the neck and the two cross-eyed eyes are still different in size, the mouth grows on the nose, how strange it is. Frightened Fuko took the past, scared the baby, then he remembered that Shadow Clone Jutsu had to distribute half of his chakra. Fuko tried again, this time chakra was gone, and the guy turned out to be directly exploding. Although chakra all flowed back to the main body, the impact was very uncomfortable. Trained until late at night, the moon rises in the middle of the sky, accompanied by a hysterical laugh. Fuko's bedroom, two perfectly the same people are hands on hips laughing. This is Shadow Clone Jutsu, is it amazing? Fuko touched Shadow Clone's head with his hand, which was strange. Hey, don't treat me as a child. Shadow Clone was dissatisfied with Fuko's hand. Fuko was picked up and then smiled. For this jutsu, he became more and more like it. However, Fuko's brow wrinkles again and Shadow Clone has the memory of the main body. Does he know that he is transmigrated? If you are experiencing flaws in talking to others, this is not good. Do you know Earth? Fuko said to Shadow Clone. What is Earth? Shadow Clone shaking one's head, and said, I haven't heard of it, don't know. Nothing. Fuko smiled and said, so tomorrow, it's up to you to cook, class, and maintain a good relationship with a few students. No problem, give it to me. Shadow Clone patted his chest, shouldered on the shoulders, and was obliged, then encouraged. Main body, you will train well, and in the future you will become outstanding ninja. He. It feels weird, and it is encouraged by his own Shadow Clone. It's more interesting than yelling at the mirror. Then, Fuko slept, and Shadow Clone consciously practiced the hand seal next to him. When Fuko main body fell asleep, Shadow Clone also slammed into dissipated into smoke, chakra and training hand seal experience was also transferred to Fuko. The next morning was not bright, Fuko got up, then the index finger and middle finger were close together, hands crossed. Shadow Clone Jutsu, boom. An exact same Fuko appears next to it. I am leaving, I will hand it over to you, Fuko said to Shadow Clone with a smile. No problem, Shadow Clone confidently said with a smile. Fuko is currently only chakra of genin level, and half of it is created, but Shadow Clone doesn't have to fight, just do cooking, listen to lessons, don't consume much chakra at all, and don't suffer fatal injuries. Shadow Clone won't disappear. Very durable. After that, Fuko began a cheating career. Use Shadow Clone instead of cooking, class, and give him all the trivia, while main body is focused on one thing, that is training. In the early morning and evening, he followed the might do for hellish training. Every time he was trained to die, he died, and the number of times was over. His medical ninjutsu actually began to progress until he successfully mastered healing jutsu in half a month. Progress is gratifying. For the rest of the year, Fuko was not lazy, practicing hand seal in the morning and ninjutsu and genjutsu in the afternoon. Ninjutsu in the two scrolls left by his parents, he was quickly fully grasped, including Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, as well as Genjutsu Death Mirage Jutsu, Sly Mind Effect Jutsu, Kutdu, Mind Body Disturbance Jutsu. Half year later. In the Hidden Leaf Village small forest, two figures are swiftly running in the field. Might Do stood next to her hips, looking at the solemn gaze at the two men. Leaf Whirlwind. In swiftly running, Guy suddenly stopped the figure, his left leg was slightly bent, and with his inertia and his own strength, he kicked his right leg. This move Whirlwind Kick, fast, formidable power is strong, legs are fierce, giving an illusion of avoidance. Fuko didn't panic, his face was lightly smiling, his right foot was light, and the whole person had already volleyed. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Hoo hoo. The leg is as sharp as an eagle, and instant covers Guy's leaf whirlwind and kicks him directly. Boom! Guy slammed into a small tree and directly smashed the tree. Really strong. Guy a squid rolled up and rushed to Fuko again. The two of you came to me, all kinds of taijutsu collided in the sky, the air was blown up, turned into a path of strange airflow. Boom! Pang pang! Guy was kicked by Fuko again and again, but under the extreme training of Might Do, Guy's physical strength and endurance surpassed ordinary people, and the two men did not use chakra, so Guy was knocked down again and again, standing up again and again. Move towards Fuko launched the anti-Japanese war. Might Do is nodded aside, and I am very glad that I have accepted the Fuko disc. Fuko's talent is too high, but half a year has been to turn over a new leaf, and according to my taijutsu, self-created leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind these powerful style. Might Do thought of a smile on his face, because Fuko created these styles without hiding them, but generously took them out and let him and Guy learn and improve. Now, these moves taijutsu, already quite there is a strong 10 strong posture. There are flaws. In the field, Guy moved sideways behind Fuko, and the unrelenting move of leaf great whirlwind kicked the past. Fuko showed a smirk and kicked back and kicked with amazing speed and strength. Leaf strong whirlwind, boom. The two men's feet violently collided in the sky, and after the stalemate, the Fuko's legs continued to sweep down, and Guy swept him out, once again folding the flowers and plants, causing great damage to Konoha's greening. The public morality fell off the ground. What? Might Do was very surprised and couldn't help but shouted, Fuko, just this move. Ah, it's the kick that I just created recently. After saying this, Fuko felt that his own practice was also lost. In fact, all of these styles were created by Guy in the original work, but he took it out in advance. Search, Fuko, you are really taijutsu genius, Might Do said excitedly. Guy stood up from the ground, his nose AO was swollen and his body was still a lot of red, all kicked out by Fuko, but his thick and thick eyebrows were not changed at all, and he was well protected. Fuko, you are again stronger. Guy is very excited. But you are the enemy of my life. I will become stronger and stronger than you. Power of youth is will not be defeated. Wah wah. Wang Yang roared. Might Do excitedly gave his bloody power of youth hugs, and two father and son cried again into tears. I have seen it many times in the past 6 months, but every time I see it, Fuko can get a goosebumps. I said you too, can you pay attention to the reader's emotions? Fuko sighed. Over there, the two father and son cried, and Guy suddenly said to Fuko, Fuko, I see you in the past few days, or go to the academy. For half a year, Fuko's shadow clone is a perfect alternative to the main body, learning in the academy, and having a good relationship with Rin, Kurane Ui and the others, and has never been discovered the truth about his shadow clone. But he doesn't look for trouble, but he will come to him. Hyaga Shinshu, who is in the same class, has been invited to Fuko more than once. Uchiha Okada of another class has become more cocky after finding out the relationship between Sarutobi Asuma and Fuko. Once again, discussed spiritedly, and it is generally believed that Fuko has become ruined and become a loser. As for other classes, he has long forgotten him. However, Fuko didn't care, nothing, Shadow Clone has half of my chakra, facing enemy experience, Hyaga Shinshu and Uchiha Okada, not my opponent for Shadow Clone. I hope so. Guy nodded, thinking about Fuko's current strength, there is indeed this statement. Noon, in Academy. Fuko's Shadow Clone is eating lunch with Obito, Kurane Ui, Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, and a face-faced Guy, and Uchiha Okada, who was killed that day, once again screamed in. Hey, Uchiha Fuko, when do you want to hide this tortoise? Uchiha Okada looked expression. His younger brother also shouted, arrogant. The guy who only hides in the women's pile, humiliates the reputation of Uchiha clan. If you don't qualify for Uchiha, you should banish him. Hehe, knowing that you can't open your eyes, so you have been learning taijutsu with that incompetent eternal genin. It's a natural pair of masters. Ka-cha. The chopsticks in Fuko and Guy's hands were broken at the same time. You, what are you talking about? Fuko stood up, his eyes gazed at the man who insulted Might Do. Guy also stood up and yelled, my father is not incompetent, he is an outstanding ninja. Excellent? Ha 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 ha, it's a big joke. Uchiha Okada sees Fuko and finally talks, showing a sick smile. Trifling and incapable of promoting to genin, also with excellent words? It's too cheap, scoundrel. Guy clasped his hands and rushed to compare with him, but one hand stopped him. Guy, this thing started because of me, let me solve it. Fuko indifferently said. But you, Guy hesitated. He knew that Fuko was just a shadow clone. If it consumed too much chakra, it would disappear directly. Fuko said, a teacher for a day, a father for life, Uncle does training, but saved me 5 years. How can I allow others to say his bad things in front of me? Others can bear it, but this one can't stand it. Might Do's training is extremely abnormal, constantly breaking the limit, and even causing great damage to the body, but it is undeniable that the intensity of such horrible training far exceeds Fuko's own training method, saving 5 years, never to say big. Okay. Guy nodded, the eyes under thick eyebrow shot the ray of light. Fuko, be careful, Obito, or I will call teacher Sano Shin. Rin is a pacifist, some worried about gaze at Fuko, and then looked towards Obito. Uchiha Obito calm and easygoing, sitting there, looking up at Uchiha Okada with his nostrils, he wandering with a smile. Rin, rest assured, this guy was stopped by Fuko 6 months ago, no big deal. Is it like this? Rin frowned. Next, Sarutobi Asuma has been eating Fuko cooking for half a year. I am also embarrassed to watch. I said, Fuko, if you don't want to fight, you can't play. Children of Cage sip a bite. Uchiha Okada suddenly rushed Asuma. This is the internal contradiction of our Uchiha clan, you don't want to intervene. Humph. Asuma coldly snorted. It doesn't matter, it's after the diner warm up. Fuko smiled and walked out. Go outside. Well, Fuko, this time, I want to beat you completely. Uchiha Okada showed a cruel smile. The news of the duel between Uchiha Okada and Uchiha Fuko soon spread to several classes. At this time, the lunch break, the big guy just had enough to eat, and there was a duel. Of course, I signed up for it. 1 pass and 10 pass, when Fuko and Uchiha Okada came to the training grounds to warm up and let each other finish their eyes. After a big eye, they suddenly found a large wave of people around. It was really a vast crowd, and the red flag was on display, with a sizzle. 6 to 7 years old children, naturally, the excitement is not too big. I can't wait for the 2 white knives to enter the red knife, chatter continuously. Uchiha Okada seems to enjoy this kind of eye-catching feeling. The back is straighter, the chest is raised higher, a pair of eyes want to try, full of desire for victory. Uchiha Fuko, I am so sorry, I want you to lose face again in front of the whole school. Student, the shame on you, is destined to follow you for a lifetime. Uchiha Okada waved with both hands, 2 cold stars flashed, and instantly shot 2 shuriken, quickly spin to cut Fuko left, right hand. Fuko lifted his eyelids, took out kunao, left and right parry, and shot both shuriken down at the same time. Expert take action, just look at it. Fuko was surprised and shocked. All the brat. Amazing, I can block the shuriken so fast. Who is this guy? What? You don't know him? He is Uchiha clan. He challenged Senior Kakashi at the end of last semester. He was stunned and became a joke. Really overestimate one's capabilities, even challenge Senior Kakashi. But he has improved a lot and it looks like another person. The surrounding arguments were connected, but they could not affect the 2 people in the battle. Uchiha Okada keeps converting the figure and shoots shuriken crazy, moving towards Fuko. Fuko had a kunao in hand, and the defense was so tight that the water could not be poured in, and Uchiha Okada hated it. Uchiha Fuko, are you only this level? Make your fire style ninjutsu, Uchiha Okada said. He was very hard training for the past 6 months, and finally became a fire style, great fireball jutsu. The lesson of this ninjutsu stopped Uchiha Fuko. Ninjutsu? Hey, don't cracking a joke, you are at this level, I still don't bother to use ninjutsu. Fuko replied lazily, most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. Uchiha Okada suddenly found all around a quiet, all the friends' eyes fell on him, like watching a brat in front of Lord, and looking forward to the brat can do something special to bow one fun. You scoundrel, Uchiha Okada gnashing one's teeth, eyes are red. Finally, he couldn't control his hands and started the hand seal. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 9 seconds. Finally, he completed 6 hand seals in 9 seconds, one hand and pointing his head in front of his mouth, roaring, fire style, great fireball jutsu, bang! A group of person size of the fireball instantly spewed out of his mouth, and the wind rose. The move towards Fuko became more and more fierce, and the fiery waves swept all directions. Wah! The crowd exploded. Academy student, except for a few, other people have seen real ninjutsu? 1 or 2 eyes are straight. Korone Ui, Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, and the others have a tight look and are inexplicably a bit nervous for Fuko. Even Obito seems to care, but the palms are sweating. Only Guy, under the thick eyebrows, is a pair of confident eyes. Fuko is very strong. Boom! The great fireball didn't fight. In the middle of Fuko, a sudden explosion, and also detonated the onlookers. Killing. Why don't that person hide? Because he is idiot. It is a shame of Uchiha clan. However, it was a piece of wood that burned in the explosion. It's body substitution jutsu. Wonderful, great. Uchiha Okada looked startled, angry. Scoundrel Fuko, you just didn't hold kunao and blocked my shuriken. Why don't you stop this time, you liar? He looked around, but except for the noisy student who was surrounded by a circle, he couldn't see Fuko's silhouette again. He tightened his heart, and then saw the silhouette of his father Uchiha Kyosho appearing in front of him, walking with a wooden stick tied with a straw rope, his face cold, sulking at him. Yin coldly said, Okada, you are too disappointing. You are not worthy of being my son. You are not worthy of the Uchiha surname. You are the shame of my Uchiha clan. I really regret it. I shouldn't have given birth to you. What? No, not like this. I am not ashamed, father. I am working hard. You see, I have learned fire style, great fireball jutsu. I am genius. I am genius. Uchiha Okada was flustered, sweating on her forehead, shuddering, and a sneak peek. The onlookers are more than one. Hey, what happened to him? Who is talking to? Insane, unfathomable mystery. Only a few people can see the mystery at a glance. It's Genjutsu Death Mirage Jutsu. You can see the most fearful picture in your heart. Fuko is not always following might do training taijutsu. When did you learn genjutsu? Sarutobi Asuma was lightly owned. In the corner, a slightly tall child carrying a bamboo stick, both hands in pockets, a faint look at battled Death Mirage Jutsu. These two guys are not easy to deal with. His name is Genma Shiranui, and the original work is the examiner of Naruto Chunin exams. He is 2 years older than Fuko, innate talent, and is still studying at academy, but the knowledge is very good. At this time, Uchiha Okada suddenly showed Fuko's silhouette behind him, and he slammed his foot. What? Uchiha Okada screamed and fell a shit. At the same time, severe pain also restored Uchiha Okada to waking. Hateful, hateful. You hateful scoundrel. Uchiha Okada recovered, seeing the strange eyes around the student, angry teeth bite bleeding. I want to kill you, I must kill you. Uchiha Okada again hand seal, this time maybe psychological, his speed is much faster, took 8 seconds to complete the hand seal. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Bang! A huge fireball exploded towards Fuko again. Brat, you are too young. Fuko puts out Kunao and doesn't retreat into the huge fireball. Fuko onlookers of the Obito turn pale with fright. Be careful. Kurane Ui was also shocked. Obviously took advantage. Why should she resist it? And his body substitution jutsu. Asuma frowned. Genma Shiranui's bamboo stick bite. This is an imaging manner, like what taijutsu is going to use really. Leaf great whirlwind. Fuko leaps in the air, right leg as whirlwind sweeps forward. Bang! The huge fireball was smashed by Fuko before it was close, and it turned into countless sparks splashing around. The remaining feet were turned into a student's face with a strong wind, and it seemed to be a bit hot. What? Uchiha Okada's unbelievable looks at this scene, his eyes are full of blood, completely unacceptable, the fact that his own ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball jutsu, was so easily kicked out. Impossible. The onlookers also made their own surprises, and they were shocked by Fuko's domineering foot. This is a move forward. What is going on with the imposing manner? In the corner, Hyaga Shinshu stared wide-eyed. I can't believe it, this guy's taijutsu. What's going on? Half a year ago, Hyaga Shinshu challenged Fuko, and was smashed with pants on the spot. For the past 6 months, I have been ridiculed by the number of people, especially the internal pressure from Hyaga clan. Hyaga Shinshu opened his eyes to the main house. An elder of main house had a fierce quarrel for half a month. He finally decided to engrave caged bird curse seal on his forehead, called by the glorified name of to prevent Hyaga clan's excellent Byakugan fell into the hands of the enemy ninja, but in fact, nothing more than worrying that his talent is too high, and the end will be difficult. Hyaga Shinshu doesn't understand that he believes that if it is not Fuko, this will not happen, so he hated with Fuko with each passing day. Hyaga Shinshu reached out and touched his forehead, where he was covered by the sea, but he could not cover the caged bird in his heart. In the past 6 months, he bit his teeth with a huge public opinion pressure crazy training. Clan's gentle fist has been trained to the 8 palm. It is his father Hayagata knows to be shocked, saying that if not born in Branch House, he will inevitably it is cultivated as the next generation Hyaga clan leader. Hateful. Hyaga Shinshu looks at Fuko, clenched both fists, before he confidently beats Fuko, but now, confidence is disintegrating. In the middle of the training grounds, Uchiha Okada has a double trembling, his eyes are already flashing, and the fighting intent is like white snow in the sun, quickly melting. He didn't even use ninjutsu, just pushed me to this level, damned. Uchiha Okada opened his mouth and found that his mouth was not listening. He looked around and found that all the students around him were watching him. Their eyes were not looking at the winner's look, but with compassion, disdain, ridicule, or dull. Before, he hoped that the school student would pay attention to him. Now, he only wants everyone to forget his existence. Uchiha Fuko, he pointed to Fuko and didn't know what to say to save his weakness. Fuko, both hands in pockets, bowed his head and said with a firm tone, if you want to admit defeat, apologize to Uncle might do, otherwise I will carry the duel to the end. You, don't be too much. Uchiha Okada face is red, and loudly argued, to admit defeat, don't dream, that's a pity. Fuko tiptoe, no more nonsense, figure turned into afterimage approaching very fast, leaf whirlwind. Whirlwind kick wrapped up in the waist of Uchiha Okada. Boom! Uchiha Okada, like a broken sandbag, was kicked by a kick. After rolling a dozen times on the ground, his eyes closed and he chose to stun. His younger brother rushed in. Uchiha Fuko, both Uchiha clansman and student, you have such a heavy hand. You don't have the Uchiha surname at all. Up, we are jealous of him. This is really a punch to kill Teacher Fu. Fuko didn't expect Uchiha Okada's younger brother to be so rude, and the blatant duel dared to do this kind of thing. Thinking about it, the few brats were already rushing up, and then flew at Fuko faster. Alas, Su, I don't know if it is intentional or unintentional. This sixth little brother, the pyramid seemed to pile on the back of Uchiha Okada. The latter's face has risen into pig liver color, and the corners of his eyes are madly pumping. He can't help but swear, but at this time, blinking, it must be degraded by Fuko's gang, so he can only continue to stun, but his chest is mad. It's really going to blow up. Enough! Suddenly an angry burst came from the academy door, and then a tall silhouette appeared in the field. He waved his hand and the few children piled up on Uchiha Okada's back rolled off. Uchiha Fuko, you are too cold-blooded to treat people of the same family. When you come, a big hat is buckled down, and Fuko can't refute it. My Uchiha clan Sharinan is Ninja World's strongest Kekii Genkai, and but I am going to train Taijutsu, and even use this Taijutsu to deal with the people of the same family, this is insulting Uchiha's surname. Fuko blinks looks at this sudden appearance, he wears Uchiha clan's crest dress, plus the maintenance of Uchiha Okada is bare naked. Oh, Fuko shows a disdainful smile, a small old one is coming. Are you the father of Uchiha Okada? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Impudent! Uchiha Kyosho loudly shouted. The next time his eyes appeared a strange change, a pair of two eyes with two Tomo bloom eyes suddenly appeared, staring at Fuko's eyes. You want to die? The surrounding students screamed as soon as they saw the eyes, and subconscious ran outside. Two Tomo Sharinan, who is the Konoha military police force. Sarutobi assume a gloomy complexion, this is academy, and the hands of military police force are too long. Asuma looked around and worried and angry. I was puzzled. The duel has not been around for a long time, but there is no such thing as a teacher. Now that the Uchiha clansman of the Konoha military police force appears, it is obvious that the situation will be expanded. But the surroundings are still quiet. Don't there be any conspiracy? Asuma frowned. Asuma, what do you do now? Korone Ui and Rin are all nervous looking at him. Asuma looked towards the field, Uchiha Kyosho looked cold, and Fuko also showed dianified expression. This is beyond our capability and must be told to teacher Sano Shin immediately, Asuma decisively said. I am going. Obito and Guy shouted at the same time. I train Taijutsu, I am faster than you, I am looking for it, Guy said as he ran towards the classroom building. This scoundrel, Obito was unhappy with coldly snorted, and then wanted to rush into the field. Asuma grabbed him, what are you doing? I am going to help Fuko. Obito with stern righteousness. Obito, don't mess up. Rin is next to yelled. Obito reveals an unpleasant expression, thinking that with his own skills, at least it can block a great fireball jutsu. At the same time, at the top of the academy building, there are two middle-aged people standing there. Danzo, is this really good? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is wearing a royal robes and is holding a tobacco pipe to slowly squirt. Next to him, he is the leader of Konoha's route, Shinura Danzo. Uchiha's military police force has become more and more unscrupulous since its inception. I have seen that they are dissatisfied and plotting coup d'etat is a matter of time. Danzo said coldly. Hiruzen, you have to worry about this matter. Third Hokage spit out a smog and said Uchiha's problem has always existed, but they are in the position of military police force, the power and fame are peak, already Konoha first noble clan, why should act unnecessarily plot coup d'etat? Danzo squinted and disdain coldly snorted, and he couldn't tell him something, so he could only be silent. Next, what are you going to do? Third Hokage asked again. The two of Danzo looked towards training grounds, smiling, said Uchiha Kyosho arbitrarily interfered with Academy's fair duel with the duties of military police force, and of course penalized to warn Uchiha clan to converge on ambition. At the same time, me suddenly interested in this Uchiha Fuko. The third Hokage showed a confused expression because he suddenly felt that he had heard the name. Uchiha Fuko, where is it? Uchiha Kyosho left, and the people on the training grounds quickly dispersed. Without exception, Fuko's name began to spread in various classes. Half a year ago, he won Hyaga Shinshu, and after half a year he won Uchiha Okada. Then he played with Chunin Uchiha Kyosho of Tutomo Sharinan. Although he lost, he was admired by the Academy's student worship, thinking that he is the genius after Kakashi. At this time, Genius was sitting in his courtyard with a smile. After the shadow clone dissipates the fatal wound, its memory returns to the main body. Uchiha Okada, that's true. Fuko has some headaches, first Hyaga clan, then Uchiha clan, which is the rhythm of the two major Konoha noble clan. But even if he gave Fuko a chance to come back, he also had the slightest hesitation to fight for the reputation of Might Do. Well, Chunin gave it to Might Do to defend himself. But, Academy is a place where third Hokage is very valued. It is considered an exclusive property. How can Uchiha clan's Chunin be in the Academy? Fuko blinked and he had to think about these issues because the situation in Konoha was complicated. Third Hokage lineage, Danzo lineage, Uchiha lineage, Hyuga clan lineage, and the great ninja clan attached to these influences, for the sake of Hokage's position, for the benefit of their respective clan, the influence of the parties is your sing, I am on the scene, there are other spy mixes of Ninja Village. Fuko is currently a small ant. If he accidentally breaks into the big stage, he will be crushed to death. Hey, I have too little information, and strength is not enough. What can I do? I am desperate. I don't want to think about it. Fuko stands up. It seems that I have to go to the academy and I don't know what happened next. In the next moment, Fuko's silhouette has disappeared into the backyard. In the past 6 months, following Might Do training, coax and pester, Might Do has taught him high-level 3-style jutsu, namely body flicker jutsu, body locking jutsu, stealth jutsu, among which body flicker jutsu Fuko is vigorously trained. Because the body of the body flicker jutsu is very high, even the largest of the Fourth Shinobi World War is often seen, and Fuko is not allowed to despise. Soon, he left Uchiha clan land and crossed the street to the academy. At this point, there is no student on the training grounds. Quietly, Fuko 2 body flicker jutsu came to the class and then knocked on the door. Seino Shin on the podium saw Fuko, and the pupils couldn't help but shrink. The previous battle, although he was ordered not to appear, but has been concerned. With only a shadow clone and Uchiha Kyosho hand-to-hand combat, Fuko, this guy is growing too fast, maybe, he really has the possibility to catch up with Kakashi's footsteps. The people in the class are much more excited. Uchiha Fuko, you are amazing. Haha, Fuko student, you are our pride. The battle just was so beautiful. That shinin is really bad, even bullying child. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, you are a child, your family is a child. The psychological age of the Lun family has obviously exceeded 20. Fuko. Guy's eyes are still full of killing, especially under the thick eyebrows, the destructive power is increased tenfold. Fuko rushed to his nodded to signal that he was fine. Fuko, you guy, worried about dying, ha 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 ha. Obito stood up, akimbo ecstatic, and the cocky expression made Fuko a headache. Forgot to take medicine today? Obito is not satisfied, idiot, I am not sick. Fuko sighed, and it was really happy to hear brat no worries and carefree that were sneered. Fuko, go back to the seat. Seino-shin stopped the student's noise, let Fuko back, and then continued to explain the little knowledge about the ninja tool. Kunao generally has 5 basic methods of horizontal, vertical, diagonal, straight, and flying, but some special Kunao have more powerful functions, such as the battle just in training grounds. Uchiha Kyosho will attach chakra on the special Kunao. Kunao's lethality and sharpness are added. Once it is cut, it will cause a lot of trauma and bleed in a very short time. Below the podium, Obito quietly turned back and Fuko, who kept on rushing, flirted. Left 1, right 1, loop again and again. Fuko's eyes are going to be paralyzed. Abnormal. Don't stare at me, Fuko angrily said. What? I just care about you. After all, in the battle just now, you suddenly ran away. Obito beaming with joy, how can you worry about it? Rin, not far away, looked over and was very helplessly shake one's head. Fuko startled, it seems that the things of Shadow Clone are not exposed, but, he looked toward the Seino Shin on the podium. From time to time, the latter swept his eyes as if nothing had happened, seemingly inadvertent, but could feel the instant that his eyes stopped. It seems that teacher Seino Shin has been understood. Hey, Fuko, I am talking to you. Obito saw Fuko absent-minded, very anxious, he hadn't told Fuko about his open eyes. Oh, yes, my shadow clone. After I left, what happened to the training grounds? Fuko asked seriously. After you left, the Chunin came over and tried to force me your whereabouts. Of course I wouldn't tell him, then there was a masked ninja, and then Chunin left with Uchiha Okada. Then take Earth Ninja can't live, excited to say, Fuko, you know, just now, I successfully opened my eyes. Masked ninja, root or Ambu? Fuko thought, then revealed an incredible expression. What? You open your eyes? How is it possible? How could you open your eyes so early? Fuko is really panicked. In the original work, Obito came to the end of Third Shinobi World War, and when he saw Kakashi fighting to protect him, he was angry. This, eh? Is it because his shadow clone dead is too realistic, so it is exciting to Obito? Fuko has a face and a circle. Fuck, I feel this wave is lost. Fuko's Sharingan has been in the past 6 months since the opening of the eye, and the eye's power has been very abundant, but because of the lack of stimulus, there is no way to evolve into 2 Tomo. After confirming that Obito's Sharingan is 1 Tomo, Fuko can only report a bitter smile, can only be said to be accident arising from many causes. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing, that is the original work plot, can be changed. Fuko, let you see my Sharingan after school, looks for attack cocker of Obito Kaki. Uchiha Obito, don't be absent-minded during class. Seino Shin hated the iron and said, I know you open your eyes, but Sharingan is not a panacea. You need to learn the basics now, understand? Yes. Obito lazy. After school, Obito this guy really wrapped up in Fuko, I have to show Sharingan in front of him, but the name of this guy is not white, the eyes smashed a long time did not make Sharingan. Obito, next time, I have to talk to Uncle Might to training Taijutsu. Fuko patted his shoulder, long-term focus. Scoundrel, why not? Obito jumped anxiously and rubbed his eyes against the wall. Fuko shrugged, Guy, who was not far away, gave a wink and then sneaked away. Fuko, this duel, I think there is a problem. Guy and Fuko left the academy and his face sank. After that Shinin appeared, I went to teacher Sano Shin, but I didn't find it after running the entire academy. He, and even the other classes of teacher, have disappeared, as if all the appointments have disappeared together. Fuko glanced at his eyes, are you sure? Guy's thick eyebrows reveal a solemn expression. Fuko's eyes were almost flashed. Can do this, only third Hokage. Academy is the exclusive property of third Hokage. Anyone who wants to make trouble here is the authority to provoke third Hokage. Fuko face grim. This thing, third Hokage must know, then what is his purpose? Fuko's thoughts were spinning like lightning, and I quickly understood the idea myself and Shinin Uchiha Kyosho should be the chess pieces of the great person above. Some people want to use these two pieces to build a turret and attack. Uchiha clan. Danzo. Fuko heart-startled, inexplicably feel that this behind-the-scenes black is likely to be Danzo. After all, third Hokage is experienced and knowledgeable. It is unlikely that Uchiha clan will start before Uchiha clan explicitly conspires to coup d'etat, but Danzo can do it. In other words, he has already entered Danzo's eyes and has even been taken by him as a chess piece. Damned! Fuko made a fist. This feeling is uncomfortable, and the heart seems to be shrouded by a layer of haze. What's wrong with Fuko? Guy worried about looking towards Fuko. Oh, nothing. Fuko sighed, he still can't say to outsiders. After all, the existence of Root is a secret to the general ninja, not to mention the fact that he has not graduated from this academy. At the same time, the council room in Hokage residence, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sits in the main seat, next to Danzo and Uchiha Koharu and Mitokato Homura. The latter two are also childhood companion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, now the identity of elder counselors of Konoha, assisting Hokage governing Konoha. The other side is Uchiha clan's current clan leader Uchiha Chinetsu, and Konoha Military Police Forces Captain Uchiha Yamano and his assistant, Uchiha Fugaku. Both Uchiha Chinetsu and Uchiha Yamano have gone to middle-aged, two-hair graying, and the energy is slightly unhelpful. Things are clear to you, then, let's talk about the after-treatment solution. Danzo's face, the three people across the chili looks at. Uchiha Chinetsu squinted, said with a smile, it's just a farce that's all. Uchiha Fuko and Uchiha Okada are both children, not altogether inexcusable. As for Uchiha Kyosho, the protector is eager, and sometimes confused to make some rude pleas. Lord Danzo, don't blame. Clan leader Chinetsu, please pay attention to your wording. Uchiha Koharu patted the table. Uchiha Kyosho is openly defeated by an ungraduated student in academy. This is not a farce. Mitokato Homura Nature and Uchiha Koharu are on the same front. I heard Uchiha Kyosho, or the squad vice-captain of military police force. This matter, the military police force can't take it off. Uchiha Yamano said with a smile, Lady Mito, I have revoked Uchiha Kyosho's position in military police force. Humph. Mitokato Homura coldly snorted, turned his head and didn't look at him. The two teams are coming to me. The more serious they say, the more they rise to the point where they influence Konoha's stability and unity. On the other hand, the more they say, the more they fall down to the British family. Finally, the two teams at the same time looked towards sitting in the theme of third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, this thing depends on what you mean, Danzo gloomily said. Third Hokage is smoking a tobacco pipe, swallowing clouds, making people unable to see his facial expression. Academy was created to train the standing ninja for the village. I don't allow anyone to intervene for Academy for any purpose. The voice of third Hokage is getting serious. Academy allows students to fight, but does not allow people outside Academy to intervene in a fair duel. This thing, Uchiha clan leader, you have to give the academy an account. Uchiha Chinetsu squinted, quiet look at third Hokage. After a long while, the corner of the mouth pulled out a curve. I will. In the last place, Uchiha Fugaku looked unwilling and seemed to want to say something, but was blocked by Uchiha Yamano. So, this thing, end here. Third Hokage suddenly said, please also Uchiha clan leader do not embarrass the two children. Of course, after all is my Uchiha clan person. Uchiha Chinetsu nodded, I don't know what to ponder. Leaving Hokage residence, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but say, this is a trap. Academy's duel needs teacher to be there. But as far as I know, Fuko and Okada didn't have a teacher at the time, and Kyosho, who is, enough, Fugaku. Uchiha Yamano scolded. Don't talk about these useless nonsense. But Uchiha Fugaku is very unwilling. Fugaku, you are very good, but you still need to practice. Uchiha Chinitsu patted his shoulders. Uchiha clan seems to be glory, power and fame are gradually surpassing Senju clan, but, you see it, third Hokage and 3 elder counselors, there is always a solution to our clan. There will come a day, they will start with us. Fugaku, you, be prepared early. Uchiha Fugaku reveals a horrified expression and doesn't know what to say. Let's go, this place is not our place. Uchiha Chinitsu turned his head slightly, and in the pupils, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharinan filled with bloody and ominous was revealed. Danzo stood at Hokage residence, his eyes narrowed in the dark corner and Uchiha Chinitsu quietly looked at it, not a week half of the ending end. On the night, Uchiha clan sent a message, pushing Uchiha Kyosho into Konoha prison on charges of destroying Academy's fair duel and attempting to murder Academy student. As soon as this information came out, Uchiha clan's reputation was suddenly attacked. Under the control and threat of Danzo, some clans closer to Uchiha clan gradually began to remain neutral, away from the struggle vortex. In the early morning, in the small forest, 2 figures were madly banging, and the screaming wind swept away countless dead leaves. Eventually, with a slightly screaming voice, the battle ended. Guy, you have to continue the struggle, or you will be pulled further and further by Fuko. Might do both hands crossed near chest, a serious look at Guy. Understood, father. Guy grimacing stood up, nose AO swollen face, the 2 thick eyebrows were a lot of. Might do looked towards Fuko, the envy of the eyes. In this half a year of training, he found that Fuko is simply born taijutsu ninja. No matter how crazy the training is, how rough and how rude, after a sleep, Fuko will be full of blood, physical strength will return to peak, and then continue to train crazy. So half a year, Fuko's progress is getting faster and faster, but with taijutsu words, Fuko can definitely beat Hyaga clan's Chunin. Guy, he tried his best to catch up, but he could only chase it farther and farther. If he changed the average person, he would have been beaten to lose confidence. That is, Guy can be so persistent and unswerving. Son, power of youth is not going to be defeated. Smashing. Might do blinks glistening teardrops. Father, I will be an outstanding ninja and won't let you down. Father and son cried with a headache, next to Fuko leaning against the tree, frowned contemplative. For a while, Might do waved Guy to do warm-up training and then approached Fuko. Fuko, you seem to have concerns. Might do said with a smile, this is not an 7-year-old child. 7 years old? Fuko startled, then nodded, yeah, half a year later, it is now Konoha year 40. Is not worried about the clan side. Might do also heard about Uchiha Kyosho and persuaded him. Uchiha clan has not put him in jail, and will not come to you again. Fuko sighs, Uchiha Kyosho, just a chess piece, the key is the player who plays this chess. But these, even Might do, can't say anything. Uncle Do, I'm fine, I will adjust the status as soon as possible. Fuko took a deep breath and revived. Might do nodded, then revealing look of hesitation, seems to be tangled. What happened to Uncle Do? Fuko's strange look at him. Ah, nothing. Go for warm-up training. The back of Might do looks at the Fuko, hesitating in his heart. 8 inner gates, this forbidden jutsu, do you want to pass it to Fuko? Fuko's special physique is simply tailor-made for 8 inner gates, but because of this, Might do is hesitant. Because, 8 inner gates, forbidden jutsu different for each individual, the more horrible it is to the back. 8 inner gates, through open 8 gates, i.e. gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of shock and gate of death. Turn by handed acceleration chakra flow until the 8 gates are completely open. You can instantly release the within the body of all chakra, thus gaining the horrible strength. No matter the speed and strength will reach the unimaginable level. And 8 gates completely open, then 8 gates released formation. In original work, 2 people have used 8 gates released formation, one is Might do, and the 8 gates released formation is used to fight Hidden Mist 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, and finally kills 4 people, and chakra is exhausted and died. Second, Guy turned on 8 gates released formation and almost killed 6 paths Madara. So, is Hidden Mist 7 ninja swordsman of the mist strength equal to 6 paths Madara? This is obviously impossible. 6 paths Madara estimates that it will take a minute to turn 7 ninja swordsman of the mist. The same as 8 gates released formation, but the 2 people's battle results are quite different. The reason for this difference lies in chakra. 8 gates completely open, can release in the body all chakra in an instant. Might do as a genin, within the body chakra, up to a maximum of Chunin level, so 8 gates completely open can only kill 4 ninja sword, and Guy, elite jonin, within the body chakra is far more than Might do. After the complete explosion, its strength can be overwhelmed in an instant. 6 paths Madara. In Might do's opinion, whether Guy can have a jonin level chakra is still unknown, but Fuko, this child's innate talent is very good, and Uchiha clan, as long as he is willing to work hard, it is a good thing to become jonin. Then he holding 8 gates released formation and Kekii Genkai Sharinan. Might do couldn't imagine how terrifying Fuko was at the time. Too scary, scared to wear a baby. Still wait. Might do sighed. In the office of Hokage residence, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the morning sun sprinkled from the window and spread on the desk, bringing a touch of warmth. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is working, and occasionally taking 2 tobacco pipes. It is delicious. Suddenly, boom! Old man, what did you call me in the early morning? A golden-haired Tsunade's uncomfortable slamming door came in, although it was winter, but the Tsunade was still dressed in a cool dress, bob hands crossed near chest, crowded with large pieces of snow, shining in the sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Tsunade, you are more and more impudent, here is Hokage's office. Tsunade, no trace of politeness sitting on the desk, said with a snort, old man, have something to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at one's head and then asked, Tsunade, Uchiha Fuko, child, do you still have an impression? Who? Tsunade snarled his head, nodded and said, well, that's the ambitious little demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, you told me about him 6 months ago, hee. Why, this little demon is causing trouble? Tsunade asked casually. The original Tsunade was really interested in Fuko, but it was for a long time, and she was forgotten by Sarutobi Hiruzen today. This child is not simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen told Fuko to use Shadow Clone to go to school and the duel that followed to tell Tsunade. Can you use Shadow Clone and Shinin to fight for a while? Tsunade heroic spirit's eyebrow raised, coldly snorted, this little demon, the ambition is really big, I have grown to this point without paying attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen corner of the eye twitching, said, I checked this child, his character is very determined, peaceful, and very hard with might to training taijutsu, reminds me of my old friend Kagami. Both Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the disciplines of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the feelings are very good. Tsunade was handed over by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he knows what he wants to pull as soon as he slaps Tsunade. Old man, do you want to recruit him? Don't forget he is Uchiha clan. Tsunade squinted. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, he is also a ninja of Konoha, isn't it? Wait, you won't want me to recruit this little demon. Tsunade blinked. Oh, just try it. After all, you met him before, Tsunade, look at my age, this thing is please, cough cough, cough 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 cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately coughed up. Too fake, old man. Tsunade directly dismantled. Sarutobi Hiruzen is so angry that his face is red. Okay, I am going, but don't expect too much. Tsunade waved and left body flicker jutsu. In the evening, Konoha's sky suddenly snowed, and the pedestrians on the road ran away from home, and the academy student excitedly ran to training grounds and was happy. It's snowing, it's so beautiful, it feels a bit cold, let's play snowman? Fuko, Obito and the others were also pulled out by Korone Ui and Rin to see the snow. What's good about snow? Fuko both hands in pockets, the smoldering gas is cold and white as a drop of water in the sky. Snow really has nothing to look at, little demon, since you don't want to see the snow, just roll over. Tsunade appeared ghostly behind Fuko, pulling Fuko and going to the corner. Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength is not a play, Fuko only feels that he was dragged by a train, without freedom to act independently. Obito they didn't pay attention when they looked at them. Tsunade they also saw at once, knowing that it was not a bad person. Little demon. Tsunade pulled Fuko under a small tree and looked at him with his waist. His eyes were fierce and his chest was fierce and fierce. What? Fuko didn't respond bluntly. He's been in a bad mood in recent days because of Danzo's relationship. Pay attention to the tone of your speech, who do you think is standing in front of you? Tsunade a fist squatted in Fuko's head. Fuko gimmick, hurting dazed. Tsunade is satisfied, both hands crossed near chest, said with a snort, your shadow clone? Give me a quick call to the little demon and let him see me at Hokage Rock before sunset. What? Fuko startled. When you hear it, you can quickly unlock Shadow Clone. Tsunade is another fist. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, please, are you really Sonin of Name Shake's Ninja World? How can I even distinguish between Shadow Clone and main body? After Uchiha Kyosho, Fuko the past few days are the main body to attend classes, and Shadow Clone is practicing hand seal and ninjutsu at home. Tsunade brow raised, eyes looked towards Fuko, and the expression was so faint, haha, I know that your body can't be Shadow Clone. You just said this, little demon, I ask you, as a ninja of Konoha, how do you think about the village? Tsunade's face is not red-hearted. Instant, Fuko got into a goosebumps and almost shouted, I am willing. Tsunade's way of speaking is too vulgar. It is clear that he wants to recruit him, but he can't say too much, so he turns around and tries his best. Sure enough, no matter which world is the same, since ancient times, I can't stay in love, only the routine is popular. Fuko said without hesitation, village is my home. Tsunade seems to be dissatisfied with this answer. Home? Is your home not Uchiha clan? I didn't feel the smell of home in Uchiha clan, but I felt the taste of home at academy, and uncle might do is also my family. Fuko suppressed his inner excitement and shouted in his eyes. That Uchiha clan, aren't they your clansmen? Tsunade asked unwillingly, where do you put them? Fuko squinted his eyes and felt that the road was somewhat incomprehensible. Since Tsunade came to solicit him, he shouldn't say bad things about Uchiha clan. How do we repeatedly mention Uchiha clan? Do not understand. Well, it is also possible to suppress the first, then this set is good. Fuko replied, the so-called clan is the person who owns the same bloodline, and the home is like-minded people who are condensed together. As far as I'm concerned, bloodline, what is not important, the home is what I want of. Tsunade shocked, I didn't expect Fuko to say such things. Damned, this little demon is not good. Tsunade gnashing one's teeth, her intention is to plan to do this errand, but at the moment everything is going too far, which makes her feel very unhappy. Little demon, is this really your truth? You have to know, if these words are heard by your clansmen, he, Tsunade threatened. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, Tsunade, is this really coming to solicit me? Instead of entrapment to dig the huge pit for yourself? That, I don't know elder sister, your name, Fuko can't guess Tsunade's mind, decisive acting cute. Elder sister? Tsunade suddenly showed a different expression. Fuko's appearance at this time inexplicably reminded her of the younger brother Senju Nawaki who had been dead for many years. I remember that in Ninki, every time Nawaki made mistakes, it was also this small poor appearance. In a blink of an eye, it has been so many years. Tsunade slowly reached out and gently touched Fuko's cheek, his eyes seemed to lose focus, and he saw the younger brother many years ago. Nawaki, Tsunade whispered softly. Ah. Fuko squinted his eyes. Elder sister is Nawaki? Tsunade was quickly recovered, showing a sullen complexion, a fist squatting on Fuko's head. Don't call me elder sister, little demon. Then the flustered and exasperated Tsunade goes directly to body flicker jutsu. Fuko relaxed, but also lamented, Tsunade is not easy, the younger brother is dead, sweetheart is also dead, clansmen and other two cannot afford the wall, the large Senju clan family, are pressed on her shoulder. After leaving the academy, Tsunade walked quietly on the streets of Konoha, expressing sadness, and the snow-like elves in the sky surrounded her, picturesque. Until the sunset, Tsunade came to Hokage residence. Tsunade, what happened? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in the office, and the eyes have revealed the grizzled expression. Well, not bad. Tsunade will retell the dialogue with Fuko. Sarutobi Hiruzen frequently nodded. Clan is the person who has the same bloodline, and the family is like-minded people who are condensed together. The family is the most important. This child has surpassed the clan's embarrassment, close to the will of fire. Say, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily up. Tsunade said with a snort, don't be too happy, this little demon is still small, who knows what it will become when he grows up. Sarutobi Hiruzen shaking one's head, and said, no, I am just the opposite of your thoughts. I think that when he grows up, he will definitely become a firm will of fire inheritor. Just you, I still have something, go first. Tsunade waved and turned away. Sarutobi Hiruzen startled, smile one's head. Later, he frowned and meditated. About Uchiha Fuko, in addition to him, Danzo must also be fancy, just. Root is not suitable for the growth of this child. Might do open 6 gates, whole body chakra boiling is a great surging river, swiftly running, so that the surface of the blood is boiling, compressing the blood vessels, showing a strange blue and red 2 colors. Ah! Might do roared, his face veins completely show, his feet stepped on the sky, and the blast came. His speed was too fast, even the air was penetrated and cracked, and the screaming sound broke. Leaf great whirlwind. Bang! The ultimate speed finally became a racing at this moment. Might do's legs in the air violently rubbed to produce a red flame, accompanied by a horrible sound, crashing crow ghost. The face under the crow mask is already horrified. The strength of the eternal genin is close to elite jonin. How can it be? Crow ghost clenched the teeth. Root's dark experience quickly calmed him down, then captured Might do's eyes and immediately released 2 interferences that were reinforced by Sharinan, Genjutsu. Misty follower jutsu. False surroundings jutsu. Misty follower jutsu, you can see another person's black phantom on the other side, and false surroundings jutsu can make the opponent misunderstand one place and use it together. It works well, even if it is the same as jonin. At the same time, Crow Ghost starts body flicker jutsu, and as long as Might-do hesitates for half a second, he can escape smoothly. However, Might-do has no hesitation in 0.1 seconds. At this time, the flow rate of within the body chakra has already surpassed the human body limit, and it is impossible to use this genjutsu again. Boom! Bang! Scarlet flame accompanied by a fierce whistle directly on the Crow Ghost waist, the latter as a bullet spurted out of the gun, dragging 50 meters distance in the snow. Difficult situation, broke a tree with a thick bowl can stop. Crackling. Scarlet flame such as peacock spread its tail burning in the snow. Prolonged. Cough. Pu Crow Ghost spurted a mouthful of blood, slowly flowing down the edge of the mask. Might-do stepped on the air with a foot, and the whole person turned into a phantom again, exploding to the Crow Ghost. You! Crow Ghost clenched the teeth, 3 Tomo Sharinan crazily revolving, but the waist and belly injury madly swallowed his vitality, and could not fight anymore. Boom! Might-do kicked the flames again, bang! There were countless sawdust incidents with flames, and the rain of flaming meteors pierced the nearby tree trunk. Crucial moment, Crow Ghost leaves with body substitution jutsu, escape without trace. Might-do breathing heavily, within the body chakra's flow rate caused his blood vessels to explode quickly, and he saw the Crow Ghost leave. He slowly closed gates. Not far away, Fuko looked at his mouth, not knowing whether it was fear or excitement, and his body shivered slightly. Absolutely 8 inner gates. Just that move, it should be Morning Peacock. No, it is the prototype of Morning Peacock. I actually saw it. Fuko had a look. Might-do had come over and held Fuko in his arms. Fuko, I am sorry to put you in danger. Might-do apologized very seriously. This will never happen in the future, I promise. Fuko, stunned again, obviously was the enemy he had recruited, and he almost got tired of Guy. Might-do even apologize to himself? Hoo. Might-do kept taking a deep breath. Apparently just opening 6 gates was not a light burden for him. Uncle Do, you. No, I am tired of Uncle Do and Guy. The person who apologizes is me. Fuko said busy. Uncle Do, you are hurt, I will show you. Fuko wanted healing jutsu to cure Might-do but was stopped. Don't worry, it's just a physical overdraft. Healing jutsu has no effect. Might-do touched Fuko's head with a smile. At this time, a silhouette that was almost disappearing came from afar, and a white hair sloshed in the snow. Do, it really is you. The person who appeared was amazed by Konoha's white fang. Konoha Umbu Commander, Heitake Sakumo of Name Shakes Ninja World. For Might-do opened 6 gates to repel Crow Ghost. It's not 10 seconds before and after, and this small forest is remote. In such a short time, Jonin can't get to the scene quickly even if it reacts, but Heitake Sakumo does it. Arrived. Fuko's big eyes looks at this ninja, which belongs to the legend level in the original work, has a cool heart. Lord Heitake. Might-do saw it was Heitake Sakumo, relaxed. What happened just now? The movement here is a bit loud. Heitake Sakumo looked at Fuko, unimaginable, the invincible ninja who killed the entire ninja world, but his eyes were exceptionally calm, as if next door uncle, people feel peace of mind. Might-do said, the Jonin of Uchiha clan appeared just now. I wanted to rob Fuko and I was stopped. Heitake Sakumo smiled, Jochin of Uchiha clan, Dai, your strength didn't disappoint me. Might-do smiles. Let's get out of here first, then Umbu will take over the investigation. Heitake Sakumo said. Guy was still asleep in the small forest, and Might-do didn't wake him up, but gently picked him up. You are Uchiha Fuko? Leaving the small forest, Heitake Sakumo suddenly became interested in the nearby Fuko. Yes, Lord Heitake. Fuko is a bit cautious, after all, this is a legend. Do you know me? Heitake Sakumo said with a smile. Fuko is busy looking towards Might-do, replied, Uncle Do just called you that. Heitake Sakumo nodded, and asked, what do you think about the matter just now? Fuko feel bad, want to cry, the baby is 7 years old, you guys who don't move, ask me what I think, I don't have any opinion, I want to follow you. Lord Heitake, I don't know. Fuko is tender. Heitake Sakumo gave him a deep look and didn't ask again. In fact, third Hokage, who has a heart fond of talents, has already known Heitake Sakumo, let him pay a little attention to Fuko, otherwise he will not talk to Fuko. Sue. Under the bleak moonlight, 3 ninjas wearing animal masks ran across the forest and tracked along the blood. In the end, they came to a small river. Discover the target. Confirm death. The eyes are dug, I can't confirm if it is Uchiha clan. The 3 people negotiated and decided to go back with this corpse. This is, be careful. Bang. 3 explosive tags are tied to the corpse, and the corpse is completely destroyed in a brilliant flame. Scoundrel, are you okay? I am fine. The clue is broken. Going back and the minister can't explain it. The 3 ninja subordinates Umbu, is Heitake Sakumo sent tracking Crow Ghost, but things have developed to this point, obviously someone is behind the scenes, destroying all the clues. After the 3 ninjas left, the river fell silent. Half an hour later, the 3 ninja ghosts appeared again here, and after a quiet search, they finally left. In the past half an hour, the bottom of the river suddenly burst into a hole. A ninja wearing an AO-colored crow mask drilled out of it, and the flesh and blood was smashed and the injury was extremely serious. With only a few breaths, the lower reaches of the river were dyed red by his blood. Damned, Might-do, I remember you. Crow Ghost struggling out of the creek, 3 Tomo crazily revolving in the pupils. Konoha S. Sealing Fire Chapter 42, MTL Books, things are like this. In Hokage's office, Heitake Sakumo respectfully slammed what happened tonight. The corpse was blown up by the explosive tag and it was not possible to confirm whether the deceased was a sneak attack Might-do their ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a tobacco pipe and spit out a smoke. Slowly said, Sakumo, this style of work, do you think Uchiha clan? Heitake Sakumo squinted and said, Lord Hokage, Uchiha clan, if you want to shoot Fuko, you can do it in clanland. There is no need to do it outside. If you destroy the corpse, you can do it better. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep breath, said with a smile, yeah, that is, really want to do with Fuko, others. A name appears in his heart. Shinmura Danzo. Root, what? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to window, looking towards outside. Konoha has been completely shrouded in white snow, looking at a white, no stunned, beautiful and fascinating. But how much darkness is hidden under this white? Heitake Sakumo is Umbu commander and of course knows the existence of Root. Lord Hokage, Root has penetrated into Jochin of Uchiha clan, but his position in Uchiha clan is definitely not high. We can tell Uchiha clan to let them clear this ninja. Heitake Sakumo calm start to talk, his existence will always threaten the safety of Fuko. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dancing one's head and said, no, I don't agree to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a tobacco pipe and continued, I understand Danzo. If he wants to kill someone, he will never be merciless. The ninja did not choose to kill Fuko, indicating that Danzo has no killing intent. He wants to solicit this child. So Fuko is safe. Heitake Sakumo nodded, understand the meaning of third Hokage. Bide one's time. Peng peng. Suddenly knocking at the door outside the office. So late, who will it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen regained his seat and said, come in. The door opened, a very young ninja came in with imposing manners. He had a brilliant golden long hair, a blue-eyed eye, a smile on his face, and an out-of-the-ordinary. Haha, Minato, you are back. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the coming, and the face was suddenly revealing the color of joy. Lord Hokage. Come here is Namikaze Minato, Yellow Flash in original work, 4th Hokage in Konoha, and father in Naruto. Lord Heitake. Namikaze Minato was very polite and smiled and said hello to the office. How, is Borderline still safe? Sarutobi Hiruzen happily smoking the tobacco pipe. Namikaze Minato is taught by Jiraiya. It is the grand disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is called the intergenerational pro, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not need to say much about Namikaze Minato's love. Handling some enemy ninjas, it should be safe now. Namikaze Minato has a great temperament, and has a convincing imposing manner. How about training, what about training? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, revealing a gentle smile. Lord Hokage, it's still smooth, I want to master it soon, I want to improve it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Heitake Sakumo glance at each other, revealing horror expression. That technique was created by Second Kage. If you want to master it, it is already difficult to get to the sky. Is Namikaze Minato even better? Really? Heitake Sakumo, as the presence of Konoha's White Fang, name shakes ninja world, also felt nervous. Namikaze Minato humbly said, probably I am more suitable for this jutsu. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into laughter. Minato, you really are. Heitake Sakumo, shaking one's head, don't know what to say. Minato, go back to rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved. So, I will leave. By the time Namikaze Minato left, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help it. Jiraiya's eyes really envy me. I didn't think of it. The name of the hungry ghost in Jiraiya has gradually spread to Konoha. Peek into the female bathroom, and peek at the little yellow book. It is really a matter of doing things, but he just accepts such a distinguished piece of Namikaze Minato. Let them be speechless. Right, Jiraiya, where did this guy go? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his 3 disciplines, getting less and less worry. Lord Jiraiya went to Mount Mayaboku and said it was training Senjutsu. Heitake Sakumo replied. Senjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen reveals look of shock. He listened to Second Hokage and talked about this Senjutsu. This is a horrible secret jutsu that absorbs natural energy. The power is very big. People who are not aptitude can't even get started. The ordinary person is forced to train and even die. It really doesn't make people worry. Another side, in a medical secret room in an underground secret base in Konoha, a medical nin is treating a serious injury dying Crow Ghost. Crow Ghost came here immediately after leaving the river, but his injury was too heavy and delayed for more than an hour, so he just came here to feel consciousness, until now he has not awakened. Danzo stood next to the indifferent looks at, to not say a word. Lord Danzo, Crow Ghost's injury was caused by taijutsu. It was terrible. His internal organs were broken and the rest were damaged. You need to replace him with internal organs to keep him alive. The medical nin looked up, revealing Golden's long hair and round frame eyes, and it was Yakushi Nono. Yes. Is the injury caused by taijutsu? Is it the person who met Hyaga clan? Danzo squinted and thought about the terrible injury of Crow Ghost, which must be the shot of Hyaga clan's elite jonin. He now has to concentrate on Uchiha clan, and he must not fight for Hyaga clan in 2 lines. If that's the case, give up. Danzo indifferently said, take his eyes out. Danzo decided to give up the Crow Ghost, lest he know some information from his mouth and then violate his original intention and change the decision to eliminate Uchiha. Yakushi Nono trembled and hesitated to stop treatment after hesitating for a while, then took out his eyes before Crow Ghost swallowed his last breath, placed it in a test tube, soaking a strange pale green liquid. This liquid preserves the vitality of this pair of 3 Tomo Sharinan for a long time. Danzo's greedy looks at this pair of Sharinan, but eventually resisted the temptation, instructed, get it first. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yakushi no answered. The situation of the border I have understood, Namikaze Minato worthy of is Jiraiya's discipline, so I settled it so quickly, so that the collection of orphan has to be changed. Danzo turned and left, right, put this corpse destroy, don't leave any traces. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yakushi no rode. When is such a day, when is the head? Yakushi no was biting his teeth, and the corpse, which was gradually cold in the looks at bed, fell into meditation. It's been more than half a month since the Crow Ghost incident, this period of time has not happened, calm and tranquil, but Fuko can feel the undercurrent. Must be fast, believe stronger. Fuko once again tackles his studies with Shadow Clone, while the main body is crazy training. Fuko, this is the chakra induction paper you want. On Hokage Rock, Might Do threw a piece of paper at hand. Fuko eyes shined, I took it immediately. The role of chakra induction paper is to test its own chakra attribute. Guy, who is doing warm-up training next to him, is also curious. Fuko entered chakra into chakra induction paper, and half of chakra induction paper caught fire and the other half wrinkled. Chakra of lightning and fire dual attribute, said Might Do. Fuko nodded, these two attributes are owned by most of the clansmen of Uchiha clan. Fuko's next plan is to train Reiznan. Before that, chakra was not enough, so it has been dragged until now. Today, his with-the-body chakra is already between Genin and Chinin. Reiznan is a non-seal ninjutsu developed by 4th Hokage. Not only is it convenient, but also the formidable power is huge. The most important thing is that its training method Fuko is also perfectly clear. Fuko has long recalled Rasengan's training process, which has 4 phases. First stage is to bring chakra gathering in palm. Second stage is to put the water balloon in the palm of your hand, then release chakra to make the water irregular inside the balloon until the balloon explodes. Third stage is to replace the balloon with a rubber ball, and then release the chakra materialization until the rubber ball is broken. Fourth stage is to combine all the things in front, put chakra gather in the hand, continue to release, maintain, and finally solidify it. This is Reiznan. After the morning training, Guy went to class, Might Do also went to the mission, and only Fuko was left on Hokage Rock. Try it. Fuko spread his hand, and chakra of within the body slowly gathered in the palm of his hand. Because of the foundation of medical ninjutsu, first stage is very simple for Fuko. Then is second stage. Fuko took out the balloon that had already been prepared, and found a river filled with water in the vicinity and placed it in the palm of his hand. Chakra slowly poured into the balloon. Soon, the water in the balloon finally began to shake, but it was very slight. What happened? Fuko felt abnormal, and he entered a lot of chakra, but only made such a movement, which made him very dissatisfied. He closed the eyes and carefully sensed the input process of chakra. It was a sigh of relief. It turned out that chakra spilled out into the water and did not survive in the water. The reason Fuko quickly made adjustments, closed his eyes and carefully sensed, putting chakra control in the water of the balloon. Instant, the water in the balloon begins to roll up. Fuko immediately increased the input of chakra, except that the water rolled more and more intensely, but the balloon did not explode at all. So don't give face? Fuko angry clenched the teeth, then immediately reflected and found the problem. Nothing, yes, let the water irregular movement until the balloon explodes. Fuko continued the experiment, but the results made him very frustrated, because it is very difficult to make the water irregular movement. It is like a person has to be distracted to do two things, such as going to the left and going to the right at the same time, but the reality is that once you go to the left, you can't to the right, you can't go to the left, unless you are two people. Do I have to make Shadow Clone like Naruto? Fuko's Shadow Clone is currently attending academy, and there is no way to help. No, Naruto's brain loop straightforward can't do it. I am a transmigrated brain loop. Can it be more straight than Naruto? Can't bear it. Fuko gnashing one's teeth, then practice crazy. It wasn't until the evening that he had a little bit of control and could make water irregular movements in a matter of seconds. Fuko relaxed, I said, how could there be a brain loop that is straighter than Naruto? Fuko suddenly goo-goo screamed, and he looked up at the sky before he realized that he had forgotten to have lunch. If I don't mind, I have something to eat here. Suddenly a wide voice came from behind. Fuko was shocked and looked back in stunned. Golden hair, blue eyes, gentle smile, handsome face, tall figure. Namikaze Minato. Holding the grass, this is really Li Gui meets Li Kuei. Fuko has just trained Reiznan, the original is the god, 4th Hokage, Yellow Flash, Naruto, and Namikaze Minato. Ah, I am sorry, I saw you training. Well, what is ninjutsu? It looks very good. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. My name is Uchiha Fuko. Fuko's head is not replied to ponytail. Namikaze Minato laughed and threw a black pill and said, "This is food pills. It tastes good. Right, my name is Namikaze Minato, my name is Ninja. Hello." Fuko took pill, and he ate without hesitation. Namikaze Minato's character is absolutely top-notch in Naruto world, and it is impossible to do such a poison. Sure enough, food pills was in the abdomen, and Fuko felt a gentle and fullness in his stomach, which was amazing. "Thank you for your food pills." "Don't thank you, but I should apologize to you, I just peeked at your training." "I am sorry." Namikaze Minato smiled very softly. Fuko listened to Li Kuei, listening to Namikaze Minato's apology, face is red, but this is not the first time he did, Guy's Leaf Whirlwind series, and soon returned to normal. "It doesn't matter, this ninjutsu I am to indulge in fantasy, I don't know if I can succeed." Fuko squinted his eyes and suddenly felt that if Namikaze Minato joined, he might be able to master Reborn faster, especially Namikaze Minato but yellow. "Flash, the future fourth Hokage, this thigh holds a no problem. It's amazing, I thought of self-created ninjutsu." Namikaze Minato praised. "You can help me with perfect it." Fuko made an invitation, a little embarrassed, after all, his appearance is too small. Namikaze Minato gave a little contemplation and even promised, "Of course, I am also looking forward to this ninjutsu." Fuko eyes shined, then telling Ramikagan's 4 training steps to Namikaze Minato, and the two practice and talk together. The conversation with Namikaze Minato made Fuko feel very comfortable, just like the two peers were communicating on an equal footing, and once Fuko forgot the fact that he was 7. By the cold moonlight covering the earth, Namikaze Minato has successfully completed the second stage, making water irregular movements until the balloon is broken. Fuko, under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, succeeded in making water irregular movements, but no matter how they exercised, there was no way to break the balloon. "Oh, sure enough, Li Gui is better than Li Wei." Namikaze Minato seems to see Fuko's loss, and explained, "It doesn't matter, try it a few times. In fact, my motor nerve is very developed, and it is more sensitive to chakra's flow, that's all." Fuko's eyes are slightly bright. At this time, the voice of Might Do came from afar. Fuko was shocked and then reacted, "Hey, forget to train taijutsu with Uncle Might Do." Because the development of Reborn was too invested and forgot the training of Might Do, it made Might Do very annoyed, but then calmed down and felt not altogether inexcusable. Fuko after all is Uchiha clan, for him, ninjutsu and genjutsu also have to learn, not just focus on taijutsu. Although I think so, I still can't make my mood happy. Might Do's thick eyebrows kept shaking, and Fuko's mood was awkward with the brows in a mess. Next, the future fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is quite self-introduced. "Hello, my name is Namikaze Minato." "Ah, hello, my name is Might Do. I have heard your name. You are Lord Jireya's discipline. I heard that you are genius. I am very honored to meet you. Please advise me." Might Do quickly restored eternal genin. Attitude. "Then you don't have to be so polite." Namikaze Minato gentle said with a smile, that, "I have something to do, just leave." Fuko, "Next time we will develop this jutsu together, right? What is the name of this jutsu?" Fuko waved, "You can just get one." Really? Very good, that is called Super Invincible Whirlwind. Namikaze Minato is going to heaven. Wait, Fuko was shocked, and this reminds me that this gentle fourth Hokage is very character in name, and is more than his flying thunder god jutsu. What's wrong? Namikaze Minato wondered if Fuko was scared by his domineering name. "Reborn, I think, this jutsu is called Reborn." Fuko said with a clenched teeth, he didn't want to call Super Invincible Whirlwind every time he used this jutsu, it was stupid. "Ah, it's a pity that there is already a name." Namikaze Minato said it was a pity. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, "Sorry fuck you. If you start the broken name, don't say it more and then mad yourself." After Namikaze Minato left, Fuko was captured by Might Do for extreme training in blood. A few days later, the weather became colder and the snow fell for a day and night. The whole Konoha was covered under the snow, which seriously affected the travel of Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage residents immediately released the E-rank mission, which made some genin go to work. Ding cleared the snow, and the poor eternal genin Might Do was also caught to sweep the snow. At the same time, Academy also ushered in a short holiday. Tentatively this is called winter vacation. After eating Fuko's free Chinese cooking for half a year, Kurone Ui and Rin and the others all said that they would ask Fuko to go to their home for a big meal. Sarutobi Asuma is a very chicken thief. He can go to the Kurone Ui home and immediately leave. Fuko is also slightly excited. Kurone Ui's father is called Ui. Shinku? Hey, her grandfather won't call Ui very red? Ancestral grandfather is Ui special red? Fuko's brain hole can't be closed. But you can be sure that this Shinka Ui, you must be proficient in genjutsu. Fuko's Sharingan ice power has already reached the limit of 1 tomo, and it can be evolved to 2 Tomo with a little stimulation, but he can't bear the danger of his important companions, so he wants to rely on Genjutsu to experience life and death in the illusory domain, in order to achieve intense emotional stimulation. At noon that day, Fuko and Obito walked into the street wearing 2 balls. Leaving clan land in Uchiha clan, the 2 joined Rin to the Kurane Ui home. Sarutobi Asuma, this guy is more active. I ran to the Kurane Ui home early in the morning and was very busy. Fuko, Obito, Rin, you are here. Kurane Ui's natural red eyes are licking, and the baby's fat face is more rosy in the snow and ice. Fuko, no trace of politeness, stretched out twice and felt great. Next to Sarutobi Asuma saw the teeth bite bleeding. Kurane, what are you prepared for? I didn't eat breakfast today. Obito rubbed belly, shouted proudly. Obito, you are so rude. Rin hose. Guy didn't come? Kurane Ui asked. Fuko said with a smile, the guy is training and says he doesn't want to waste time. It's a pity, I made a lot of delicious food. Kurane Ui is not happy. The entire group entered the house. Shinka Ui, act as host, also appeared. Haha, welcome students, I am Shinka Ui, the father of Kurane Ui. Shinka Ui is also a black hair, a pair of red eyes. Please also take care of you in the future, especially Fuko. Listen to the red saying that you made the lunch. Very delicious, there is a chance that uncle would like to try it. Well, no problem, of course. Fuko's heart pang jumped, can't help him. Uncle is good. Rin is very polite. Obito is also honestly saying hello. Wait a minute, you can start the meal right away. Shinka Ui left the audience with a smile after he made a touch. Right, Rin, Kakashi, is that guy coming? Obito suddenly asked Rin in his ear. Kakashi? I invited, but unfortunately he didn't want to come over. I heard that it was in preparation. Chunin exams. Rin is somewhat hesitantly said. What? Chunin exams. Obito chin has fallen. This guy is really faithful, obviously just from academy graduation. Trifling a genin is so arrogant. Sooner or later I will use these eyes to defeat him. After countless squatting wall exercises, Obito has been able to open 1 Tomo Sharingan with his own willpower, but the lasting aspect has always been a bad one. Fuko listened, and there was no emotional ups and downs. With his strength at this time, as long as the actual combat of a period of time, you can also go to Chunin exams. However, for him, Raiznan and Sharingan are obviously more important. Shinka Ui, although it is a man, but the food is very delicious. Obito, who did not eat breakfast, directly eats himself into a real ball. After dinner, several people chatted in the living room. Shinka Ui very consciously asked everyone what dreams. My dream is to be Hokage. Obito first started. My dream is to be a ninja that is as good as father. Kurane Ui also responded to the call. My dream is to be a great medical nin. Rin also said with a raise. Sarutobi Asuma rubbed his head, said, my dreams. I don't know what my dreams are. As a children of Kage, Asuma is clearly very unqualified. Fuko remembers that in the original work, Asuma in childhood is very rebellious, and running away from home to land up fires daimyo as a 12 guardians, very second-class youngster style. Then everyone looks towards Fuko. Shinku Ui's eyes are slightly raised. He is the will of fire inheritor. He is a strong fan of third Hokage. He already knows the idea of third Hokage, so this time he raised his dream and wanted to confirm Fuko's heart. The idea is not in line with will of fire. He is Genjutsu ninja, who has excellent control over the details. He looks at the Fuko facial expression very carefully and confirms whether he is really sincere or false. And all this, Fuko didn't know. Kurama clan's Genjutsu is comparable to Uchiha and has something to offer. Fuko walked in the illusory domain of Kurama Murakumo, though not surprised. I can see the blood, the dead trees, the bloody moon, which means that my vision is manipulated. I don't feel pain, indicating that the sense of touch is also manipulated. The bloody smell means that my sense of smell is also manipulated. But I can hear the sound of Kurama Murakumo, but I can't hear the sound in the illusory domain, indicating that my sense of hearing is still there. In 5 senses, vision, sense of smell, and sense of touch are manipulated. If someone wants to kill Fuko at this time, the chances must be high. Fuko closes the eyes, put all the senses in your ears, listen to all around quietly. Call. Suck. A seemingly innocent breathing sound came from the left side, and Fuko couldn't help but turn his head in that direction. The next moment, the breathing sound had disappeared there. Kurama Murakumo's horse-faced is gloomy, almost got the location of this little demon. It hasn't experienced war for a long time, so I have regressed. For Uchiha clan, Kurama Murakumo's attitude has always been blunt, and with a helplessness, in his opinion, 2 clans Genjutsu both equally excellent, but if combined with Kekii Genkai, Kurama clan can definitely beat Uchiha, but unfortunately yes, Kyumekii Genkai awakening of Kurama clan is getting more and more difficult. In contrast, Uchiha clan Sharingan is like spring grass, which grows continuously. The Kurama clan naturally loses to Uchiha and gradually disappears from noble clan. The family turned into a small clan. Kurama Murakumo looks at Fuko, the eyes flashed a killing intent, and finally coldly snorted, waved back to Genjutsu. How, little demon? Kurama Murakumo said with a sneer, this is Genjutsu of my Kurama clan manipulating 5 senses, want to learn? Haha, but I won't teach you. Horse-faced uncle, you are too smug. Fuko squinted, and the sudden recovery of vision, sense of smell, and sense of touch made him feel uncomfortable. When he recovered, Kurama Murakumo's silhouette was about to disappear into the hallway, and Fuko was busy keeping up. In the backyard, Kurama Murakumo looked up at the 45 angle with both hands, and braved the great achievements of Kurama clan, which was reluctant to teach the basics of Fuko Genjutsu. Genjutsu is actually a spiritual attack, so as long as willpower is strong enough, it can withstand the general Genjutsu, but Genjutsu also divides into 3rd, and the 9th rank, etc. My Kurama clan manipulating 5 senses of Genjutsu, even if it is super powerful Taijutsu ninja. 2. Fuko inwardly complained in one's heart, he can see it, Kurama Murakumo is a narcissistic mad, there is nothing to look for opportunities to brag about him, the future will be estimated to have ears. Until the sun set, Kurama Murakumo waved Fuko, come here today, don't leave you eating, let's go. Fuko's ears couldn't stand it anymore, and he was rushing out of Kurama clan. It didn't take long for Fuko to be blocked. A flowing golden hair, sky blue eyes, and a gentle smile, is Namikaze Minato. Fuko, I have time tonight, I want to talk to you about Rasengan's name. I thought about it for a few nights after I went back. I think the name Rasengan is too rough and simple. It is better to add a super invincible whirlwind in front of Rasengan. How about the prefix of du? Fuko corner of the eye twitching, super invincible whirlwind giant Rasengan? You also feel awe-inspiring. Namikaze Minato eyes are shining. I am awesome. What are these people? Go, you go. I do not know you. Minato, you are still shut up. A slightly arrogant and pampered crisp voice came from behind Namikaze Minato. In the moonlight, a girl with red-haired hair came out, her skin was white, her face was good, and her eyes were sharp. Red hot-blooded habanero. Fuko subconscious shouted, then saw Namikaze Minato shoot a bunch of eyes to see the dead. Sure enough, the blood color pepper behind him, that is, Kushina has berserk, red-haired like a octopus seems to be waving, hands clenched moved towards Fuko, his eyes are very fierce and fierce screaming at him, little demon, what have you just said? I didn't say anything. Fuko was stupid and tender, but he still couldn't escape the ravages of red hot-blooded habanero. A beautiful black short hair was won by a bird's nest. Namikaze Minato accompanied the whole process, and also put forward her own opinions. The woman sings with, cheating couple. Fuko is aggrieved, this thing puts the previous life absolutely hot search headlines, the title has it, shocked. 7 years old child bullying by old men and women, a beautiful hair into a bird's nest. Finally, Namikaze Minato asked Fuko to have a big meal and officially introduced both parties. Kushina hasn't suffocated yet, taking advantage of Fuko. If you are 2 years older, I will feel that you can't take care of yourself. Because Might-Do is doing snow sweeping missions and has no time to supervise, Fuko has been taken away by rational and clearly structured. Fuko, Rasengan this jutsu I have completed 3rd stage. The rubber ball in the hands of Namikaze Minato broke with his words, the water in the rubber ball splashed next to Kushina, and the Kushina violent temperament came up to control whether you are a boyfriend or not. Fuko was anxious, hurriedly said, don't hit his face, boom. Namikaze Minato has a Kushina fist on her face. Fuko called out, his hair is so beautiful, don't lick his hair. Namikaze Minato's hair was smashed into a bird's nest. Fuko said, the weather is so cold, don't pour water on him. Water style, wild water wave. Kushina drenched Namikaze Minato. Fuko sighed, don't blow the water, or you have a cold. Wind style, great breakthrough. Namikaze Minato tears are coming out. Fuko feels that the ninja like the kind-hearted one is really less and less, but unfortunately, when he meets Kushina's unreasonable person, what can he do? He is also very proud. Kushina was deflated, only to realize what had just happened, and squatting in Fuko, little demon, hateful. Fuko succumbed, elder sister Kushina, you are so fierce, the more I advise you to play harder, isn't it? I have been persuading, you are not listening, blame me? Boom. Fuko is paralyzed. Finally Kushina panting with rage left. That, Fuko, don't mind, Kushina is still kind-hearted. Namikaze Minato sorted out his instrument and quickly looked like a jade tree. Fuko said, I will never look for such a savage girlfriend in the future. Namikaze Minato scratched the head and awkwardly laughed. Later, the two began to explore Rasengan, which was mainly explained by Namikaze Minato. After all, Rasengan's training progress, Namikaze Minato has already taken the lead. So, I will leave, goodbye, Fuko. By the way, Fuko waved his hand, and he was very grateful. Namikaze Minato came over this time and made it clear to guide him Rasengan, a good man. The cold winter finally passed, but for Konoha, this winter just started. Land of Fire and Land of Rain's joint border, Land of Fire and Land of Grass joint border, Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water's joint border, even friction, even start a faint upgrade. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as third Hokage, is too busy every day, which makes Sarutobi Asuma very dissatisfied. Father, border conflict, handing it to daimyo is not better. Asuma, behind each country is supported by ninja village, and it is impossible for daimyo to resolve these disputes. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Tobacco Pipe, Hidden Rain village behind Land of Rain, Land of Hidden Grass village behind Grass, Hidden Hot Water village behind Land of Hot Water, has the power to easily destroy the Land of Fire daimyo. Father, this is not right. Land of Fire's daimyo doesn't even have the power to protect himself. How to manage this country? Asuma is tangled. If daimyo has enough power, will this change? Father, doesn't there will be so much work that I can't finish, I will be able to accompany me more. Asuma, you think too simple. Behind these 3 hidden villages, it's hard to guarantee that there will be no other hidden villages shadows. We can't be sloppy. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Asuma's head, said, okay, go to school. Asuma lowered her head and left unwillingly. The development of the situation has also made the mission between the borders of the 2 countries become numerous. What assassination mission, exploration mission, escort business travel mission, and a wave of brains to Hokage residence. After mastering Rei's Nan, Namikaze Minato took over an escort mission and left. All of this has little effect on Fuko. With Rei's Nan, with the help of Namikaze Minato, he has made a lot of progress. Now that the 3rd stage has been completed, it is the last step. Taijutsu's training is even more sloppy in the hands of Might Do, the devil coach. Finally, Genjutsu, learning Genjutsu with Kurama Murakumo is really a pain. Every time I teach him to transfer the topic, recalling Kurama clan's sorrowful years, he will remember it 5 times every 3 days. In the meantime, he also throws a few hot Genjutsu to Fuko, reminding him not to absent-minded. The road to learning is comparable with martyrdom. It was on this hard road to study, Fuko finally began to experiment with Sharingan's evolution. Kurama Murakumo's Genjutsu theory of knowledge is undoubtedly very good, although the teaching is so embarrassing, but more or less enough Fuko is currently in use. This evening, Fuko carefully weaves a horrible Genjutsu. In Genjutsu, Fuko will see the death of several good friends. Some of them are simple. Only in a dream can you get through Fuko's consciousness and stimulate his emotions. He said an hour after Genjutsu. I want to fall asleep in an hour, so my consciousness can't tell the true and false of this Genjutsu. Fuko closes the eyes, start counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, counting to more than 1,000 sheep. Genjutsu has an attack and he has not fallen asleep. This is awkward. Fuko immediately opened Sharingan and forcibly lifted Genjutsu. Continue, I will don't believe it. Fuko once again gave himself a Genjutsu with an hour delay. He didn't want to delay for 2 hours, but with his strength, he couldn't do it. It seems that even God is against him, this time more than 1,000, still did not sleep. Carry on. Fuko changed Tortoise this time. Tortoise is not good, then count the cows. As a result, the cow does not work. Toko until the early hours of the morning, Fuko's consciousness was stupid. This must be done. Fuko just gave himself a time delay Genjutsu, and his consciousness was light and he fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, Genjutsu attacked. In the dream, Fuko and Korone Ui played the game of shame and hand in hand. At this time, 2 people who came to see the scenery suddenly, Uchiha Okada and Hyaga Shinshu, both pointed to Fuko as stop tongue lashing. He is shameless, hooked up with 7's little girl, the lowest 10 years, the highest death penalty, and he still does it. Fuko violent temperament, how can I bear it? Just rush to it and do it with them. Korone Ui was crying, finally smashing Hyaga Shinshu and punching and kicking. Fuko was in a hurry and wanted to stop but was stopped by Uchiha Okada. I was so anxious that when Obito came over to help, the result was that the slag was quickly injured badly with many teeth knocked out. Stop. Genjutsu combines with dreams, and everything is so real that Fuko can't extricate himself. Fuko saw that Korone Ui's stunned eyes were getting darker and darker. Seeing that Obito was no longer rebellious, there was a strange chakra coming out of his mind, slowly blending into his eyes. In the bed, Fuko slammed his eyes, and the black and white pupils had become bloody Two-Tomo Sharingan. Hoo! Fuko gasped for breath. The fatigue of not sleeping all night and the combination of Genjutsu and dreams made him exhausted, but the result seems to be pretty good. Ice power has skyrocketed nearly twice. Fuko closes the eyes, feeling Sharingan's ice power, vaguely feels that it contains more powerful power than before. Successful! Fuko untied Sharingan, closed his eyes and fell asleep again. When he woke up, he found someone in his house. Obito, and Yakushi Nono. You finally woke up. Yakushi Nono smiled softly, and golden long hair was dreamy in the sunset. Well, it's that this pair of eyes is ugly. How are you here? Fuko shook his head, and there was some pain in his head. He didn't know if it was a sequel. After falling asleep again, Fuko had a nightmare, and although he slept all day, he was even more exhausted. You also said that you didn't go to class today. Everyone is worried about you. Just come across elder sister Yakushi and come over together. Obito panting with rage. Elder sister Yakushi, hee, long time no see. Fuko smiled a little. If you think about it, it seems that you owe her more and more money. It is really a plan for immigrants. Fuko, you have had a long nightmare, the spirit is very weak, you need to rest for a few days. Yakushi no frown said, I think you are the sequela of Genjutsu. Fuko said, Elder sister Yakushi, I recently studied Genjutsu with the clan leader of Kurama clan. This way. Yakushi no nodded, then put his hands on Fuko's head and stimulate his brain cells with chakra. Comfortable. Fuko only felt that his tired brain seemed to soak in the hot spring, and the warmth was very comfortable. But he also knows that such an operation can only be done with the medical master of the grandmaster level. Fuko, Guy and Korone Ui, Rin, they just returned, Obito said. When I go to school tomorrow, thank them for me. Fuko showed a smile and his heart warmed. Genjutsu, let it be Genjutsu, it will never come true. Fuko shot a firm rays of light in his eyes. As if to punish Fuko for cheating, the lingering faintness has been entangled in Fuko for 2 days before finally dissipating. Fuko, lying in bed is wasting power of youth, it's time to go out for training. Early this morning, Might Do appeared in Fuko's house. Both hands on the hip was a domineering martyrdom. The wall was full of anger, but Guy next to him was a bit strange. Fuko squinted his head, said with a bitter smile, Uncle Do, it's really time for you to come. His body just came, and the fortune teller was not so accurate. Fuko summoned Shadow Clone, main body then left with Might Do. Today's Guy is a bit strange, always looking down, as if he has encountered difficulties that are difficult to solve. Guy, what's wrong with you? The 2 eyebrows on Fujiko at Guy's face, which are about to get together, feel that they are dying. Fuko, me, Guy clenched the teeth frowned, and the 2 thick eyebrows will soon be together. Might Do glanced at them sideways, sighed. Just 2 days ago, Might Do decided to pass the 8 inner gates to Guy, but Guy was not very happy because Fuko was excluded by his father. Guy was very angry at the time and asked why father didn't pass it to Fuko. In his opinion, Fuko had selfless dedication to taijutsu such as Leaf Whirlwind, and there was no reason for Might Do to hide. This is too unfair to Fuko. Guy said indignantly that if Fuko didn't learn 8 inner gates, he wouldn't learn. It's a stubborn child. Might Do smiled in his heart. In fact, just yesterday, he also went to Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo to discuss with him about 8 inner gates. Although Might Do repeatedly emphasized the horror of 8 inner gates, Heitake Sakumo could not fully understand it, but he still gave advice. Regardless of the value of 3rd Hokage or the information passed by Tsunade and Shinka Ui, the child of Fuko is very special. Unlike other Uchiha clan people, it is arrogant and arrogant. It is possible to inherit Will of Fire in the future. Therefore, the advice of Heitake Sakumo is, yes. Might Do heard the word, and his heart was inexplicably relaxed. At that time, he discovered that he had already recognized Fuko from the bottom of his heart. He had already wanted to pass on the 8 inner gates, but he was worried about the obstruction of other people. Now even Lord Heitake Sakumo said yes, he has no scruples. The 3 people started running on a slightly dim street, the destination is Hokage Rock. Hoo! 3 silhouettes swiftly running, and soon jumped from the street to the building, all the way fast as lightning, jumped to Hokage Rock before the sun was about to rise. Guy, Fuko, come with me. Might Do walked back without looking back to the dense forest behind Hokage Rock. Fuko is a bit strange. Is this pair of father and son transmigrated today? How are weird. Guy is still the tangled expression of the words and expressions. Might Do seriously said, today, your training will enter a new stage. Guy startled, seemingly enlightened, surprised looking towards Might Do. Might Do rushed and nodded, then looked towards Fuko, said solemnly, with your current physical fitness, you can already train this forbidden jutsu in advance. The smile on Fuko's face is and it is there. Forbidden jutsu? Is it 8 inner gates? After waiting for a long time, I finally waited until today, thinking for a long time and finally realized the dream pang. Fuko heartbeat is like thunder, chi and blood are raging, and the excitement is broken. Might Do looks at him eccentrically. Fuko, you are a little excited. Fuko didn't bother to speak that Uncle Do, I just have a little altitude sickness, and it will be very soon. The altitude sickness? What is that? Might Do did not understand, and then said, if you want to take another day off. No, don't. Fuko almost jumped up and couldn't wait to smoke his slap. I'm fine. He quickly suppressed his inner excitement and calmed heartbeat. Might Do nodded, continued, this forbidden jutsu, I spent almost 20 years to master, the requirements for physical fitness are very high, if not used properly, will die. Guy reveals a dignified expression. Fuko nodded. He is very clear about this, and may even be clearer than Might Do himself. I wanted to teach you a few years later, but now Land of Fire is constantly rubbing against other countries' borders, and the rest of 4th-grade ninja villages also begin to stir. The war will come again at any time, so I decided to teach now. You guys. Might Do expression solemnly. Before this, you have to promise me, you can't easily pass this forbidden jutsu to other people. Of course, father. Guy loudly. I promise you. Fuko seriously said. So, listen. Next, Might Do officially began to teach. The name of this forbidden jutsu is called 8 Inner Gates. Boom. Fuko's heartbeat exploded again. Might Do gave him a strange look and continued to explain. 8 gates are gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of shock, and gate of death. Opening gate of opening can break through the inhibition of the brain, and open the gate of healing can force the increase of physical strength. At the same time, 8 gates in order open is also constantly unlocking the body's restrictions on chakra. 8 gates completely open, you can get a powerful force beyond hokage in a short time. What? Guy was shocked. Beyond the power of hokage? Fuko also heard, overwhelmed by emotions, can't be self, remembering the scene of the original work. Guy open 8 gates, screaming 6 paths Madara. Might Do seriously said, but 8 gates completely open, it also means the end of life. Guy was horrified. Father, this jutsu is too dangerous. Might Do said, so it is forbidden jutsu. Guy, Fuko, you remember, you must not use this forbidden jutsu. Fuko and Guy seriously nodded. Then, Might Do explains what 8 gates is all about. Gate of opening and gate of healing are in the brain, gate of life is below the larynx, gate of pain is in the center of the chest, gate of death is in the heart. Fuko and Guy closed their eyes and under the guidance of Might Do carefully felt the 8 gates in the body. This is 8 gates that limits the power of the human body limit. Fuko quickly found this 8 gates, but this 8 gates is like a lock in the flesh and blood, not going through the crazy extreme exercise, don't even think about it. Guy, your physical fitness is still a little bit worse, but Fuko, you should have been able to open the first gate of opening. Might Do suddenly said, concentrate on all the chakras along the chakra pathway to gate of opening. Fuko immediately did it and mobilized the within the body chakra. Thanks to his powerful spiritual energy and the amount of physical strength he has exercised, Fuko has finally reached the Chunin level with effort training for more than half a year. Oh, with the gathering of chakra, the iron chain of the gate of opening began to tremble slightly, as if the hunch had to be lost for the first time. Bang! Fuko's brain was shocked, instant as if the soul was ascended to heaven, everything became different. He clearly felt that his body became lighter, his strength became bigger, and even chakra's torrent was very active. The human body is actually very powerful, but the brain will forcefully suppress the strength of the body for the purpose of protection. At this time, Fuko, the inhibition of the brain, disappears. How are you feeling? Might Do both hands crossed near chest, eyes bright and piercing. Fuko stretched out his hands and moved 5 fingers. Uncle Do, I feel that the brain's inhibition of the body has disappeared, and I can exert all the power of the body. Might Do solemnly said, this is of course, but Fuko, you have to remember that in this state you should always pay attention to your body and never overload. I understand. Then Fuko slowly closes the gates, the feeling of liberation disappears, the body seems to be shackled, and there is no previous sense of power and power. Guy looked at his side and gazed at him. He was envious. Father, I will definitely train harder and sway all my power of youth and catch up with Fuko. Guy excitedly shouted. Guy, you can have such an idea really good. Woo-woo, father will always be proud of you. Might Do not saying anything further. Father, you are also my pride. Guy was also excited, crying with Might Do. I still find a chance to bury them. Fuko's eyes are fast. The days that followed, as Guy said, put all the energy into exercise. Guy's daily limit training is getting more and more crazy. Every time he gets exhausted and doesn't say anything, he still doesn't get some blood, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable. Once and twice, Fuko was also passionately ridiculed by him. The two went farther and farther on the road to extreme training. The little body was full of scars, and Fuko's medical ninjutsu couldn't keep up with them. Training level. 2 months later, Guy successfully opened gate of opening. Roar. In the roar, the Guy whole body broke out with a powerful imposing manner, and a fist hit the wooden pile in front of him. This piece of wooden is half meter in diameter, but it bursts directly under the punch of Guy. The scattered wood chips are like rain, and the scene is very beautiful. Father, I am successful. Guy is a Super Saiyan, if not his hairstyle and the thick eyebrows that ruin the beauty. In advance, Fuko absolutely does not discriminate against his eyebrows. Believe it or not, Fuko lied to himself anyway. Guy, you have to keep it up. Yesterday, Fuko successfully opened the gate of healing. Might Do encouragingly said. What? So fast? Guy is very unwilling looks at Fuko. I wanted to challenge Fuko in this state. If you want to find abuse, I can fulfill you. Fuko hooked his fingers and secretly sent spring spinach. Right, Fuko, I heard that Kakashi wants to participate in this session of Chunin exams. How do you want to prove yourself? Maitu looks at the excited look at Fuko. Lord Haytake is also looking forward to you. Fuko frowned. Is Chunin exams in the Ninja Academy graduation season? Of course, you can participate in Chunin exams directly from the Ninja Academy graduation. Maitu said, on your basis, Chunin exams is no longer a problem. Fuko is tangled. Kakashi is genius, and more importantly, he is the son of Konoha's White Fang. He has a strong backing, and there is no one to show up the evil scheme. But what about himself? When Fuko came to this world, he had no sense of security. He often hides himself, just like Tortoise. When he is in danger, he indents his turtle shell. When the danger goes away, he drills again, but this is true. Okay? Those dangers have really disappeared? The sight of Danzo, the sight of Uchiha clan, and even the sight of Hyuga clan, have really been removed from myself? Since I have chosen third Hokage, why should I hide from Tibet, cautious and solemn? I am not planning to do missing nin. I should show my true talents thoroughly, so that the attention of third Hokage can be taken seriously, and it can only be truly accepted by the people of third Hokage lineage. Fuko's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, as if 2 stars are burning. Not obviously decided already. Not dead in peak, or dead on the road to peak. Maitu looked, slightly nodded. Fuko, I finally lit your power of youth. Burn it, let it boil, let this world see how terrifying your potential is. Uncle Do, I am attending Chunin exams. Fuko seriously said. Very good, then for the next 2 months, I will conduct actual combat training for you and make a sense of death. Maitu said awkwardly. This is of course. Fuko smiled, behind the smile, a burning heart. After training, Fuko returned to his home and found that there was already someone at home. Elder sister Yakushi, how come you? Very good. Fuko saw Yakushi Nono, very happy. I invite you to eat. Even if this is the case, you have to pay me back. Yakushi Nono angrily said. Hee, elder sister Yakushi, when I become ninja, I will do the mission and pay you back. Fuko took out a few delicate dishes from the kitchen, all made by Shadow Clone, and it was hot. Elder sister Yakushi, taste the taste. Fuko looks forward to the looks at her. Yakushi Nono nodded. I stopped the chopsticks when I tasted too. What's wrong? Fuko saw that she was in a better mood. Fuko, I have something to ask you. Yakushi Nono's serious look at Fuko. Just ask. You have already opened eyes. Yakushi Nono dangled looks at Fuko eyes. What? Fuko didn't think that Yakushi Nono would ask this question. His first thought was to deny it, to indent the turtle shell, and wait for the crisis to pass, but then the burning heart let him go to the mouth and re-swallow it. Go back. Yes, I have opened eyes. Fuko's eyes blinked and opened again. The black and white pupils have been turned into 2 tomo sherinan. 2 tomo revolving around the pupils, a bloody, ominous aura emanate from the eyes, as if the devil opened the eyes of hell. Yakushi Nono is busy reaching out to cover Fuko's eyes. Get it up. Idiot. Fuko feels that the cheeks are full of old skin, but they don't feel rough, but they can't tell the gentleness. Elder sister Yakushi, there are no outsiders here. Fuko said with a smile, the body still very honestly put away sherinan. If you are seen, it's not good. Hey, you shouldn't admit it. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't ask you this question. Yakushi Nono is quite accused, then said with a smile, thank you. You Fuko, still willing to believe me. Elder sister Yakushi, I will always believe in you. Fuko seriously said. Thank you. Yakushi Nono took a deep breath, only half a sigh. Fuko, I know that third Hokage is very concerned about you. You have to keep it up. You must integrate yourself into the lineage of third Kage, remember. Fuko startled. Elder sister Yakushi, is it something? Yakushi Nono is tangled, and Shimura Danzo's ambitions and desires are swelling. And more than once, Yakushi Nono saw Danzo silently watching the eyes of 3 tomo sherinan taken from the crow ghost, the desire to tremble with fear. Fuko, promise me, be sure to join Umbu. In Konoha, the only one that can resist the erosion of root is Umbu. Okay, I promised. Fuko nodded. From the expression of Yakushi Nono, it must be that Danzo's abnormal is going to be the whole thing. Bang, bang, bang. In the jungle behind Hokage Rock, a thick bowl of trees fluttered in the wind like a catkin, falling into the ground. In the sun, a lot of wood chips and stone chips fluttered, and 2 figures swiftly moved and collided, and there was a horrible aftermath. Guy stood by, his eyes staring excitedly at the battle. Fuko, this guy, when has it become so strong? Guy and Fuko spar. Fuko has not unlocked Shadow Clone, chakra is only half, at this time full fighting, strength naturally multiply. Leaf strong whirlwind, raise non, bang. The horrible explosion accompanied the violent turbulence sweeping all directions, and the sawdust in the sky burst, like a thin layer of light gauze. Fuko, this level is not enough. Maitu thick eyebrows eyes bright and piercing, at this time is already opened 4th gate, the skin around the body is a strange color because of the bloodline squeeze, but his imposing the manner is like a sizzling wolf, and it is getting worse. Opposite, Fuko kept panting, and the fight with Might Do was very difficult. On Taijutsu, he was not as good as Might Do. The speed and strength were not dominant. Together with the bonus of 8 inner gates, Fuko couldn't see Might Do. The action, if not the Raisnon just finished, he has already lost. Really, Fuko eyes were slightly narrowed, and then the eyes power of the eyes surged, and a bloody, ominous aura gradually appeared in his eyes. Is this, Might Do pupils shrank, Sherinon? And it's 2 Tomo. When was Fuko open? I didn't even know it. Uncle Do, then, that's all I have. Fuko had no reservations and resolutely rushed to Might Do, his hands quickly hand seal. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, bang! A huge flame ushered in the storm and turned into a fire wave to Might Do. Leaf great whirlwind. Might Do didn't step back from the start of the battle, and whirlwind kick blew a huge whirlwind and swept the fire wave. Ram horse snake dragon rat ox tiger. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. The 3 groups exude the flame of the hot aura. The moment, from the front, the left, and the 3 directions to the middle of the Might Do, under the violent high temperature, even the air is faintly distorted, blurring the space. Gate of limit, open. Might Do did not hesitate to open the 5th gate. The chakra of within the body became more and more violent, and his body surface overflowed with a light blue gauze. Leaf rock destroying rise. Might Do took a heavy foot from the bottom up, and the horrible wind directly directed the high temperature flame to the sky. Bang! The flame exploded in the sky, and it was as dazzling as fireworks. Genjutsu Death Mirage Jutsu. Genjutsu Mind-Body Disturbance Jutsu. Fuko throws 2 consecutive genjutsus that are reinforced by Sherinon, but unfortunately, Might Do is now berserk, and there is no fear of these simple genjutsu. Boom! Pang pang pang. At this time, Might Do walked in the air and walked freely in the sky, swiftly converted the figure close to Fuko. Thanks to the excellent vision of 2 Tomo Sherinon, Fuko has been able to keep up with the speed of Might Do. Bang! His left and right hands have 2 groups of sky blue chakra. Raisnon, leaf whirlwind, bang! The gas waves invaded again, and the earth was cracked and cracked. Fuko's hands and face, the figure involuntarily receded, and the feet plowed 2 shallow soil marks on the ground. Under Might Do opened 5 gates, strength is close to Jonin. Cough cough, Fuko coughing out a mouthful of blood, taking the foot of Might Do, the body has been injured. Gate of opening, gate of healing, open. Fuko immediately opened 2 gates and rushed to Might Do with 2 Tomo Sherinon. Uncle Do is now very terrifying, and several fire-style ninjutsu I have mastered can't catch up with him. I can only use Raisnon to fight with Taijutsu. Fuko's eyes were slightly stunned, and Sherinon locked the silhouette of Might Do fast as lightning, releasing a Raisnon in his palm. Under open 2 gates, Fuko within the body's chakra was also released. Raisnon also became a lot bigger, and formidable power surged. Bang! Pu in this collision, there was no luck at all. Fuko was directly smashed by Might Do. When the air was spurred several mouthfuls of blood, he broke a tree with a thick bowl, and the difficult situation dragged a few meters on the ground. Might Do took a deep breath and slowly closed 5 gates. Fighting with Fuko is not just about honing Fuko, but also tempering yourself to make yourself more aware of 8 inner gates. Fuko, how are you? Guy ran anxiously to help Fuko. It's okay, it's a bit of a pain in the chest. Fuko looked down and thought he could save him again. Fuck, just cut it. As for kicking my ribs? What hate? Are you still the summer rain on the Daming Lake? Fuko grievances healing jutsu to treat himself. Fuko, it's a little improved, but I want to go through Chunin exams, it's still a little stubborn. Might Do both hands on the hip, apparently panting because of open 5 gates, but still showing a relaxed and happy expression, as if just fighting he is only a big sword that is dripping. Uncle Do, my ribs are broken. Fuko wanted to see the groan on Might Do's face, then he succeeded and didn't see it very successfully. Haha, this is power of youth. Fuko, as a ninja, the injury is a common occurrence, you must get used to it. Might Do showed his thumb, and the corner of his mouth was even more radiant. Continue to work hard, I believe that you will succeed. Fuko. What else can he say? He is also very helpless. Right, Fuko, your eyes. Might Do's face suddenly dipped. Fuko said with a smile, Sherinon, I have already opened eyes. Might Do stared at him deeply, and said, Fuko, Sherinon is a powerful Kekii Genkai, but it also contains a lot of viciousness. You must always temper your own willpower, don't get lost in the power of Sherinon. I understood. Fuko seriously nodded. And what ninjutsu did you just use? Might Do cares a bit. It's my self-created non-seal ninjutsu, Fuko said with a smile. You are really genius, Might Do can still say? Under healing jutsu, the ribs injury quickly healed. The next day, Fuko slept, and the physical strength consumed was immediately filled, vigorous and lively. Fuko went to Kurama clan and told Kurama Murakumo to train the actual combat experience. This period of time can no longer learn genjutsu with him. Karama Murakumo's horse-faced couldn't tell whether he was happy or not. Under the eyes of his pregnant woman, Fuko fled. Then he went to the academy to find teacher Seino Shin, on the grounds that he was preparing for the graduation exam. Seino Shin seems to have gotten the order and is not embarrassed by Fuko. Leave it off, Fuko doesn't have to create shadow clone anymore, you can put the whole body into battle. Bang! The battle started again. In the face of the taijutsu-type ninja such as Might Do, Fuko completely abandoned ninjutsu and genjutsu, and played with Sharingan in conjunction with Rasengan and 8 inner gates, but even so, every fight must be abused by Might Do. Uncle Do abuses me thousands of times, I am waiting for Uncle Do as first love. Holding stocks jumped to write a book of love as green flutter street grief and indignation mood, Fuko again and again and again toward Might Do challenge, his combat experience accumulated rapidly in the beating. He learned how to adjust the figure at the time of loss of balance in order to reduce the injury. I also learned how to maintain the battle strength and tenacious battle in the face of adversity. As time goes by, as Academy's graduation exam gets closer and closer, Fuko's actual combat experience is getting richer and richer. Sharingan and Rasengan and 8 inner gates are more and more tacit understanding. Finally, 2 months later, in the summer, the scorching sun, the Academy's graduation season, arrived. Hey, I heard that? Uchiha Fuko, who hasn't been to the Academy for half a year, is going to participate in the graduation exam. Is it? I remember that he defeated Hyaga Shinshu and Uchiha Okada in the same class, and strength is strong. Should I pass the graduation test? In the Academy's class corridor, several students gathered together chatter continuously to discuss what, the sound spread, causing the passing Mizuki attention. Mizuki's white hair is perfectly represented in the standard traitor. Hearing this eyes casts a hateful color, sneered to interject, hee, you still don't know, genius Kakashi, has already signed up for Chunin exams. What, Kakashi want to participate in Chunin exams? Yes, this is the big news, Uchiha Fuko? No shoes in front of Kakashi. Mizuki loudly. It's also awkward. When Kakashi graduated last year, Fuko was stunned with 1 foot. Mizuki smiled and turned away. In the class, Obito and Korone Ui, Rin and the others gathered around Fuko, a look at him. Hey, 7S brat shouldn't use such a serious look. Fuko's cancer is getting up. Scoundrel Fuko, you have to participate in the graduation exam. Obito made a fist. We are not saying that we will graduate next year. Fuko, corner of the eye twitching, forced a smile and said, I said this. Fuko, after you graduate, will you directly participate in Chunin exams? Korone Ui asked carefully, and the cute eyes were worried about the looks at him. What? Chunin exams? Rin startled. Fuko, you shouldn't want to challenge Kakashi in Chunin exams. Fuko is busy. Don't misunderstand, that really want to participate in Chunin exams, but has nothing to do with Kakashi. Fuko cold sweat, these girls have grown up to eat. Yes, Red, how do you know that I want to participate in Chunin exams? Fuko was busy transferring topics. My father told me that he said that you can apply for graduation exam with your strength. There is no need to take long vacation training unless you want to participate in Chunin exams. Korone Ui grabbed Fuko attire, covered with collagen. Worried about expression, I heard father say that Chunin exams will die. Don't worry, it's your father who is scaring you. Fuko reached out and licked Korone Ui's face, feeling first. Not far away, Asuma saw this scene, his eyes were struggling. In the past 6 months, he has been very depressed. As a father of Saratobi Hiruzen, he has been busy with border conflict. He has no time to care about him and the younger brother. His mind has gradually become resentful. When he sees Fuko playing Korone Ui, he can't help but give birth. I want to leave the idea of Kanaha. Fuko, is this guy serious? Obito stepped on the table with an excited foot and shouted, you really want to take Chunin exams to challenge Kakashi? Fuko was forced. When did you motherfucker be embarrassed? I just obviously denied it, okay. But other students can't listen to his explanation. What? Fuko student also wants to participate in Chunin exams. Challenge Kakashi, cracking a joke. In the first few rows, Hyaga Shinshu turned to look at Fuko, both shocked and angry. Chunin exams? Don't cracking a joke, you think you are Kakashi. Fuko is too lazy to explain. Anyway, these people think that it has little effect on him. Hey, I heard that Uchiha Fuko, who challenged Kakashi last year, was going to challenge Kakashi again at Chunin exams. I heard that Uchiha Fuko has been studying for a half year with an elite jonin training for this challenge and has mastered the very powerful ninjutsu. More and more outrageous rumors began to spread in various classes. There are models, there are pictures and truths and witnesses. I heard it, Uchiha Fuko just released a slogan in the classroom to kill Kakashi. Mizuki saw the pins, and the dirty water was poured on Fuko's head. The graduation exam hasn't arrived yet, and Fuko has been on the hot search, appearing on the front page headlines of each class. In the afternoon, Sano Shin appeared in the classroom and said with a solemn face, Uchiha Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu, come with me. The eyes of everyone in the class immediately shot at Hyaga Shinshu. Ah, Hyaga Shinshu also applied for graduation. I didn't know it before. Maybe amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. In the discussion, Hyaga Shinshu stood up straight and left the classroom without returning. Fuko, keep it up. Obito and the others also wanted to go on the sidelines, but the academy did not agree. Don't lose to Hyaga Shinshu, that guy. Fuko shrugged and walked away easily. The two followed Sano Shin to the training grounds. There are already a lot of students here, this is the graduation exam. Hee, look, there are two little demon. Is it naive? I thought I was Kakashi. Don't say this, if it's genius, be careful, ahahaha. Oh, hey, the child is Hyaga clan. Why, how can people at Hyaga main house come to academy for class? This guy must be a branch house. Maybe he has already carved a caged bird, hahaha. These students have 10 years old or so, which is tantal and strong compared to Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu. At this time, they are disdainful looking at them, a look of jokes. Sano Shin glanced at them and then said to Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu, who was gloomy, let's wait a moment, there is an exam candidate in the test field, and 10 years old child is looking back at them and then throwing out the kunao in the hand. Hey, kunao precision hits the bullseye of beyond 10 meters. This kunao of Sato is definitely a perfect score. Don't show off, it will scare our junior brother, ahahaha. Will it be like this? Sato's innocent shrugged, rushing Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu. Apology, Aya, that's really apologizing to you. I hope you will have confidence in testing after seeing my performance. Say, Sato is standing up, in the sky, thrown out kunao, dang, even 3 targets. Unfortunately, there is only 1 hit in the bull's eye. Sato looked back and pretended to sigh. 90. The teacher responsible for the record read aloud. Only 90? Well, it's almost the same, I wish you good luck. Sato both hands in pockets, cool to go aside, where there was a burst of congratulations. It's a perfect performance, Sato, you will affect the play of the 2 little demons behind. There is no such thing as a senior, I can't stand it anymore, ahahaha. I am also good for them, let the toad sitting in the sky know the sky in advance, what is wrong? Sato smiled, confident and calm. Ah, you can always make sense, hahaha. So, it's your turn, who will come first? Sano Shin said to Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu. I am first. Hyaga Shinshu, unwilling to pass on one's responsibilities to others. Stand out, eyes shaking, look at. Then start the kunao throw test. Hyaga Shinshu walked to the place where Sato stood and looked around. There were 5 wooden targets in front, separated by 1 meter. On his left-hand side, there are 2 rows of kunao, with a hint of cold light. Sato and the others are standing not far away, and the gaze at the eyebrows is here, and the expression is full of drama. Can't you miss the target? What a joke, after all is Hyaga clan branch house. Ahaha, I am looking forward to his performance. Sano Shin loud, begin. Hyaga Shinshu Byakugan. A glimpse of the left and right hands at the same time, a kunao was thrown out of his cell phone almost indefinitely. Hey, 3 crisp sounds, 3 kunao hit the red bullseye at the same time. What a joke. The confident expression on Sato's face was replaced by horror almost instantly. Lucky. Hyaga Shinshu jumped in the sky, throwing 5 kunao in a row, 3 of them hit the red bullseye, and 2 missed a hit. 98 points. Teacher, who is in charge of recording, shouted. Hyaga Shinshu's faint eyes swept to Sato and the others, slightly looking up, his mouth squinting in sneer at the crowd. Sato corner of mouth twitched. I only felt that my face was hurt by pa and became a frog in well. The students next to Sato also look at each other in dismay, and the face can't be pulled. Fuko, it's your turn, Sano Shin said. Yes. Fuko came over and passed Hyaga Shinshu. After all is Hyaga clan, even if it is a branch house, it is understandable to have such a strength. Sato suddenly showed a strong smile, and then looked toward Fuko, in order to resolve the swearing, said, this guy I see is simply mixed the experience. The rest of the people are about to reconcile, and see Fuko grabbing a kunao and throwing it away without watching. Hey! The 5 kunao almost plunged into the red bull's eye at the same time, and only made a sound of neat. Kunao throwing technology 3 stars. Fuko clapped his hands and his face was light. What? The invisible is the most deadly. The Sato corner of mouth twitched on the side, the face is red, already ashamed, and unable to show one's face. The people next to them are all looking at the kunao of the 5 bulls. Looks, I don't know what to say. 100%. Called the opposite reporter, the first time to praise Little Demon, your throwing technique is excellent. Thank you, Uncle. Fuko. Hey, I am not Uncle Scoundrel, Sano Shin said with a smile. Fuko, it seems that you really turned to a new leaf. Seize every opportunity. Hyaga Shinshu said in the back, ninja is not a hit on kunao. Fuko laughed, subordinate is defeated, there is the ability to challenge again. I will not shoot you out, I will be with the Obito surname. Scoundrel, Hyaga Shinshu is mad, and the hero does not mention the courage of the year. How do you hang this thing all day long? Hyaga Shinshu can't wait to be the scene base, but the picture of Fuko and Shin in Uchiha Kyosho fighting half a year ago is constantly flashing in my mind. The reality tells him that challenging Fuko is a humiliation. Then, the second test is going on, Seino Shin yelled. In the hands of teacher, if you insist on somehow unbeaten, you will pass the test and get the ninja headband from academy graduation. Otherwise, you will go back. Study for 1 year. The academy's graduation exam every year is not fixed, so that students only train the exam content and ignore other knowledge. And the unbeaten battle with Chunin teacher is undoubtedly the most difficult of many tests. But Fuko is begin to stir and his body is already shaking. Every time he fights with might do, he ends up with Fuko's disastrous defeat. For 2 consecutive months, he has been hitting the shadows. At this time, he urgently needs victory to prove himself. Teacher Seino Shin, let's get started now. Fuko's eyes glow, and bright and piercing stare at Seino Shin. Seino Shin is pumped with ominous premonition that, Fuko, in fact, you don't have to worry, take your time and adjust the state. Teacher, I am in very good shape. Fuko blood boiling. This way, but Seino Shin knows that Fuko wants to participate in Chunin exams, and strength may be far better than other students, such a problem student, he thinks it is better to leave it to other teachers. Teacher Seino Shin, then we started. Fuko not saying anything further rushed up. Seino Shin was depressed. He passively defended a few moves and was forced to retreat by Fuko's explosive offensive. Well, if this is the case, do a good job of death. Seino Shin complexion changed, body flicker jutsu disappeared directly. Fuko underfoot a little, the whole body muscle strength broke out, and instantly moved left to avoid the 3 shuriken shot in the distance. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Seino Shin hand seal quickly launched the fire style offensive in the sky. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fuko inherited the fighting style of Might Do, savagely attacking and attacking, directly hitting Seino Shin's big fireball with great fireball. The 2 huge fireballs collided and merged in the sky, and the hot temperature distorted the space. Bang! There was finally an explosion, and the smashing fire wave spread like it in the sky ripple. Fire style, flame bullet. Seino Shin landed behind the Fuko with body flicker jutsu and launched an offensive. Fuko subconscious, the seal of the great fireball, saw the underfoot and earth wall that slammed into his chin. This is not fire style, flame bullet, is earth style, mud wall. Fuko didn't know whether to cry or laugh's body flicker jutsu to avoid. Seino Shin, who is honest, will even make such a mess, which really shocked Fuko's chin. Seino Shin's face was reddish, but it quickly returned to normal. The battle between Fuko and ninja is not a game, it is a gamble. If you don't do this well, you can surrender early. This, I have been understood. Fuko took a deep breath and then quickly hand seal the hands. Ram horse snake dragon rat ox tiger. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. The 3 groups of huge fireballs are left, center, and right, facing Seino Shin. At the same time, Fuko underfoot whines and pushes the figurely swiftly close. Bang! Seino Shin's summoned earth wall blocked the fireball offensive. Raise non. Fuko right hand a sky blue chakra ball with a balloon size appears in the palm of your hand and is printed on the earth wall. Boom! The broken earth wall was directly smashed by Raise non, and the rest of the world was raging to Seino Shin. What is this jutsu? Seino Shin was shocked and busy with body flicker jutsu, but in the next moment, Fuko appeared again, and Raise non of the right hand was getting closer and closer to him. Teacher Seino Shin, if you are slower than me, you can only be firmly received. Fuko showed a confident smile. Hateful, don't be too arrogant. Seino Shin made a bite and made earth style again when it was not allowed. Earth style, earth substitution, boom. In the next moment, Raise non hit Seino Shin's face and instantly melted the other side's head into a lumps. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Seino Shin suddenly appeared on the ground, pulling Fuko in the wrong place to the ground, revealing only one head. Fuko, somewhat clock hasn't arrived yet. Seino Shin squatted in front of Fuko's head. A kunao approached his eyes and said seriously, admit defeat. Admit defeat? It's too early. Fuko's voice came from behind Seino Shin. What? Seino Shin was wrong, and kunao in the hand spurred forward, and the Fuko in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke. Clone jutsu? When is it? Seino Shin a tumbling avicle behind the hot fireball, then throwing kunao, hands fast hand seal. Earth style, earthquake slam. Seino Shin brings together chakra, which is printed on the earth instant splits and spreads along Fuko. Teacher Seino Shin, the battle between ninja cannot be distracted, make such a ninjutsu, completely no effect on me. Fuko whole body muscle stretched taut, legs force, swiftly running on the edge of the crack. Seino Shin clenched the teeth, this is my strongest blow, Fuko, do a good job of death. Earth style, earth dragon bullet, AOOO. Under the crack, suddenly there was a dragon roar, a smashing stone earth dragon head smashed the crack, drilled in the stone shards, roaring and spraying a lot of mud bullets. Hey, is this really a Ninja Academy graduation exam? Cracking a joke, this level of battle, we are going to die. What to do, can't finish the business. Sato entire group is in the corner, the jaw-like battle at Sano Shin and Fuko fight, the heart is stunned, nowhere to put. Bang! A huge piece of mud bullet spouted from the dragon's mouth and slammed into Fuko. This jutsu looks like third style jutsu of third cage, but the more powerful ninjutsu also wants to see who the show is. Fuko eye pupil suddenly changed and instantly opened Tutomo Sharinan. Under Sharinan, the movements of the in the sky mud bullet are clearly reflected in the fundus. Fuko is full of self-confidence and smiles. He does not retreat. The silhouette flashes to avoid dozens of mud bullets, and the right hand has a sky blue chakra. The soil is flying here and the line of sight is blocked. Even Sano Shin can't find Fuko's Sharinan. Raise-nan. Fuko threw Raise-nan to the earth dragon head while picking up Sharinan and leaping high. Bang! The earth dragon head was detonated by Raise-nan, and a large amount of dirt swept across the fire wave to all around. Sano Shin clenched the teeth, fleeing with body substitution jutsu. Although he is Chunin, he is not a battle-type ninja. He has been fighting with Fuko until now, and he has already exhausted one's limited abilities. But Fuko is so strong, left and right hands pull out Raise-nan and want to rush to Sano Shin. Wait a minute. Sano Shin dropped a cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong? Fuko's incomprehensible looks at him. Somewhat time is up, Fuko, you passed the test. Sano Shin said busy. Hey, is it? Fuko didn't pay attention. Congratulations, Fuko, you are already a qualified genin. Sano Shin was busy off the field and sent the autumn spinach to the record teacher. Next to the teacher responsible for the record, I looked at it for a minute and a half, but Sano Shin said so, what can he do? Well, somewhat clock is really there. The two men sang together and gave the matter directly, and did not question the opportunity. So, next, Hyaga Shinshu, it's your turn. Sano Shin called another teacher and asked him to help with the test. Fuko stood on the side, squinting and always felt that something was wrong, but looking at Hyaga Shinshu and a Chunin teacher hand-to-hand combat, he is no longer entangled. Gentle fist art dash 8 trigrams 2 palms. Gentle fist art dash 8 trigrams 4 palms. Gentle fist hair 8 trigrams 8 palms. In the field, Hyaga Shinshu opened Byakugan, double-handedly fluttering, kept tapping, Tenketsu, and the opposite Chunin teacher was relatively gentle. He only used C-rank ninjutsu, but he played well with Hyaga Shinshu. Must concessions? Too much. Fuko was furious. Sano Shin just played with him, but even the Earth Dragon bullet came out. This Earth-style ninjutsu is very likely to be B-rank, even A-rank ninjutsu, and the formidable power is superior. In contrast, the battle now is more like Playhouse. Fuko didn't have a big voice, but it wasn't light. It happened to be heard by the Chunin teacher. The other side was red, and he couldn't help but strengthen the offensive. Hyaga Shinshu was under a lot of pressure. Suddenly left and right, Gentle Fist showed a lot of flaws. He was rushed to the side by Chunin teacher, a water-style ninjutsu, and lost the battle strength. Look at the time, 8 seconds from the sometimes clock. Chunin teacher looked at Hyaga Shinshu with a look of helplessness. What can he do? He is also very helpless. Hyaga Shinshu difficult situation squatting on the ground, angry trembled. Uchiha Fuko. You scoundrel. I will never let you go. Hyaga Shinshu throat is burning. If it wasn't for Fuko to talk about the wind, he would definitely pass this exam. Damned. Fuko's standing next to him, quiet me. The next test is even simpler. With Fuko and Hyaga Shinshu, these Chunin teachers have to do their best to make faces, and they can't make concessions. Finally, Sato and the others are all without exception, all fail. Sato and the others have complex faces, and they are angry and unwilling, and they are grievances and crying. They can see that if they are not Fuko, they will be able to pass at least half of them. Several friends look at each other in dismay, subconscious look towards Fuko on the side, the latter looked up at the bird with a look of innocence. Okay, then, Uchiha Fuko, Hyaga Shinshu, you go back with me. Sano Shin scratched the head, quite awkward to say goodbye to several other ninja teachers. I am really embarrassed, hee, please come to eat, please eat, hee. Uchiha Fuko, you were absolutely deliberate, you scoundrel. Hyaga Shinshu gnashing one's teeth. Come on, challenge me, you little villain, afraid of me from the Ninja Academy graduation, use this despicable means to plot against me. Come on, challenge me, you are a messy crowbar. Fuko looked at him with amazement and said with pleasure, I didn't expect you to have such clear self-knowledge. What? Hyaga Shinshu turned shocked. As you said, cough, that, I am at least a stick, what about you? Hyaga Shinshu has blown up the lungs. Sano Shin walked in front, helpless covering the forehead, and advised, well, don't make a noise, the students are in front of the looks at. Fuko looked up and saw that there was a line of demarcation not far away, and Obito, Guy and the others stood there nervously. Fuko raised his hand, compared to an two-hand seal, and there was a burst of surprise over there. Hyaga Shinsha can't see the eyes, Cold said with a snort. Uchiha Fuko, remember that this time last year, you were here to challenge Kakashi, the result is a stun one, and it is still vivid in your mind, it is nostalgic. Come on, challenge me. Hyaga Shinshu is also endocrine disordered. The first ninja mission that Fuko received was to help a single elderly woman in the village find her cat. The clue is that the cat is thin and brown. Well, this mission is very challenging. Konoha is not small, I want to find a brown cat in the big village. Fuko is not good for the whole person. Matsushima Yamada, who issued the mission, has completely complied with the loss of a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't like this mission. I have other D-rank missions here. Please look over. Might stood next to him, staring at Matsushima Ueda with an angry look. Every time he came here to take the mission, he was dismissed by him. Why have you seen his smile? Not to mention such a caring service. Fuko is also welcome, directly took over the mission scroll, each and everyone to see, and finally sighed, these D-rank mission is really garbage, low pay, unpleasant, the key is time, want to complete 2 in a month. 10 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission are really hard to say. Might saw the Fuko facial expression and couldn't help but say, Fuko, don't underestimate these D-rank missions, but can help you master the ninja survival skills faster. What you learned in academy, for example, tracking, anti-tracking, intelligence gathering, concealment, etc., must be mastered in these missions, which is why Genin must complete 20 D-rank missions to participate in Shinin exams. Fuko thought so, hurriedly said, Uncle Do, I understood. Ryuxi, let's start by grabbing this brown cat. Not long after, Fuko saw the commissioner of this mission, a 7-old 8th-10 grandmother. She took Fuko's manual feelings. Small flowers, I grew up from childhood, for 3 years, have been very embarrassed, very obedient. Remember before, Fuko is not good for the whole person, and he has come across a nonsense scorpion. He is precious now, but he can't waste time in these boring memories. Grandma, can I ask you some questions? Fuko interrupted her. Of course, child, although you ask, as long as you can help me find a small flower, I will tell you everything I know. Grandma got out. Fuko laughed. A cat, not so serious. Might stood next to the looks at Fuko and asked questions without help. Where does Zayawa usually like to go to play? Park, small forest. A small peanut has a kitten. When the old grandmother heard it, the thief's head rushed over and whispered, the little flower is actually a male cat. I am understood. Fuko's forehead reveals a black well. When Fuko asked the question, he came to the grandmother's house and began collecting information. Found, this is the hair of a small flower. Fuko took the hair to the park and expanded the range. Wait, I am stupid. Shadow Clone can help. Fuko is busy with summon Shadow Clone, let him go to small forest to find a small flower. If this happens then, work efficiency is doubled directly. This park, a lot of cats and dogs. Fuko wandered around in a circle, found all kinds of cats and dogs' hair. Brown cat hair is a lot. Hey, if you learn sensor ninjutsu, it's much simpler. When Fuko was suffering, Shadow Clone suddenly caught a brown cat and came back. Haha, I found it, its feet are folded, hiding in the grass, you can treat it. Shadow Clone throws the flowers. Great, Fuko swears. It's not the same when you look handsome. Shadow Clone laughs, haha, I look like you. You don't praise me like this, I will be embarrassed. Fuko was shy, then unlocked Shadow Clone. Might was watching the whole side, and wanted to hit the wall. You are basically a person, so that you boast that you will not blush? After Fuko treated the florets with healing, he hurried to find the grandmother. The grandmother saw the little flowers, and the tears came out at the time. Hey, Zayawa saw the grandmother also excitedly yelling and used her head to lick her hand. Child, thank you so much, I don't know how to live without a small flower. Grandma took Fuko's hand and cried. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting the preliminary achievement award. Fuko seems to hear the system hint from the ear. Then Fuko took the crying grandmother to Hokage residence to deliver the mission. The grandmother repeatedly said that she gave praise, and the delighted paid 502. Then these rewards were forcibly deducted, and Fuko finally got 402. Well, a lot of bowls of ramen's money. Hey, how much does it owe to Yakushi Nono? Suddenly I want to immigrate. How, the feeling of making money is great, Might Do said suddenly. Well, I am very touched and excited. First of all, I would like to thank Konoha. It is Konoha who gave me such a perfect platform. I also want to thank Uncle Do for your rigorous training so that I can grow up in such a short period of time. I would also like to thank Academy, thank you. The smile on Might Do's face was completely stiff, and the look at Fuko was not knowing what to do. Is it excited? After that, Fuko started the D-rank mission adventure. From looking for pets to picking up rubbish, to digging holes, taking care of babies, and finally receiving a wonderful mission. The widow of the village is afraid of thunder at night, and needs someone to accompany. Fuko looked up towards Might Do. Might Do looks upright, with stern righteousness reaching out to the hand. Fuko, this mission is not suitable for children. Time passed, and 2 days before the Chunin exams, Fuko finally completed 20 D-rank missions in full, and then there was only one C-rank mission left. Fuko, C-rank mission is likely to be injured, you have to be mentally prepared, Might Do warned. Fuko seriously nodded. Matsushima Yamada warmly entertained. Fuko, come here, this is the C-rank mission I have chosen for you, the fastest time to complete, and absolutely no danger. Fuko took a look, one is the escort mission, the other is to remove the mission of the mountain bandit, and the other is the mission to catch the beast. It looks really simple and not dangerous. Fuko did not suspect him, and chose to remove the mission of mountain bandit. Fuko, don't underestimate those mountain bandit, these people can do anything. Might Do warned, and C-rank mission needs a person to complete, so this time I won't follow you. I understood, Uncle Do, rest assured, I am fine. After that, Fuko went home and simply packed up, filled the ninja tool in the ninja bag, and then prepared some food pills and left Konoha. Konoha, in a dark and damp underground building, the face-wearing hobgoblin mask of the ninja, coming out of the dark, gradually get further apart. More than 200 miles from Konoha, there is a small town near the city, but the mountain road is difficult, the traffic is inconvenient, and recently a mountain bandit has been pulled out, so the connection between the small town and the small town is cut off. It is. Don't worry, I have tried to get Konoha's ninja to help, and it will be fine soon, Town Mayor said loudly. Town Mayor, we have a backlog of mountain goods for a few days, and if we don't sell it, it will be rotten. Yeah, we are not meaningful after a few months of busy. Town Mayor, let's go. I don't believe that these mountain bandit have been on the road, when the beasts are fighting, not to mention the mountain bikes that are lazy. The big guy thinks I'm right, a goatee the middle-aged man is loudly yelled. Yeah, Town Mayor, let's go. If mountain bandit dares to appear, we will fight with them. Yes, fight with them. Town Mayor looks at these avid townsmen, their faces are green. Everyone, calm down, this group of mountain bandit kills people without blinking, why bother to fight for a little money? And Konoha's ninja is coming soon. But Town Mayor anyway, this group of townsmen has decided to go, completely not to listen. The goatee man proudly touched the goatee and his face was due. Soon, these townsmen gathered together. The mountain goods loaded a total of 5 carriages, and there were more than a dozen AO primes. Under the command of Goatee, they headed forward. Big guys don't have to be afraid, mountain bandit is also a person. They see so many of us, they must be scared that their legs are soft, ha ha ha. Goatee all the way yelled, stunned the leader. A few hours later, the sun rose to the sky was wide and the mountains were clear, and the entire group was safe except for the rugged mountain roads. Goatee looks up at the attached mountain forest from time to time, holding a mirror in his hand and reflecting the sunlight against the mountain forest. Soon, a loud noise came from the mountain forest next to it. I have listened to Lao Zi, I don't kill on the ground, the rest are all dead. Kill. In the mountain forest, more than 20 tall and strong robot man rushed out, holding machete, fiends, and face. Goatee looked at it and scared. The flower is eclipsed. Aya, I met mountain bandit, big guys don't be afraid, fight with them. Behind the dozens of Ao Zhuang townsmen, who saw this battle, suddenly scared witless, abandoned the car and fled. Don't run, mountain bandit is not terrifying. Goatee's irritated yelled, and the concealed mountain bandit stunned, followed by these AO runners. Old customs, old 7th, old 8th, you bring people to sell these mountain freight to the city, we get 80% of the money we got. Mountain bandit chief laughed. Boss, it's too cheap for the goatee. If you don't do anything, you can get 20%, more than the brothers. Mountain bandit old 7th is not satisfied. What do you know? Mountain bandit chief sneered. I heard that the town mayor has invited Konoha's ninja. If there is no goatee to do ours, we may encounter Konoha's ninja at any time. Boss brilliant and wise, it's the cheap goatee. A group of mountain bandits screamed in disarray. In the small town, the surviving people cried back in grief. Fortunately no one is hurt, it's really good. Town mayor immediately came out to comfort everyone. Town mayor, we are wrong. If we listen to you, then this will not happen. Goatee sighed, then toned, said with a snort, all blame that Konoha ninja, if he arrived earlier this will not happen like this. Yeah, if Konoha ninja can come over soon. Scoundrel, both are ninja's fault. A group of townsmen takes the following good advice and throws all responsibility to Konoha ninja. Town mayor saw it and didn't know what to say. At this time, Fuko was finally late. Because I didn't want to waste time, Fuko waded through the mountains and didn't walk the mountain. Hey, how come there is a child? Damned, is it mountain bandit? No, you see, that's Konoha's headband, Konoha's ninja. Town mayor's eyes, big joy, and then great sadness. All townsmen look at each other in dismay. Konoha ninja? Will it be a brat? What a joke. The townsmen who had just lost a lot of mountain goods were not happy, and they pushed Konoha to give them an account. Sparks a long time is really tired to get here, but don't want to listen to these townsmen. Raise non. Fuko took a slap directly on a rock next to it. Pu and the harsh cracking sound, the rock was directly blown out of a bowl-sized hole, and the edge of the hole was full of twisted cracks. Seeing this amazing scene, all the townsmen were all horrified. Good, great, obviously just a little demon. Goatee's face is also changed. Konoha's ninja, it's not easy. Fuko shot a scared hand and said, so, who told me about the situation of the mountain by kite? I am the town mayor of this small town, welcome you, Lord Ninja from Konoha. Town mayor came out. The old 8th of the mountain bandit group brought a couple of 5-car mountain goods to the town. Hey, wait a minute, Lao Z is going to be convenient. Old 8th suddenly slid into the woods outside the town. Old 7th was dissatisfied with a few words. For a long while, I still can't see Old 8th coming back. Old 7th angry, I'm old, sorry, my stomach hurts, I will pull it, don't be surprised, hee hee. Old 8th smiled behind. Old 7th suddenly looked back at him with a puzzled look, this guy, when was this polite? But soon, Old 7th shifted his attention. Entering the small town, a group of mountain bandit experienced the distribution of the 5-car mountain goods. It took only 1 hour to leave the small city with a lot of money. At the same time, in small town, Fuko also listened to town mayor's report, some basic information about understood mountain bandit. Hello, the small town to transport everything to the town? Strange, mountain bandit cannot rob the money, robbed the mountain goods and took it back to eat. Fuko strange. Town mayor Lord Fuko, in fact, just before you came, we had another batch of mountain goods robbed by mountain bandit. Interesting, Fuko is exposed to sneered. To be sure, mountain bandit is unlikely to be interested in things other than money. If they rob the mountain goods, they must be able to sell the mountain goods to the city. There may be their accomplices in the city, even this small town, or they may have their spy. Fuko turned his eyes and looked at the expressions of all the townsmen nearby, and soon locked in the goatee. This is not to say how smart Fuko is, but the previous life TV series is like this. Thanks to the book friend Rin for the reward. Judging from the information we have now, this group of mountain bandit is hidden in the deep forest, and there should be a place in the city and in the small town. Well, I don't want to, my head is big. Isn't it trifling mountain bandit, but also waste brain cells? Fuko went straight to the townsman and said, I am going to annihilate the mountain bandit now. I need a guide. Who are you willing to follow me? Many townsmen look at each other in dismay, simultaneously receding, his face showing fear, worry, and doubt. Even though Fuko has been confirmed to be the ninja from Konoha, the fear of mountain bandit makes them afraid to be easily suspected. At this moment, the goatee eyes twitched for 2 laps, and then stood out with stern righteousness, respected Lord Fuko, I am willing to be a guide. He turned to the townsman behind him and said, as long as I can eliminate the mountain bandit, I will be willing to do whatever I want. He said that he was really sincere, his saliva was flying, and his eyes were full of drama. The townsman was deceived by his appearance, and immediately yelled, and a few heartwarming townsmen couldn't control the 10 ryo paper money on him. Goatee corner of the eye twitching, some can't stand this insult. Good, then, let's go now. Fuko smiled. I just guessed that this goatee was in the mountain bandit. I didn't expect this to be so positive. If there is no ghost, I don't believe in killing Fuko. Be careful, Lord Ninja, be sure to annihilate mountain bandit, please. Townsman step aside road, let Fuko and goatee leave from the middle. Town mayor has already brought 2 old horses as means of transportation. Fuko didn't refuse. After all, goatee is just an ordinary person. If you use it, heaven knows how much time is wasted on the road. Lord, I have seen mountain bandit, they have 20 or 30 people, each fiends, tall and strong, holding greatsword, it's not good to deal with. Goatee rides on the horse, all the way, is bragging about the power of mountain bandit. You are so familiar with mountain bandit, hee hee, I don't know if you think they are inside. Fuko teased. Who, what nonsense, how could I be a mountain bandit person, I grew up in a small town, not the kind you said. Goatee turned pale with fright, incoherent. Hee hee, just talk about it, what are you panicking? Fuko said without looking back. Goei relaxed, so scared by Fuko, he did not dare to start to talk again. Soon, the two came to the place where they were robbed. Lord, here is where we have just been robbed. The mountain bandit is washed down from the mountain top. Goatee points to the mountain top on the left. Fuko indifferent expression of nodded, he looked around all around, and soon found traces of messy ground, footprints, horseshoe prints, carriage wheel marks. Then he looked up and towards mountain top. At the same time, some people are watching them on the mountaintop. Boss, you see, it is Goatee. Go, and rob them. Stop all, Goatee didn't signal, rushed down to courting death. Mountain bandit chief angered, don't forget, Konoha's ninja will come at any time. Boss, you don't want to say that the brat next to Goatee is ninja. Haha, such a small ninja, I can play 2 with one hand. I can play 5. I want to hit 10. The mountain bandit boasted one more than one. At this time, old 7th and old 8th, who went to the small town, also rushed back, carrying a lot of money in their arms. When they saw the banknotes, the mountain bandit couldn't help but pick it up. Keep me quiet, Mountain Bandit Chief angrily said. I will kill his head again. The mountain bandit immediately shuts up. On the mountain road, Goatee rubbed his sweat on his forehead, forced a smile and said, Lord, Mountain Bandit doesn't seem to be there, or else, will we come back tomorrow? Fuko glanced at him and said, that can't be done. I have limited time. I have to go back to Konoha tomorrow evening. The goatee showed a happy color, but he quickly concealed it, and he said, Lord, the sky is dark. It is too dangerous to enter the mountain at this time. In addition to the mountain bandit, there are many beasts that eat people. The beast of eating people is more powerful than the beast that is covered with human skin. Am I right? Fuko looked back like a smile yet not a smile. At the same time, he secretly lost a few genjutsu to him, ready to control Goatee. The goatee blinked in the eye, but was quickly controlled by Fuko, taking a mirror and moving towards the mountaintop to reflect the sun. Boss is watching, Goatee signaling. Haha, although it is a child, but in the case of a rich child, this time you have to make a lot of money. The mountain bandit baby can't stand this temptation, and Aoo screams down the mountain. Mountain Bandit Chief, if you don't have any other thoughts on this situation, then rush. Soon, a large wave of Mountain Bandit was surrounded by Fuko and Goatee. When I came to the present, this group of Mountain Bandit discovered anomalies. That Goatee has been staying in the old horse, not running or calling. Eyes are a god, holding a mirror in his hand is like a door god. That child is even more surprised, from beginning to end. A face is light, face with confidence. The key is not to look at people. Looking down on people? The Mountain Bandit baby can't stand this grievance, and the greatsword is pulled up. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Fuko quickly hand seal, incarnation gourd fire. Aoo called to squirt a big fireball. The fireball is welcoming the storm, and the heat of the Mountain Bandit is hot. Not good, is ninja, run, run. Mountain Bandit is a short throw away one's helmet and coat of mail, scared witless, only hate the third leg is not long enough to help. Bang! The great fireball exploded, and the violent fire waves and shocks directly killed 7 or 8 Mountain Bandit. Fuko body flicker jutsu catches up, shuriken flies, and kills 5. Then Kunao was pulled out and wrestling. A few black and fat Mountain Bandit thought it was an opportunity. He called machete Aoo and rushed over. As a result, he was smashed by Fuko, and then used Kunao to wipe the box directly. Mountain Bandit ran all the way, and soon, there were only 3 Mountain Bandit left in front of Fuko. Mountain Bandit Chief, and old 7th old 8th. You, I will give you a battle. Mountain Bandit Chief shouted, commanding old 7th old 8th when cannon fodder. Old 7th not saying anything further rushed over and was wiped by Fuko. Mountain Bandit Chief shameful slobber, then kicked old 8th's ass. You go. Old 8th turned back, revealing a cold smile, with a machete wave in his hand, directly cutting the Mountain Bandit Chief into 2 pieces, and the internal organs of the blood flowed to the ground. Then, idler and so on will not hinder us. Old 8th's voice was accompanied by a demonic, and the surrounding air was infected by him, bringing a faint chill. Fuko brow raised, revealing the unexpected expression. Old 8th threw away the bloody machete, and slyly smiled. First time, you can call me, Crow Ghost, boom. There was smog there, and then came out of the face wearing AO color crow mask of ninja. This mask, Fuko pupils shrank, calm down. It seems that you are no stranger to this mask. Old 8th sneered, this is much simpler. I inherited this mask and also inherited the predecessor's mission. Interesting, Fuko sneered, Danzo's route is really refuse to give up one's evil intentions. Don't you pull me down the thief boat, can't you sleep? My purpose is clear, surrender or death. Old 8th shouted. Hey, don't say these words to scare the people, Fuko sneered. Konoha's management of ninja, especially the Jinni of the Jonin level, is very strict and will not allow them to leave the village, otherwise it will be regarded as missing nin. Even the root member, which is Konoha's ninja, is also subject to such constraints, so Fuko concludes that this guy, the strength is at most Chunin. Jonin? Impossible. That's your answer. Old 8th puts a fighting stance, left and right hands take out Kunao and aim at Fuko's throat. My answer is, I am forbidden by me, courting death. The old 8th starts instantly and approaches Fuko. Fuko quickly hand seal, his hand seal speed, once again increased 0.1 seconds, and now 0.5 seconds can make a print. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, boom. The fireball instant drowned the old 8th silhouette and slammed into the opposite mountain forest. Little demon, ninja game is over. Old 8th leaps high in his hands or finished hand seal water style, wild water wave. Fuko looked up and saw that the old 8th seemed to swell his mouth like a toad. The sound of spit out a big mouthful of water, oh, a wave of water. Fuko leaps gently and leaves the water range. Water style, flowing water whip. A whip of water consists of an instant entanglement on Fuko's ankle and holds him. Lightning style, earth walk. Bang! White's lightning moment slammed on Fuko along the water whip. Crackling. Bang! Fuko instant turned into a cloud of smoke. Clone jutsu. Old 8 sneered, slowly circled to find Fuko trails. Fuko hiding in the dark can see clearly, this guy's hand seal speed is slightly faster than him. If he is playing ninjutsu, he has to show Sharingan. Exactly, I also want to try my formidable power of these eyes. In distraction, Old 8 has found Fuko, and directly draws a flowing water whip to break the nearby vegetation. Abandon the unnecessary struggle, Uchiha Fuko. Old 8 again hand seal Tiger Ox Monkey Rat Borox. What? Old 8's eyebrows were suddenly picked up, and the scene in front of him made him completely unprepared, only to see Fuko holding a pair of Blood's Tsutomo Sharingan, staring at his hand seal. Tiger Ox Monkey Rat Borox. Exactly the same, not bad. How can it be? Old 8 panic, this little demon actually opened eyes, and his Tsutomo Sharingan, there is no mention in the information, this is a major mistake in the information collection. His face was suspicious, but immediately sneered, Tsutomo Sharingan is impossible to see through this jutsu. And, it's a pity that this ninjutsu is high-level water-style ninjutsu, chakra without shinin level, don't think about success, horse dog rabbit dog tiger snake ox monkey. Old 8 continues the hand seal, and Fuko does the same. Lightning style, angry lightning tiger, lightning style, angry lightning tiger, crackling. A lightning-like chakra hovered around the two, gathered, and then turned into two huge blue tigers with light around the body, snarling and rushing to the other side. Impossible. Old 8 was shocked and shocked. Uchiha Fuko can make this ninjutsu. Has his chakra reached the Chunin level? This little demon is only a few years old. Old 8th heart killing intent boiling. Bang! Ka. The two-headed giant blue tiger collided halfway, a lightning entangled with each other, and the instant exploded, sweeping the square of the sunny dozen meters. Fuko and Old 8th simultaneous retreat. Uchiha Fuko, I missed you, but the ending is already doomed. Old 8th again hand seal. Fuko Tsutomo Sharingan stared quietly, was about to copy, but his brows suddenly wrinkled. No, this is water-style ninjutsu, my chakra is only lightning and fire dual attribute, I haven't mastered nature transformation, disabled to use water-style ninjutsu, damned. Fuko was mad, but he quickly calmed down. That being the case, you can only kill him with taijutsu. Gate of opening, gate of healing, open. Fuko directly opens 8 inner gates, and the brain liberation suppresses chakra while forcing the addition of physical strength. Water style, wild water wave, leaf great whirlwind, boom. The violent water flow was directly kicked into the two halves by Fuko, and the backlash was not reduced to the Old 8th. Old 8th frowns head, body flicker jutsu stay away and continue to use water style ninjutsu. Wait, it's not right. Fuko suddenly got wary. Since Danzo sent this guy to deal with himself, he must be reassured by him, but from the battle to the present, Fuko asked himself that there is no myself wind. This guy is at most ordinary Chunin, no, even the ordinary Chestin's battle strength is not. How can such a role be entrusted to Danzo? Tsutomo Sharingan slowly revolved, Fuko did not notice the slightest difference in Old 8th. But, the guy who is lying on the ground and is dead is careless. Oh, interesting. Next, Fuko made a few moves with Old 8th, and deliberately exposed the defeat, and the battle retreated. Old 8th's eyelid shot a smug color. Under his offensive, Fuko couldn't help but retreat in a certain direction, getting closer and closer. It is this time. Bang! The Old 7th, lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and kunao swiftly in his hand and inserted it into Fuko's throat. Wait for you. Raise non, boom. Oh, what? How are you, boom. Old 8th is dissipated into smoke without saying it. And Old 7th, who has been directly hit by Raise non, can't die anymore. Fuko was finally relaxed, and the 8 inner gates were turned off, and the body immediately came aching. Lucky, Fuko did not expect that this guy is so insidious, obviously has a big advantage, but uses Shadow Clone to positively restrain himself, and he himself is dead on the ground, want one-hit kill. Fortunately, I am cautious. However, this battle also made Fuko realize that there is no common sense in the battle between ninja, everything can happen. No, don't kill me, Suddenly, a horrified scream came from behind. Goatee finally woke up from Fuko's genjutsu and saw the bloody body of the land directly scared, and even ran to the small town. Fuko eyes slightly narrowed, this Goatee, collusion with Mountain Bandit, the scourge of small-town residents, damned. Fuko saw a machete of Mountain Bandit at the foot and kicked it directly. Machete crossed the beautiful arc in the sky, and he slammed into the Goatee body. So, no matter what you do, you can't be a traitor. Early the next morning, Fuko got up early and went to academy after breakfast. At this time, it was already a holiday. There were only a dozen people in the big academy, and they wore the Konoha headband. They all came to participate in Chunin exams genin. When Fuko was observing these people, these people were also observing him. Good young little demon, he is Kakashi? Hey, Kakashi has white hair, it can't be him. Really, these little demons don't give us these senior faces too much. If you are so small, come to Chunin exams and let our faces go. Most of these genins have been more than 10 years old, and some even have uncle levels. The future is so bleak, and seeing Fuko so young naturally expresses their unhappiness. You are Uchiha Fuko. Suddenly a friendly smile came, his clothes were dark, and Uchiha's crest was behind him. I am Uchiha Tensen, said, this Sao year is very much the Tutomo Sharinan. Uchiha Tensen 17 to 18 years old, born dashing eyebrows star eyes, idol was born. Fuko's heart jumped, the first thought was that this guy was sent by Danzo. Hello, do you know me? Fuko asked cautiously. Of course, my father is Uchiha Yamano, the captain of Konoha Military Police Force. Uchiha Tensen showed restrained arrogance, said with a smile, I heard father mention you. This way. Fuko indifferent expression, the first time he met, he would not be naive to believe in one-sided story, even if this is true, with Danzo's means, what can't be done? Ah, is that Kakashi? White hair, it is indeed him. Really, now the little demon is more annoying than one. Fuko turned to look at the academy door. There was a child who was slightly shorter than him. The white hair of the bag was covered with a black mask on his face. The exposed eyes were languid and looked like dead fish eyes. So small, this virtue? Fuko pouted. Kakashi is a genius. I have been watched from a variety of eyes since I was a child. 100 Venom's immunity has been on the lookout for many of Genin's onlookers. He is a dead fish, and then he looks at Fuko, and his eyes are slightly different. I won't accept your challenge. Kakashi walked past Fuko and said no to her head. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, this honey juice confident where you came from. Fuko had planned to ignore him, but now he changed his mind, and he didn't want to stop him. I am really sorry for the big fist of this casserole. People are finally here. A lazy voice suddenly came from the front. A ninja did not know when he was standing there, said, everyone, go to the A101 classroom collection, Sue. The next genin is running wildly almost in an instant. Kakashi is even more crisp, directly from body flicker jutsu. Fuko walked slowly behind, his eyes narrowed, and Kakashi opened, and he had to face Danzo's black hand. This is the point. He looked at the backs of these people and secretly wondered who would be Danzo's chess piece. Chunin exams is similar to the original work. First, a theoretical knowledge exam is held. The problem of the test paper is not difficult. It can be solved with careful attention. It is difficult to exude a terrorist killing intent in the 9 corners of the classroom. Killing intent, such as a layer of black gauze, enveloped in the heart of all genin, in this state to answer questions, tell the truth, a slight oversight will calculate the error. But it's not difficult for Fuko. His willpower has been hardened by might do, and he has just killed more than 20 mountain bandit, naturally not afraid of their killing intent, quietly. After answering the question, Fuko closed his eyes and raised his spirits. By the time the volume was booked, there were 2 ninjas that collapsed because of the pressure of killing intent, and they urinated on the spot. The scene was a mess. In addition to these 2 genin, the rest of the ninja, regardless of the answer, all passed. The second stage exam will be conducted in the Forest of Death. Everyone, do the realization of death. The nib of the reading sound lazily suddenly turned around, behind him, I do not know when I have already stood a ninja. This ninja long hair shawl, skin color pale as snow, eyes like a fox, but a pair of golden vertical pupil. The second stage exam will be invigilated by Lord Orochimaru. Everyone startled and then exclaimed, Lord Orochimaru. It turned out to be the murder of Lord Orochimaru and Sunin, incredible. Too honored. Fuko suddenly felt that this world was full of him with a rich evil intent. Orochimaru invigilation? Fuck, can you still count on it? Fuko's heart was sorrowful, and I didn't know if Orochimaru and Danzo had done the basics at this time. If they had already done it, they could just hang it. Hearted, old iron. Orochimaru Golden's vertical pupil looked around in Kakashi and then fell heavily on Fuko. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, the whole person is not good. When they came to the Forest of Death, Orochimaru announced the specific content of the exam. I have to eliminate half of the people in this exam, that is, only 10 of the 20 people can pass. Orochimaru reveals gloomy smile. The content of the exam is to cross the Forest of Death in 5 days and head to the Forest of Death Central Tower. Uchiha Tensen suddenly asked Lord Orochimaru, can you use all means? Of course, you can kill them by fair means or foul when necessary. Orochimaru indifferently said. If this is the case, we can do it here, and the 10 people who lost will automatically quit. Genin has a chance to move. Orochimaru laughs, so there is an additional rule for this exam, he. All the singular order into the Central Tower's ninja, all eliminated, the plural order entered, all passed. All genin is almost in place in an instant. Single elimination, plural pass? That is to say, the first, third, fifth. 19 people who entered the central tower were eliminated, and the second, fourth, sixth, 20 people who entered the central tower passed? This is too difficult. Once they are dispersed, they don't know who entered central tower and who didn't enter. Even if you know, you can't be sure if you are singular or plural. If you kill everyone, then you are the first place, and you will still be eliminated. Hateful, it's all gambling luck. A lot of genin troubled look. So, what's the question? Orochimaru squinted, then put out his tongue and began to wash his face, half said with an evil laugh. Since there is no doubt, then the second stage exam, start now. In the Forest of Death, the towering ancient tree is so numerous that you can't see the end of the densely packed base. Walking on the branches of a giant tree, Fuko even has the illusion of shrinking himself. Sue! A Silhouette shuttles from nearby swiftly and desperately runs towards the central of the Forest of Death. Although there are Orochimaru's weird rules, most of genin can't help but want to immediately rush to Central Tower. Fuko carefully hides the figure, listening to the surrounding ears and moving slowly. Roar! There was a wild beast roaring on the left side, and the whole ground was shaken and shivered. A huge mountain pig rushed over with red eyes and went straight to the giant tree where Fuko was. Fire style, Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu. Fuko hand seal, continuously fires the fireball from the mouth and falls on the mountain pig along a beautiful arc. Roar roar. The mountain pig's skin is thick, and this head is the outstanding talent. It has not been bathed for several decades since birth. It has been layered with layers of black lacquer black in the body, which not only blocks the explosion of the fireball, but also isolates it. High temperature damage. Bang! The two fangs of the mountain pig smashed into the tree and directly pulled out two large holes. The pig's head twisted and the towering giant tree was laid down. Fuko gently jumped onto another giant tree, and although the eyes fell on the mountain pig, the attention was always on all around. I just came in and bumped into the mountain pig. It's too clever. Will someone drive out in the dark? With such a thought, Fuko is naturally stable and steady, and the result is a long time, and the mountain pig is not happy. Pu Kai. The body of the mountain pig is too big. After a while, the body feels hollowed out. The big sensation can't be eaten. The gas from the two pigs' noses is quickly turned into a white smoke. Finally, it twists and eagerly ran. Fuko is awkward, he hasn't worked hard yet, but he did not stop. Forget it, it is an accident. Fuko eyes slightly narrowed, then turned and walked towards the middle of the forest. All the way forward, from time to time can meet a few huge beasts. The strongest strength is catching up with Chunin. Fuko can kill and kill. If it takes physical strength to kill, he will run directly, so as not to fight for fisherman profit. On the way, he saw a giant tree underneath. A huge tree root knotted there, forming a tree hole. The entrance to the tree hole, there is deep red blood. The blood has dried up slightly. Fuko lightly jumped down. This is seeing the situation in the tree hole. Fuko took a breath and then slowly approached. There was a dead body there, and Fuko recognized him. He was also one of genin who participated in Chunin exams. Looking at the temperature, it should have been dead for a long time, and the deadlock has not yet appeared. Fuko searched and found that everything in genin was there. On the first day, I started to die? Fuko shaking one's head laughter. The next 4 days, certainly interesting. Look, there is a tree hole here. I smell bloody. Two silhouettes are slowly approaching the tree hole. Fuko frowned and went out. What? It turned out to be your little demon. A man and a woman are both 18 to 19 years old, and the man has a knife on the back. When they see Fuko, they first scorned, but when they saw the corpse behind Fuko, they immediately showed vigilance. Little demon, I don't see you so embarrassed. Fuko shrugged. If I said that I didn't kill you, of course we choose to believe in you, hee. The young male ninja was sneered again and again, but his hand had reached the sword handle on the back. Yeah, after all is a little demon, how can you kill? Female ninja blinked, but the shuriken of the palm was tighter. The two ninjas slowly separated, and one left and one right approached Fuko. Hey, I advise you to go quickly. Fuko start to talk. That can't be done, I don't know if I die, we have to investigate clearly. The two ninjas are very tacit understanding, almost rushing to Fuko at the same time. Fuko brow raised, sneered, it's really recklessly. Crescent moon dance, male ninja is loudly roared, instantly 3 clones, from 3 different directions slashed towards Fuko. Leaf Kenjutsu style? Fuko left palm has a chakra outflow, which instantly turns into a sky blue sphere. Raise Nan. Female ninja also issued an offensive. Fuma Shuriken. The huge shuriken was extremely fast in the sky spinning, and rolled up the sky. Fuko wasn't in a hurry. He first forced male ninja back with Raise Nan, then leaped gently to escape Fima Shuriken of female ninja. Impossible. Male ninja was a little surprised. He just created 3 clones, but he was seen by Fuko in an instant, and he was forced back to him with the weird ninjutsu in his hand. His eyes. This little demon is Uchiha clan. Female ninja turned pale with fright. Fuko opened Tutomo Sharinan, and his cheeky face showed a singular expression. Tutomo Sharinan, male ninja, was frightened. This little demon is the genius of Uchiha clan. Only genius can open Sharinan Tutomo at such a young age. Two ninja look at each other in dismay, Uchiha clan and Konoha but noble clan, and they are just common ninja. If they really kill Fuko, once the news comes out, they are likely to die in a mission. No, it is not possible, it is certain. Damned, male ninja clenched the teeth, holding the knife's hand veins completely show, dissatisfaction with reality, and envy of Fuko, turned into a hateful hatred. Let's go, female ninja calmly judged the situation. This little demon, like Kakashi, is not something we can provoke. Humph. Lucky little demon. Male ninja difficult to collect the sword, turned and left. Fuko licked his head on his back, and his mouth pulled a sneered, stop. How? Two ninjas turned at the same time. Want to fight, want to go and go free? Hee, who gave you such a big face? Fuko's Tutomo slowly revolving, full of evil and ominous aura. Little demon, don't think we are afraid of you, male ninja angrily said, look at the face of your Uchiha clan, we don't care about you. Yes? Then I represent Uchiha clan, thank you very much. Fuko left and right hand's quick hand seal on the chest, fire style, fire dragon bullet. Bang! The three huge fireballs radiated hot and suddenly came. Water style, wild water wave, female ninja hand seal, jetting water to block the fireball. And male ninja leaped high and rushed to Fuko. The scabbard on his back has been taken down by him, grabbed on the waist side, and the right hand grips the sword handle. Ado. A pair of blade light flashed like lightning from his waist side, and a half-moon-shaped knife accompanied a buzzing tremor, swiftly slammed into Fuko's eyes. Facing the swiftly falling blade light, Fuko calms the fast hand seal. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The fireball instantly drowns the blade light and rolls it back to the male ninja in the sky with a hot high temperature. Damned! Male ninja didn't expect Fuko's hand seal speed so fast. The fireball of the looks at assaults the senses, busy with the body substitution jutsu avoid. How can this level past Chunin exams? Fuko suddenly appeared behind his ear. Leaf great whirlwind. Male ninja panicked back, but saw a black shadow swiftly bigger in front of her eyes. Boom! When the sawdust was flying, the silhouette of male ninja was directly blasted into the giant tree and fainted. Scoundrel! Female ninja rushed up with Kunao, but it was not Fuko opponent at all. She couldn't keep up with Fuko, regardless of speed or strength. She was beaten by Fuko. She was beaten to vomit blood 3 or 2 times and lost the battle strength on the ground. Hateful, female ninja bite bleeding, the death of the naked at Fuko. I don't know why, my mood suddenly became a lot better. Fuko patted hands, refreshed, looked at the female ninja on the ground, chuckled, so, don't be too oneself infallible, understand? I understand. Female ninja angry trembling, but rational thinking forced her to press anger, bowing admit defeat. Good, then, good luck. Fuko leaped with a smile. I hope that the murderer has left, bye. Female ninja was surprised and soon realized that the genin in the tree hole was not killed by Fuko, or why should they leave their lives? Female ninja stood up with her gums and wanted to save male ninja, but suddenly there was a rush of wind in her head. She hadn't reacted yet, and consciousness had already fallen into absolute darkness. Soft-hearted will cause a big disaster, Uchiha Fuko. Next to the female corpse of female ninja, a handsome youngster rubbed the blood on Kunao. His voice was bloody, his eyes were cold and without a trace of emotion. Then he walked to the side of the giant tree. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Bang! A huge fireball rushed into the tree, burning the male ninja inside, and then left. Half an hour later, a leaf of a giant tree suddenly shook, and Fuko's silhouette was drilled from there. His eyes were dignified, and the muscles stretched taut, seemingly uncontrollably trembling. It's cruel. In fact, Fuko felt some spying in the dark when fighting these two ninjas, so I just deliberately leave, just want to see who is in the dark. Uchiha Tenshin. Yes, the people in the dark are amazed by the previous year at the academy training grounds in Fuko, Uchiha Tenshin. Uchiha Tenshin is very handsome, especially laughing to give a gentle feeling like a spring breeze, but his true face is so cold-blooded and cruel, the impact on him is not really big. Especially these genins are competitive opponents, but how to say it is also a village, the next evil scheme, not abnormal is, abnormal, yes, must be abnormal. The most important thing is that Uchiha Tenshin's strength is very strong. There is definitely Chunin battle strength, just a few fast as lightning, Taijutsu attainments is not low, and his Sharinan is also open to Tomo, not inferior. Strong enemy. Fuko squinted, this guy, will it be Danzo? Do you want to kill him? After all, he saw my two Tomo Sharinan, it must be my talent, and the grief and indignation feelings of Yushangliang, especially the glory of the world. Oh, the more Fuko wants to make a firm resolution, get rid of him. Then he gently left and continued to approach the forest of death. As time goes by, the death of the ninja is also increasing. Fuko even saw a wild beast happy shaking his tail and chewing a corpse of a ninja, scaring Fuko to divide the wild beast directly into the body. The closer you are to the center of the forest of death, the deeper Fuko's heart is. Judging from the current information, Uchiha Tenshin, the madman, really intends to kill the ninja of this exam to a minimum, such as killing 18, then pushing the last ninja into the central tower, and his second entry can become the only ninja that passed the test. Fuko recalls those ninjas and secretly compares them and finds that except for Kakashi and him, the rest are soy sauce parties. It is impossible to be the opponent of Uchiha Tenshin. But not right. In the original work, Kakashi became Chunin at the age of 6. So, what is Uchiha Tenshin going to do? Fuko thought of a long time, but the only thing he didn't expect was that his arrival had already changed the plot. For example, in the original work, Orochimaru is not the examiner of the Chunin exams, and naturally there is no such wonderful test. Rule. So this time Kakashi can still pass the exam and become Konoha's history youngest Chunin, really hanging. Finally, time came to the 5th day, which is the last day of the exam. Fuko has come to the center of the forest of death and can even see the spires not far away. I don't know if anyone is in the central tower. Fuko can of course go straight in, but if the luck is not good, it is just a single order entry. And Uchiha Tenshin, I don't know how many people this guy died. Fuko pondered, hand seal summon Shadow Clone, let him go to beat the grass to scare the snake nearby. Central towers all around, there are still a few ninja hidden dark spots. The mind is similar to Fuko, do not dare to take the lead into the central tower. Uchiha Tenshin stood on the tree raft of a giant tree and stared at it. 20 ninja, there are 11 in my hand, except myself, the remaining 8. I have 1 on the left and 2 on the right, but it will be very difficult to deal with 3 at the same time. Uchiha Tenshin blinked. If Kakashi agreed to join him yesterday, he would be able to directly control the Forest of Death exam. It's a pity. Then he found another name in his mind. Uchiha Fuko? It is also possible to find a cooperation with him, but when I think of Uchiha Fuko's 2-tomo Sharingan, the killing intent in Uchiha Tenshin's heart is boiling. He is the son of Konoha Military Police Force Captain Uchiha Yamano and knows more secrets than the average clansman. Regarding Sharingan, he knows that there is a higher rank after 3-tomo. Therefore, Uchiha Fuko, who has been open 2-tomos so young, must die, but this will never change. At this time, the corner of his eye saw a silhouette swiftly on the front of the giant tree. Uchiha Fuko. When Uchiha Fuko appeared, Uchiha Tenshin's eyes narrowed into a seam. What does this guy want to do? Also holding the same doubts as Kakashi and other ninja hidden in the dark. But they are all tacit understanding, lurking in that motionless. Fuko's shadow clone turned a long time, seeing that these guys were all going to play the Ninja Turtle. The ghost idea came, and he dropped his head and headed straight toward the central tower. What? He just went in? Not going to be cloned? Is he the first one? Damned, you can't find the slightest information at all. Uchiha Tenshin opened the Sharingan immediately, and saw chakra on the other side within the body. At the same time, after Kakashi was in the tree, suddenly a puppy ran over. Hakun, can you see it clearly? Well, I saw, there is no genin in the inside tower. The puppy is very cute, talking childish voice, wearing dark blue clothes, and Konoha headband tied to the dog's head, one of Kakashi's summon Ninken. I understood. Thank you Pakun. Boom. The smoke dissipated and Pakun has disappeared. Kakashi reveals half of the eyes from behind the tree, and the silhouette of Fuko in front of the looks-at walks into the central tower, and the brow can't help but wrinkle. Shadow clone? Still gambling luck? If it is the latter, then the ninja who followed him is the second place, can pass the exam, but if it is the former. In the central tower, Orochimaru and several Chunin examiners stood together, and the look-at came in Fuko. The face of the evil charm could not help but reveal a meaningful sneer. Next to a Chunin examiner called Uchiha Fuko, you know that you are the first to come in. Fuko smiled and looked around all around, said without thinking, I don't know. You are the first one, so, you, wait. Orochimaru lightly said with a smile. As an examiner, if Shadow Clone can't see it, it's too derelict. What? This is Shadow Clone? Chunin examiner startled. Fuko looked at all around but didn't even have a single person. He couldn't help but conceal the ninja turtles outside. Everyone does not mind if I am here? Fuko asked. Orochimaru indifferently said, of course not. Orochimaru's gaze made Fuko uncomfortable for a while. Time passed slowly until late at night, and there was still no ninja to enter Central Tower. Fuko's shadow clone looks at the time, only half an hour after the exam is over. Hey, this group of ninjas will not really wait until the last second to come in. Finally, at the entrance of the Central Tower, a silhouette walked slowly into the light from the darkness. Fuko, not saying anything further, rushed over. Leaf Great Whirlwind. That silhouette, completely unprepared, directly kicked in the middle face, dissipated into smoke. Smelly shameless, even use clone to probe. Fuko gas is broken. Hey, little demon, don't forget that you are also a shadow clone. Orochimaru's playful voice rang behind his ears. Fuko was scared and jumped to the side, but he turned his head and looked at it. Orochimaru stood in the distance and didn't move. Surprising. As time went by, people outside the central tower gradually became anxious. It's almost time. Uchiha Tenshin Hand Seal summon Shadow Clone, go into central tower and see if Uchiha Fuko's main body is not inside. Give me the peace of mind. Ta ta ta. A rhythmic footstep is far and near. Fuko grabbed both hands and pulled out 2 Rasengan directly. Behind him, Orochimaru stared and stared at Fuko's hands. No hand seal, no gains, hehe, I didn't expect him to really develop this ninjutsu, interesting. Ta ta. The footsteps went to the central tower and suddenly stopped, and the lights of the inside tower just happened to be on his feet. Then he went on and gradually walked into the light. Feet, legs, waist, chest, and finally the face. Uchiha Tenshin. Fuko stretched out the muscles, not saying anything further, and rushed up, and the 2 balls in his hand slammed into his face. Uchiha Fuko, this is not the attitude towards clansmen. Uchiha Tenshin Taijutsu attainments is not low, a few jumps leave the place, then hand seal, spray the great fireball. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Fuko also immediately took a hand seal to resist. Bang! The fireball exploded in the inside tower, and the glaring fire spread out madly along the doors and windows, illuminating the nearby radius. Lord Orochimaru? We are so look at? Chunin Examiner in the corner is a little angry. These genins are too arrogant. Don't treat the examiner as a cotter, it's the day. Hehe, this is not very exciting, just look at it. Orochimaru sneered out loud. As one of the Sunin, Orochimaru has a very high status in Konoha, and even though these Chunin Examiner are dissatisfied, they dare not violate him. Bang! As Fuko and Uchiha Tenshin's fire style confronted, the temperature of the inside tower also rose sharply. The fire wave was like a wave, and a wave of waves slammed on the walls of the inside tower. Several Chunin Examiner sullen protect the central tower with earth style, so as not to be dismantled by these 2 little bastard. Fuko and Uchiha Tenshin are on both sides, coldly looking at each other. At this time, there was a sudden rush of running sound outside. No matter what, no time to come in. A genin rushed yelled, is it through or out? It depends on my luck. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Fire style, Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu. Fuko and Uchiha Tenshin launched fire style ninjutsu at the same time. Bang! The hustle and bustle of the fire wave rushed out along the gates of the central tower, directly drowning the silhouette. Boom! That genin is directly dissipated into smoke. It's a clone, it's still so nice, hey, stinky shameless. Fuko's shadow clone contempt. Opposite, Uchiha Tenshin frowned, and until now, I still can't confirm whether this guy is Fuko main body or shadow clone. There are still 5 minutes. Orochimaru's cold voice sounds inside and outside the central tower. The outside genin suddenly eagerly cuts, and then delays, the exam time is over. Lord Orochimaru, will there be an accident? Chunin Examiner was also worried, for fear of trouble. Unexpected? The accident is not always happening. Orochimaru put out his tongue and began to wash his face. At the same time, Kakashi outside the central tower has already come to the side of an anxious genin. You are the one. Kakashi pulled out the short blade behind him and swiftly rushed over. Who? The rushing wind awoke genin, and he pulled out kunao and sneaked back without going back to the left. Kakashi wields the short sword parry off kunao, and the sword is fiercely cut. Bang! The battle in the central tower is more and more bursting, and the hot high-temperature fire wave is baked inside the floor tiles. The chakra of the 2 is finally coming to an end. 12 million Ryo. 13 million Ryo. In the dark jungle, Fuko was tied to the campfire, and the crackling of the flameling star fell on his face from time to time, hurting him grimacing and grinning. Kakuzu sat next to a game of meat, allowing Fuko to raise the price there. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Fuko loudly feels public morals are degenerating with each passing day. The men of today are sadly degenerated. Kakuzu vacated a hand from his arms and took out an ancient book, while watching the game while watching the book. What else can Fuko do? Of course, I chose to sleep. The battle of the big a long time, coupled with the night run, his body cannot eat early, and it is not as good as Kakuzu. It is better to sleep directly, in order to change. He has a special constitution. No matter how tired or tired he is, he can recover from a sleep. If he negotiates tomorrow, he will kill him. Without physical strength, nothing can be done. The most important thing is that he believes that Kakuzu is greedy enough. Since there is no immediately killing him, it means that 10 million Ryo can't satisfy his appetite. Before the negotiation is completely broken, he will not be able to start. Kakuzu couldn't stand watching the book. He looked it towards Fuko and his eyes showed incredible rays of light. Did this little demon actually fall asleep? Kakuzu is an old driver. It is impossible to get rid of him when he is sleeping or sleeping. It is because of this that he is shocked. He is not afraid that I will kill him directly? Kakuzu just raised his hand and felt a powerful aura covering him. Almost forgot your existence, one of the Sunin's Tsunade. Kakuzu squinted. Tsunade kept following but didn't shoot. Fuko, the little demon, was so arrogant and sleepy. Konoha's people were really weird. Tsunade, as the descendants of Senju Hashirama, you just dare to hide in the corner. Kakuzu sneered, and began to show off again. I stabbed you grandfather that year, don't you want to take revenge? In the dark, Tsunade was hiding there. Her face was not very beautiful, but she couldn't compete with Kakuzu hand-to-hand combat with blood phobia. She could only follow it and put some pressure on him at the crucial moment. Konoha's ninja is really to be getting worse with each generation. Tsunade's silence made Kakuzu more and more arrogant. He couldn't help but cocky to assassinate the details of Senju Hashirama, perfectly reflecting his power, but Tsunade has not heard anything, which makes Kakuzu somewhat dissatisfied. He plans to kill Fuko directly, and he is so angry with Tsunade. But really doing Kakuzu is not reconciled. Fuko is now in his hands. He can completely extort a few 10 million ryo and then take his head for 10 million ryo bounty gold. After all, only bounty gold cannot maximize the benefits. In the moonlight, a few insects fluttered and flew in the jungle. A Barame Shivi is carrying Namikaze Minato behind. Namikaze Minato's breathing is still a little tired, but the with-the-body chakra is recovering quickly. Namikaze Minato suddenly opened his eyes. What? A Barame Shivi asked with vigilance. I feel the imprint of Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Namikaze Minato sent a special kunao to Fuko, which was engraved with the imprint of Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, Flying Thunder God Jutsu is also limited in distance, and the farther away, the more chakra the Flying Thunder God Jutsu consumes. Namikaze Minato feels Flying Thunder God Jutsu imprint, which means that he can appear at Fuko in an instant with Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's just that the situation is still unclear, and Namikaze Minato will naturally not go through the past. My insect tells me that there is a strong aura in front. A Barame Shivi gently puts Namikaze Minato down. How do you feel? Chakra has recovered 50 to 60% and it is not a problem to rescue Fuko. What if the opponent is Kakuzu? In front of Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Namikaze Minato is so confident. The two touched the past and soon saw Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade is hiding behind a huge stone. Minato, how come you come? Hey, a Barame Shivi, how come you are here? Tsunade saw the latter very surprised. Namikaze Minato said things again. What about Fuko? Tsunade's face is not very good, he is asleep. What? A Barame Shivi looked strange. Isn't he taken away by Kakuzu? Yeah, I didn't expect the heart of this little demon to be so big. Tsunade gnashing one's teeth. Fuko was arrested, and she ventured to catch up. As a result, Fuko was boring and sleeping there. What made her feel so embarrassed? Namikaze Minato smiles. He knows Fuko's special physique. Sleeping in this crucial moment is not a big heart, but a restoration of physical strength. He looked toward a Barame Shivi, let your insect detect it. He wants to confirm Fuko's security. I understand. A Barame Shivi loosened the collar, and there were more than a dozen small insects drilled out from there, and soon disappeared into the night. Next to the campfire, Kakuzu slowly opened his eyes, and under the fire, his eyes reflected the silhouettes of the small insects. It's Konoha's Barame clan. It is rare to have chakras insects. Kakuzu almost instantly guessed that Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. But he is not worried, on the one hand from his strong strength, on the other hand is the hostage in his hands, and, in order to maximize the benefits, cannot be separated from these Konoha ninja. At the same time, a Barame Shivi also revealed a dignified expression. Not good, my insect was found. After all is S-rank missing nin, it was found to be normal. Namikaze Minato asked, how about Fuko? Hey, he really fell asleep. A Barame Shivi looked strange, the saliva still flowed to the ground. It seems that this kid is sleeping very sweet. What? A Barame Shivi asked Namikaze Minato, is it directly implemented? No, let Fuko take a nap. Confirming Fuko's safety, Namikaze Minato is not in a hurry. Exactly, we also took a break for one night. Nothing in the night. The next day, the sky was so bright that Kakuzu woke up Fuko with a brutal savage. Oh, fuck. Fuko felt like he was all over the shelf, his eyes opened and he saw Kakuzu's gloomy face, and suddenly remembered everything. Haha, comrade Kakuzu, good morning. Fuko said happily. He felt that the physical strength recovered, and chakra also recovered 40 to 50%. Although it is still a weak chicken in front of Kakuzu, at least he can struggle. Okay. Kakuzu smiled. Uchiha Fuko, tells you good news, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Is it? Fuko had a little drumming in his heart. And then? Then I will negotiate with them, pray that I can sell a good price, otherwise, I can only say sorry to you. Kakuzu smiles threatened. Kakuzu is planning, first selling Fuko a few 10 million ryo, waiting for the money, he cut off Fuko's head to lead bounty gold. Perfect. As for Konoha's revenge? Just kidding, he is already S-rank missing and screaming at Great Ninja Village, and he is afraid of Konoha? Doesn't exist. Kakuzu smiled and got up, hands and seal. Fire style, searing migraine. An unremarkable little fireball slowly fell to the ground, instant, small fireball mad burning, violent flames turned into huge fire waves, rushing moving towards Namikaze Minato and the others hidden in the past. The negotiations officially started. Fire style, the fire wave formed by searing migraine is extremely horrible. In just a few breaths, it has covered hundreds of square meters, and it has been burning wildly for a moment, and the fire area is getting bigger and bigger. The hot high temperature distorts the air, and you can only see the twisted, beating flame. Giant gale Reborn. The clear sound of Namikaze Minato came from the end of the fire wave. Bang! The endless gust of wind broke out in that swift, and it turned out that the fire wave was tough. Interesting. Kakuzu sneered to continue hand seal, wind style, pressure damage. A tornado that was compressed to the extreme was hit in an instant, and Namikaze Minato joined Reborn of nature transformation. Bang! The horrible storm was spinning there, as the cutting machine madly swept everything. The mountain forest was completely broken into powder, and the sea of formation formed by searing migraine was blown out by the storm in an instant. Secret jutsu, insect sphere. A Barame Shibi also joined the battle, and countless parasitic insects flew out from within the body, such as the locusts crossing the border, instantly rushing to Kakuzu, completely covering him, and licking Kakuzu within the body's chakra at a horrible rate. But in that split second, countless black tentacles rushed out of his with the body. Earth grudge fear. What is this? A Barame Shibi exclaimed. His insect couldn't absorb chakra from earth grudge fear at all. Kakuzu looks at filling the skies insect, showing a disgusting expression, disgusting insect. At the same time, countless earth grudge fear forms 4 clones in vitro, each with a skull mask. Wind style, great breakthrough. A clone of Kakuzu spurts a lot of squalls, directly blowing the parasitic insects to death. Scoundrel. A Barame Shibi in the distance immediately suspends the insect with secret jutsu, insect cocoon, heaven defending kick. At this time, no blood was seen in the battlefield, so Tsunade also inserted a hand. No, it was a foot. She is on the ground, chakra enhanced strength, instant mountains bursting and ground splitting. Kakuzu reveals a dignified expression, controls 4 clones and jumps at the same time, and he grabs Fuko and quickly retreats. Bang! The place where they stood before was trampled into a pothole, and the power of terror was still spreading far away, and it was almost 100 meters before it stopped. Fuko looks at this scene. It's really painful in the liver. Tsunade, this guy is simply abnormal. The woman is doing her this level, really, beautiful drops. Kakuzu was also shocked by Tsunade's footsteps, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. A strange wave came from his left side without warning. He just turned his head. Reborn. Namikaze Minato's mental reaction speed Kakuzu 2 streets, when the Flying Thunder God Jutsu instant appeared, had already caught Fuko with one hand and Reborn in his hand. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The instant of Rasengan's outbreak, Namikaze Minato has already caught Fuko and left with Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Vo Fuko just retched from the time-space and felt that the internal organs had gone into the meat grinder for 2 laps. It was uncomfortable to die. It felt like drinking 100,000 pounds of Maotai, and it was a step away from death. Before Kakashi was also flying with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu by Namikaze Minato, she was directly fainted, and Fuko could not persist, but also because he had a strong body. Little demon, don't pretend to die. Tsunade's voice came from the side. Fuko was dizzy, and the internal organs were so uncomfortable that she couldn't understand what she was talking about. Come on, this guy is too dangerous. Namikaze Minato reveals a dignified expression, and in his Reborn, Kakuzu is not dead, much beyond his expectations. Secret jutsu, insect wall jutsu. A Barame Shibi spurred a large number of insects that had just hatched to run at high speed in front of them, forming an airtight insect wall. At the same time, mix, egg, Kakuzu horse and painful snoring came from there. Countless earth grudge fear tentacle rushed from him and repaired his face. Reborn is not so good, his face is almost directly blown into pieces, but earth grudge fear's powerful regeneration ability is immediately restored to restore the flesh. At this time, Kakuzu was not angry. He wanted to show his strength, so he would increase the bargaining power for the later negotiations. However, he did not expect that he would be so hard. His hostages were taken away. The key is that his face was still smashed. Rotten, he still has a face to make money in the future? Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, searing migraine. Earth style, earth flow spears. Lightning style, false darkness. The violent Kakuzu directly manipulated 4 earth grudge fear clones to screen ninjutsu, the instant raging wind, the fire wave, the wind, the fire, and the formation of a powerful wind and fire combination ninjutsu, swept away. At the same time, countless sharp rocks smashed from the eyes of Namikaze Minato and the others underfoot, directly smashing through the insect wall and stabbing them. There is also a huge giant lightning spear crackling. Kakuzu fires all the way, and the 4 clones keep going, and continue to launch various offensives. Wind style, pressure damage. Earth style, stone fist jutsu. For a time, it was completely covered by powerful ninjutsu, and the violent airflow accompanied the endless dust. But this instant, Kakuzu suddenly regretted it. My 10 million Ryo. Impulsive is devil. Kakuzu is extremely painful. But when the dust settled, he found that there was a mess, not to mention corpse, even a drop of blood did not see. Hateful scoundrel, Kakuzu roared, and the 4 Earth Grudge Fear clones were very screaming. Dare to swindle me. Unforgivable. Kakuzu collapse Earth Grudge Fear clone, not saying anything further. This is, bang. There were more than a dozen explosive tag explosions in an instant, and the smashing fire wave rushed to Kakuzu with a hot air. But at this time Kakuzu has been stunned by anger. Earth style, iron skin. Kakuzu within the body's chakra hardens the skin of the body and improves the defense. It is actually do not dodge or evade, which is like a spear directly rushing up against the explosion. At this time, Tsunade is carrying Fuko and is running wildly with Namikaze Minato and Abarame Shibi. Really, it's just a missing nin, let me run without fighting. Tsunade resentment is heavy, if not for blood phobia. Shua. Namikaze Minato rushed and affixed explosive tag on the nearby tree trunk, which was very busy. Abarame Shibi looks back from time to time, this Kakuzu worthy of his S-rank missing nin, and strength is really powerful. Namikaze Minato set up a dozen more explosive tag, solemnly said, and very surprised, in my Raisnon, there is nothing at all, it's too strange. Kakuzu's confidentiality measures are very good, and Hidden Waterfall Village has always been isolated, so the news about Earth Grudge Fear is simply unknown. It is not clear that Kakuzu must kill his 4 clone hearts first. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a series of explosions in the rear, which was amazing. The speed of this guy is so fast. Abarame Shibi frowned. All in all, let's join them with Choza, Inoichi, and Shikaku, Namikaze Minato said and pulled out an explosive tag. My money. Kakuzu is angry, obviously has caught Fuko, did not expect the reversal to come so suddenly. 10 million Ryo's head said to fly, he cannot accept, cannot stand this grievance. You can't run. Bang. Explosive tag's explosion directly blew up one of Kakuzu's arms, but countless Earth Grudge Fear tentacle pulled out from his with the body and directly connected the broken hand. Kakuzu's crazy chase. Even if the front is the abyss, he will also grab the money that belongs to him and bring it back. Even the resurrection of Senju Hashirama is useless. In the bumps, Fuko finally recovered from the fainting and opened his eyes. So sweet. Fuko sniffed and smelled a fresh body, and the ear seemed to stick to the soft hair, and the sun was shining, very warm. Fuko, you woke up. The voice of Namikaze Minato came from the side. Abarame Shibi also looks at him through the big sunglasses. Fuko blinked his eyes and looked up to find himself being carried by Tsunade. Oh, yes. Fuko touched his head. The battle just broke out too suddenly, and the end was more awkward. With the addition of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he now reacted half a beat. Little demon, let me roll it down. Tsunade is not good, it said with a snort. Teacher Tsunade, don't make trouble, I am still a child. Fuko swayed his head and took a deep breath, asking, Big Brother Minato, Kakuzu? Bang! There was a violent explosion in the mountain forest after half a mile, and a cloud of fire rose with the thick black smoke. As you can see, he is now chasing us, Namikaze Minato said with a bitter smile. Oh, Fuko nodded, ask him, Big Brother Minato, can you beat Kakuzu? It is reasonable to say that Namikaze Minato's combat nerves are definitely ninja world peak. With Flying Thunder God Jutsu, you can definitely play Kakuzu with a single head. Namikaze Minato doesn't know what to answer. Fuko, Kakuzu is Hidden Waterfall Village missing nin, strength is very powerful and very strange. Just now Minato's Raise Non hit Kakuzu in front, but he has nothing at all, as if he had immortal body. Abarame Shibi next to him explained, and my insect doesn't work for him either. Fuko startled, okay, this blames him. He pauses and says, Big Brother Minato, Kakuzu seems to be strong, but the weakness is also obvious, that is his 5 hearts. Wait, how can a person have 5 hearts, and cracking a joke has a limit? Tsunade said dissatisfied. Fuko is not angry, he continues, Kakuzu within the body has Earth Grudge Fear, a powerful forbidden jutsu that can take the hearts of others and absorb them together with chakra nature. Every time you take a heart, he is equal to 1 more. Life. What? Is there such a strange forbidden jutsu in this world? Abarame Shibi complexion changed, is he not owning immortal body? No, Earth Grudge Fear can only take up to 4 hearts. As long as the heart is destroyed, Kakuzu's immortal body is broken. Fuko Gai talks. Namikaze Minato showed a resolute expression. So that's how it is. Abarame Shivi asked Fuko, then his heart is in his within the body? Fuko shaking one's head. The heart captured by Earth Grudge Fear will appear on his back in the form of a mask. When fighting, you can use the Earth Grudge Fear tentacle to differentiate the mask monsters. Destroying these masks means killing one. Heart. Namikaze Minato was so fascinated that Kakuzu used the Earth Grudge Fear to differentiate the 4 mask monsters, and she suddenly had a bottom. Little demon, how do you know these? Tsunade asked in dignity. Fuko startled, cold sweat overflowing on his forehead. Hey, it seems that there are too many spoilers, this time can only be sloppy. This, Kakuzu told me. What a joke. Tsunade was furious. The secret of Earth Grudge Fear is definitely the biggest secret of Kakuzu. Anyone who is secretive understood may have to be chased by Kakuzu to the ends of the earth. How could he tell Fuko? Lady Tsunade, these are not important, aren't they? Namikaze Minato suddenly stopped and had a confident smile on her face. Golden's beautiful hair shone in the sun, and Sky Blue's eyes were full. Tsunade and Abarame Shivi also stopped. Minato, you? Abarame Shivi. Since understood his weakness, I think I can kill him. Namikaze Minato showed a gentle smile. Really reliable, more reliable than someone. Fuko praised him for playing call. When someone heard it, he was furious and threw him out of his back. Fuko screamed and landed smoothly with body flicker jutsu. Need support? Abarame Shivi asked cautiously. No, I can do it alone. Namikaze Minato said that he would take out a large special kunao. This kind of special kunao is not much, he has to recycle every battle, it is very hard. Then he hid half of the special kunao in a hidden position within 100 meters nearby, then quietly waited for Kakuzu's arrival. Hey, little demon, are you saying that the information is true? If it is wrong, it will kill Minato. At the branch of a giant tree, Tsunade asked Fuko with dignity. Don't worry, big brother Minato will fly Thunder God Jutsu, and it's okay to escape. Tsunade's face is black. At this time, there was a rush of wind in the distant mountain forest. Kakuzu is coming. And, Kakuzu gently fell on a big tree trunk, condensed gaze at the opposite of Namikaze Minato, angry eyes slightly revealing a little strange, did not even run? Your courage is not small. Kakuzu angrily said, hand over Uchiha Fuko and all the property, I may be able to let you go. Namikaze Minato said coldly, first defeat me. Silly. Kakuzu saw the speed of Namikaze Minato come and go without a shadow, immediately pulled the distance, released 4 masked monsters, and the densely packed Earth Grudge Fear tentacle emerged from his with the body, like a spider web. Protect him like a wall of iron. Namikaze Minato squinted, the look at 4 masks tentacle monster, revealing a faint smile. Go to hell. Kakuzu sneered. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, searing migraine. 2 masks tentacle monsters spurt the wind and launched a violent offensive. Wind and fire have a strong chemical reaction in the sky, directly converting the front 50 meter into a sea of fire. Namikaze Minato flickers directly to the flying thunder god jutsu, while moving toward a masked tentacle monster throws a special kunao. How can this kind of thing hurt me, ha ha ha. Kakuzu laughed, and the tentacle monster was even more dependent on it. But under an instant, the silhouette of Namikaze Minato has disappeared from the place. What? Kakuzu startled, then he heard a horrible crack on the left side, turned his head and saw that the mask of the tentacle monster had been completely broken. What happened? Kakuzu was forced. The next moment, in the sky, suddenly flew out a dozen kunao shrouded to 3 masked tentacle monsters. At the same time, the silhouette of Namikaze Minato is also flashing between the dozens of kunao. As the kunao spreads, the silhouettes of these silhouettes are getting bigger and bigger, and because the speed is too fast, only the blurred shadows can be seen. In the shadow, only the golden hair reflects the sun's rays of light. Ka. The same voice came from the right side again. Kakuzu turned and the mask on the right of a tentacle monster broke. Kakuzu is so aggressive that his eyes can't catch up with the speed of Namikaze Minato flying Thunder God Jutsu. Lightning style, false darkness. A masked tentacle monster releases powerful lightning style against the flashing shadow in the sky, but it doesn't beat Namikaze Minato at all. Namikaze Minato flashes with flying Thunder God Jutsu to nearby lightning style, false darkness, quietly picking up a special kunao hidden in the dark. Lost in the past, Kakuzu sees these kunao, and the eyes are scared and taboo, immediately control the tentacle monster to hide next to it, and hand seal to ninjutsu. Water style, wild water wave. But Namikaze Minato had a smile on his face. The location of the tentacle monster, which happens to have a special kunao buried before Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Su. Namikaze Minato goes directly to the teleport. Raise Nan. Ka. Another mask of the tentacle monster was broken. Kakuzu, the whole person is not good, and there is a silhouette in my mind. That is Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo. It was this guy, sword, smashed his 4 hearts, is it today? What a joke. Kakuzu, both shocked and angry as a endless black tentacle crazy spread, immediately surrounded the last tentacle monster, while at the same speed to absorb the masked monster into the body. He started space-time ninjutsu, must have some kind of medium, it should be the kind of special kunao. Damned! Kakuzu jumped up, wind style, pressure damage, a piece of compression to the ultimate squash spinning extremely fast fall, the instant eruption of horror hurricane, sweeping all directions, flowers and trees, mountains and rocks are all blown by the hurricane, flying in the sky, grass fluttering, dust, sun, and a faint metal reflection is reflected. Kakuzu looked at the past and saw nearly 20 special kunao, and the eyes flashed surprised and angry. Namikaze Minato has planted so many special kunao here, with spacetime ninjutsu, it is invincible. Remembering the three hearts, Kakuzu hates and anger, sadness flows back into the river, angry him a wind style directly put these special kunao far blow off. At this time, Fuko, Tsunade, and Abarame Shibi all hit outside several hundred meters. Really strong big wind style ninjutsu, worthy of his S-rank missing nin. Abarame Shibi face grim, his insect cannot enter such a violent wind. Fuko is next to said with a smile. Kakuzu may have a chance if he notices earlier, but now he is scared, he is not far from death. Haha, yes, how much is Kakuzu's head in the black market? Kakuzu is missing nin, how can he hand over his corpse to the black market? Tsunade said with a snort. He is missing nin at Hidden Waterfall Village, not missing nin from Arcanaha. Even so, we have to recycle. Earth Grudge Fear, this forbidden jutsu, may be able to dissect from his corpse. Tsunade is very scientific, and he may have other secrets. Hey, his corpse must be paid to Umbu. Abarame Shibi looks at these two people are slightly speechless. Please, Kakuzu is still alive and kicking. You don't respect people very much. Can you wait for him to die before discussing? Bang! The battlefield once again burned the raging sea of fire, and the hot high temperature carried the twisted airflow all directions. Namikaze Minato retreats on the edge of the sea of fire and runs while recovering the special kunao that was hit by Kakuzu. These kunao have the flying thunder god jutsu mark on his own engrave, which is very precious, so you can't just throw it. Kakuzu saw a straight eyelid beside him. So many special kunao in hand, heaven knows Namikaze Minato is not to open big. Kakuzu heart 2-2, think of one of the sun and Tsunade on the side, just a heart alarmed, body leaping. Damned, how is Kanja's ninja so difficult? Kanaha's white fang is no problem, now just jump out of a Namikaze Minato to let him lose sight of him, simply bully intolerably. There is also the little demon of Uchiha clan, which looks like a ghost. I knew that I should take off his head and change bounty last night. Unfortunately, it is too late to think about it now. In the next moment, Namikaze Minato smashed a wind style, Raiznan rushed over. Kakuzu, dare to let him close, busy flying back, hands fast hand seal, wind style, pressure damage. The violent hurricane is coming again, vandalizing everything around you. Namikaze Minato direct body flicker jutsu avoid, quickly hit Kakuzu. Kakuzu retired, his eyes rushed out, but Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god jutsu and his mortal men's mental reaction speed completely suppressed him, and then he went on, he really had to finish. Even Senju Hashirama cannot kill me, how can I be killed by this unknown guy? Kakuzu finally decided to run. He fled and fled, while the only remaining heart of the body also smashed out the incarnation masked tentacle monster, blocking the chasing Namikaze Minato. Wind style, Raiznan. Namikaze Minato threw a ball directly. Bang! There was a violent explosion there, and the wind was blowing and the ground was scraped. Namikaze Minato looked and had lost the silhouette of Kakuzu. Unfortunately, if you can get close to him, you can leave the flying thunder god jutsu mark on him. Namikaze Minato looks very sorry. Tsunade, Abarame Shibi and Fuko are all around. Minato, are you okay? Abarame Shibi closes thoughtful. It's okay, but chakra is a little overdraft, but it doesn't matter. Namikaze Minato's face is indeed pale. Let's go, get to meet them. Tsunade saw that he was not bleeding, and this was relaxed approaching and said, the danger of this mission has been greatly exceeded our expectations. In my opinion, a little demon who is in trouble should return to the village in advance. Fuko has a constipation. Why? I can't, I want to go back and forth with everyone. Hey, don't forget the person who was bounty, but you. Tsunade slammed his fist on Fuko's head, but he was interested in one's feelings in one's speech. Trifling, how can a bounty make me retreat? What a joke! Fuko yelled, Teacher Tsunade, don't forget that I have to stand at Ninja World Peak, I haven't even noticed it in such a small setback. Ninja World Peak. The first time I heard this comment, Abarame Shibi looked at the strange look at him. Fuko, are you serious? This road is very difficult. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, this is much more difficult than my dream. But the child dreams of that's all, not recognizing the cruelty of this world, dare to say this naive words. Tsunade is quite angry, his younger brother is also dreaming all day long, doing things impulsive also self-willed, and finally died in the battlefield. She didn't want to see Fuko follow the footsteps of her younger brother. Child, well, no worries and carefree, just what to use as hokage. When Ninja World is the strongest in the mouth, it is just wayward. Especially after seeing so many black market killers, even S-rank missing nin appeared, the powerless feeling made Tsunade very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Fuko has made up his mind. Besides, fighting with those black market killers can also enhance the actual combat experience and survival experience. One move, two gains, he will never go back. Leaving the town, the cold wind outside was colder, and the ice blade on the face seemed to be there. I still had to drill into my neck. Fuko couldn't help but tighten the coat. A Barame Shivi reached out and several insects drew from his sleeves, but quickly slammed into it. A Barame Shivi frowned, and driven several other insects, but the results are the same, just came out and was frozen back. Fuko is suggested next to it. Big brother Shivi, you try to leave chakra on the insect. A Barame Shivi eyes shined, immediately put a parasitic insects out. The parasitic insects within the body had a small amount of chakra, and it was not afraid of the world of ice and snow. It fluttered with wings and wings, but the cold wind blew it, and the parasitic insects were frozen and dropped directly on the ground. In this weather, can insects really survive here? Yamanaka Inoichi, covering the forehead, suddenly felt that it was the wrong choice. Fuko said, there should be. Hajime Kamagawa said that the here snow hawk came out for food this season, which means there must be a creature in Snowy Peak. Yes, there are creatures that will have insects. A Barame Shivi cheers up, first move towards Snowy Peak. The entire group is ninja, speed very fast, but the taste of cold wind is really not very good. Fuko even felt that his eyes were frozen into ice hockey. When you enter Snowy Peak, you can't see the mountain road at all, it's all snow, and you'll get stuck in a little stay. Fuko tried it and let the snow drown, and found that the snow here was on his waist. Finally, they saw several trees beside the cliff in front, and the branches of the tree thorns into the sky. Look, the snow on the branches, a Barame Shivi excitedly said. Fuko looked over and found that some of the snow there was missing, and it looked like a paw. There are birds staying here. Yamanaka Inoichi looked up at the sky. Should be snow hawk. The sky is foggy, as if there is a thick layer of dark clouds slowly pressing down. I won't snow, Fuko said in a very beautiful scenery. The snow in Snowy Peak is thick, and it would be incredible if it snows again. Moving on, the terrain of Snowy Peak gradually became steeper, and the sky also drifted away from the heavy snowfall, and the field of view was directly deprived. It's a bad weather. Yamanaka Inoichi uses sensor ninjutsu and does not find any living creatures nearby. A Barame Shivi tightened the coat, did not back down, and continued to move forward, a spirit of scientific dedication. Fuko, can your eyes see it? Namikaze Minato said suddenly. Fuko eyes blinked, the eyes have turned into a bloody Sharingan, and the 3 tomo in the eye is slowly revolving. Sharingan has evolved to 3 tomo, but Fuko didn't spend too much time and energy digging into these eyes, because he knew that Sharingan wanted evolution to Mangekyo to truly demonstrate its power. At this stage, it is better to spend time on Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Genjutsu. I can see the falling traces of the snow, but there is no difference in the field of view. Fuko closed the Sharingan. In the field of view, I am afraid that Byakugan is the first deserved, but they do not have Hyuga clan's ninja. This big snow is not suitable for the road, let's find a cave to hide, said Yamanaka Inoichi. I can blow a hole with Raiznan. Namikaze Minato eyes shined. Fuko was shocked. They are now close to the summit of Snowy Peak. If Raiznan comes, it will definitely cause Avalanche to die. Big brother Minato, don't. Fuko was busy blocking him, emotionally moving, convincing people with reason, and finally dispelled his horrible thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp eagle came from the sky, trembled in the air, and passed down, seemingly to break the human eardrum. The snow of Snowy Peak seems to be faintly cracked. Be careful. Yamanaka Inoichi was shocked. Snow in the sky, a huge white snow hawk with a wingspan 5 to 6 meters long. Just like the arrow of the string, the target is awesome. Fuko entire group. Obviously, this snow hawk sees them as food. Raiznan. Namikaze Minato not saying anything further. Fuko's liver hurts. Big brother Minato, you forgot what I said, it will trigger avalanche. Namikaze Minato startled. Sorry. He is busy removing the balls. At this point, the snow hawk was very close, and a pair of gold-plated pupils stared at them in a row, and then naturally fell on Fuko. Looking at me, seeing me bully. Fuko heart alarmed, body leaping, subconscious a ball. Fuko, you still say me. Namikaze Minato is wronged. Fuko's pickpocket. At this time, Snow Hawk is already less than 10 meters from them. At this time, a Barame Shivi completely incarnation passerby Kino. Because of the insect, Yamanaka Inoichi's mind secret jutsu cannot play on the unskilled Snowhawk, and Namikaze Minato and Fuko lost the first hand because of Raisingan's problems. The end result is that a blast of wind flashed, Fuko found himself flying. Of course, this position is not very elegant. Wait, is Lao Z caught by a Snowhawk? Fuko is not good, he just wants to struggle, but the firstly Snow Hawk's talons are sharp and powerful. Second, the Snow Hawk has been flying higher and higher. Below is the steep snowy peak. If it falls, even if there is snow, even falling, even if don't die, still become a crippled. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Crucial moment, Namikaze Minato goes directly to Fuko with Flying Thunder God Jutsu teleport. Fuko was shocked and grabbed his hand and grabbed him. Namikaze Minato reacted fast enough, and the instant appeared to grab Fuko in one hand, grab the Snow Hawk's talons in one hand, just open his mouth to speak, and the cold wind poured in, freezing him to shut up. Namikaze Minato bowed his head and could see the silhouette of Abarame Shivi and Yamanaka Inoichi below, and vacated one hand and hit a few hand seals to them. I don't know if they could see it. The Snow Hawk is flying higher and faster, flying faster and faster, and the snow in the sky turns into a piece of cold stone on Fuko and Namikaze Minato. At this point, without the threat of avalanche, they can smash the ball to kill the extremely daring Snow Hawk, but the threat of high altitude seems to be more serious than avalanche. If it falls, no one knows what will happen. I don't know how long it took to fly. Snow Hawk suddenly and sharply screamed, the wings no longer fanned, and slowly revolving in a gliding position. At this time, Namikaze Minato and Fuko, the hair, eyelashes, and mouth are covered with snow and ice, and they look like two ice sculptures. Ju. Below is a cliff of snowy peak, with a cliff on the side of 90 degrees, extremely steep and sinister, with a huge crack on the cliff, and a huge nest built in the crack. On the nest, there are two small Snow Hawks screaming with their mouths open. Huge Snow Hawk grabbing Fuko and Namikaze Minato slowly fell. The two little Snow Hawks in the nest saw excitement, desperately flapping their wings, and the tender but sharp bird smashed together, apparently starved. Snow Hawk fell over the nest, his claws slightly pulled, throwing Fuko and Namikaze Minato down. Two small Snow Hawks saw the horses rushing up, but in the next moment, they were countered and became hostages. No, it was a bird. Fuko is squatting, and the chakra of within the body is desperately circling, recovering the blood flow, and the muscles that are about to freeze. The Namikaze Minato next to it didn't go anywhere, and the two rows of teeth in the mouth couldn't fit together. The two each grabbed a small Snow Hawk and confronted the in the sky huge Snow Hawk. Lee. Snow Hawk was insane, screaming in the sky. Sharp Eagle smashed the sky, trembled in the air, and heard the sudden roar of the nearby snowy peaks, which triggered avalanche, and countless snows rolled wildly. The sound is shaking. Snow Hawk flies in the sky, his wings are blowing a burst of cold wind, and the cold eyes stare at the two humans in the nest. Two little Snow Hawk chatter continuously shouted, seemingly scared, and did not dare to move. Poor gaze at in the sky's Snow Hawk mother. Big brother Minato, is this Snow Hawk able to understand people? Can you negotiate? Fuko's teeth trembled when he spoke, and he couldn't get cold. His hands clasped the little Snow Hawk, but the cold sense of touch was like there is a chicken in the wood, and I feel that the little Snow Hawk will run away at any time. If it's Ninhawk, it's okay, but this Snow Hawk shouldn't be. Namikaze Minato watched all around carefully. Both of them were frozen at this time. Don't say hand seal with their hands, chopsticks can't catch. In this sinister environment, you must find favorable terrain. Namikaze Minato saw the huge mountain crack after the nest. Eye shined, said, fast, retreat into the crack. At this time, Snow Hawk also launched an attack, swiftly swooped down, and the sharp claw was actually caught in the nest. If it is grasping, not only Fuko and Namikaze Minato, but also the two children will fall off the cliff. Snow Hawk's violent character can be seen in one small item in a big scheme. Fortunately, Fuko and Namikaze Minato moved fast, and at the crucial moment, the little Snow Hawk ran into the huge mountain crack. Bang! The huge nest was broken by Snow Hawk, and the wreckage of the nest fell, making a loud noise. Hiding into the cracks in the mountain, the cold mountain wind outside seems to be unable to blow in. The two people suddenly felt a warm, slow-tempered breath, and desperately flowed chakra to restore the frozen limbs. Hey, two small Snow Hawks pouted mercifully, the white eagle shivering. The instinct inscribed in the bloodline made them realize that they had been abandoned by Snow Hawk Mother. The abandoned end, only dead. The huge Snow Hawk is crazy outside the cracks in the mountains, and the cold scorpion stares inside, without a trace of affection. It madly impacted the cracks in the mountain. Two sharp, huge eagle claws came in again, and a path of scratches in the cracks, trying to catch them. Fuko and Namikaze Minato kept squeezing into the cracks in the mountains, but soon they reached the bottom of the crack. Is this bird crazy? We have two children. Fuko flustered and exasperated. I really want to throw out the little Snow Hawk in my arms and let the broken bird know what it is called to kill a hostage. Namikaze Minato solemnly said, the nature is very cruel. Any creature has its own unique reproductive characteristics. I guess when we catch these two little Snow Hawks, they have already been abandoned. We are harming them. Fuko looked down at the naked snow-shivering little Snow Hawk, some unbelievable. Hey, the Snow Hawk is still impacting the cracks in the mountain. It can be seen that the crack is getting bigger under its huge talons, so that it can catch the gap that accommodates it in half an hour. However, half an hour? It is enough for Fuko and Namikaze Minato to recover their hands. As the cracks grew larger, the bodies inside the two gradually warmed up, and their hands finally recovered. Raise non. Fuko not saying anything further, the fist-sized raise non will rotates, exuding the horrible chakra fluctuations. The snow hawk does not dodge or evade, grabbed the raise non with one paw. Bang! Hey! The snow hawk made a fierce cry. Its eagle claws were blown down by a small half. The bright blood just frozen and became frozen, and it looked extremely fascinating. Earth style, mud wall, Namikaze Minato. When even the earth style, a huge wall rises directly from the edge of the crack, half a breath of time will completely close the entire mountain crack. Instant, the two people in the crack are in absolute darkness. I said, Big Brother Minato, what is your hole? Fuko is depressed. Is this going to commit suicide? This crack is not big, 2 people and 2 eagle, the air will soon be used up. Namikaze Minato seriously said, I want to get some rest time. Then leave at least 2 holes, or the air will not circulate, we will be suffocated. Fuko sighed. Search. Namikaze Minato responded with the following good advice, and immediately took out 2 small holes with wind style, and the cold air flow suddenly drew in from there. Si, chilly. The two were busy away from the 2 small holes. The outside snow hawk looks at the mountain crack is sealed by the huge earth wall, screaming, flapping its wings and madly hitting it, then using the only eagle claw clasp, but this mud wall is made of chakra, extremely hard. The snow hawk's talons buckled a long time and only buckled a shallow hole. Hey, but even so, Snow Hawk did not leave, flying about on the side of the cliff, staying there. In the crack, Fuko felt that his body finally slowed down, and his hands and fingers were also flexible. He tried to make a few prints. Although the speed was slower, it did not affect the launch of ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato closes the eyes launching sensor ninjutsu. She noticed that the outside of the head was quite awkward. Snow Hawk said with a bitter smile, it's really a persistent Snow Hawk. Fuko this will have pulled out the Fuko scroll, untied the seal, and desperately took things out. Beef, condiments, onions, bees, chicken, fresh vegetables, grills, and even dry firewood. Namikaze Minato is looking at the circle, contrary to the thought, Fuko, you are really, foresight. That is of course. Fuko felt that he should be proud. 2 small snow hawks saw beef, chicken, and small eyes eager for the rays of light. Right, how are these 2 small snow hawks? Fuko asked while he was playing with firewood and a barbecue. Namikaze Minato hesitated, they have been abandoned by Snow Hawk Mother. What are you talking about? I asked if I would bake directly or first. Fuko's weird looks at him, he asked with horror. You don't want to adopt them. You are not Jing Big Brother, I am not a singer younger sister, do you know that Kushina is so big? I don't know if the 2 little snow hawks understood Fuko's words and shivered in the corner to hold a shivering. Namikaze Minato covering the forehead, speechless for a while. Crackling. Fuko ignites the firewood with fire style, and a smoky smell of smoke slowly rises from the firewood. Big Brother Minato, play a few more holes. Fuko yelled. What else can Namikaze Minato say? When there is more than 1 hole, the air circulation will be smooth, and the smell of smoke inside will be lighter. Grilled steak, grilled chicken, whole vegetables, sprinkled with pepper, cumin, and other condiments. Soon, a thick meaty flavor spreads, not to mention Namikaze Minato, even the little snow hawk shivering in the corner both begin to stir, stick one's head around to look for seems to want to come and ask for something to eat, but another look of fear of the look at that pile of fire. Fuko saw that they were really pitiful and threw a piece of beef in the past. The 2 little snow hawks are not too hot, they pounce on the big food. In order to eat more meat and even fight it, they lick each other and the eagle hair flies. It is very fierce. Namikaze Minato sighed with gorge oneself while with a smile Fuko, maybe these 2 snow hawks can do summoned beast. Summoned beast. Fuko's heart is moving. In the past few years, he has learned this and has not learned summoning jutsu. Big Brother Minato, what is your summoned beast? Fuko to ask a question, when already knows the answer. Namikaze Minato proudly said, my summoned beast is the chief Bunta of Mount Mayaboku. Fuko's face is awkward, and it really is Toad Clan of Mount Mayaboku. It's not that Fuko can't look down on Mount Mayaboku, it's really Toad. Hey, even AO frogs can accept a little bit, at least it's beneficial. Toad, oh. Namikaze Minato introduced summoning jutsu to Fuko. Summoning jutsu is also a kind of spacetime ninjutsu, which can be summoned powerful bio-assisted combat, but you need to sign a blood contract first. This summoning jutsu is also called blood contract summoning. Namikaze Minato looked towards 2 fierce fights next to each other. Only the little snow hawk, so, if you want them to be your summoned beast, you need to sign a blood contract. Fuko looks at these 2 little snow hawks, slightly frowned. Summoned beast strength is often related to the size. The bigger the size, the stronger the strength. For example, Bunta can harden with tailed beast. And the two small snow hawks in front of you, said truthfully, not enough to see, even if they can grow up smoothly, but look at the adult snow hawk outside, the open wings will be 5 or 6 meters long, even the knives of Gambunta are better than. Moreover, snow hawks still can't talk, without thinking and analyzing the ability, even Kakashi's summoned Ninken can't compare. Such a summoned beast, what is the use of signing? Namikaze Minato seems to see his doubts, said with a smile, summoned beast is generally divided into high-rank summoned beast and low-rank summoned beast. High-rank summoned beast is thinking, analysis, speech ability, such as Mount Mayaboku, Ryakai Cave, and Shikotsu Forest, 3 great sage regions. Low-rank summoned beast is the wild beast that is caught in the wild, like these two small snow hawks, but this is not absolute. Some wild beasts will undergo mutation after signing a blood contract, and it is possible to get the instinct of refining chakra. Even learning to talk, I think these two little snow hawks are very talented, maybe a mutation will happen through the blood contract. Namikaze Minato's face suddenly showed a solemn expression, and, I can help you. What do you help me? Fuko's subconscious asked. Give them a good name. Namikaze Minato has touched the chin with one hand and has begun to think about it. How about the big jade ice storm eagle? Or, hey, you think too much. Fuko interrupted him. Name, no, I haven't promised to sign the blood contract yet. Oh, this is really a pity. It is obviously a very good snow hawk, but it was abandoned by their mother. When we leave, they will starve to death here, hee hee. Namikaze Minato feels a sense of sorrow. Fuko listened very badly. How did it feel like he had killed these two little snow hawks? Juju, the two little snow hawks seemed to feel a bit strange and not fighting, quite a few sounding cute, then flapping the wings of a few bird feathers to Namikaze Minato, arching around him intimately. Fuko, you see, they are full of intelligence. If you sign a blood contract, they are likely to evolve into high-rank summoned beast. Namikaze Minato swears, once the evolution is successful, the destiny of their descendants will also change. It will become high-rank summoned beast by nature. Maybe you can create a powerful summoned ninhawk clan, worthy of his Naruto's father of the mouth-style grandmaster. The cliff is connected by a bloodline. Fuko was overwhelmed by him. He couldn't help but think about it with his eyes open. Today's summoned beast in ninja world is dominated by 3 great sage regions, but this 3 great sage regions, toad, snake and slug. Fuko is not a woman, but it is really a bit of a dim to these creatures. If summon out these creatures, my heart is definitely awkward. How can I cooperate with the battle? Of course, in addition to the 3 great sage regions summoned beast, there are others, such as Guy, who now have no summoned beast, but will sign a tortoise in the later generation, and that tortoise will also speak. It should be high-rank summoned beast. I am not tortoise sage, summon a tortoise. Hey, the picture is not too beautiful. Moreover, Guy's summoned beast seems to have only played in the front once. No matter what scenes are not appearing again, this shows that this Ningame's battle strength is afraid, hee hee. There is also Kyumashi's summoned beast Ninken, but there is no battle strength, direct pass. Oh, a Barame Shivi also has summoned beast, which is said to be a giant insect. Hey, pass. There is also summoned beast of Sarutobi Hiruzen, monkey. However, the possibility of getting it is very small. After all, even his 3 disciplines did not sign Monkey Clan. But there is another possibility, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet passed, and Sunin has already signed a blood contract with 3 great sage regions. Fuko is more likely to guess the latter. Summon monkey, still talking monkey. Well, Fuko still feels weird. In the end, his gaze fell on the little snow hawk, which was huddled in the arms of Namikaze Minato. Snowhawk's eagle feather is white, looks very dreamy, looks absolutely perfect, fits all men's aesthetics, and the eagle's fighting strength and aggression, needless to say, from the violent snow hawk outside can see it too. The most important thing is that hawks can fly. In ninja world, ninjutsu all kinds and sorts, but really can make people fly ninjutsu, can be counted on one's fingers. Have a flying snow. Fuko rubbed both hands. Big brother Minato, are you sure that the 2 snow hawks will change after signing the blood contract? Looks at the sights at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato has a solemn nodded. This is of course, but in the bottom of my heart, Namikaze Minato doesn't have a bottom, but I can't always look at the looks at. These 2 little snow hawks are dead here? Okay, I will try. Fuko clenched the teeth. He believes that Namikaze Minato's character decided to gamble. Right, big brother Minato, summoning Jutsu's blood contract. What should I do? When things are coming, Fuko to be confused, the dull-looking look at, the 2 little snow hawks, don't know what to do next. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato has experience and teaches blood contracts on the spot. Summoning jutsu is not difficult to learn. In addition, with Namikaze Minato's words and deeds, Fuko quickly understood that he took out a small scroll and signed a blood contract with the 2 small snowhawks. This scroll is also rational and clearly structured into an important summon scroll. Contract success. Fuko did not feel any change. What hearts linked as one, just as the proverbial rhinoceros communicates emotion telepathically through his single horn. What is the colorless phoenix double flying wing? Doesn't exist. Looks at those two. What is the little snowhawk? Obviously, the two small snowhawks also felt like this, dim-witly flapping the wings, and another cigarette indented into the arms of Namikaze Minato. Fuko corner of mouth twitched, feeling deceived. Big brother Minato, how could this be? They haven't changed at all. Don't say anything mutated, not even a close look. I believe in your evil spirits. Namikaze Minato haha laughs, some sly, scratched the head and said, it may take a little time to get used to it. Fuko took the scroll, opened it and checked it carefully. There was no mistake. He grabbed the two little snow hawks and checked them. It scared the two little guys to scream and calm down under the comfort of Namikaze Minato. Blue thin, mushrooms. Fuko Geu was lying next to the mountain wall, and the sparks on the lookout also sparked the firewood of the spark, thinking about whether or not to directly bake the two snow hawks. Namikaze Minato said, contract is definitely a success, Fuko, you can see if you can summon them past. Say, Namikaze Minato hugged two small snow hawks into the corner of the crack. Fuko eye shined, immediately squeezed out 2 drops of blood, then hand seal. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu, boom. A burst of smoke rose, and then the screams of 2 little snow hawk juju came out of the smoke. Summoning success. This is really a tragedy. Fuko is even more depressed. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, Fuko, don't worry, they are still small, just wait for you to grow up. I will give them a name now. Namikaze Minato touched the chin, muttered up. Fuko glanced at him and thought about 2 snow hawks who didn't think, analyze, and speak. He followed him. After that, he didn't learn Guy. He didn't sign summoned beast. With Namikaze Minato excitedly grabbed a small snow hawk and said, you will call super round dance third style. He grabbed another snow hawk and screamed, you call super round dance second style. The 2 little snow hawks seem to understand what they are excited about, screaming and flapping their wings to celebrate. Fuko is next to a confused face. Is it only that I feel that these 2 names are not like names? Okay, they are not people. However, why is it called third style first, then second style? Is it usually not the first 2 or 3? Fuko was completely smashed by Namikaze Minato's name and 8 talent. Namikaze Minato took 2 names and a satisfied smile on her face and said, okay, let's find a way to escape this snowy peak. Fuko said with a snort, what to escape? A Raiznan killed the snow hawk outside. This can't be done. Fuko, what the snow hawk said is also the relatives of super round dance third style and second style. We can't be so cruel. Namikaze Minato picked up 2 little snow hawks, very gentle. Juju 2 little snow hawks shouted cheerfully, don't say, it seems to be really intelligence. However, Fuko didn't care. He asked, what do we do? The snow hawk doesn't look like it's reasonable. We must attack if we go out, we can't help but fight back. Namikaze Minato said, it's very simple. We use earth style to go directly to the foot of snowy peak, then you can use summoning jutsu to get super round dance third style and second style summon. Fuko's heart is moving, good idea. When he is at the foot of the mountain, he comes to forget how to summon, he is not free? Perfect. It was so decided. Namikaze Minato held the 2 small snow hawks aside, and Gugu gave a pass. The 2 little guys didn't know whether they really understood or were honest. Anyway, they were very obedient and stood in the corner, not noisy or noisy. Then, Namikaze Minato and Fuko used earth-style jutsu to break into the mountain wall and run to the foot of the mountain. The snow hawk outside didn't even know what was going on inside. It was still outside the wall formed by mud wall, and the fierce eyes were still staring at it. Soon, Fuko and Namikaze Minato got out of the foothills of Snowy Peak. Whew! Success! Namikaze Minato looked up. The cliffs were steep and I didn't know how high it was. They couldn't see the snow hawk anyway. Fuko, use summoning jutsu summon super round dance third style and second style. Namikaze Minato. This Fuko scratched his head. I really don't want to, but the sights of the looks at Namikaze Minato sky blue, sighed, succumbed. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Boom! The smoke dissipated, and the 2 little snow hawks screamed and jumped out, slamming into the arms of Namikaze Minato. Fuck! Go back and stew the 2 of you. Fuko took out an internal injury. Saved, very good, yes. Namikaze Minato picked up 2 little snowhawks, said with a smile, Fuko, let's go. At the same time, Yamanaka Inoichi and Abarame Shivi on the other side are still looking for the mountain's insect. Trifling as snowhawk, how could it threaten to get Minato? This is the consensus reached by the 2, so they are not worried about the safety of Minato and Fuko. I found it. Abarame Shivi is excited on a rock. The appearance of this rock has been covered with a layer of ice. It feels extremely cold, but this layer of ice has a small hole for each and everyone. Look carefully and seeing some mucus seems to be a trace of some kind of creature crawling. Abarame Shibi was so excited that he didn't want to break the ice and saw a lot of ripples on the rock surface. Next, Yamanaka Inoichi sneaked in and used sensor ninjutsu to look inside the look-at rock. It was found that most of the inside of the rock was hollow, and you could see the densely packed small dots that were slowly twisted inside. This picture is beautiful, and raw is that Yamanaka Inoichi also feels a little unbearable. Finally, Abarame Shibi seduce a few bugs with Abarame clan's secret jutsu. This little whole body is snow white, not looking carefully like a one after another snow stone, very inconspicuous. Abarame Shibi takes a few test tubes from the ceiling scroll and carefully loads the insects. Landufsnow's escort mission was officially completed, but the entire group did not return immediately. One is Abarame Shibi, which remembers the kind of cold insect in Snow Mountain in the north of Landufsnow, and the second is Fuko's Super Will Dance Brothers combination. Snow Hawk fond of the cold, bringing back Land of Fire is obviously impossible, so you can only choose a suitable place here to make them grow up safely. The Snow Mountain behind the town is obviously not suitable. The mother of the two small Snow Hawks is still there. If it is found that the child abandoned by him is still alive, heaven knows Snow Hawk Mother will do something. Say goodbye to the passionate Hajime Kamagawa. Fuko and the others go straight to the north of Land of Snow. The farther north, the colder the weather, Korone Ui and Rin were frozen very red. Little face, Asuma and the others couldn't help but keep warm. The two little Snow Hawks were not the same, but the two girls, it's not good to take care of it. Fuko is not idle on this road. Since Yamanaka Inoichi says that they are very promising, Fuko certainly has to work hard to make a miracle. Every day, they are waiting for them. Unfortunately, these two guys are quite arrogant and pampered, with Korone Ui and Rin. Backing up, the barbecue is eaten, the face is shining, and you get 2,500,000, don't get it. Ju. The two little guys are hungry again. Korone Ui and Rin ran to find Fuko. Fuko feels that this is not going to work. You must confirm who is master before they have grown up, or will they still have it in the future? Korone, Rin, then I will take care of them. Fuko seriously said. Ju. Super Will Dance Brothers is eager to be yelled, desperately squeezing into the arms of two girls. Next, Yamanaka Inoichi and Namikaze Minato glance at each other, said with a smile, the thinking and analysis of these two guys is progressing every day, and it is no different from the 5-6 years old children. Namikaze Minato said, when they grow up, they have their own descendants, as long as the bloodline is pure, then their descendants are born high-rank summoned beast, and the village has a richer heritage. Summoned beast, although not as terrible as tailed beast, but its battle strength can greatly enhance the heritage of a village. The key is to inherit, like Jiraiya, he and Mount Mayaboku's toad signed a blood contract. His discipline Namikaze Minato, and Naruto, all have a relationship with Mount Mayaboku, and even learn Sage Mode. This is not easy, but the harvest is huge. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile. Hey, what are you talking about? Akimichi Choza squeezed over, said with bitter expression, I am tired, everyone finds a place to rest, let Fuko barbecue, I am going to be hungry. Yamanaka Inoichi is depressed, what do you mean when you are hungry? Akimichi Choza calmly said, now that I am hungry. Another side, after a difficult negotiation, Fuko successfully obtained the catch-up of the Super Will Dance Brothers. Juju two little Snow Hawk grievances yelled, listless, and the barbecue was not in the mood to eat. For a few days, Super Will Dance Brothers is still cold to Fuko, it is very cold, and the meat must be taken away by others. Fuko is mad, soft, and hard. The first thing Fuko thought of was the eagle. Previous life, although I haven't seen an eagle, I haven't seen pork before. Have you ever seen a pig run? Although the conditions are simple, but Fuko, regardless of the actual situation, directly with them, do not let them sleep, and do not give them to eat. If it's an adult Snow Hawk, Fuko doesn't really have to live, but who makes these two Snow Hawks small? They started for 2 days. They can also pity towards Namikaze Minato, Korone Ui and Rin. They just shouted I hope they can help, but unfortunately, Fuko has already known that they will not intervene even if they are distressed. Another day, Super Will Dance Brothers was not only sleepy, but also hungry and dizzy, and finally couldn't help but lose. Juju called soft, intimate with his head licking Fuko's cheek. Fuko blackened his eyes and laughed smugly, and then couldn't help but sleep. Tsunade, Ino, Shika, Cho, Namikaze Minato, and the others witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Fuko is really genius, I can think of this way to tame Snowhawk. Namikaze Minato exclaimed. What about the eagle? Yamanaka Inoichi blinked and was very interested in this approach. I didn't use any intimidation, and didn't hurt Snowhawk, but it was very effective for Snowhawk to yield. Yamanaka clan is proficient in mind secret jutsu, so he is also a frequent visitor to torture and interrogation force in Konoha-Ambu, often questioning the information on the enemy ninja. And the law of the eagle vaguely opened a new door to him. If you change Snowhawk to ninja, Yamanaka Inoichi eyes start to shine. Do some little clever. Tsunade disdained coldly snorted. After Fuko woke up, the Super Will Dance brothers had no temper, not only started eating food from Fuko, but also no longer excluded him as before. Fuko is not happy, take the heat and start training them. At the same time, they followed the Land of Snow map presented by Hajime Kamagawa, and it took about 10 days to get to the north of Land of Snow. Wind Snow Town, this is the northernmost town of Land of Snow, and there is no smoke in the north. They inquired in Wind Snow Town and learned that Snow Mountain in the north is not only magnificent, but also one next to each other, rolling up and down, not looking to the end, and the climate is extremely cold, even Land of Snow people don't dare to enter easily. Korone Ui, Rin and Asuma Obito they only have gen and strength. It is too dangerous to get there. They are asked to stay in Wind Snow Town, and Akimichi Choza and Tsunade are left to look after them. Abarame Shivi, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi and Fuko and Kakashi went lightly on the next day, moving towards Snow Mountain. After walking 100 miles, they saw the magnificent Snow Mountain in front of it. The whistling cold wind is like a real thing on Snow Mountain, wandering freely. Just the looks at is just as sentimental. Super Will Dance brothers stood on the sides of Fuko's shoulders, white eagle feathers shaking from time to time, sharp eagle eyes left, right look, very curious about the environment. Fuko raised his hand and the Super Will Dance brothers on his shoulders flew in the wings. Although the flight was not high and the wind was blowing, Fuko was very satisfied. After getting along with each other for a long time, I finally gave the two guys a good training, even though they occasionally lost their temper. Snow Mountain in front of Yamanaka Inoichi looks at, exclaimed, it's spectacular. Insects born in such an environment are inevitable. Abarame Shivi whole body shivered, it was exciting. Just super round dance third style the higher the flying in the cold wind, the more I couldn't help but scream, the basic immature, but there is already some imposing manner. Super round dance second style is also desperately agitating its wings and wants to fly up to accompany it. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind, like a layer of white gauze, flows back and forth between Snow Mountain. Such a cold wind, even the Super Will Dance 2 brother cannot hold, the death of the shrinking in Fuko's arms, shivering. Their eagle feathers can't afford such a cold wind, Yamanaka Inoichi said. If they don't grow up as quickly as possible, they can't survive here. Ju. Super Will Dance brothers Ju shouted, seemingly refuting his words. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, they are getting more and more intelligence. Ju when they heard the praise of Namikaze Minato, they were even more happy. Shivi, try your new insect, it's not the way to find it. Next, Nara Shikaku lazily said. Good. Abarame Shivi a man of few words, fingertips light, a few snowy stone worms smashed out, crawling on the snow, very fast. This way, Abarame Shivi has been studying these snow insects, and they have already understood their temperament. Snow insect is an omnivorous insect type. It cannot be eaten. It can secrete some mucus. It has certain corrosiveness. The sense of smell is good, but unfortunately there is no strong place. Moreover, snow insect only can survive in a low-temperature environment. If brought to land of fire, I am afraid that it will be a hot death. Because of this, he can't wait to find the big worm that lives here. And Fuko puts all his mind on two small snow hawks. If you can't adapt to the environment, the little snow hawk will be worried about the future. Come, fly one. Fuko violently encouraged them. Super round dance third style may also be second style, squatting with the wings, a burst of cold wind scraping, almost frozen the eagle feathers on its wings. Frightened Fuko to hug it and use his body to warm it up. Little snow hawk screamed pitifully. Haha, it seems that you have developed a deep feeling. Nara Shikaku suddenly came together. If they can survive here, maybe they can make a snow hawk great clan. Fuko glanced at him with a glance, this guy's very high intelligence, its strategy and judgment is higher than his son, one of the future 12 youngest strong, Nara Shikamaru. I always feel that he is thinking about something bad. Fuko said with a snort, if you have something to say. Nara Shikaku looks at the following good advice, I am thinking, if I can, I hope that my future child will also have a snow hawk summoned beast. Namikaze Minato smiled, and if it weren't for Mount Mayaboku, he might have the idea. Haha, let's just say something. Fuko laughed, why is it? But these two guys are male hawks, and I don't know if I can find a female eagle. If you can't find them, will they not be the base of the two brothers? Don't worry, I have already asked. There are a lot of snow hawks in Land of Snow. They won't find a partner. The only thing to worry about is whether their bloodline can continue smoothly. Indeed, if their descendants follow the mother, it is the ordinary snow hawk, and signing a blood contract is not worth the candle. Hey, wait, if you think about it, Fuko suddenly feels like he has been pitted by Namikaze Minato and turned into a little mouse. He looked at Namikaze Minato with resentment. Namikaze Minato smiled and looked at it, Sky Blue's eyes with sincere feelings, seems to say what friendship lasts forever. Ah, it's really annoying. Fuko feels that his body is hollowed out. Just then, a small snow hawk spread its wings again and took off against the cold wind. the immature eagle feather shivering in cold wind and finally failed. Fuko is busy holding it and warming it up with his body temperature. Juju Snow Hawk's grievances are calling. Hey, just then, in the distance between Snowy Peak, a huge snow hawk flashed away, leaving only the harsh eagle to scream through the world. There is snow to survive here too. Yamanaka Inoichi can't help being surprised. In this case, it will not be possible for them to find a partner in the future. Nara Shikaku said with a smile. This is what I said, but Fuko looked towards Namikaze Minato, who was also a heavy-looking look at. Both of them witnessed the cruelty of the Snow Hawk mom, and even abandoned her own child can abandon it. It shows that Snow Hawk's habits are indifferent, and it is possible to kill himself. Super round dance third style and second style, can you really survive here? Kakashi, be careful. Namikaze Minato suddenly got brow raised. Kakashi is startled and seems to have not responded. Roar, mind-body switch jutsu. Fortunately, Yamanaka Inoichi instant hand seal, an invisible spirit directly into Kakashi's within the body, occupying his body while controlling his body to do the evasive action. Whoo! A hurricane flashed from Kakashi's top of the head. Shadow imitation jutsu. Nara Shikaku also reacted quickly, and a black, shadowy shadow emerged from his shadow, capturing the shadow of the Slayer in an instant, shackling its actions. Everyone saw it. This is actually a huge snow leopard, full of 1.5 m high, more than 3 meters long, caught by Nara Shikaku's secret jutsu, motionless. After Kakashi knew it, he was pale. Namikaze Minato frowned. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Have concerns. Namikaze Minato was a little scared. He reminded Kakashi just now that with his knowledge of Kakashi, he could definitely evade this snow leopard attack, but in the end he almost got an accident. He has some self-blame. Kakashi bowed. Teacher Minato, I'm fine. Namikaze Minato lightly nodded, but I was thinking about finding a time to talk to him. So, what should I do with this snow leopard? While Nara Shikaku spoke, he could see that Snow Leopard, who was bound by shadow imitation jutsu, had a mouth that seemed to be very interesting. Juju Super Wheel Dance Brothers suddenly slammed his head, moving towards Snow Leopard, making a sharp scream, then fluttering his wings and fluttering past the eagle's eyes to Snow Leopard's eyes. Woo-woo! Snow Leopard screams, but is bound by shadow imitation jutsu and can't escape. Super Wheel Dance Brothers licked Snow Leopard's eyes and buckled his head with eagle claws, which quickly became bloody, but the Super Wheel Dance Brothers became more and more energetic. The eagle feathers were stained with Snow Leopard and seemed to be reborn, no longer afraid of cold wind. It seems that Snow Leopard and Snow Hawk are natural enemies. This Snow Leopard should smell the smell of Snow Hawk, so it launched an attack. Nara Shikaku calmly analyzed. The dying Snow Leopard, the mouth is also a one-in-one, very strange. Finally, the Super Wheel Dance Brothers killed Snow Leopard and flew to Fuko with excitement. Fuko looked at their eagle claws, eagle owls, and shadow feathers, all of which were bloody. The Snow Hawk brother was wronged, and Jujuju flew to Namikaze Minato. Haha, Fuko, this can't be done, they will be sad. Namikaze Minato laughed. Fuko scratched his head and then greeted the two Snow Hawks and washed them with snow to regain their arms. But the two brothers together killed Snow Leopard, seemingly completed what solemn and sacred growth ceremony, struggling to fly out of Fuko's arms, greet cold wind, roaring to heaven, and then I flew back and plunged into Fuko's bed, and the pitiful voice of Jujuju, who, Fuko puts out a breath lightly, and the white smoke condenses into ice in an instant, and the stars fall like one after another. The temperature in the depths of Snow Mountain is colder than outside, the ordinary person can't survive in such an environment, and there are many fierce wild beasts. Snow leopard, snow hawk, snow bear, and many other weird creatures. Walking along the way, it really makes people's eyes wide open. Two little snow hawks are also desperately growing. With the help of everyone, they have killed 3 snow leopards, and they have a huge snow bear. They have seen the blood. Their eyes are sharp, with a wild and baleful aura. There is already a bit of the master of the sky in Gupan. Super Round Dance third style stands on Fuko's shoulder, flapping his wings, and the eagle claws are loose, facing cold wind soaring high into the air. Super Round Dance second style, not to be outdone, also fly into the sky. Everyone can't help but look up. 2 snow hawks danced in the sky, flying higher and higher, facing the cold wind like ice blade, flying wings. They are growing too fast and should be affected by the blood contract, Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile. Summoning Jutsu's blood contract is really what happened. Fuko is not clear, and I don't want to figure it out. It is like 1 + 1 = 2. Why is it equal to 2? There is absolutely no need to entangle this issue, but the environment here is still too harsh for them. When we leave, they can't hunt those big beasts. Namikaze Minato worriedly said. But we can't stay here for too long, Nara Shikaku said. A group of people discussing Super Wheel Dance Brothers there. Abarame Shibi is not happy. Hey, let's come out, but look for insects. Oh, but we haven't found it for many days, isn't it? Narashikaka shrugged, rough helpless, Shivi, looking for a few days, is there really an insect? As long as you look carefully, you will find it. A Barame Shivi is very confident. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone found a snow valley, took out an item from the ceiling scroll and started camping. Fuko consciously took on the chef and started the barbecue with the bear's paw of Snow Bear. Another side, Namikaze Minato called Kakashi, preparing for psychological counseling. Kakashi, the past few days, you are often silent, the state is not very good, is it having concerns? Namikaze Minato asked softly. Kakashi sliding one's head, then nodded, seems to be quite struggling. Finally he said, Teacher Minato, I am fine. Namikaze Minato smiled and tried to kill, saying, if I didn't guess wrong, is it because of Fuko? Kakashi startled. I remember that he had challenged you and the result was fiasco, but now I can beat him too. Kakashi hands clenched, interrupted his words with excitement. Namikaze Minato smiles, it really is because of this. Kakashi, who bears the name of genius from a young age, but sees the looks at himself being attacked by the lowest ranking, and my heart is definitely full of confusion. What's more, Kakashi is a proud person. In the face of the silence of Namikaze Minato, Kakashi quickly lost, Teacher Minato, sorry, I let you down. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, disappointment? Kakashi, Fuko's overestimate one's capabilities challenged you to become Academy laughingstock, countless people disappointed him, mocked him, satirized him, but in the end? He's the more fights the more stronger is, step by step promotes strength, and even developed a strong ninjutsu, until now we are all a bit of pressure on Jonin. So Kakashi, it is not important whether others are disappointed with you, the important thing is, don't be disappointed with yourself. Kakashi startled. Namikaze Minato said again, Fuko has always believed in himself, genius or lowest ranking. As long as you have confidence in yourself and work hard, you will be miraculous. Right, Kakashi, you know guy. Kakashi suddenly appeared in the green body tights, the thick outline of the eyebrows, his stiff nodded, it used to be student. Guy's father is Eternal Genin, he is also a lowest ranking, countless people are disappointed with him, but he did not give up on himself, every day is training hard, and he often challenges Fuko, the two together spar, communication, progress, Kakashi, if you can't get up, it will soon be overtaken by Guy. Namikaze Minato said seriously, the road to ninja is only brave, don't be overwhelmed by others' disappointment or suspicion. Kakashi was there, and my heart was greatly shocked. He hasn't put Guy in his eyes all the time. Every time he sees him jumping up and down to challenge this challenge, he feels bored. The first reaction is to hide far away. Don't have an intersection with such people. Don't I really be overtaken by Guy? Then, he suddenly remembered that his father Heitake Sakumo had said the same thing to him, and his back was suddenly cold and sweaty. Kakashi, believe in yourself. Namikaze Minato is serious. Kakashi hands clenched, the face is slightly red. Teacher Minato, I understood, I will cheer up. He is an 8-year-old child, and his life experience is not enough. In 3 or 2 sentences, Namikaze Minato brings out the rhythm and looks like a bloody ear. Compared to this, Fuko this guy is really mature. Namikaze Minato smiled and made another kill. Hey, Minato, you can have a barbecue. Nara Shikaku waved beside him. Kakashi, go and try Fuko's craftsmanship. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. And, Kakashi puts off the emotions on his face, but there is a bunch of raging flames burning in his heart. Hey, what do you say whispering? Fuko handed the freshly baked bear's paw to Namikaze Minato and blinked at him. Ah, nothing, just chat and chat. Namikaze Minato smiled and took the bear's paw and handed it to Kakashi. The base is full. Fuko's skeptical eyes swept back and forth on them, whispering softly, because Kushina is not around, so I am starting with the children around me. Namikaze Minato, corner of the eye twitching, turned and pretended not to hear this. Hey, Ju the Super Wheel Dance Brothers also fluttered with wings and landed on the shoulders of both sides of Fuko, staring at the roasting bear's paws. After the meal, the sky has completely disappeared, only the fire here also exudes warm rays of light. The temperature here is too low, a little careless, the fire will be blown out, so there must be someone on duty at night, that looks at fire, and also guard against the attack of wild beast. Then let Fuko and Kakashi stay up the night tonight. Namikaze Minato suddenly suggested this. Nara Shikaka gave him a look, didn't say anything, nodded agreed. The rest of the people have no opinion. Hey, are you really letting the miners do this kind of work? Someone issued a serious protest. Naturally, Fuko himself. We are still growing up, sleeping is very important. Ju. 2 snow hawks also cheered. Does Kakashi think so? Namikaze Minato looked towards Kakashi. Kakashi decisive, shaking one's head. When did you defect? Fuko asked him. Kakashi said with a snort, I have been standing at Teacher Minato. Well, Fuko, pay attention to safety at night. Then, we slept first. Nara Shikaka made a yawn and made a decision on the board. Crackling. Fresh firewood was thrown into the fire, and suddenly burst out of the glare spark. The fire was one of the bright. Fuko sat next to the fire and looked up at the sky. Next to the moonlight, there are twinkling stars, such a starry sky, which has not been seen in previous life. It's beautiful. Next to Fuko is his shadow clone, who is learning the seal book that Namikaze Minato sent. He is looking at the beauty and learning, but it is Kakashi that is out of focus. You are so useful. Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Ah, you mean shadow clone? Fuko said a yawn. Shadow clone's experience of learning accumulation will be passed to the main body when it disappears, so learning training with shadow clone can save a lot of time. Kakashi heard that it makes sense. I wonder if it took him only a few years to attack it. It used to be this method. Then he decided to learn in this way. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi naturally learned this move, and immediately summoned. Fuko glanced and continued to look up at the stars. Kakashi observed the expression of Fuko, hesitated, and asked, "Do you mind?" Fuko just wants to laugh, because Shadow Clone this move, in the original work or Kakashi taught Naruto, from this point of view, it should be that he'd stolen from Kakashi. I don't mind, of course I don't mind, I am a very generous person. Fuko desperately put $1 on his face. Kakashi felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't notice it. So he stopped thinking more and started experimenting with the new training method. He first let his Shadow Clone training hand seal, then let his Shadow Clone training ninjutsu, then play with Shadow Clone, increase the actual combat experience, and never tired. Tossing up in the middle of the night, Kakashi's Shadow Clone disappeared. At the same time, a lot of experience was passed back to the main body, and Kakashi squinted his head. Subsequently, really effective. Kakashi's eyes are lit up in 3 scales. In the future, using this method of training will definitely improve his training speed. Teacher Minato, you arranged me to stay with him, let me learn from him. Kakashi seems to have experienced the good intentions of Namikaze Minato and is very touched. He returned to the fire and saw that Fuko's Shadow Clone was still reading there, and his main body was still watching the stars, and couldn't help but ask, "What book do you think?" Uzumaki Clan's Sealing Jutsu. Fuko has a question and answer. What? How is it possible? Kakashi heard from his father that Uzumaki Clan's Sealing Jutsu is very powerful, both in the whole ninja world and even in the terrifying existence of the seal-tailed beast level. Kakashi is envious and embarrassed, and there is a trace of doubt. But, Uzumaki Clan is not already exterminating the clan? Why do you have the Sealing Jutsu of the clan? Kakashi some hesitation asked. Hey, you don't know? Fuko asked. What do you know? Your teacher's girlfriend is Uzumaki Clan. Long nights, Fuko couldn't help but hit another yawn. Playing yawn is contagious, and Kakashi can't help but hit too. Then he squinted his eyes. What? Teacher Minato's girlfriend. What does girlfriend mean? Girlfriend means. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Kakashi blinked his eyes and understood. That is to say, Fuko's book, which records Uzumaki Clan's powerful sealing jutsu, was given to him by teacher Minato's girlfriend. So, can I also learn the above sealing jutsu? Kakashi has a ripple. What can I do if teacher Minato's girlfriend doesn't agree? Kakashi's heart is in a mess. Fuko sneaked a glimpse of him, his heart was laughing, this expression was drunk, unbelievable, late generation Kakashi, who was so calm regardless of any danger, would have such a tangled, embarrassing side. But then again, Fuko has been learning sealing jutsu for almost 2 years. The content of this book has been mostly understood. After the 5-element seal, the 8-sign seal has also been learned, but let him teach sealing jutsu, he also not able to catch. But with the temper of Namikaze Minato, I will definitely teach some sealing jutsu to Kakashi. I won't be too busy. Fuko was in a good mood and couldn't help but whistle. Juju. The result of the whistle sounded awakened to the side of the super round dance 3rd style, well, it may be 2nd style, hey, they are the same anyway. Snowhawk fanned his wings and flew to Fuko's left shoulder, and his relatives rubbed his cheeks with his head. Fuko reached out and touched its feathers and found it harder. Continuously experienced slaughter, Super Will Dance Brothers grew fast, eagle claws, eagle owls became hard and sharp, even the eagle feathers became harder and harder. Kakashi met, unfathomable mysteries cast summoning jutsu. Boom! The smoke dissipated, and a Ninken appeared there. The next moment, the Ninken was frozen into a sieve, shivering, and the mouth could not fit together. Card, Kakaka Kashishi secede. Ninken wanted to talk, but Snow Mountain in the middle of the night was so cold that Ninken suddenly came here and couldn't even speak. Kakashi saw the busy dissolution of summoning jutsu and let Ninken go back. Fuko was about to make 2 laughs, and suddenly he saw a few green light faintly discernible in the distance, swaying back and forth in a ghostly way. This is? Fuko looked turned cold. Sharinan appeared in a moment, 3 tomo slowly revolving, the field of view instantly gained some increase. At the same time, the snow hawk on his shoulders also made a sharp scream and fluttered. Hey! Soon, another snow hawk was awakened and fanned into the sky. What's wrong? Kakashi saw Fuko's Sharinan surprised. There is Snow Wolf. In the moonlight of the white, in the white snow mountain, the silhouette of two Snow Wolf is reflected in his three-tomo Sharingan. The silhouette of these two Snow Wolf is extremely huge, afraid that it is more than 3 meters high, more than 7 meters long. Would you like to inform them? Kakashi immediately stood up and pulled out the kunao alert. Fuko squinted his eyes, lightly said with a smile, you can wake up the sleeping person, but you will never wake up to sleep, these two Snow Wolf, I am afraid we have to deal with it. Kakashi didn't understand too well, but the Namikaze Minato and the others in the tent were look at each other in dismay. As a jonin, they were already aware of Snow Wolf when they first appeared, but they didn't show up to tell, that's all. The words Fuko said are really philosophical. Nara Shikaku IQ is the tallest and the deepest feeling, and I can't help but cherish. Yamanaka Inoichi whispered, we really don't shoot. Namikaze Minato is confident, do not worry, Fuko is very strong, Kakashi also not weak, plus Super will Dance Brothers, I believe they can settle these two Snow Wolf. We tentatively wait and see. Nara Shikaka smiled. Outside the tent, Fuko has taken over the battle, taijutsu of the main body and fire-style ninjutsu of Shadow Clone, and the two Snow Wolves have been forced to retreat, and there is no battle. Fuko's skillful control has made Kakashi on the side extremely shocking. It is also Chunin. Is the gap so big? Leaf whirlwind, boom. Once again, Snow Wolf kicked out and Fuko felt a little tired. After all, 8 inner gates is forbidden jutsu. Even if only open 3 gates, it will take a heavy burden on the body. So that's over. GGGG. Fuko's instant hand seal, within the body's chakra flooded into the right hand, emitting endless lightning bursting, as if there were 10,000 birds chirping, harsh and dazzling. Lightning style, Chidori. Fuko tiptoe a little, the figure turned into afterimage, piercing the air. Chidori of the right hand screamed wildly, exuding the violent meaning. Roar. The Snow Wolf has already been pulled out of the mental shadow. At this time, when I watched Fuko, I dared to stay and turned and wanted to run, but the speed at this time could not be compared with the Fuko that started Chidori. In the next moment, lightning pierced Snow Wolf tenacious hair without any hindrance, and then a lot of lightning rushed into its within the body, willfully destroying its internal organs. Just a few breaths, it closed his eyes. Die completely. Another Snow Wolf saw this scene, his eyes were red, and the crazy move towards Fuko's Shadow Clone launched an offensive. Lightning style, Chidori. Fuko's Shadow Clone also launched Chidori and thoroughly penetrated it. Kakashi is not the first time I saw Fuko using lightning style, Chidori, but somehow, every time I saw this ninjutsu, he always felt strange in his heart. He thought that Chidori had a relationship with him, but he thought it was unreasonable. After all, he has never seen this lightning style ninjutsu before. At this point, the two Snow Wolves have been completely killed, the hot blood flows out of their wounds, but they are exposed to the world of ice and snow, and they are quickly frozen and turned into blood, and the moonlight is shining with glaring of light. Fuko's Shadow Clone is very lightly back to the fire and continue to learn sealing jutsu. Fuko took out a blade and prepared to smash the two wolves. Juju, hey. Super Will Dance Brothers fell from the sky, but did not dare to fall on Snow Wolf. Even if they died, Yue is still there. Fuko, thank you. Kakashi came over and thanked him for having a chicken soup filled with Namikaze Minato, so he was in good shape, at least not being beaten. Don't lie, help me peel off the wolf skin, Fuko said. It's too cold here. When Snow Wolf dies, its body temperature will drop very quickly. It won't take long for its flesh and blood to be frozen into ice cubes, so it must be peeled before it corpse cools. Kakashi startled, then smiled and helped. The two men were alone, and they quickly peeled off the wolf skin. The cold wind whistling, blowing away the bloody smell here, and also freezing the two Snow Wolf completely, and connected with the snow. Great wolf skin. Fuko Gigi was amazed, then washed the wolf skin up and down with snow, removed the odor, and then cut a piece of wolf skin to make a simple coat. It is a coat, but in fact it is similar to a blanket, draped over the body, can be wrapped in the hands and feet, only revealing a head. The coat was in the body, and the cold outside seemed to drift away, and a warmth poured out from the depths of the body. Comfortable. Fuko took a deep breath and was warm. Kakashi was next to the looks at, and then there was a model of the cat, and a coat was put on the body. This Snow Wolf is really warm, Kakashi exclaimed. Fuko said, the rest will let them get up and do it tomorrow. He said, before he walked to Snow Wolf corpse, he wanted to cut a piece of wolf meat to fill his stomach, but unfortunately he had been completely frozen, flapping with a knife and making a hard echo. Ju. The wolf was frozen, and the Super Will Dance Snow Hawk brother was so arrogant that it was very proud. Fuko, just lightning style ninjutsu, is Teacher Minato teaching you? Kakashi struggled a lot and finally couldn't help but ask. Fuko reveals a weird expression, Chidori? No, this is my self-created lightning style ninjutsu. If Kakashi has also seen original work, I am afraid that it is not vomiting blood. Fuko smiles at the looks at him. I remember your chakra attribute also have lightning, would you like to learn? What do you say? Kakashi stared wide-eyed, like ninjutsu Chidori, strong formidable power, general ninja developed such a ninjutsu, must be treasured, even if it is to be passed, it will only be passed to its own disciples or relatives, how can it be generous to others? You really want to teach me? Kakashi breathed quickly. Fuko showed a smile, he did not intend to a sentimental attachment, after all, Chidori is Kakashi, and Chidori promoted to Reikari, still need to borrow Kakashi's genius. Of course, although I developed Chidori, this jutsu also has a lot of shortcomings. If you can improve, remember to let me learn and learn. Kakashi knows the way of Fuko. When I heard such a good thing, I was nodded at the time, I promise you. Fuko immediately taught him Chidori. In the name of Kakashi worthy of genius, Chidori was mastered in less than half an hour, and Chidori was proficient in an hour. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi was excited to run back and forth in the snow valley, poke the 2 frozen pieces of the wolf body into a dozen holes. At this point, the sky is gradually lit. Namikaze Minato and the others also finally got out of the tent, with a light brown circle on both faces. Apparently, last night's war, and the movement made by Kakashi training Chidori, they were not sleeping well. Good job, Fuko, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato yawned, rubbed his eyes, and a little sleepy. Then they saw the wolf bodies frozen into ice. They were not surprised at all. What surprised them was the wolf coat on Fuko and Kakashi. The fluffy snow wolf fur was just a warm look at. Fuko, this guy is really, why don't you give us one? Nara Shikaku is very upset. It's actually very simple to make such a coat, but who makes him lazy? Fuko looked sad. The vigil has been very hard, and I have to play Snow Wolf. You have to exploit this. I am still a child. Nara Shikaku and the others look at each other in dismay. I feel that it makes sense, and I have no words at all. In fact, last night was a test for you. The road to ninja is very dangerous. In the future, you will encounter countless such nights, even more dangerous, so don't blame us. Namikaze Minato gentle with a smile. Teacher Minato, we won't blame you, Kakashi said. Although he had tossed for one night, his eyes were stunned and he didn't feel tired at all. Namikaze Minato smiled and made a killing. Fuko teaches Chidori, and these people naturally know that Namikaze Minato is a friend of Fuko and Joken sensei of Kakashi. It is naturally very gratifying to see such a picture. Turning over Snow Mountain one after another, Fuko and the others still have nothing to gain after 7 days. Abarame Shibi's face is not very good looking. Is that kind of insect really just a rumor? After rough calculations, they have left the village for nearly 3 months, and it is almost time to return to the village. Shibi, don't be too sad. You should understand that even if we really find the kind of insect, it is impossible to bring back the village. Namikaze Minato advised, they can't adapt to the climate of Land of Fire. Nara Shikaku put his hands on the back of his head and sighed weakly. So what have we been doing these days? Don't forget the Super Wheel Dance Brothers, we have to find a home for them. Namikaze Minato pointed to 2 snow hawks flying in the sky. Nara Shikaku said, they are too small to be able to put their home in the depths of Snow Mountain. I think the Snow Mountain at the outermost is good. We can clean up the powerful creatures nearby. Shivi. Everyone looks towards Abarame Shibi. I can't find that only the kind of insect and I have no chance, let's go. Abarame Shibi is low. Fuko looked up and looked at the look of regret. I still want to go further to see it. He would like to know if there is Arctic in Naruto World. If Naruto World is on a planet, then is Arctic behind the land of water of hidden mist? Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile, I am afraid that there is no end to Snow Mountain. There is nothing to look at. Fuko glanced at him with a bit of disapproval. A summer insect cannot discuss ice. The entire group turned around and went back to the outermost Snow Mountain. Here is your home here. Fuko built a bird's nest on the summit of this snowy peak, where they put a lot of hay and cooked meat, and then smashed them. When they hunted, they picked up the pushover and hit it. But just run, don't rush to it. Let's talk a lot, and Fuko found out that he really couldn't bear them. Namikaze Minato and the others are sweeping around Snowy Peak. All the threats to the Snow Hawk brother are all killed. As for the little snow leopard and the little snow bear, they will stay and wait for the Snow Hawk brother to grow up. Tossing a big long time, they are finally finished and ready to leave. Juju, hey, the 2 snow hawks also seem to know that they are on the verge of being at the top of the head. Well, go to your new home, Fuko called. Namikaze Minato waved, super round dance 3rd style, 2nd style, keep it up. Juju, 2 snow hawks fluttered and the eagle rang through the sky. So, we are also time to go back to the village, Nara Shikaku said. Lady Tsunade shouldn't be able to wait, Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile. Fuko is frowned, and he is uneasy. Do you have money on your body? Ah, money? Really brought, but not much. Fuko, are you short of money? Namikaze Minato asked strangely. Fuko said, no, not me, but a legendary big cash cow. They entered Snow Mountain for half a month. How could Tsunade be quiet and wait for them and win Snowtown? Not gambling a murky heaven's dark earth will definitely not give up. Big cash cow? Is it? Namikaze Minato. They obviously also heard the nickname of Tsunade, look at each other in dismay, big eyes staring at small eyes. Don't look at me, I go out with only insect. A Barame Shivi's first shining one's head. Yamanaka Inoichi said, me too. You also brought an insect. A Barame Shivi god made a knife. I mean I didn't bring any money, explains Yamanaka Inoichi. Nara Shikaku is busy nodded, I am the same. Why did Lady Tsunade have such a hobby? Namikaze Minato revealed look of worry. I really don't understand. It should be learned with her grandfather. Nara Shikaku reveals the pondering look. Her grandfather? Is Lord First Kage? He also, Namikaze Minato asked strangely. Nara Shikaku nodded, yes, Lord First Kage also likes this sport. It turned out to be genetic. Namikaze Minato nodded. Next, Kakashi a confused face, Teacher Minato, Senior Nara, what are you talking about? They look at each other in dismay and don't know what to say to him. A few days later, they returned to Wine Snowtown and found Akimichi Chose an inn, and he found out that he had lost a circle. Fatty Aki saw them coming back, tears came out, woo-woo, Shikaku, Inoichi, Minato, Shivi, you are finally back, I am starving. So, what really happened? Nara Shikaku covered the forehead. Akimichi Chose's grievance nodded, indicating that his money was taken by Tsunade, the money that he lived in the past few days, the money he ate was awkward, he had already owed a debt, and Fatty Aki solemnly stated that he had been for several days, did not eat delicious meat. Then he saw Fuko, and the whole person rushed up, Fuko, give me a barbecue, I am hungry, I am hungry. At this time, Obito, Korone Ui, Rin and Asuma, who heard the movement, also came out. Fuko, you are back. Korone Ui ran over cheerfully and circled around Fuko. Obito ran to Namikaze Minato and said, Teacher Minato, Senior Tsunade is too much, and we have lost all our money. Hey, we have already guessed, where is she now? Namikaze Minato touched his pocket, and he didn't bring much money, hee. In the snow gambling hall, Obito cried, Teacher Minato, you are going to stop her. Fuko said with a snort, I think we still have to come back and hurry to run. I can't do this because I can't hear it. Tsunade's cold voice suddenly came in from the inn with the snow. Tsunade, who lost the light, came back early. Haha, Senior Tsunade, I cracking a joke. Fuko a wise man knows when to retreat. Hey, Minato, Shikaku, Inoichi, Shivi, and your little demon, take out all the money, I want to win the lost money. Tsunade gambling addiction, everything else put aside. Senior Tsunade, we should go back to the village. Nara Shikaku yelled. And I went out without money. Yamanaka Inoichi hurriedly said, Senior Tsunade, I didn't bring any money. A Barame Shivi shrugged the shoulders, no money. Tsunade flustered and exasperated turned their attention to Namikaze Minato. The latter hesitated to take a handful of money from his arms, I only have these, the outline. When the words were not finished, Tsunade had already grabbed the money, then grabbed Fuko and ran to the gambling hall. Teacher Tsunade, Fuko. Korone Ui is in a hurry. Hateful, my barbecue. Akimichi Choza is also anxious. So, what now? Yamanaka Inoichi spread his hands, stiff helpless. First, I will pay back the money. Nara Shikaku looked towards Namikaze Minato. It should be enough to sell the wolf skin. As for the gambling hall, there is Fuko. The problem should be small. So, leave the mark. Let's go to the town and wait for them. In the gambling hall, a group of people around Tsunade and Fuko, with a weird smile on their faces, each and everyone's eyes are harbored evil intents. Tsunade, let's press it, you won't lose it. If we lose, we can borrow your money. Our interest is very cheap, don't worry. I believe that your bad luck is over, and you will definitely win the next one, hee. Tsunade is gambling, no matter where he goes, he has a lot of money, from Konoha to Land of Snow. For 2 months, her gambling addiction has already reached the limit, to Wine Snowtown, cannot restrain, and fell into the gambling hall, and never climbed up. For more than half a month, she not only lost her money, but also lost money with Akimichi Choza and Korone Ui, Asuma and the others, and owed a few 100,000 taels debts to the gambling hall. Don't think about running without paying back. We are gambling hall but there is ninja cover. A small leader of the gambling hall stood behind Tsunade and Fuko, warning coldly. Tsunade squinted and put the money in his hand into Fuko's arms. Little demon, I am optimistic about you. Your sister. Fuko bitter expression, fortunately this kind of thing is not once or twice, he has some habits. The habit is really terrifying. Fuko sighed and then asked the rules and started betting. Still old customs, first ask Tsunade's intuition, then press on the opposite side, save worry and effort. But this time, there was a problem. The eyes of the person who opened the village smashed into a seam, thinking that this little demon is a bit interesting, even gambling, but, hee. The corner of his mouth was sneered, his wrist swayed with a very small amplitude, and the results were very different. With a few links, no matter which side Fuko is pressed, there is only one ending, that is, lose. Fuko had a feeling in the heart, looked towards, and found that Tsunade's face was hard to look. He whispered and asked, "Hey, are they taking advantage of it?" Tsunade nodded, then slapped shot at the table, roaring, "You dare to make 1,000? Scoundrel!" The anger of Zhuang shouted, "I can't afford to lose to slander. We gambling hall, Tsunade, don't you want to pay back the money?" "Repay the money." "Yes, you can't trust the money, don't blame us. Your companions have already sent people to monitor, and we can't blame us for the money, he. Tsunade anger is a big man, once again on the table. Boom! When chakra-enhanced strength broke out, the gambling table was split and the broken wood accompanied the sawdust to sweep all directions. At that time, several bad luck ghosts were smashed and blood was bleeding. "Damned, dare to marry our gambling hall, grab it. I am hurt. Hateful, give me a waist." Other guests in the gambling hall heard the movement and looked over curiously with a playful expression on their faces. Is there someone in the gambling hall to make trouble? It's naive. Here is the gambling hall of Lord Ninja, who is dying. I can't afford to come to the gambling hall, I really deserve it, he. At this point, I wanted to seriously criticize their Tsunade to see the blood. The whole blood is horrible, the whole person is not good, dizzy, shuddering on the limbs, relying on Fuko to instantly change from a tiger to a mouse. The gamblers saw this scene, thinking that she was scared by the name of Ninja, and could not help but laugh. The gambling hall's thugs have completely surrounded Tsunade and Fuko, all with swords in their hands and cruelly scared faces. "Hey, this is a broken thing." Fuko looked around, big cat and small fish, and he didn't even have the desire to shoot. He directly hand-seal summoned Shadow Clone and let him solve these people. Not good, he is ninja, go to the Lord's Tooth. Those thugs still want to say something, but Fuko's Shadow Clone has already started. Leaf Great Whirlwind, boom, boom. With 1 foot in the past, I flew 3 or 5 thugs directly, and Shadow Clone rushed up like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and there was no rest at all. Some of the clocks sang and conquered these people. Those gamblers saw this scene and seemed to realize what was going to happen next, and they dared to stay and ran away. "Let's go." Fuko and his Shadow Clone walked up and down the Tsunade to the gambling hall. Hateful, turned out to be a black gambling hall, lied to me so much money. Tsunade, although shivering, but the mouth is still very hard. I think they shouldn't have 1,000 when they win your money. Fuko hit a person when he's down. "Little demon, what do you mean by this?" Tsunade angrily said. Fuko was busy shutting up and didn't dare to tell the truth. Leaving the gambling hall, Fuko caught Shadow Clone and Tsunade gradually returned to normal. "Sure enough, I still can't swallow this breath." Tsunade suddenly turned around and walked to the door of the gambling hall. Under the horror of the gambler who ran out all around, his right foot lifted slightly. Fuko was shocked and ran away. Heaven defending kick. Tsunade fell, and the earth suddenly under the gambling hall was torn by chakra-enhanced strength, revealing a huge rift. The gambling hall above could not survive, split in half, and finally could not support collapse. In the gambling hall, the bad luck of the bad luck ghosts spread out. Those gamblers were so scared that they could not find the north. Tsunade patted his hand, revealing the color of the light, and turned away. But a young sorrow suddenly dropped from the sky and stopped in front of her. "You dare to destroy my gambling hall." Sao Year XIXX years old around, both eyes haze, cold staring at Tsunade, killing intent turbulent. "You are the boss of this black gambling hall." Tsunade reached out and said, "Return the money that I lied before." Fuko also stepped forward and quietly looked at this year. Very young, but arrogant, eyes and evil spirits, seems to have ice crystals floating slowly around the body. Ice style? Snow ninja. Fuko has a heart. Big Ninja World, mastering ice style, except for Yuki clan in Hidden Mist Village, is Land of Snow's snow ninja. This Kekii Genkai is very powerful and weird, Fuko not dare look down upon. The eyes of Nassau swept back and forth between Tsunade and Fuko, especially the ninja headband they wore. "Some strangers," said with a sneer, "2 people who are not Land of Snow." Tsunade is impatient, "You still don't pay back." Fuko Shantu, the amount of the mother-in-law, "You said that if you do not have blood phobia, so Kaki will forget, but..." Fuko, "Give me lessons and teach him." Tsunade's words interrupted Fuko's deep heart. "Hey." Fuko knew it was, sighed, greeted the snow ninja, tentatively asked, "What is your name?" "Myself Raga Nadare." "That's Sao Year," said solemn. The name is familiar, and Fuko doesn't care, saying, "Kanaha, Uchiha Fuko." Raga Nadare's eyes are huge, but the pupils are shrinking quickly. Uchiha Land of Snow is remote, but Uchiha's reputation and the strength of Sharinan are here. Raga Nadare's face is not very good looking. Land of Fire's Kanaha is powerful, but here is Land of Snow. I don't know how far from Kanaha. Raga Nadare showed the sinister expression after the initial shock. No matter what your purpose is, entering Land of Snow as spy, it doesn't matter if you kill you. Moreover, this child also has a Sharingan of Ninja World 3 Great Dojutsu. Raga Nadare looks at Fuko, his eyes are faint. Hoo hoo. Cold Wind boasted, a piece of ice crystals like snowflakes like sandstorm, turned into a huge shuriken in the sky, crazily revolving and crashed into Fuko. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fuko hand seal squirts a huge fireball, the two collide, the fire bursts like a fire, a strand of ice or hot air, disorderly crazy shooting, crashing all around the building, making a golden iron friction. Ice style, one-horned white whale. Countless ice crystals turned into a huge single-horned ice whale under the control of Raganadare. In the sun, the ice crystal's single horn reflected the colorful rays of light, carrying a horror might, and suddenly came. Ram horse snake dragon rat ox tiger. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Fuko not dare despise, keep your hands and continue with the hand seal. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The hot flames rise like the mountains and the sky is half red. Bang! Huge ice crystals. The white whales are constantly melting in the flames, frantically shrinking, and when they are close to Fuko, they are only the size of the palm. At the same time, ice whale melted water fell on the ground and accumulated huge water. Fuko immediately changed chakra nature. Tiger ox monkey rabbit rat boar bird ox horse dog tiger snake ox monkey rabbit. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The water in the otter revolves under the control of Fuko, turning into a huge tornado in the sky, crazily revolving and rushing to Raganadare. How can it be? At this time, Raganadare collapsed, and it was even more unbelievable. I used an ice style ninjutsu. The opposite of the guy's hands and cramps, Shua has used 3 fire style ninjutsu to resist, and then another breath uninterrupted water style. The other side's hand seal speed completely crushed him. Damned. Ice style, ice wall. Raga Nadare's hands are imaginary, and the 100-meter countless ice crystals come together like snowflakes, turning into a huge ice wall that is 1 meter thick. Bang! Water tornado waterfall. The violent bombardment on the ice wall, the power of the rotation directly drilled a large hole in it. Raga Nadare screams, chakra rushes out, and there are ice crystals that converge and increase the thickness of the ice wall. Behind Fuko, Tsunade stood calmly to watch the battle, and the corner of his mouth suddenly shennered. Your ice style is not Kekii Genkai at all. You can only control ice, but you can't create ice. Compared with Yuki clan of Hidden Mist Village, you are still far behind. Then she looked toward Fuko, seeing him seems a little unclear. Woodudley angrily said, quickly use the fire style to melt the surrounding ice and snow. His ice style is useless, little demon, this also used me to teach you. Fuko woke up like a dream, thinking that worthy of his sonin. This battle experience and vision is definitely top of Ninja World, but the problem is, here is Land of Snow, there are ice and snow everywhere. When he melts 100 the rice snow and ice, Raga Nadare ran to the 100 meters and jumped out. Thinking in my heart, the body is still very honest. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A huge fireball exploded towards the end of the water tornado towards the ice wall. Raga Nadare jumped up and jumped to the roof of a house. Bang! Ka ka! The fireball collided with the ice wall, and countless angular ice cubes swept like a machine gun, deeply plunging into nearby snow and houses. At this time, Fuko also opened Sharingan. 3 Tomo are slowly revolving in the eyes, locking Raga Nadare's every move. Tsunade's words are still a bit useful. Since Raga Nadare's ice style is not Kekii Genkai, should you use Sharingan to copy his control ice snow ice style ninjutsu? 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just kidding, trifling little demon has such a powerful eye. Raga Nadare shuddered and his hand shook slightly. Sharingan is too famous for his prestige. No, you must call reinforcements. Raga Nadare has just moved and Fuko has started. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, open, bang. Fuko's skin is in a weird color under the pressure of chakras swiftly flow, and the whole body seems to lose gravity traction, swiftly dancing. He stepped on the ground, speeded to the limit, and directly slammed into the air as after image, rising to the sky. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Kicking, the words have not fallen, Raga Nadare has been kicked by a kick. The difficult situation in the sky even turned 7 or 8 heads fell heavily to the ground. Pu. The mouth spurt blood. Raga Nadare, who had broken 2 ribs, almost didn't get up. Hateful. Ice style, one-horned white whale. Countless ice crystals volley, instant gathering. Fuko, although incarnation after image, but Sharingan is firmly stared Raga Nadare, seeing his hand seal, immediately remembered, then exited the 8 inner gate state and started the hand seal. Ice style, one-horned white whale, but there was only a huge single-horned ice whale on the street that screamed and ransacked. Fuko suddenly found that his chakra nature transformation had not yet mastered the ice attribute, so even if he mastered the hand seal, he could not use ice-style ninjutsu. Seeing that ice whale is already 3 meters away, he is about to enter the 8 inner gate state, but with the light whale reflection, he sees that Tsunade not far behind has been stunned by Raga Nadare's old blood on the ground. Do not want to. Hateful. Fuko knows that he can't hide, he can only be firmly resisted. Fire Style, Searing Migraine. This move is a steal from Kakuzu. A small fireball slowly fell, and it just burned at a crazy speed when it landed. It turned into a huge sea of fire and swallowed the Ice Whale package. But Ice Whale is huge, and even Searing Migraine can't melt it in an instant. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Fuko sent 2 more Fire Styles to completely crack the Ice Whale. Then he opened 8 inner gates and skyrocketed, but gaze at the empty street in the sea of fire, Fuko that's sullen. I ran away. The sea of fire was quickly extinguished, and the all-around water was frozen again in a very short time. Fuko held the Tsunade and left quickly. Little Demon did a good job. The strength of Snow Ninja is probably Elite Chunin. You can beat him, indicating that your strength is very close to Special Jonin. After Tsunade returned to normal, he faintly said Fuko. Fuko just had to be modest and heard her second half. I don't care about my teachings for the past 6 months. Pu. Fuko is hurt. Kanaha's ninja is really hot. What do you think is here? Raga Nadare's voice came from the rear, and he sat on the back of Ice Wolf, laughing wildly. Under the circumstance of Kakyaku Fubuki and Fuyakuma Maizuri, Raga Nadare's own name, Ice-style ninjutsu, finally caught up. The violent Snow and Ice Wolf converge and smash down. Go to hell, ha 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 ha. It's too early to be happy. Nara Shikaku looked back at him with a scornful look. At this time, Tsunade, who was at the forefront, had already stopped, and after leaving Kurane Ui and Rin, he turned and ran back. Teacher Tsunade. Kurane Ui was shocked. Don't worry, it's okay. A Barame Shivi rushed up and grabbed them to continue running. Chakra enhanced strength, heaven defending kick. The snoring of Tsunade overwhelmed the sound of the tsunami in the avalanche mountain. Bang! Centered on Tsunade, a huge glacier Krakaka splits at both ends at an extremely fast speed, and the earth seems to sink into the tofu. What? Raga Nadare was frightened and busy manipulating Ice Wolf to dodge, but it was too late. Avalanche was too fast, and all around Ice Wolf was too much to run. Raga Nadare can only control Ice Wolf with a bracelet oneself. Bang! Numerous snows were directly poured into the cracks, and it took a while to fill the cracks, but so firstly, the avalanches might finally rested. Only the dozens of huge Ice Wolf crossed the crack and continued to rush. Fire Style, Searing Migraine. Fuko dropped a small fireball in the sky and instantly burned it into a sea of fire, trapping these Ice Wolves. At high temperatures, Ice Wolf began to melt without suspense. Damned! Kakyaku Fubuki is busy saving Raga Nadare into the sea of fire, Ice Style, World of Ice and Snow. Countless ice crystals all directions rushed to the sea of fire and slowly extinguished the sea of fire. In the middle of the fire, Raga Nadare put himself in the body of Ice Wolf in the fire, and finally escaped. Hateful! Breaking through Ice Wolf, which has melted out, Raga Nadare's face is very pale. The proud ninjutsu was broken, and the number of people was not dominant. He had already retired in his heart. In the sky, Fuko landed slowly and closed the 8 inner gates. Today, using 8 inner gates in a row, the body is too much to eat. But fortunately, there is nothing wrong with him here. Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Abarame Shivi also stopped and put Obito down. When they got together, Raga Nadare and the others turned paler. Before the far look at is still nothing, but recently, this one of the two, all of them are Jonin's imposing manner. Jonin is definitely a super powerful presence in Land of Snow, and they don't necessarily get one of them. Hee, Lords of Konoha, this is actually a misunderstanding. Kakyaku Fubuki licked the pink long hair, and walked quite flatteringly, but the smile on his face was slightly stiff. In the face of Jonin, losing their place, they have no chance at all. The putter must be considered. Fuyakuma Maizuri also immediately smashed the pot. It's Raga Nadare, this guy is forcing me, Lords of Konoha, please let me go. Raga Nadare's face turned into pig's liver and stared at them with resentment. You two guys. In this moment, their 3 people suddenly launched ninjutsu secretly prepared. Ice Style, One-Horned White Whale. Ice Style, Ice Prison Jutsu. Ice Style, Swallow Snowstorm. At the same time, the 3 people controlled the ice and snow to become Ice Wolf, and they ran on the back. Giant Gale Raiznan. Namikaze Minato stepped forward. Huge Wind Style, Raiznan went wild and slammed directly into the huge Ice Whale and Ice Lance and Ice Mountain. Bang! Hoo! Numerous violent airflows swept from the center of the explosion, and even the snow was drawn out of the road, as if the sword was cut. Raga Nadare 3 people also lost balance in the wind, and the difficult situation rolled to the ground. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Nara Shikaku used secret jutsu to instantly control their 3 people. Asuma, Obito, tie them up. Yes, give it to us, haha. Asuma and Obito ran over and tied the unmovable 3 people to the cowhide. Yamanaka Inoichi showed a strange smile, and Fuko in the distance saw that the feather dusters were all up. Damned, let go of us, you want to cause war. Kakyaku Fubuki both eyes round and unruly. The ninja of Hidden Snow Village will not let you invaders. Fuyakuma Maizuri threatened, I advise you to rush to escape. Only Raga Nadare, his face is taut, and the death looking at them. Inoichi, the rest will be handed over to you. Nara Shikaka stood on one side with his arms folded, said with a smile, I hope to get the valuable information of Land of Snow from them. Yamanaka Inoichi is also welcome to explore the brains of Kakiyaku Fubuki directly with Mind Secret Jutsu and search the memories of Land of Snow and Hidden Snow Village. Raga Nadare and Fuyakuma Maizuri met, and the winter hair shook and shivered. Directly search the memory and the brain? Then all their secrets are not directly exposed? This too terrifying, completely beyond their imagination. For a long while, Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes, and his face showed a smile, it's really fun ninja village, hee. Then he came to Fuyakuma Maizuri. Fuyakuma Maizuri turned her head and looked towards Kakiyaku Fubuki. She saw her eyes turn white, her mouth foamed, she was scared, and her teeth trembled. Devil, stop, don't, linen falls. Fuyakuma Maizuri's screams did not cause Yamanaka Inoichi's sympathy, and soon his memory was also searched. In the end, only Raga Nadare is left. You killed me, or you will regret it, I swear, I swear. Raga Nadare, both eyes red, cold eyes removed from Yamanaka Inoichi, Namikaze Minato, Abarame Shivi, Nara Shikaku, Tsunade, then Fuko, Kakashi, each and everyone's look, full of killing intent. Don't worry, just look at your memory, it's not a big deal. Yamanaka Inoichi smiled and used Mind Secret Jutsu. Fuko walked over to Namikaze Minato and asked, so, what are you going to do with them? Namikaze Minato said with a smile, there is no need to make a revenge against Land of Snow's Hidden Snow Village for some misunderstanding. This is not Konoha's style, let them go? Fuko understood. Namikaze Minato looked towards Yamanaka Inoichi and said, it depends on the results of the memory search, if they are not the evildoers. It's really full of fun. Fuko looked down and felt that his exercise had already fallen to the ground. The result of the search is naturally love and peace. After all, Land of Snow is too remote, and the unique climate has led to very few outsiders. This aspect makes Snow Ninja's status extremely respectful, and those ordinary people see them, not the flattery as a soap, so they don't have a particularly bad story. Of course, they also killed a lot of people, but that is the acceptance of employment, in the view of Yamanaka Inoichi, not enough to sentence them to death. So, really let them? Fuko was a little unhappy. Let's go Fuko, there is no need to destroy the relationship between Konoha and Land of Snow because of these little characters, said Namikaze Minato. But they just want to kill us. Fuko couldn't go to this hurdle. Obito, Asuma, and Kakashi and the others are on his side. They are newbies who have not been influenced by Ninja World. They are committed to people who don't commit me, I don't commit crimes, and if people commit the double faith that I have doubled, naturally I hope that I will let go of these three bad guys. However, in the end, even Tsunade stood up, taking the overall situation as the priority, and thought that they should be let go. Fuko and the others can only give up. Then, Fuko's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called death sin can be exempted, life sin cannot escape, cannot kill them, always leave some imprint. Fuko immediately took their with the body chakra seal with metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5-element seal. Because it was the first human experiment in the true sense, Fuko was a little nervous. He experimented with Raga Nadare 7 or 8 times before finally succeeding in the chakra of his whole body in a very close acupuncture point. That's right, it's just wayward. If Raga Nadare is untied, the end will be beautiful. Then he used Fuyakuma Maizuri's chakra in the same acupuncture point with the 5-element seal. The last Kakiyaku Fubuki is female, there is no lower body, but it is hard to beat Fuko, seal on the right. It's a little exciting to think about it. Then Fuko found Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, and the others to see his eyes very strange. Cough. Don't look at me like this, I will be embarrassed. Little demon, you can't see it. Tsunade is bluntly punching his head. Nara Shikaka said with a bitter smile, it seems that I can't offend you in the future. They are all jonin, and although Fuko is covered, they can't escape their sense. Abarame Shivi is more than a trace of the slight tightening of the legs. Korone Ui and Rin, their ignorant look at, don't know anything. Who let them chase us? Fuko argued. And you all agree. So, let's leave Land of Snow soon. Nara Shikaku said with a bitter smile. Everyone started again and found that something was wrong. How do you feel that one person is missing? Tsunade both hands crossed near chest. Fuko is busy reminding, Fatty Aki hasn't come back since you were flying. Tsunade corner of the eye twitching, some pull below. When Fuko left for half an hour, a team of cars passed by and found Raga Nadare 3 people. Lord, Raga Nadare, Kakiyaku Fubuki, and Fuyakuma Maizuri and Snow Ninja. In the carriage, a man in a gorgeous robe came out with extravagance on his face, filled with King's tyrannical air. Snow Ninja, hee, take them away. The man is low with a smile, I have developed chakra armor, just someone needs to experiment. After Fuko and the others found Akimichi Choza, they stopped and quickly left Land of Snow and returned along the way. There is no need for a escort team, the entire group over the mountains, across the river by the lake, completely ignoring the terrain, all the way to the east. Land of demons, land of bears, land of birds, and finally land of rain. Wah wah wah. Drift peaceful hiding the sky and covering the earth, looking at the world of water. Fuko slowed down their journey as they entered. Land of Rain has an old abnormal, Hanzo of the Salamander, known as Ninja World Demigod, who dare not rush. A few days later, they came outside a town in Land of Rain. Shivi, go and collect the information. Nara Shikaku said, be careful. I understood. Leaving Land of Snow, a Barame Shivi's insect is full of blood, and is within the body is crazy, reborn, and the snow insect brought out from Land of Snow, no accident, all died. It is. He drove several compound eye insects to move toward the town, and he followed N or slow hurried, very cautious. I have been away from the village for 3 months, and I don't know what is going on now. Nara Shikaku frowns head, even if IQ is like him, he can't guess at this time. Fuko is fine, this will be the Konoha year 42, and the Ninja World's third Shinobi World War is imminent. The real test of life and death is coming. N? Who is it? Namikaze Minato, brow raised, suddenly moved towards the left side of the jungle. Raise non. Paper shield, came out of the clean drink. Then the densely packed pieces of paper were gathered there to form a shield and collided with Raisnon. Bang! The confetti flew, and Raisnon went on the go, and the people in the shadows. Wah la la! There were countless pieces of paper flying there, but no half a silhouette. Paper style? It's so weird ninjutsu. Nara Shikaku hugged the pounds at there, and the eyes flashed the pondering look. At this time, Fuko is shocked. Land of Rain, paper style. Is Conan? I am going, future big shot. Fuko heart peng peng straight jump. Future big shot, now of course only the little character. Conan's strength at this time could not compete with Namikaze Minato at all. After a while, he was forced out of the jungle and showed a tall figure. Who are you? Conan had a purple hair, and he was in danger, and he was very careful with a few sheets of paper floating around him. Before asking someone else's history, let's talk about your origins better, Nara Shikaku lazily said. Conan brows slightly wrinkle. I swept to Fuko and the others, seeing their headband, eyes could not help but see Konoha's ninja. Nara Shikaku looked up and down Conan. She didn't search for a useful information on her. He was going to probe, but Conan had already been excited. I am Conan, teacher Jiraiya is alright? Conan asked excitedly. What? Namikaze Minato was the most surprised. Do you know teacher Jiraiya? Conan nodded. Does not overlap. I am his student. I used to train him for 3 years. Nara Shikaku looked towards Namikaze Minato. Minato, is it true? Namikaze Minato hesitated to shake one's head. I didn't listen to teacher Jiraiya. You are also called teacher Jiraiya? Are you also the student he went to? Conan was very excited. At this time, the Tsunade on the side finally showed a different color. You were the orphan on the battlefield. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunin met Hanzo of the Salamander and met 3 orphans, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. When Orochimaru suggested killing them, but Jiraiya couldn't bear it, and finally chose to leave them to teach them ninjutsu. This teaching is 3 years. Confirming the identity of Conan, Nara Shikaku, and the others are half-hearted. Not long after teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko and Nagato and I set up Akatsuki. The significance of Akatsuki's existence is to bring peace to this country. We all have been working hard for this. Conan serious looks at Tsunade and the others, so, if you can, please don't bring the war to Land of Rain again. Otherwise, we will definitely stop you. You are really a good guy. Tsunade felt aloud. Jiraiya, that guy, the eyes are really good. Teacher Jiraiya, is everything well? Conan asked nervously. Of course, that guy is more happy than anyone. Tsunade coldly snorted. Conan smiled happy. Next, Nara Shikaku suddenly interjected. Land of Rain has always been led by Hidden Rain village of Hanzo of the Salamander. Your presence may threaten his rule. Have you considered this? Conan smiles and shakes one's head. I have just said that the meaning of our existence is to bring peace to this country, not to rule. It's naive, Fuko whispered. Little demon, it seems that you really want to show yourself in front of the beauty. Tsunade looked at him with a narrow look at. Korone Ui was not happy at first glance, panting with rage stood up and stared at her. Teacher Tsunade, don't talk nonsense. This is not naive, said Conan. Serious looks at Fuko. We have gathered hundreds of ninjas at the moment and we have enough capacity to maintain the peace of Land of Rain. If you don't know the name, you won't be able to get the right to rule Land of Rain. You can only listen to it. It's just a fly camp shit. You can't get on the table. I can already see your ending. Fuko, in front of the future, I can't help but want to show it. Well, Chen Duxiu show. Conan didn't expect to be looked down on by a little demon. She couldn't help but refute, your old little demon just graduated from academy, what do you know? Fuko said, don't want to hear your ending? Konan said, tentatively listen. Either you kill Hanzo of the Salamander and rule Land of Rain, but if this happens then, it is against the original intention of you to establish Akatsuki. Or, Hanzo of the Salamander destroys you, Akatsuki disappeared. Fuko said, no matter which kind of ending, Akatsuki will change a lot. You young people, that is, innocent, hey, when can you grow up, boom. Hey, Tsunade you granduncle. Tsunade collapse fists, little demon, pay attention to your age when you say this. Talk nonsense. Konan said with a snort, in order to maintain the peace of Land of Rain, we will reach an alliance with Hidden Rain Village, so you can say that both endings are impossible. Fuko squinted his head, serious looks at Konan. Hanzo of the Salamander, who is Ninja World demigod, will not tolerate another kind of influence that threatens his dominance in the country. If you continue to develop, it will inevitably lead to the irreconcilable contradiction, Akatsuki and Hanzo, there must be a war. Show is not good? Just ask you to show off. Look at Konan with a look of disbelief, contempt, and disgust. Fuko is not angry at all. Instead, he is looking forward to waiting for Third Shinobi World War late stage Akatsuki to be deceived by Hanzo in the name of peace. When Konan witnessed the death of Yahiko, he will look back. Today, her heart must be remorseful, repenting, and giving birth to a thought of why she knew what she was today. Tisk tisk. I am looking forward to her facial expression at that time. This is not to say that Fuko is bad. Said truthfully, previous life Fuko didn't particularly like or dislike the feelings of Nagito, Yahiko, and Konan in the original work, but now he transmigrated to the world, and said a big truth, everyone lives in this magnificent, sinister, and without freedom to act independently world, no one is better than anyone. Fuko is not Virgin Mary, can't manage that many. Okay, don't fight. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, if the future is predictable, what is the significance of living so desperately? Konan eyes shined, looked towards Namikaze Minato, worthy of his teacher Jireya's discipline, and he can say such philosophical words. So, Konan, what is your purpose here? Asked Namikaze Minato. We have received news that there are some rogue ninjas making troubles, so I want to edit them. Konan is very shrewd and said, as an information exchange, you have to tell me what you are here for. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, don't worry, we just passed by. Really? Konan looked at the suspects at them. One of the Sunins Tsunade, and Ino, Shika, Cho, Namikaze Minato, 4 Jonin, passing by? You don't want to assassinate Hanzo of the Salamander, Konan exclaimed. Such a strong lineup does have the opportunity to assassinate the Ninja World demigod. Namikaze Minato and the others look at each other in dismay. Although escort mission is not a confidential information, as a ninja, it's still subconsciously confidential, and did not expect to attract such exaggerated doubts. Then Konan is shaking one's head, she looks towards Fuko, Obito, Kurane Ui and the others. If it is to assassinate Ninja World demigod, it is impossible to bring so many children. Even spying on information, or other confidential missions, won't bring so much cumbersome. Maybe, really is passing by, right? The two sides talked again and Konan left. But on the edge of the jungle, there are a few paper cranes dancing, just and honorable to monitor them. It's really cautious. Namikaze Minato ignored the paper cranes and waited until Abarame Shivi came back and they left immediately. Shivi, how are you? Nara Shikaku asked. The situation has not deteriorated. Although the friction between the countries is constant, there is no war at the moment. Yes, this country seems to have a strange organization, and it has gathered a lot of ninjas in the banner of maintaining peace. Abarame Shivi, strange to say. Ah, it's called Akatsuki. Nara Shikaka said with a smile, we just saw one of the leaders, or the student of Senior Jireya. Senior Jireya has a student in Land of Rain? Abarame Shivi was surprised. When Jireya stayed at Land of Rain for 3 years, according to Kanaha's rules, he could be defined as missing nin, but whoever made him a Sarutobi Hiruzen's discipline would claim to be a secret mission, so very few there is ninja who knows this. Nara Shikaku looked at Tsunade, and through a few words with Konan, he had already figured out that it was very meddlesome. No way, who makes him IQ high? Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village. Yellow sand filling the sky, looking at a yellow color, cannot tell the junction of heaven and earth. Sasori sit cross-legged on the city wall of Hidden Sand Village, gaze at a distance. In Second Shinobi World War, Sasori's parents went out and he often sat here waiting for them to come back until his parents died. He took a scroll from his arms and gently opened it. There were 2 puppets, a man and a woman, and the appearance of his parents was exactly the same. But, after all, it is dead. I must make a human puppet that can eternal existence. Sasori's heart is slightly rippled. We'll turn a human into a puppet so that this person can stay with him forever. Sasori slowly stood up and looked back at Hidden Sand Village. So, who should I choose to be my first human puppet? It must not be too weak, or it is tarnishing my art. So it seems that there are not many goals to choose from. Sasori's eyes squinted and the cold light flashed. After hearing enough information, Fuko's line was unrelenting, bypassing the important city of Land of Rain and quickly leaving. A few days later, they successfully entered the Land of Fire boundary. Finally you can breathe a sigh. Nara Shikaku stretched out and relaxed completely. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile, there should be a stronghold outside 10 Li. I used to look at it and pass the information. We came back to Lord Hokage. I want to eat barbecue. Akimichi Choza yelled, this firstly for 3 or 4 months, Fatty Aki was obviously 2 times thinner. Abarame Shibi waved his sleeves, dozens of tiny insects landed instantly, all directions spread, and staying calm and collected were dangerous nearby. At this time, the season of Land of Fire is deep winter, freezing cold, but compared to Land of Snow, it is completely spring. Fuko's wrench is a reference, now Konoha year 43 January, and then recall what is important in this year. The first of course is that 3rd Kazakage was killed by Sasori and became the fuse of 3rd Shinobi World War. The second is the future of Itake God. Well, Inyazuka Tsume's daughter Inyazuka Hana was born barely as a major event. After all, I have to throw a big red package to her house. What else? Fuko was thinking, but the idea was interrupted. Fuko, you guy, it's been a long time since I came back, what happened? Obito ran over and asked. Nothing, just, there is an ominous premonition. Fuko is ambiguous. I heard teacher Minato say that you are going to be special jonin, is it true? Obito asked excitedly. This? Fuko hesitated. The 3rd Shinobi World War is about to begin. At this time, promotion to special jonin is not a good thing or a bad thing for him. Fuko, sometimes I don't know you anymore. Obito suddenly sighed. Fuko is in a tight heart. Obviously everyone is lowest ranking, but you are wordless and silent. Oh, Obito looked down. Fuko's weird looks at is this guy also transmigrated? I can tell such a popular online language. Obito, Fuko opened his mouth and suddenly didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Obito looked over. Nothing. Fuko sighed. It is located in an underground secret laboratory from Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru looks at a failed test piece in a huge test tube with a look of loathing on his face. Ta. He turned and left here. Since the experiment failed, there is no need to exist here. Leaving the lab, Orochimaru directly destroyed the entrance and then quickly left. Not long after, Danzo received the information here. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? Danzo was gloomy. For the past 6 months, he has provided Orochimaru with 60 children in the cells of Senju Hashirama, but it has not produced results and has caused him dissatisfaction. So, let me see how far your experiment is going. After a long time, Danzo in a ninja costume appeared here. Wind style, shuriken. Bang! The entrance to the ruins was directly shattered. Danzo walked in. The underground laboratory is very gloomy, with a strange smell, and the deep passage has been deep into the ground. Danzo has been here before, so I came to the most in the middle of the road. There are rows of huge test tubes. You can see that the children in the test tube are completely unrecognizable, and the body has a large area of wood, even the whole person. They all turned into wood and they were terrible. Danzo broke one of the test tubes, and the liquid wah-wah in the test tube went out, and the child inside fell to the ground. Danzo squinted and found that the child had already died, and the corpse had already swollen. He is very patient. A test tube is broken by a test tube to see the lives of these children. The worse the face, the worse Danzo's face, there is no living guinea. No wonder Orochimaru wants to give up here, really disappoints me. Danzo's face has been faintly killing intent. He felt like he was cheated by Orochimaru. But at this moment, he suddenly saw that the child in a test tube was moving far away, and he ran over. There is still alive. Danzo immediately broke the test tube and took the child out. Child has a brown hair, a square face, except for a little weak. There is no sign of wood in the whole body. Is Orochimaru deliberately staying, or did it have time to inject first cage cells? As an old fox, Danzo is very meticulous. He checks the rest of the test tube first, confirms that there is no child to survive, and rudely destroys the lab completely, eliminating all traces. Then he brings the child back. Konoha, let Roots Ninja check it carefully. A few days later, the results came out. Danzo's eyes were red, and the whole person was excited not to. I actually took the cells of first cage and started to merge. That is, he is likely to inherit first cage's wood-style Kekii Genkai. Danzo looks at the results. I can't wait to replace them. Wood style, this is the wood style Kekii Genkai of God of Ninja World Senju Hashirama. Danzo's eyes are red. Why not me? Scoundrel. Deep forest creation, deep forest bloom, wood dragon jutsu, wood human jutsu. Thinking of these powerful wood style ninjutsu, even the tailed beast, Danzo breathing stopped. After a long while, he finally calmed down and quickly thought about it. First of all, this child must master it. Second, let Orochimaru inject yourself into the cells of first kage. When I have mastered wood style, I have this eye again, ha 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 ha, Hiruzen, what do you fight with me? Danzo hands clenched, it seems that Hokage's position is waving to him. After listening to their report, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly nodded, said with a smile, the final is alarming but not dangerous, but that Kakuzu repeatedly provocative, we can't do anything that didn't happen. Now that Kakuzu's weaknesses are known, then you might as well this weakness tells more people. Nara Shikaku said with a smile, Kakuzu is hidden waterfall village missing Nin. The ninja who wants to kill him is spread all over the 5 great countries. It is only his powerful and strange strength that shocks them, so that he will always live well, wait for us till his weaknesses are announced, and he is afraid to face a crazy assassination. Sarutobi Hiruzen is smoking tobacco, nodded and said, Shikaku, this thing you go to arrange. I understood, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku should be. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looked at towards Yamanaka Inoichi and said, the information about Land of Snow, the country is far away from us, but it is prepared, and the organization will be organized and stored in the archives library. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen then looked towards Namikaze Minato, about Fuko summoned beast, you'll talk to me in detail. Yes, Namikaze Minato in the process of telling, highlights the name that they give them a good memory, Super Round Dance 3rd style, Super Round Dance 2nd style. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably knows about the urinary nature of Namikaze Minato's name, and I don't mention it directly. He muttered, if Snow Hawk can really grow into Nin Hawk, it's very different. His summoned beast monkey, the 3 crimes of summoned beast toad, snake and slug are all land creatures, while the eagle is soaring at the sky's overlord. If the village has such a summoned beast, it may be possible to train a ninja air force in the future. Namikaze Minato's low-key said with a smile, Lord Hokage, Super Wheel Dance Brothers' innate talent is very good, I believe they will be able to grow evolution. Right, Minato, if you have nothing to do with Kushina, I am almost bored by the months when you are not there. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said with bitter expression. As Ninotail's Jinchuriki of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't really beat her. No, the entire Konoha and only Namikaze Minato can hold her. I understood. Namikaze Minato showed a happy smile. In Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Chinitsu is getting older and has a few elderly spots on his face. It is within 2 years of retirement. After getting Fuko back to the village, he immediately called Uchiha Fugaku to discuss the matter with him. Black Market Killer didn't kill Uchiha Fuko, but there was a lot of news. For example, Uchiha Fuko's eyes have been evolved to 3 tomo. Uchiha Chinitsu's face was uneasy. I looked away, when I was if you pay more attention to him, maybe the ending will be different. Uchiha Fugaku is silent. Fugaku, you said, will his eyes still undergo evolution? Uchiha Chinitsu's uneasiness comes from this. Once Fuko really evolves his eye to Mangekyo, Uchiha will be subject to him. When I heard clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's face was startled. Clan leader, 3 tomo Sharinan really can revolution. Uchiha Chinitsu, you should have heard some rumors. Hehe, yes, my Uchiha clan Sharinan was able to Megatron the whole ninja world, because of this. 3 tomo is far from the limit. On top of that, what else? Uchiha Fugaku heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. He has already opened 3 tomo at this time, if it can be evolution again. Mangekyo, above 3 tomo is Mangekyo. It is a very powerful eye. Once awakening, the Akugan is basically not influential. When the ancestor Uchiha Madara relied on Mangekyo to push my Uchiha clan to peak. Uchiha Chinitsu showing some madness, it seems to be remembering the glory of the year. Mangekyo, Sharinan. Uchiha Fugaku is also the color of the yearning. So, in any case, Uchiha Fuko's eyes must be recycled. Absolutely. Uchiha Chinitsu eyes slightly picked up, 3 tomo crazily revolving in the eyes, full of killing intent. I understood. But Uchiha Fugaku recognized it, but it was a lot harder to implement. Reassure, we can find someone to cooperate. Uchiha Chinitsu suddenly he laughed. After the break, Fuko went home with Kurane Ui, and Shinka Ui had not returned yet, and the house was cold and clear. Really, father doesn't clean the room. When Kurane Ui came back, she found that the furniture in the house was piled up with a lot of gray, and she was quick to pick it up. Fuko was uncomfortable beside him, leaving a sentence, I am going out, and ran out. The village is very lively, the streets are full of people, the pedestrians see the wearing of ninja headband. Fuko, pointing fingers, seems to recognize the village's former quality idol. Several children glared at him and thought that they were educated by their parents' comparisons with other children. Fuko ran fast, unconsciously came to academy and saw a lot of people training in training grounds. Chatter is very lively. Fuko continued to walk after seeing it and came to Konoha newspaper not far from academy. The newspaper is now officially on the right track. Whether it is a story novel, a news gossip, or a county event, there is a special editor responsible. It is worth mentioning that the president of the newspaper is now Taujikut be pregnant. The name of Fuko is still hanged by vice president. When I walked into the newspaper office, I saw that there were still a lot of people inside, holding paper in my hand, and the densely packed on it was all words. Fuko took a look and saw that it was a story novel, which should be submitted. Hey, Vice President, you are back. An editor saw Fuko and ran over with surprise. Fuko thought the guy was familiar, but couldn't remember his name. Vice President, I am Ida, or you personally recruited them into the newspaper. Fuko recalled that there really is such a thing. Vice President, will you manage the newspaper in the future? Ida looked forward to the look at him. Fuko shaking one's head, Third Shinobi World War is about to begin, and it will not last long before such a calm day, he can't afford it. Oh, how is this? Ida seems to have a lot to say. What's wrong? Fuko, a thought flashed through the mind, it won't be Inyazuka-tsum. Ida immediately nodded, complaining, President is too serious, every day to supervise us, her big dog is so fierce, always yelling at us, affecting our work efficiency, and the mission of the day is required. Overtime has no overtime pay, Vice President, we miss your days. That, Fuko pointed a little behind Ida and said, in the world of the second dollar, don't say bad things behind the scenes. Ida squatted, then turned his head in horror, and saw a gloomy Inyazuka-tsum and a big dog Kuromaru grimacing. President, I am wrong, I am going to work hard now, I will not ask for overtime work again in the future. I will work hard. Scoundrel, I dare to say this in the back. Inyazuka-tsum is not light, but if the stomach is a little big, there is no revenge on the spot. Woo woo. Kuromaru is next to the shit, grimacing, and grinning. Elder sister Inyazuka, don't be angry, be careful. Fuko hurried. Little demon, just came back to the newspaper to come to the newspaper, is it worried that I can't manage the newspaper? Inyazuka-tsum is fierce. Fuko knows that he can't reason with a pregnant woman. Otherwise, it's definitely not a person inside or outside. It may not be as good as Kuromaru. He doesn't say anything further. Kuromaru, catch me, woof woof woof. Kuromaru flew past. Look at my neat bones, shuriken. Fuko was busy taking out the storage scroll from his arms and taking a piece of bone with meat and throwing it to the side. Aowu Kuromaru immediately turned in the direction, shaking the tail and licking the meat bone in his mouth while eating the stream of saliva. Inyazuka-tsum met, and in the past it was 3 consecutive years. Idiot Kuromaru, Wii. Leaving the newspaper, Fuko came to Might-do and the small forest that Guy trained. Before I entered, I heard the sound of the call coming from inside. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy's voice is still full of passion and full of energy. It's too slow, Guy, this speed you can't even touch Fuko's clothes. Kakuzu. Might-do's words are full of provocations. He is genius, you need more effort to catch up with him. Guy, hurry up. Fuko understood that it was no wonder that Guy had been looking for him every day before a period of time. It turned out that Might-do helped him pull so much hatred. Wait a minute, Guy, someone is coming. Might-do heard Fuko's footsteps, said with a smile, it should be Fuko coming back. Uncle Do, you are doing really well. Fuko walked in. Fuko, accept my challenge. Guy saw him appear, loudly roared, and rushed straight over Leaf Great Whirlwind. Fuko was busy hiding with Might-do with body flicker jutsu. Haha, Fuko, I am finally relaxed when I see you coming back safely. Might-do slaps his shoulder intimately, said with a smile, how can the killers of the black market kill you? Ha ha ha. Uncle Do, you. Guy ran over and cried, Father, let me challenge Fuko. Oh, I agree. You agree with a ghost. Fuko is not good for the whole person. He was busy refusing, hey, I just came back, tired, I really have no energy to fight. Power of youth can't allow to shrink back. Fuko, Might-do jumped back to a tree. Yes, that's right, Fuko, these days, you are not training, but I am training my life. Guy was black and silky under the eyebrows, his eyes sparkling, and the light bulb seemed to cover Fuko. Fuko was uncomfortable and tried to transfer hatred. In fact, Kakashi is back. He also said that he did not accept your challenge before. He is not right. So, you are going to find him. He will be happy to busty with you. No, I will challenge you now. Guy, no trouble, I am on. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Next, Might-do looked up towards the sun on the horizon, said with a smile, this is power of youth. Bang, bang bang. The battle with Guy lasted for more than half an hour to create a win. Fuko, you actually used ninjutsu, you cheated. Guy squatted on the ground, nose AO swollen, dissatisfied. Fuko he was also smashed by Guy, and his clothes were not uniform. He was quite difficult situation, and he was full of grievances. Let you find Kakashi, you don't look for it, deserve it. Hateful. Guy wants to get up and do another. Enough Guy, failure is a failure, there is no excuse for any reason. Might-do began to cook chicken soup. It doesn't matter if you fail. If you train with perseverance, there will be a day. You will beat him. Power of youth will never give up. Yes, That's it. Guy was full of blood and the wall was filled with ocean. This is power of youth. Father and son once again staged a cry in front of Fuko. The listener was sad and the tears were heard. The scene was once uncontrollable. It was really touching. For a long while, Maito finally controlled his emotions. How is the training of Fuko? 8 inner gates. Fuko shaking one's head. There are still only open 3 gates. That's not okay. I know you have to train ninjutsu and genjutsu, but taijutsu doesn't advance, then go on, and your body can't even open 3 gates. Maito seriously said, next, I want give you tailor-made a set of rigorous training, do it well. Fuko's cold sweat on his back, you guys are really, let me be aware of it, nothing is scared out of heart disease. I understood, Uncle Do. A few days later, Fuko saw Maito's strict training, which was to put Fuko in his death. 24 hours a day, he was occupied by him for 18 hours. To this end, Fuko braced oneself went to Tsunade to coordinate time. He thought that he would be harassed by Tsunade. The result was surprisingly smooth. Tsunade directly agreed, which made Fuko a little bottomless. But after a few days, Fuko found that Tsunade really didn't come to him, and the whole body was put into Maito's hellish training. Fuko feels like a piece of pork, and Maito is put into the pot and squeezes oil. After half a month, his body finally returned to the state of peak, and even he still had to improve. It's not surprising that your body grows all the time. Every time you grow up, your body's potential will increase by 1 point until you reach adulthood, so Fuko, you must keep enough training in the days to come. Maito looks at Fuko's body is very fulfilling. Telling the truth, if it is not Fuko's physique abnormal, no matter what kind of hellish training is carried out that day, the body fatigue will disappear after a sleep. Maito does not dare to train him like this. On this day, Namikaze Minato and the eager Kushina came together. Big brother Minato, Kushina, and Kushina has a red hair like an octopus that seems to sway slightly. Elder sister. Fuko immediately recognized her sister. Kushina is satisfied with nodded, said with a snort, Fuko, let me see your summoned beast. So, are you looking at my bird? Hey, Snow Hawk, you have too much nonsense. Kushina both hands on the hip, domineering. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, in fact, I am also worried about them, and I don't know how they are doing. Although the Snow Hawk brother was cleaned up before leaving, but what about other wild beasts? There are too many accidents. Also Fuko simple-minded, back to the village for more than half a month and no summon to see them once. Okay. What Fuko can say. Summoning jutsu. He cut his fingers, and a trace of blood along his palm seal turned into a strange symbol on the ground. Boom! The smog was filled, and 2 crisp eagles screamed. Hey, Juju Super Wheel Dance Brothers fluttering wings into the sky, flying freely, then they fall, standing on the shoulders of Fuko, left and right, very uncomfortable flapping wings. Snow Hawk lives in land of snow, at first come to land of fire, and the difference in temperature makes them very uncomfortable. Wow, beautiful Snow Hawk. Kushina rushed over and reached for the head. As a result, the 2 brothers were naturally avive her perverted hand, then flew to the shoulder of Namikaze Minato, licking his face intimately. Haha, super round dance 3rd style, 2nd style, it's really good to see you all right. Namikaze Minato gently touches their eagle feathers, and the 2 Snow Hawks also show the expression of enjoyment. Scoundrel. Kushina was not happy, rushed over to catch, let me touch them. Kushina, don't scare them. Namikaze Minato is busy stopping her. But they ignore me. Kushina said acting spoiled. It doesn't matter, there is me. Namikaze Minato gently grabbed Kushina's hand on the head of a Snow Hawk. It's so comfortable. Kushina's eyes widened. On one side, Fuko looks at the cheating couple of the public show of love, which is hurt by 10,000 hits. After returning to the body, Fuko's hellish training naturally reduced by half. He should have returned to Team Tsunade and Kurone Ui and Asuma to brush D-rank mission together, but that was a waste of time for him, plus 3rd shinobi. World War is coming soon, he has to delay the return time, crazy training. The warm and ordinary days slipped away silently, and the friction of the borders of the country was constantly escalating, and the grim situation became more and more invented. Lord Hokage, and found the trace of Sand Ninja. They are going deep into the land of fire 300 miles and it is already a serious diplomatic event. Lord Hokage also found traces of hidden sand activity in the south. Lord Hokage, hidden sand sneaked into the village for 100 miles. Sarutobi Hiruzen listening to these information, his face is getting colder and colder. Pa! Hidden Sand Village wants to make a case with our declaration of war. Angry Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next, Umbu Commander Heitake Sakumo solemnly said, Lord Hokage, if hidden sand in our declaration of war, our situation will be very pessimistic. The relationship between Land of Fire and other countries has been tense for several years. To be sure, once hidden sand and Konoha fight, Land of Earth's Stone Ninja, Land of Lightning's Hidden Cloud Village will definitely hit Konoha hit a person when he's down. Even the hidden mist of Land of Water is likely to cross the sea. If that happens, Land of Fire is really dangerous. Need to send messengers to negotiate? Asked Heitake Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen started to think about it with a squint. Heitake Sakumo waited quietly. No, don't send messengers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes exude strong self-confidence. Third Kazakage doesn't have that confidence to start a war. So what about Sand Ninja invading Land of Fire? Catch it up and hand it to torture and interrogation force. I want to know what happened to Hidden Sand Village. Hoo. Yellow sand whistling, flying in the sky, heaven and earth's realm became extremely blurred at this time. In Hidden Sand Village, Kazakage's office, Consultant Cho and several elders are anxiously gathering here. I haven't found Lord Kazakage yet. Cho unable to restrain one's anger. Several elders look at each other in dismay, simultaneously shaking one's head. Lady Cho, we suspect that Lord Kazakage was kidnapped by Konoha's ninja. Yes, Lord Kazakage's Kekii Genkai magnet style is very powerful. It is village strongest Kazakage. In the 5 great countries, only Konoha has this strength to kidnap him. It's not wrong, it must be them. Lady Cho, start a war. Cho calmed his face, to not say a word. War is not a play. Once it is launched, blood flows into a river. His son, daughter-in-law is dead in the battlefield. Before there is no hard evidence, you can't start a war, Cho coldly shouted. Cho is only a consultant, but she is the wife of First Kage Kazakage. The prestige in the village is terrible. Even Kazakage has to be polite to somewhat. She said that she could not wage war, and other elder naturally did not dare to refute. But, Lady Cho, Lord Kazakage's disappearance can't last long. Once it's coming out, elder worriedly said. I have to bear all the consequences. Cho sighed, turned and left. Continue to send ninja to find. Be sure to find Lord Kazakage. Yes. Leaving Kazakage's office, Cho walked away and couldn't help but came to the home of her lovely grandson. Sasori, at home? Cho asked outside the door. Ah, it's Grandma. Sasori slammed and ran a corpse in the house into the ceiling scroll. I came in. Cho walked in, with a gentle smile on his face. Haha, my lovely grandson is making puppet. Yeah, I want to make eternal art, Sasori expressionless said. I'm really motivated. Cho boasted. Sasori, you are genius puppeteer, definitely can make it, Grandma believes you. Sasori slightly nodded. Right, Sasori, staying at home in the last few days, don't run around, no. Cho shouted. There are people missing in the village. I don't want the next one to be you. Sasori slightly raised, paused, slow channel. I understood. So, I am leaving first. Cho's footsteps slowly disappeared. Sasori pulled out the sealing scroll and took out the corpse inside. If Cho kills a carbine at this time, it will be discovered that this corpse is a kind of third Kazakage that they are looking for. Sasori concentrated on the corpse of third Kazakage, filling it with various puppet items. Eternal, Sasori's eyes exude a persistent and fanatical rays of light, whispered in his mouth. This material is the best in the village, I can't waste it. Magnet style, yes, magnet style, even puppet, it must be to master magnet style. This is the art of eternal puppet. Land of Rain, Akatsuki headquarters. Konan, really? You really saw Konoha's ninja? Yahiko excitedly grabbed Konan's shoulder. Teacher Jiraiya is alright. Really, I just managed to get rid of those rogue ninjas. You don't ask me first. Konan gently said with a snort, only to see Yahiko licking his orange hair. Laughing, said, well, I am not teasing you, don't worry, Teacher Jiraiya is doing very well. This is what the senior tsunade of one of the Sunin told me. Next, a red-haired Nagato came over. I really didn't see Teacher Jiraiya for a long time. I really missed the days with him. Yes, that's right, although he is always carefree. It's really a good teacher, but it's really a good teacher. Yahiko exudes a big smile. One day, when we bring peace to the whole ninja world, we will definitely see teacher again. Jiraiya. Konan smiled, but the split-second smile suddenly showed a stiff color, and her mind suddenly flashed a young face. Akatsuki and Hanzo, there must be a war. When I think of the youngster, when Konan wants to laugh, my heart suddenly rises to a chill. Hanzo of the Salamander, can you really tolerate the growth of Akatsuki? No, we are not fighting for the dominance of Land of Rain, and Hanzo of the Salamander doesn't exist any conflict of interest, he will not shoot for us. Konan is trying to convince himself in his heart. What happened to Konan? Your face is not very good, is it sick? Yahiko asked nervously. Idiot, how can ninja get sick? Nagato said with no anger. Nothing, just thinking about something unhappy, I'm fine. Konan pressed his heart and asked, what are we going to do next? Speaking of business, Yahiko showed solemn expression. We received the information, Hidden Sand Village has a large number of ninjas into Land of Rain, preliminary judgment, their goal is Land of Fire. What? Is there a war? Konan was shocked. Don't rule out this possibility. Yahiko said calmly. Our information is not enough to continue collecting. If you can work with Hidden Rain Village, the uneasiness of Konan's heart rushed out. However, even if we cooperate, the ninja world demigod will not agree. After all, we are just a small organization, haha. Yahiko shrugged, continued, so, we can only rely on ourselves. With a lot of sand ninja entering the land of fire, Konoha is getting more and more pressure. Daimyo has been calling several times and asked us to clear all sand ninja in the country. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the desk and asked by frowned Sakumo, check out the purpose of sand ninja. Sorry, I haven't checked it yet. Hey, takes Sakumo, shaking one's head. It is related to the missing major event of third Kazakage. If it is spread, the whole ninja world will boil. Hidden Sand Village's confidentiality measures as it should be by rights are very strict. Although there are many sand ninjas entering Land of Fire, they receive the mission is just to collect information, and Konoha Umbu can't ask for the true purpose of Hidden Sand Village. Third Kazakage really wants to start a war? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant about the previous decision. Then, his eyes shot a killing intent. In any case, since they entered the Land of Fire and ignored the peace agreement, they would regard it as spy, kill all. Yes, Heitake Sakumo nodded. A few days later, Konoha's Umbu was mostly out of the way, distracting Land of Fire and slaying Sand Ninja. In addition, Ino, Shika, Cho 3 Great Clan, Abarame Clan, Inyazuka Clan also sent a large number of ninjas to clear Sand Ninja in the Land of Fire. In the face of Konoha's suppression, Sand Ninja was naturally reluctant to be smothered. They dispersed guerrillas in the Land of Fire territory, collecting information while countering Konoha. As the number of dead and injured ninjas increased, the situation gradually became unavailable. Pack. Hidden Sand Village. In Kazekage's office, the Cho consultant sits in the first place, and the gloomy complexion listens to the report. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a large number of Umbu, as well as Nara Clan, Akimichi Clan, Yamanaka Clan, Abarame Clan, Inyazuka Clan, Ninja, who slaughtered our country, and now there are 8 Jonin, 27 Shinin, and hundreds of Genin, injured ninja more. Frontline has been, killing red eyes. Send that many ninja only for the purpose of collecting information. This reason has been unable to convince the frontline of the ninja, and must launch a war, or the situation will be out of our control. Lady Cho, we have no other choice. Even if Hidden Sand is now back in Land of Fire, if you don't give them a reasonable explanation, I am afraid it will cause even more turmoil. The disappearance of Lord Kazekage can't be concealed for a long time. If we start the war now, we can transfer the pressure of the disappearance of Lord Kazekage to the war against Konoha. Lady Cho. Look at these elder, both eyes bright and piercing, look firm. Cho's slightly old face reveals a sense of powerlessness. She did not expect the situation to develop into this. Konoha's tough counterattack completely disrupted her plan. In particular, the ninja clan of these elder-backed descendants tables has grown and developed over the years to recuperate, and can't wait to plan to seize more benefits through the war. Cho can temporarily suppress them by her identity, but now, as the situation escalated, the clan behind these elders began to work. The village seemed calm, but the haze of war was already shrouded. Even if she said no, she could not stop it. In this case, Cho closed his eyes slightly, his mind suddenly flashed through his son, the silhouette of his daughter-in-law, followed by a gray-haired, middle-aged person with a sharp eye. Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo, it's time to end our grievances. Start the war. Cho slammed his eyes wide open and smashed killing intent. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Fuko is trying to add fire at Aribu to Reiznon, but it has been a failure, which makes him very frustrated. Thinking of Namikaze Minato's win to tribute Reiznon, he rushed to find him to learn. When I arrived at the Minato home, I was emptied. Don't go with Kushina. Fuko felt that it was necessary to make a large light bulb of 24 watt, and happy went to find Kushina, which shocked him. Without Lord Hokage's order, anyone is forbidden to get in touch with Kushina. And Ang the ninja, icy, like a basin of water, poured him into a cool heart. Please urgently leave. Fuko stunned and then suddenly realized what was going on. War. Only the outbreak of war, Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, the important battle strength in the village, will be so protected. These days he reclosed training, did not ask the world, did not expect that the situation has developed to this stage. He was evacuated to the newspaper to check the previous news and found nothing unusual. President Inyazuka. Fuko asked an editor. Vice President, President Inyazuka is about to give birth, and the past few days have not come to the newspaper. Oh, forget this. Fuko ran to Inyazuka clan. Inyazuka clan is a great clan, there are many ninjas in the family, and of course, more are dogs. Fuko has been here before, and I can hear the sound of the dog bark, but this time, only a few barking dogs have given him a bit of desolateness. After the meeting, Fuko successfully met Inyazuka-tsum. At this time, she was lying on the tatami, eating steak in her mouth, very bold. Fuko, what are you looking for? Inyazuka-tsum glanced at his stomach, said with a smile. If you want to see my child, I am afraid I have to wait for 2 days. There are other things. Fuko's face was solemn, and he asked, Hidden Sand Village, is it for our declaration of war? Inyazuka-tsum brow raised, put down the steak in his hand, and smiled a little. I didn't expect you to notice it. Although Hidden Sand Village has no declaration of war, it should not be far from the declaration of war. Sure enough. Fuko took a deep breath. It's this year, hee. Inyazuka-tsum stroked his stomach and showed a complex expression on his face. Child is about to be born soon, but together with the war, she will be on the battlefield immediately after she finishes the month, and she does not know if she has a life to hug her child. Fuko, hurry up and improve your strength. If the situation is not smooth, you may also go to battlefield. Inyazuka-tsum seriously said, don't die. I know, thank you elder sister Inyazuka. Fuko was warm. Well, if there is nothing else you can roll, don't stop me from enjoying the steak. Inyazuka-tsum solidly sprouted. Hey, I must have been cheated before. Leaving Inyazuka clan, Fuko couldn't help but think about the current situation. After the disappearance of 3rd Kazakage, Hidden Sand Village resolutely launched a war against Land of Fire in order to transfer domestic pressure. At this time, Ino, Shika, Chodhi's clan ninjas should have been out of the village. Kushina was isolated, indicating that Namikaze Minato has also traveled to battlefield. For a long while, Fuko finally decided to return. Otherwise, he would wander in the village with a lonely ghost, in case he was caught and told to be a cannon fodder thrown on the battlefield to find out. In Hokage's office, Fuko, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu stand in a row and receive interviews and condolences from the highest leader of Hidden Leaf Village, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very good, Kakashi, Fuko, you guys have graduated from academy for more than a year, and have grown up. It's time to accept a more difficult mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen is full of emotions. I thought I just promoted that year. To Chinin, just under the leadership of 2nd Kage, Fuko secretly thought oops, 3rd Kage this guy is really old, and he will remember to kill the flowers of these villages, inhuman. After talking for more than half an hour, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and took a sip of cigarettes, and he still stopped, said with a smile, well, I don't have much to say. The next mission, you all understand. Alright. Fuko hehe, have you been in it for more than half an hour? But who makes him the boss? Kakashi looked at Fuko and found that his face was awkward and he had to step forward and said, Lord Hokage, we already understand. That's good, now I will confirm your grouping situation. Kakashi, you and Genma Shiranui, Asuma make up a team, you are captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly said, be sure to protect your companion, Kakashi. I understood. Kakashi is a rare one. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Fuko and said in the horrified eyes of the latter, Fuko, you and Guy, Ebisu, you are captain, you are also responsible for the safety of your companions, you know. Fuko's heart is cold and cool. How does this combination feel? A bit familiar. Fuko's brains recalled the original work plot, and finally remembered that in the Third Shinobi World War, Might Do was to protect Guy, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu. 3-men group open 8 gates, dead 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. So I replaced Genma Shiranui now? Hey, etc., 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, now against Hidden Sand, right, Hidden Mist has no declaration of war yet, no hurry. Fuko. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the desk with Towelco pipe, strange look at supernatural Fuko. Oh, no problem, I am understood, guaranteed to complete the mission. Fuko recovered. Well, the war supplies are already in preparation. At the latest tomorrow, you are going to leave. Go to rest early tonight, raise your spirits. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Understood. Everyone is excited. From Hokage residence, the 6 people were divided into 2 groups, each familiar with the team member. My name is Ebisu. I was 11 this year. I graduated last year. Now I am Genin. I like fish boards, grilled crabs, hate carrots, and my dream is to be a great ninja. The thin Ebisu is very active and introduces itself. Guy has the same kind of thing. My name is Mike Guy. I am 10 years old, graduated at 8 years old, and now it is Genin. I like spicy curry rice, curry udon noodles, no particularly annoying food. My dream is to surpass Fuko. Then the 2 looked towards Fuko. Fuko is really a face, he dignified transmigrator, has a mature soul, even to do this shameful self-introduction, still a few years old? I like to eat what I hate to eat, I can't bear it. Fuko brain supplement. My name is Uchiha Fuko, this year 10 years old, graduated at 7 years old, 7 years old promoted to Chinin. I like heavy food, hate, my dream is, fuck, Fuko feathers are all up. And Guy, what are you doing with such big eyes, huh? I ran over and challenged every day, now I don't know. Stinky shameless. Fuko, it's your turn. Guy reminded him. Ebisu was looking forward to the looks at him. Fuko's mouth was pumping and he almost hit him. I am Uchiha Fuko, Shinin, that's it, then, gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, goodbye. Hey, wait, Uchiha Fuko, your self-introduction is too short. Ebisu seems to be a little obsessive-compulsive. You have to be like us, that kind of self-introduction is boring. Fuko couldn't put up his mature soul in his 20s, and shaking one's head refused. Hateful. Ebisu glared at him. Self-introduction is very sacred. How can you say it is boring? Guy eyes shined, said, Fuko, time is still early, it is better for us to fight again in the sunset. Goodbye. Fuko left body flicker jutsu. Scoundrel, this guy has always been so blind. Ebisu is very accustomed to Fuko. Alright. Guy didn't think Fuko had any problems. He looked at Ebisu and said seriously, Ebisu, accept my challenge. Ebisu startled, and then readily agreed. Dangzi, I promised you the challenge, although you graduated a year earlier than me, but my age is 1 year older than you, that is, my training time is better than you have been more than a year. Ebisu is confident. 2 minutes later, Ebisu couldn't get up on the ground. Hateful, Guy, how is your scoundrel so strong? Ebisu knows Ao face swollen, tears are coming out, no wonder Uchiha Fuko ran so fast, it was afraid of being embarrassed by you, that kid is really treacherous. Guy defeated Ebisu and didn't consume much physical strength. At this time, he slaps his hands with a smile. No, you are wrong, Fuko's strength is better than me. What? How is it possible? Ebisu is totally unacceptable. This is of course, he is Chunin. Guy helped Ebisu up. I thought you were also very strong. The following hand is heavy. Are you okay? Ebisu feels insulted and blushing, but still hard said, of course it's okay, this little hurt is nothing, it will definitely not affect tomorrow's early rise. Hey, then see you tomorrow, goodbye. Guy said he left. Hey, it's really gone. Ebisu angry is not standing. I didn't see that, I was just a guest, you should send me home, Ebisu yelled. Guy ran back, I am sorry, I will send you home now. Really, you two guys? Ebisu was resentful. Another side, Fuko left home after leaving. Kurane Ui did not know whether it was under the leadership of Tsune to brush D-rank mission. No home. Shinka Ui went out of the mission, has not returned, but after knowing the situation at this time, Fuko I think he should have been active in battlefield. He took out the sealing scroll and began to pack his own clothes, as well as a variety of cutting tools. Of course, various seasonings are essential, and no one can grieve his stomach. About 5 o'clock in the evening, Kurane Ui came back with red eyes. Fuko, Kurane Ui voice with a faint trace of a grieved tale, poor looking at Fuko. What's wrong? Tsunade bullied you again. Fuko to ask a question, when already knows the answer. Fuko, can you not go to battlefield? Kurane Ui succumbed, father got on battlefield, you have to go now, I am so worried, Woo cried. Fuko was anxious to tweak one's ears and scratch one's cheeks. I don't know how to persuade. Forget it, don't cry when she is tired. Fuko comforts himself. Then I felt a softness in my arms, but Kurane Ui rushed into his arms. Aoo cried, tears snot his mouth. Fuko suddenly the whole person is not good. As the Fuko expected, Kurane Ui cried for more than 2 hours and finally got tired and lay down in Fuko's arms and hoo-hoo. Fuko also comforted, but did not use it at all, and then he realized that his previous life single, that many years is not unreasonable, too failed. He gently took Kurane Ui back to her room, covered the quilt, and closed the door to leave. Uchiha clan's training base. Captain Uchiha Fugaku of military police force personally trained a child. This child is about 6 to 7 years old, with a short hair and a tender face full of perseverance. He leaped gently, and the silhouette appeared in the left, middle, and right directions almost instantaneously. Then he threw 6 shurikens toward the front with a very fast hand speed, but the direction of these shuriken was messy, and there was no rule, but in a split second, these shuriken collided in the 2 in the sky, and changed direction, accurately hit the target of beyond 10 meters. Shisui, your throwing shuriken technique is perfect, even the body flicker jutsu is so good, you are really genius. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glowed, and the treasure seemed to stare at him. Uchiha Shisui is a slight wanting head. It is crisp, no, I think my body flicker jutsu can be improved. When I heard this, Uchiha Fugaku was pleased, and the mind couldn't help but flash Fuko's silhouette. According to Uchiha's information, Fuko has successfully developed Raise-Non and Lightning Style, Chidori, 2 powerful ninjutsus in the past few years. Raise-Non is placed in his scroll of seals by 3rd Hokage, showing that his innate talent is how good. If Uchiha Fuko is still there, plus Uchiha Shisui, with these 2 youngster genius, Uchiha clan will definitely rise. What Senju, Hyaga, is a stepping stone. Unfortunately. Well, Shisui, today's training is here, hee, come to my house to eat. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Uchiha Shisui nodded, well, okay, right, Uncle Fugaku, Nikato aunt, when will you give birth? It should be in June, when Itaki is born, and you have to worry about taking care of him. Uchiha Fugaku had a kind smile on his face. Itaki, Uchiha Itaki, the name is awesome. Shisui showed an excited smile. I will definitely protect Itaki. Uchiha Fugaku is very satisfied. Although he has been secretly training Uchiha Shisui for several years, there is always a strange feeling that this child's thought is a bit strange, giving him a feeling of invisibility, so he uses his child to come. It is the best way for Uchiha Fugaku to think of it at the present stage. The next day, early morning. After Fuko got out of bed, he found that a table full of breakfast had been placed on the table. The poached eggs, milk, fruit salad and bread were very rich. There is also the sound of ding ding dang dang in the kitchen. Fuko walked over and saw that it was Korone Ui. Fuko, you woke up. Korone Ui saw Fuko up, and the little face was overcast. Is this what you did? Fuko exclaimed. It looks so delicious and makes people appetite. He thought that his words must be very embarrassing, so it failed. Korone Ui is very useful, has been nodded. Yeah, Fuko, you are eating fast, I have done a lot. Fuko sighed, Red, don't be like this, I don't come back, just deliver supplies, not frontline battlefield. I know, but I can. Korone Ui became a repeater, and the small hand still held a shovel for cooking. Don't mention more grievances. Let's eat together. Fuko took her shovel and took her to the table. Fuko, you must protect yourself. Korone Ui ate and began to turn red again. Frightened Fuko would not say anything and bowed his head and ate. After eating the love breakfast, Fuko left under the eyes of Korone Ui. Teacher Tsunade is right, I must be strong enough to protect Fuko. Korone Ui's eyes exude a radiant glow. After meeting with Guy and Ebisu, Fuko took the team to Hokage residence to collect supplies. Don't look at ceiling scroll to store all the supplies, which is impossible. Because the drugs, kunao, shuriken, explosive tag, and swords involved in war materials are thousands of people, the entire Konoha does not have so many ceiling scrolls to store these materials. Look at the goods in front of the cart, Fuko's head is slightly larger. So I am now a Dart Master? Another side, Kakashi they are also, the same material of the two teams, just divided into two halves, so even if a team accidents, there will be no shortage of materials in the front line. You see, there are more reasonable arrangements, just as they know that there must be a team that will have an accident. Full of evil intent. Fuko used his biggest evil intent to speculate on Danzo and Uchiha Elders group. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he was. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen did not appear, but Heitake Sakumo encouraged everyone, and then took out two maps and said to Fuko and Kakashi, this is two supply routes, you choose one each. Fuko took a map and opened it. The circle inside the circle didn't make it clear, and he threw it to Ebisu, because he knows that Guy certainly can't understand. Kakashi took the remaining map. So, you can leave, pay attention to safety on the road, Heitake Sakumo said with a smile. Father, leave, Kakashi said with a cool face, I will definitely complete the mission. Heitake Sakumo smiled, nodded and then looked towards Fuko. Fuko, pay attention to safety. I am understood. Fuko doesn't like it. Lord Heitake, we will definitely complete the mission. Guy is behind, the blood is boiling, this is the delivery of supplies, the war with Hidden Sand Village, how important the mission actually fell on his head, and maybe you can go to the front line to kill the enemy. The more you want to be excited, well, you are excited, go away, that embarrassed. Ebisu, can you understand the map? Fuko asked lazily. Ebisu said with a snort, this is of course. Looking at the map is the most basic common sense of ninja. Only the lowest ranking can't understand. Fuko's subconscious looked at Guy, and Dudley thought Ebisu made a good point. He, Guy, has always been a lowest ranking in the academy. Fuko, this team has 3 cars, just one person, leaving Konoha, and going along the boulevard to Land of Rain. Kakashi is starting from another road. Fuko, my father told me to tell you that this mission can be very dangerous. Guy suddenly jumped to Fuko's carriage and whispered. I know, rest assured, the soldiers will block the water and cover the soil, and it is not so simple to kill me. Fuko's eyes were awkward, and the pupils had uncontrollably transformed 3 tomos slowly revolving. At the speed of 3 carriages from Hidden Leaf Village to Land of Rain battlefield, it can take up to half a month, and this period of time can be too many accidents. Fuko, not dare careless, immediately use a summoning jutsu, summon a snow hawk, let him fly in the sky overlooking, if it is found abnormal reminds. It's a super round dance 3rd style. It's flying at the height of the land of fire as if it's flying over the top of the flame. It's too hot. After a while, the fan fell on the wings, sweating all over, and the eagle feathers were wet. Fuko learned Sarutobi Hiruzen, reminiscent of the past years, but super round dance 3rd style squats on his shoulders, motionless. Fuko has no choice but to get it back and change to super round dance 2nd style. But both snow hawks have a virtue. If they can't fly for a long time, Jujuju will call you to go back. The blocks can't stop, and it's hard to leave them. Uchiha Fuko, this is your summoned beast, it's beautiful. Ebisu's eyes glowed together and nervously said, can I also sign a summoning contract with such a white eagle? Fuko is powerless, this eagle is Snow Hawk, living in the distant land of snow, fond of the cold, not at land of fire, and you see it will take a long time to rebel, all at once useless. This way, Ebisu was quite disappointed. I will sign a tortoise in the future when my summoned beast, Guy suddenly cried. Fuko has a heartbeat. Ebisu doesn't understand why. Snow Hawk is much better than tortoise. but Tortoise defense is high. Guy's mind average person can't guess. I will cooperate with Tortoise in the future. It is main defense, my main attack, perfect match. He. Fuko is too lazy to vomit. Anyway, your wish will be realized. Tortoise, there should be more seaside. Ebisu quickly changed his position and helped Guy to make suggestions. Fuko didn't care about playing a yawn, then they didn't pay attention to them. The summoned shadow clone, instead of sitting on the carriage, the main body quickly left. Guy and Ebisu are unaware that they are still discussing Tortoise and the sea. Fuko's shadow clone in the main body is dark. If you really encounter an assassination from Danzo or Uchiha, shadow clone can run the enemy directly to maximize the protection of yourself and Guy and Ebisu. The reason why they are glaring at them is that they are worried that when they encounter this situation, they are exposed. After that, carriage went all the way. Guy, Ebisu and his shadow clone talked and laughed, but the main body was a windy meal. The key was not to roast, only dry food. The trip was unsuccessful, and the three-man group arrived in the Land of Rain frontline in 20 days and handed the supplies to the frontline ninja. It's really a big help. A ninja with sunglasses and wrapped in a big windbreaker received them. Look at his costume, should be a Barame clan. Next, let's go with me. After handing over the supplies, the ninja of a Barame clan took them into the frontline great camp. Fuko looked around. There were dozens of tents around, scattered thousands of squares, and the ninjas coming in and out were said to have thousands of people. Each and every one expression was cold, and a few ninjas were more or less with some injuries. It is quite a difficult situation. Come on, go in. A Barame clan's ninja took their 3 people to a big tent and signaled the 3 people to go in. Ebisu is upset that, why should we call us this place? We are just sending supplies. What are you afraid of? You will not be sent to the battlefield as a cannon fodder. Fuko expressed his contempt, pushed the tent and walked in. Fuko sees the people inside who are suddenly happy. Haha, Fuko, come. It's so slow, it's going to be punishable by delaying the war. There are many people in the tent, and they are all acquaintances. Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and Abarame Shivi, Shinku Ui. It is worth noting that Nara Shikaku, standing in the middle of the position, obviously the people here are mainly based on him. This is not surprising, who makes Nara Shikaku's IQ high. And in the original work, he is also Konoha Jonin team commander. Don't underestimate this commander. In theory, any promotion of Jonin's ninja must be controlled by his commander, so he has a lot of power and can directly contact Uchiha clan leader and Hyuga clan leader on equal terms. In a way, even Umbu commander is not necessarily awesome than him. Ebisu saw so many big shackles, Mang Xian suddenly scared shivering, and the head did not dare to lift it. When I heard that Captain Fuko was talking to them, I was joking and playing, and then I put down the snacks a little. Then I felt that Captain Fuko was so powerful that I could talk to such a great person. He vowed to hold Captain's thighs in the future. Right, Kakashi hasn't arrived yet? Fuko asked suddenly. Not yet, but it should be these 2 days. Abarame Shivi's play looks at Fuko. His body's insect told him that this Fuko is just a clone. It's so realistic, it's only shadow clone. He did not dismantle it. As for other people, like Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaku, they should all be seen through, but everyone is very tacit understanding, not broken. After all, the last time Land of Snow mission Fuko was bounty in the black market, suffered too many assassinations, and now the Black Hands have not been identified, and it is natural to be cautious. Fuko, do you want to go to battlefield? Yamanaka Inoichi jokingly said. Hidden Sand's wind style is very good. Waiting for a while in battlefield will definitely turn to a new leaf. Hey, compared to actual combat, it is better to do 2 barbecues. Akimichi Choza dissatisfied with yelled. Here is battlefield, Choza, eat less. Yamanaka Inoichi licked his face. How to fight if you don't have enough? Akimichi Choza yelled. After a while, Nara Shikaku arranged for people to prepare a tent for Guy and Ebisu to rest. As for Fuko, they were left behind. Fuko, you are too cautious, here also use Shadow Clone. Nara Shikaku adjusted with a smile. Fuko shrugged the shoulders. It's none of my business, I'm just a Shadow Clone. Let your main body come over. Nara Shikaku said to Akimichi Choza, you pick up Fuko's main body. Here is the Konoha Ninja Great Camp, with a large number of sensor ninja monitoring all around, Fuko's main body. If you venture into it, it's a dead word. Akimichi Choza followed Fuko's Shadow Clone to the Great Camp, then Shadow Clone dissipated, and soon his main body came. Returning to the tent, Nara Shikaku mentioned the business. Fuko, remember Akatsuki? Akatsuki? Fuko has a heart. Now the war between Konoha and Hidden Sand is inevitable, and it is getting worse. Land of Rain is sandwiched between the 2 countries. It is bound to be affected by the war and once again become battlefield. It is not unexpected that Akatsuki appears here. Just Hidden Sand Village. A large number of ninjas enter Land of Fire by Land of Rain, and it is impossible to hold the ruler of Hidden Rain Village's ruler Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander didn't intervene at first, but the past few days saw more and more sand ninja being rushed to Land of Rain by Konoha ninja, and then both camped in Land of Rain. Hanzo began to worry. He seems to have seen a scene familiar with it, which was a resounding event during Second Shinobi World War. Land of Rain, is it going to be a battlefield? This is definitely the biggest challenge to his rule. He must not sit and watch. However, when he was preparing to send a representative to the Ninja Great Camp of Hidden Sand and the Ninja Great Camp of Konoha, he unexpectedly got a message of deaf people. An organization named Akatsuki first sent him a messenger. Diplomatic negotiation, which made him out of anger. The diplomatic rights of any country are extremely precious, only in the hands of the country real ruler, and the ruler of Land of Rain is him. What is Akatsuki? Even dare to diplomatic Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village? Hanzo of the Salamander's attention immediately transferred from Hidden Sand and Konoha to this Akatsuki. Land of Rain Konoha Great Camp. Akatsuki. Fuko was surprised. Isn't it supposed to be Hidden Rain Village? Nara Shikaka shaking one's head, and said, so far, Hidden Rain Village has not sent messengers. Fuko yelled, this is Akatsuki's miserable. Akimichi Choza was busy with his head and was uncomfortable, just Shikaku and Minato also said that. Why? Nara Shikaka smirked and smiled and explained, for Hanzo, diplomatic rights can only be in his own hands. Now Akatsuki sends messengers. In a way, this is a provocation to Hanzo's rule. Akimichi Choza still can't understand. Fuko smiled and explained to him, it's like our village, and Hidden Sand Village is war and harmony, depending on the attitude of Lord Hokage. If Danzo suddenly crosses Lord Hokage, he will sign a peace treaty with Hidden Sand. Akimichi Choza was anxious at first sight. How is this possible? Danzo is not Hokage. Then his eyes shined. I understand. Nara Shikaku looked at Fuko, smiled. Fuko, this guy, I really don't forget to throw Dano at any time. Akimichi Choza is proud of her own enlightenment and then asks, since Akatsuki can't represent Hidden Rain Village, then we still want to see them? Nara Shikaka smiled. This is also a place of my distress. If you don't see it, it's too inhuman, but if you see it, it's not passing as Konoha acknowledging Akatsuki's diplomatic status in Land of Rain. This pair of Hanzo, however, it is provocative. In his country battle, it is already full of danger. If he is pushed to Hidden Sand, it will be very bad for us. Akimichi Choza nodded. I didn't understand it for a long time. Fuko gushes out ominous premonition. He looks around and wants to slip. So, if you send one familiar with Akatsuki and can't see Akatsuki on behalf of Konoha's ninja, it should not cause Hanzo's anger. Nara Shikaka smiled towards Fuko. Namikaze Minato and the others are also looked towards him. Fuko grievances, I just came to send supplies, and I have to leave when I finish. Shinka Ui said with a sad face, why, what are you going to do so urgently? Fuko stunned, he couldn't take it, he wanted to die. Haha, so Fuko, you still have to wait for a period of time here. Nara Shikaka giggled. Just then, there was a ninja coming in to report, and it was the messenger sent by Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Hidden Rain Village. Nara Shikaka said with a smile, exactly, we went to see the messenger of this Hidden Rain Village. Fuko went to see Akatsuki. Please, I haven't promised yet. Fuko bitter expression. This can't be yours. Nara Shikaka laughed. Finally, Fuko was still caught in the top package. Soon he was completely renewed, wearing new clothes to see the messenger of Akatsuki. It's you. Konan was surprised to see Fuko when she saw her. Have we seen it? Fuko decisively stupid. Konan followed the two subordinates. Seeing that the imposing manner has the strength of Chinin. At this point, one of them couldn't help but coldly snorted, I really have no sincerity. I even sent a little demon to see us, even Konoha. It's too rude. Fuko smiles at the looks at him, so who do you think you should send to see you? Third Hokage? Ambu Commander? Or Sunin? The ninja is constipated as soon as he hears his face. The people in Fuko's mouth are all Renin ninja. If you come to Hanzo of the Salamander to get these people's interviews, this is already an insult to bare naked. Little demon, that ninja is mad, but rushing up will teach Fuko. But a few flying white pieces of paper stopped him. Sister Konan, don't be impulsive, he didn't make a mistake. Konan took a deep breath and said, we are not on behalf of Hidden Rain Village, but on behalf of the people living in this country. Those who are not eligible for Konoha High Level are as it should be by rights. But, that ninja is still not awkward. Fuko also disinclined to pay attention to him, directly to Konan, the purpose of your visit should be for the peace of Land of Rain. This is of course. Konan Solace looks at Fuko, coldly said, I have already told you before, if you invade Land of Rain, we will never sit back and watch. Fuko said, I hope you can figure things out before you say this. We didn't plan to invade Land of Rain. Then how do you explain the ninja here? Konan angrily. Fuko lightly coughed, said, this is of course a reason. Just recently, the ninja of Hidden Sand Village invaded Konoha. Under our efforts, Sand Ninja has all been squashed to Land of Rain. So here, in order to deal with these Sand Ninja, there is no meaning for Land of Rain. Konan was about to talk, and Fuko was busy interrupting her. Of course, if Land of Rain can grab all of these invading Konoha Sand Ninja and hand it over to us, we will immediately quit Land of Rain, Fuko vowed. You are a tough man, and this is what you Konoha and Sand Ninja are, why should we involve our country? Konan angrily said. Fuko said with a sneer, that is what you mean, Sand Ninja is guilty of sin in our Konoha. If you hide in your Land of Rain, we can't arrest it. What does this mean? Konan was found dumbstruck and unable to reply. Fuko long-term focus, Comrade Konan, the weak country has no diplomacy. In the face of the powerful strength of 5 great countries, Land of Rain has no room for resistance. The Hidden Sand Village declaration of war Konoha spread more than half of Ninja World in just one long time. Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Stone Village were all alarmed, and 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Raikage and 3rd Suchikage almost immediately sent a ninja to the Land of Rain to probe specific information. Hidden Leaf Village Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, as well as Yutaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura have held a high-level meeting to gather all the elders groups in the village to discuss the war on Hidden Sand Village. 3rd Kazakage, since we chose to launch a war, we have no choice. The war with Hidden Sand Village must end in the shortest possible time. Hidden Cloud Village has always liked to take advantage of misfortune. If we get stuck with Hidden Sand Village, they will definitely shoot us. Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Mist Village should also be guarded. Hidden Mist Village is separated from us by the sea. I don't think I need to guard against them. It's still necessary to send messengers in Hidden Sand Village negotiation to figure out why they want a declaration of war. It's not obvious, it's just licking our strength of Konoha and wanting to beat us to be the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. How much is Sand Ninja to kill? Elders group, hotly discussed below. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at, feels quality level not matching up to aspirations for the first time. War, is it again at Konoha's top of the head? He turned to look at Danzo next to him. He looked down, his eyes narrow, his strange silence, as a representative of the village hawks, his silence, made Sarutobi Hiruzen a bit uncomfortable. Danzo, this time Hidden Sand Village declaration of war, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. Danzo raised his eyes, said solemnly, in the 5 great countries, Hidden Sand Village, although second only to us, but really talk about strength, there is still a gap with us. Dealing with Hidden Sand Village will not burden us too much, so Hiruzen, rest assured to fight. After that, Danzo has eyes narrowed, but there is a bad water in his stomach. I wanted to wait for Uchiha Fuko to return to the village and kill him, and take his eyes, but now the war is coming, then, my chance is coming, now killing Fuko, my suspicion is the biggest. It is not good for me to compete for Hokage's position. To clear up realm with Uchiha clan, you can't have too deep communication with them. Hidden Sand Village declaration of war, the inevitable big army pressure, the war cannot be solved in a moment. Once caught in the glue, Hidden Cloud Village must take advantage of misfortune. Hidden Mist Village, although it has not experienced Second Shinobi World War, it does not mean that 3rd Mizukage has no ambition. Suchikage Oniki of Hidden Stone Village is not a good old man. Hiruzen, all this, how do you deal with it? I am looking forward to it. Obviously, Danzo has decided to stand by in this war for Hokage's position. His route is absolutely impossible to appear in battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and soon heard Danzo's words, and my heart was cold. He looked down and the elders were still discussing. The war with Hidden Sand Village must not be sent to Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan. Yes, after Senju clan's decline, their 2 clans are already Nono clan of Konoha most strong. If they are allowed to make a comeback, do you want to give Hokage's position to them? Uchiha clan people still need to be cautious, but these 2 clans have Sharinan and Byakugan, especially the latter, and the role of the Lackfield in the battlefield. If it is idle in the village, it is too arbitrary. You can ask Hyuga branch house people to go to battlefield. Yutaten Kohara then came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered, Hiruzen, what's wrong with you, isn't it good? Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered, taking a deep breath, shaking one's head, and said, nothing, just thinking about things. Yutaten Kohara said, don't worry, Hidden Sand Village can't shake the village's foundation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, there are Shikaku and Minato. They are in Land of Rain, I am relieved. He is worried about other ninja village. 5 great countries check and balance each other. Once a war breaks out, it will surely spread to other countries. World War II, Second Shinobi World War. When the war started, can Konoha stand still and sit at the top of 5 great countries? Land of Wind Hidden Sand Village. Consultant Cho stands on the sand floor, below which is the tens of thousands of sand ninja. As you can see, we are going to the most strong Konoha declaration of war. You are about to step on battlefield and fight the mighty Konoha ninja until you die. You must know the reason and want Lord Kazekage to give you a satisfaction. Explain why you want to launch such a war without reason. Sand ninja below Cho looks at, she sees such doubts from their faces. Yes, we want to know what the war is for, Lord Kazekage people. When the war is always open, why not see Lord Kazekage? Yes, we have an explanation, please Lord Kazekage. My father died in the last war, I didn't expect to set foot on the battlefield. Lord Kazekage, why not? Sand ninja below talked about it, and the cluttered voice formed a wave of moving towards Cho in an instant. She seems to feel the dissatisfaction, suspicion, and uneasiness in her heart. Her dignified start to talk. Unfortunately, Lord Kazekage has been unable to make such an explanation. Why? Lord Kazekage has an accident. Don't Lord Kazekage, impossible. Lord Kazekage is mastering Magnet Style's strongest Kazekage. Many sand ninjas are uneasy expression, look towards Cho consultants on the sand floor. Cho reached out and gestured to them to be quiet and awkward, only slowly said, Lord Kazekage has disappeared. What? Missing? Is it Konoha's ninja? Yes, it must be Konoha. Only Konoha has this strength to kidnap our Lord Kazekage. Damned war, only through war can let Konoha know that our village is not good. Let them hand over Lord Kazekage. Sand ninja is excited in an instant, unable to restrain one's anger. The military heart is available. Under the sand floor, a group of people stood in the shadowed corner. They are the high level of Hidden Sand Village, and they hold most of the interests of the village. This war, we will win Hidden Sand Village. The richness of Land of Fire has long been known for a long time. It's time to take a look. For these people, third Kazekage is missing. It is just an excuse for them to launch a war. After all, Hidden Sand Village has so many ninjas, missing a third Kazekage, and then a fourth Kazekage, but the war can make they get bigger benefits. On this day, Hidden Sand Village sent more ninjas to the Land of Rain battlefield after the declaration of war. At the same time, the news of the disappearance of third Kazekage was also immediately disseminated to Ninja World. Land of Rain, Konoha Ninja Great Camp. Nara Shikaku, Namikaze Minato, and Yamanaka Inoichi and the others all gathered here, and even Fuko was called. Everyone's face is very dignified. Hidden Sand Village has been on our declaration of war for the reason that third Kazekage is missing. Nara Shikaku calmly said. As long as I can find third Kazekage, can I stop the war? Asked Namikaze Minato frowned. Nara Shikaku shaking one's head, the disappearance of third Kazekage is only an excuse for their war. Even if you find third Kazekage, this war will not stop. He looked around and confided Hidden Sand Village declaration of war will inevitably send a lot of ninja into Land of Rain, which will become a real battlefield. Before the village reinforcements come, we need to develop a killing sand ninjas strategic plan in a short time. Hidden Sand Village is known as second only to us Konoha, and strength is definitely strong. It is not easy to defeat them in a short time. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed. Shikaku, I think we have to prepare for a protracted war. If the war is stuck in the glue, Nara Shikaku frowned. I am worried about Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Cloud Village people take advantage of misfortune. If you are fighting in Land of Rain, you should also pay attention to the attitude of Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo is not a good one, said Namikaze Minato. Fuko stood on the side of the look at discussion, but in his heart he kept recalling the Third Shinobi World War plot. After Hidden Sand Village declaration of war, Hidden Stone Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Cloud Village had to Konoha declaration of war, but the specific time and order of the declaration of war, he did not know, because there was no explanation in the original work. Even the author Kishimoto, it is estimated that today will add a battle of Konobi Bridge, add a battle of Kikyo Pass tomorrow, the next day to a three-tails surprise attack plan, insert a might to battle in the middle of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. 4 days later Cloud Ninja has a lot of fun, and continues to play Riga Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Ao, Uchiha Shisui, Yakushi Kabuto, and the others. Although the Third Shinobi World War looks more and more exciting, one am afraid even Kishimoto himself. I can't understand the complicated situation, so I can't explain the story of Third Shinobi World War in detail. Those that were circulated on the internet were all speculated by netizens themselves. Even if Kishimoto saw it, it was impossible to tell which one was wrong. Fuko recalled that a long time can only think of the battles that determine the outcome. As for what happened, he might have to go through it himself. Fuko? How is absent-minded? Namikaze Minato patted Fuko's shoulder, said with a bitter smile. Oh, nothing, it feels a bit unreal. Fuko squinted and said something, his eyes were full of drama. Obviously, I was still very popular in the past, I didn't expect to stand on the battlefield now, hehe. Other people are also very impressed. What did you say when Fuko, Akatsuki's Konan left? Nara Shikaku suddenly asked. What else can I say? I was fooled by me, cough. That, I told her a lot of truth, she deeply realized her own shortcomings, so she was very silent when she left. Fuko forced a smile and said, Nara Shikaku smiles one's head. Hidden Rain Village, Akatsuki, this battlefield is not calm. Need to pull Hidden Rain Village? Asked Yamanaka Inoichi. Nara Shikaku directing one's head. Impossible, Hanzo will not be biased towards either side, or even if the war is over, Land of Rain will not return to the previous peace. After that, Nara Shikaka muttered said Inoichi, now you are responsible for Sensor Team Ninja, make sure that the Great Camp is not penetrated by Sand Ninja. Minato, you are responsible for Mobile Force, sweeping Sand Ninja near the Great Camp, and collecting the Great of Sand Ninja Camp information. Other people are waiting for the Great Camp. Akimichi Choza is dissatisfied at Shikaku, we can't just hit the past, those Sand Ninja are not our own opponent. Nara Shikaka said with a bitter smile, although it is necessary to defeat them in a short time, but war is not a play, we do not have the information of Sand Ninja Great Camp, let alone how many Jonin, Shinin, and Hidden Sand Village sent reinforcements. However, it is easy to ambush in the past. This way. Akimichi Choza hearing this cannot help but lower the chubby head. At this moment, the goods escorted by Kakashi finally arrived at the Great Camp. Kakashi, Asuma, and Genma Shiranui met several groups of unopened mountain bandit on the road and delayed for a few days. Today Genius arrives here. Guy and Ebisu were busy welcoming them. After Hidden Sand Village declaration of war, they had been worried that Kakashi and the others had encountered Sand Ninja attack. Now they see that they arrived safely and finally relaxed. What? Hidden Sand Village declaration of war. Kakashi and the others heard the latest information and was shocked. Ebisu both hands on the hip, a cool face said, yes, that's right, just before you, the information is here, I am afraid that the entire ninja world is understood. Genma Shiranui is holding in 1000 in his mouth. Hearing this asks, so what about us? Is it continuing to escort supplies or go directly into the front line? Ebisu was startled, yelled, what a joke. How can we qualify for the front line to fight? This is not necessarily the case. Fuko's voice came from behind Ebisu. I see your bones are amazed, facelifting, and will become a capable person in the future. The hardship to save Konoha will only fall on you, fight. Let's talk about it. Ebisu scared the double battle, Captain, don't scare me. On the contrary, Guy is eager to look at Fuko. Fuko, are you really talking? Kakashi Shantu, you two idiots, of course he is lying to you. Fuko nodded, then solemnly said, however, if the war is tight, let alone us, I am afraid that even the academy student must go to the battlefield. A few of my friends couldn't help but feel a little tight. We won't let it happen in this situation. The voice of Namikaze Minato suddenly came out, then the golden light flashed and his silhouette appeared next to it. Kakashi, you are late for a day. Sorry for teacher Minato, I am worried. Kakashi did not explain Mountain Bandit. The war has broken out, the demand for materials will become bigger and bigger, and your mission will become more difficult. Now, go back to the village and pay attention to safety on the road. Namikaze Minato said. Everyone nodded, then turned and left. Nara Shikaku walked out from the side and asked, are you worried about them? Namikaze Minato nodded, the war has broken out. Sand Ninja will make all sorts of means. It will be normal to cut off our supplies. But with the situation in the village, I am really worried. Don't worry, Lord Hokage will handle the village problem. As for Sand Ninja, we are there, how can they easily cross us into Land of Fire? I hope so. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Clan Elders Group Main Affairs Hall. Several white-haired old people sitting around Uchiha Chinatsu are constantly discussing what to do. Before I contacted Danzo, I was going to start when Uchiha Fuko returned to the village, but after Sand Ninja declaration of war, he changed his attitude. Humph. This scoundrel must use this war to plan to seize Hokage's position. Absolutely can't let him do it. It's imperative to recycle Uchiha Fuko's eyes. Not bad. Even if the war came, it has nothing to do with my Uchiha clan. We only need to manage the military police force and maintain the order of Konoha. This is our job. It is okay to give it to other people, but Uchiha Fuko is active. Battlefield, once he is dead, his eyes must be taken away by Sand Ninja, and my Kekkei Genkai of Uchiha clan must not be left out. These elders speak one more than one. Clan leader Chinatsu, without Danzo's root ninja, can we take Uchiha Fuko's eyes back only by us? Uchiha Chinatsu sat in the first place, staring and contemplating. In the past few years, his eyes have been graying, and his forehead has revealed a path of wrinkles. The pig slaughtering blade has obviously carved a scratch on his body far beyond ordinary people. Uchiha Fuko already has the strength of special jonin, and taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu have no shortcomings, and they have developed two powerful ninjutsus themselves. They want to take away his eyes and need at least two battle strengths of jonin, but now the war on the advent, Hokage has ordered that no more than Shinin's ninja leave the village, and that Hokage opens up all defenses outside the village. The way to get in and out of these defenses is only a few people like Hokage and Danzo to know. Hateful. If Danzo doesn't change, we can pass Jonin quietly away from the village through him, but now it won't work. Uchiha Chinatsu is also a hate. An elder suddenly said with a smile, clan leader, remember what you said a few years ago? Uchiha Chinatsu slightly frowned. In recent years, he has been very old and his memory has been worse than before. The war is coming. It is my chance for Uchiha clan. Since Danzo can plan Hokage's position, why isn't our Uchiha clan? Elder excitedly said, my Uchiha clan is big enough in the village, just build enough contributions. Competing with Danzo for Hokage's position. Other elders also reacted, frequently nodded, yes, Danzo must have measures against third Hokage, forcing him to abdicate. When our Uchiha clan shoots again, it will surely win Hokage's position. The temptation of Hokage's position is obviously less able to control than Fuko's eyes. Uchiha Chinatsu also vaguely remembered that he had said something similar a few years ago, but his current energy has faded too fast, and I am afraid that it is impossible to lead Uchiha clan to accomplish such a feat. Fortunately, there is a better Uchiha Fugaku. If he is there, he will definitely lead Uchiha clan to glory. Right, why didn't Fugaku come? That guy is abandoning us old people. Uchiha Chinatsu hurriedly said, Fugaku's child is about to be born, so the past few days have been at home to take care of his wife. So that's how it is. In the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, the lights were bright, and countless servants came in and out, panicked, and from time to time heard a scream of screams from the innermost room. Uchiha Fugaku is anxiously turning around in the same place. From time to time, he looks up and goes to gaze at. Next to him, Uchiha Shisui is also there. Uncle Fugaku, don't worry, Itaki will be born safely. Uchiha Fugaku smiled at the looks at him and said, Shisui, thank you for coming with me at this time. But, hey, I don't understand your mood. Uchiha Shisui micro-unsearchable nodded. His mind is constantly thinking about it. Uncle Fugaku, if you can put the fear of your unborn child in the other people in the village, there will be less competition in the village. Although he is young, his thoughts are very mature. From an early age, he has raised his gaze from clan to a village, and he sees nature farther and more. I can't change the mind of Uncle Fugaku, but it can affect Itaki. I hope he can change Uchiha like me when he grows up. Wow! Suddenly, a loud baby cried and burst into the air. Born, born. Uchiha Fugaku jumped excitedly and ran wildly inside. Mikato, Itaki, I have a child, haha, I have a child. At this moment, what Uchiha clan, what ambitions, all rushed to the corner by the joy of the first father. He rushed to the innermost bedroom, saw the half-squatting, tired Uchiha Mikato, and one on the tatama the little servant who was crying in the arms of the servant, bursting into tears of happiness in the eyes. Mikato, you are all right. Uchiha Mikato is weak, Fugaku, let me see my son. Uchiha Fugaku, immediately cautious and solemn, reported the child from the servant, sat next to Uchiha Mikato and reported the child to her. Newborn child, red skin, crumpled, ugly, but in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato, this child is the cutest child in world. Itaki, yeah, Itaki, he is Itaki, it's our child. Uchiha Fugaku is excited not to. The two couples are holding Uchiha Itaki and are grateful for the gifts that God has given them. Outside the door, Uchiha Shisui also has a glowing eyes at this newborn child. Uchiha Itaki, what? Hey, Mikato is producing today, let me go out. You guys scoundrel. Did you hear me? After Kushina was banned, she had not gone out for many days. Fortunately, some people came over from time to time to give her some outside information, otherwise she would not know the best friend Uchiha Mikato. But unfortunately, even understood, she can't go out. Outside Umbu was indifferent to her shouting. Hateful. Under Kushina's anger, the within the body actually poured out a deep red ominous chakra, which formed a fascinating red feather coat along her body. By the time she noticed, the red feather coat was about to cover her entire body. Scoundrel, even you dare to add chaos. Kushina has a red windlass automatic, a thick chain from her into the body, and after a turn in the sky, she is crazy to insert her danchin position. Hey! A snoring scream came out of that position, with endless resentment and eagerness, and eventually disappeared. Hoo-hoo! Kushina took a deep breath, secretly thought, and almost got in a hole in nine tails. But soon, she relapsed in solid state, shouted, yelled, and clamored to see Uchiha Mikato. Umbu Ninja is helpless and can only report third Hokage. After returning to Hidden Leaf Village, 6 people, including Fuko and Kakashi, immediately went to Hokage residence to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the result was just a tempering Kushina. Lord Hokage is too much, Mikato giving birth is such a big thing that does not allow me to visit. Kushina fluttered red-haired, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking the tobacco pipe at the desk. The latter had a few minutes on his face. Kushina, I am afraid that you are disturbing Uchiha Mikato. After all, it was so late yesterday, and it is the same to visit today, hee. Kushina violent temperament came up to start the table. Kushina, you don't want to learn Tsunade to open my office. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether to cry or laugh, busy instructing Fuko and the others who just came in to pull Kushina. Fuko is shocked at this time. Mikato giving birth? Uchiha Itaki was born? Fuko's heart suddenly burst into a strong wind and it felt like a distance from the plot start. Subtly comforted Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen busy sending several Umbu ninjas to Kushina to go to Uchiha Fugaku to see her best friend. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the next work for Fuko and the others. Hidden Sand Village has a declaration of war. Then our war with Sand Ninja will gradually escalate. The supply of war supplies will become more and more important. The village will set up a supply team. You will be the member of this team in the future. Shipping frontline supplies, although not on the front line, don't think that you can relax your vigilance. Sand Ninja can sneak into Land of Fire at any time, so be sure to pay attention to your safety. Yes, 6 people solemnly replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Asuma, and there were a few worries in his eyes. Then he sighed, the next batch of materials will be assembled in 3 days. Then 6 of you are coming here to gather. Now, dissolve it. Fuko, Kakashi, they left, but Asuma stayed. Asuma, I still have a job. Go home first, your mother is very worried about you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another cigarette, slowly said. I understood. Asuma nodded left. Leaving Hokage residence, Ebisu will come to the event. Captain, please take care of you in the future. Fuko glanced at him and he was not in a good mood. In the original work, Guy, Ebisu and Genma Shiranui, this combination is very bad luck. I met the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Now I replaced Genma Shiranui and I am active in the supply team. This is a worry. Fuko doesn't want to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the fog, and he doesn't want Might Do to die for them, but so far, he has not thought about a solution. Fortunately, Miss Ninja still has no declaration of war, he still has time to think about countermeasures. Every time, Fuko didn't find Kurane Ui, and the girl didn't know if she was next at Tsunade. When I think of this, Fuko is frowned. Before he and Asuma, Kurane Ui is unlikely to learn bad, but now Tsunade and Kurane Ui are so widowed, it is easy to bring Kurane Ui. Learn for a lifetime, learn bad for only a few days. Fuko couldn't help but flash over Kurane Ui waving his banknotes and yelling at the casino, then using chakra-enhanced strength to make each and every one adult man fly in the sky, and the feathers are all up. Let's go find her. Leaving home, Fuko summoned Shadow Clone, the two started to look for. At this time, in a field on the corner of Konoha, Kurane Ui was running around a field. Under the scorching sun, the cheeks had already been soaked in sweat. Tsunade stood on one side, indifferent looks at, while you are Genjutsu-type ninja, it is impossible to go to battlefield with Genjutsu. There is not enough physical strength, let alone battlefield, even the supply team can't get in. Kurane Ui's baby's cheeks are slightly thin, apparently not being trained by Tsunade during this time. Tsunade is actually very uncomfortable. She has already got the preparation news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Fuko and Asuma have to enter the supply team until the end of the war. Tsunade is a war-torn person who knows that the war is not going well or the scale of the war is expanding. The supply team also has to enter the frontline battle. According to Tsunade's current information, this war with Sand Ninja may last for a few years. If there are other ninja villages jumping out, Fuko and Asuma, it is really possible to fight on the front line. Even if Fuko re-genius, she can't guarantee that he can live alive from battlefield. Now, Kurane Ui wants to enter the supply team, which makes the Tsunade angry and helpless. Only through the harsh training, Kurane Ui will give up this plan. Run, I won't stop if I don't stop. Yes, Kurane Ui was out of breath, the whole body had been wet with sweat from the top and bottom, her lips were pale, and there were signs of water shortage. But even so, she has been clenched the teeth, and her eyes are full of persistent rays of light. Fuko, I must fight alongside you. At this moment, Fuko has already noticed this far. It's really cruel. Fuko body flicker jutsu flashed behind Tsunade, just avoiding the sight of Kurane Ui. Little demon, when are you coming back? Tsunade stood there calmly, just like Fuko didn't appear at all. Just come back, say, Lady Tsunade, you are too strict. The sweat on Fuko looks at Kurane Ui is very distressing, but he also knows that Tsunade is not Might Do, and he will not use hellish training for no reason. Train Kurane Ui. You don't seem to be angry, little demon. Tsunade was very puzzled. I am not a child, let alone, as long as you don't pay her gambling, chakra-enhanced strength, anything messy, anything to say. Fuko he said with a smile. Tsunade's forehead reveals an angry well, little demon, gambling is a sacred thing, and chakra-enhanced strength, but the super ninjutsu I developed, is absolutely impossible and easily passed to other people. Fuko said with a snort, it is best. Little demon, do you know that you hate it? Tsunade angry wants to swear. I am just Shadow Clone, Lady Tsunade anyway, even if I want to fight, I will shoot. Tsunade took the following good advice and turned around and kicked Fuko, the Shadow Clone. Kurane Ui heard the movement and turned his head, but only saw a burst of smoke flashing. Look what? Keep running, Tsunade roared. Yes. Kurane Ui breathing heavily continues to clench the teeth. At the same time, Fuko at the other end also received memories of the disappearance of Shadow Clone. Tsunade trains Kurane Ui like this, Fuko main body, but with previous life memory, quickly guessed the purpose of Tsunade. It must be that Kurane Ui wants to enter the supply team with him, and Tsunade does not let it deliberately let Kurane Ui retreat in this way. Forget it, still don't bother them. Fuko pondered, turned to find Might Do. At this point, Might Do and Guy, the father and son, just finished crying, and they all complained that the scene was very warm. After Fuko arrived, I couldn't wait to put myself in the tree hole and never come out. Oh, it's too hot eyes. 3 days later, Fuko and the others gathered again in Hokage residence to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's embarrassing teachings and Konoha's past glory. Guy, Ebisu, and the others heard the blood boiling, but Fuko was playing yawn. Kakashi next to him couldn't see his expression with a mask, but wanted to come to him. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen, captain of the supply team, is Inyazuka-tsum of Inyazuka clan. In the future, all 6 of you will obey her orders and understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously said. Understood. Fuko startled. Inyazuka-tsum born in Inyazuka Hana in less than 2 months on the battlefield? Although it is just a supply team, this is not a good sign. Soon, Inyazuka-tsum appeared in front of them in a heroic manner, and his eyes swept across the 6 of them, and finally fell on Fuko, and his eyes flashed a bit of laughter. Supply team is currently composed of hundreds of Chunin. Your 6 strengths are too weak, so you are responsible for the escort of kunao, shuriken and other materials. Fuko pulled down as soon as he heard his face. Kunao and shuriken are very common and not precious. Even if Sand Ninja enters Land of Fire and wants to cut off their supplies, they won't start with them, but because of these 2 different things, the front line consumes very large. When they are expensive, they have to keep on replenishing. This is definitely a hard work. Feeling Fuko's resentful eyes, Inyazuka-tsum waved with satisfaction. Kunao and shuriken are more expensive in the front line, and you are ready to escort immediately. Is that bigger? On the battlefield, ninja confrontation, which is not the first to throw him a dozen kunao, shuriken? And in the battle, from time to time, you have to throw cold, you have to throw it? Those taijutsu ninja throw more. The key is still not recyclable. After all, the various ninjutsu flying in the battlefield, the damage of kunao and shuriken is absolutely amazing. In this way, the consumption of kunao and shuriken is absolutely very big. Fuko bitter expression, but Guy and Ebisu are very excited. There is a kind of Lao Zi that is finally feeling in handy. In the afternoon, the village got 4 kunao and shuriken of the big carriage. A box of boxes was piled up. It opened and looked like a deep black iron rays of light, which was very visually shocking. Fuko and Kakashi each received 2 cars and set off immediately. Land of Rain, the latest information of the lookout of Hanzo gloomy complexion. Konoha, Hidden Sand, you are too much. After the Hidden Sand village declaration of war, the 2 great hidden villages each sent a large number of ninjas into the Land of Rain, apparently intending to use this as their battlefield. Lord Hanzo, I am back. There is a report from Ninja. Is a Kasame? Come in. Hanzo shouted with a shouted face. This period of time, a Kasame went to Konoha and went to Hidden Sand, running back and forth, but unfortunately, the harvest was minimal. Sorry for Lord Hanzo, disappointing you. Akasame squinted. The heads of the 2 great hidden villages once again refused to leave Land of Rain, and, still, what else did you say? Hanzo angered. I also told you not to intervene in the war between them. Akizma whispered. Scoundrel. Hanzo was furious. Konoha Ninja and Sand Ninja ran to his country to launch a war, and even warned him not to intervene. Simply. Hanzo angry. The duodenum is festering. Half a squat, Hanzo's duodenum finally returned to normal, and asked, is there a movement in Hidden Stone Village? There is not yet, but there have been many foreign ninjas in the country, including the other 3 great country, and many missing nin, black market killer, and rogue ninja. Akizma Road. These guys are like bloody mosquitoes, where they appear when there is war. Hanzo instructed, maintain the order of each town. If these guys dare to take advantage of misfortune, kill. Yes. Akizmane looked up slightly, hesitating. Lord Hanzo and Akatsuki, who told me to monitor me recently, they are very active, and they have their silhouettes everywhere. Akatsuki. Hanzo blinked, and even if Land of Rain completely became a battlefield, it would not allow the organization to grow and threaten his dominance. Continue to monitor this organization. Hanzo, wily old fox, there is no absolute grasp. You don't want to directly hit the grass to scare the snake, otherwise the organization hides, secretly develops, and then wants to eradicate it is difficult. Bang! The thunder exploded outside, the clouds were overcast, and the heavy rain hua fell. Land of Rain in a plain. The rain has flooded the entire plain, which is worth the summer, but there is no worm in the plain, and it is terrifying quietly. When a team of mobile force led by Namikaze Minato lurked to the plains, they accidentally discovered the traces of Sand Ninja's activities and immediately lurked and prepared to intercept. Shua. More than a dozen black-clothed ninjas shuttled quickly through the rain, and their eyes were all around. Not good. Suddenly, a sensor ninja noticed an abnormality and immediately issued a warning, but it was too late. Bang bang bang. Dozens of explosive tag and they're all around crazy explosions, sparks splashing. At the same time, Namikaze Minato and the others violently killed. kunao and shuriken burst into the sky. Water style, wild water wave. Lightning style, earth walk. Wind style, great breakthrough. All kinds of ninjutsu violently passed through the rain curtain and suddenly fell on the sand ninja top of the head. It's Kanja's ninja, counterattack. Puppet master jutsu. A huge wooden puppet swayed and blocked all ninjutsu. Bang! This puppet also burst in an instant and turned into sawdust. More than a dozen sand ninjas were scattered, avoiding the kunao and shuriken in the rain while waiting for an opportunity to fight back. But it's too late. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The silhouette of Namikaze Minato flashes in the sky one after another. Each flash is accompanied by a bright blood flower. With his terrible mental reaction speed, these sand ninja have no reaction time at all, and all die in his hands. Search corpse. Namikaze Minato ordered the recycling of his special kunao. Lord Minato, after the search, no useful information was found. This way. Namikaze Minato took back his special kunao and looked around all around. Since the sand ninja trail is found here, there must be somewhere nearby. He immediately told Sensor Ninja to go all the way around. As a result, a large number of traces of sand ninja activity were discovered. Is Sand Ninja's great camp nearby? Namikaze Minato, heart startled, immediately order everyone to retreat. But a step later, 2 days ago, Sand Ninja's big force had already entered Land of Rain. The first one was Cho. After Cho arrived at Land of Rain, he immediately pushed Sand Ninja's great camp forward and expressed his attitude to all Sand Ninja with a tough attitude. Lord Minato, we are surrounded. Report from Sensor Ninja, face grim. Spreading eastward, Namikaze Minato took the initiative and took the lead to the east to kill. Puppet's secret jutsu. Sand Ninja in the east was attacked immediately. More than a dozen puppets with a strange luster were assassinated from a smashing angle. Hateful. Puppet is poisonous. A Konoha ninja was accidentally bruised by Puppet, and the wound instantly turned black hair purple. Medical nin. Namikaze Minato yelled, while replacing this ninja against the poisonous Puppet on the front. Hey! Puppet approached, and the shoulder armor suddenly burst into a smudged kunao, shooting at a horrible speed at Namikaze Minato. It's got it. The sand ninja who controls Puppet looks happy. He doesn't know Namikaze Minato, but from the position of Konoha ninja, it can be seen that this person's identity must be noble. Killing him is absolutely great. But in the next moment, he seemed to see a touch of yellow flash flickering in an instant, and then suddenly blackened. How, maybe Sand Ninja's eyelid shook and died in disbelief. Kill him. Next to Sand Ninja, it is also seen that Namikaze Minato is the captain of this ninja force. Immediately, the puppet is rushed to Namikaze Minato. All these puppets are highly toxic, and the ordinary ninja is stunned by a serious injury. It's Puppet Brigade. Namikaze Minato gestures back to the companions behind him, lest they be poisoned by these puppets. At this time, these puppets have also formed a simulating trend, suppressing Namikaze Minato in a narrow terrain of less than 5 meters. In such a small place, even if your body flicker jutsu is outstanding, you can't escape. Haha, really stupid Konoha ninja, kunao can't kill our puppet. What? Bang! Namikaze Minato flying thunder god jutsu, full open silhouette crazy flashing on the side of the poisonous puppet. The horrible mental reaction speed does not allow anyone to resist. Just 3 breaths, all the puppet in the battlefield are all smashed by him. Later, Namikaze Minato faced Sand Ninja who lost Puppet. Wait a minute, those Sand Ninja always felt that the script couldn't help but want to call a timeout. But it's late. Wind style, Raisnon. Joining the Rad Gan of Wind attribute nature transformation, the degree of horrific destruction is comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. Bang! Numerous smashing hurricanes swept all around, and those Sand Ninja lost Puppet, completely unable to stop such a violent hurricane, and in an instant they were smashed to the height of severe 100 meters. You are going, I am coming to the temple. Namikaze Minato saw Sand Ninja chasing left, right, and even the back, face grim. Lord Minato, let's go first, let's come to the temple. Several Konoha ninjas said with clenched teeth. This is the order, hurry. Namikaze Minato is awesome. He usually looks at gentle, but serious comes from a heart-rending imposing manner. Those Konoha ninja dare not hesitate, quickly and thoroughly. Seeing more and more Sand Ninja catching up, Namikaze Minato moved towards throwing out a dozen special kunao in front of them. These kunao are engraved with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu mark, which can appear instantly next to any kunao. Raisnon, who can start without a hand seal, and his horrible mental reaction speed, the more Sand Ninja comes, the faster he dies. Are you alone to stop us? Konoha's ninja is so naive. Sand Ninja finally caught up with the nearby look at Namikaze Minato, directly ignoring the special kunao on the ground and rushing. Kill him. Wind style, great breakthrough. Puppet's secret jutsu. Water style, flowing water whip. Water style, wild water wave. Namikaze Minato smiled at the corner of his mouth. Flying Thunder God Barrage Raisnon. Namikaze Minato is completely let go, figure is crazy to shuttle back and forth between a dozen kunao, because the speed is too fast, directly forming a dozen after image. The residual shadow clone cannot distinguish the face, but the golden beautiful hair is like a star twinkle, twinkle. Subsequently, Golden's rays of light were replaced by blood color. More than 20 sand ninjas who entered the kunao array were killed directly without any resistance. There was a moment of blood flowing into a river and became hell. How can it be? Devil is devil. How did he do it? This speed is amazing. The surviving sand ninja stepped back at a faster rate with frightened eyes. Namikaze Minato's chic figure, dozens of sand ninja across the lookout, said truthfully, he did not expect that Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Reiznan could make such a powerful kill. At this point, he even thought that he could kill all the sand ninja here. However, a powerful imposing manner suddenly rose from the back of sand ninja. Namikaze Minato was shocked and immediately recovered the special kunao on the ground as soon as possible, and then did not return to run. He is never an impulsive ninja. Dozens of sand ninja are scared by Namikaze Minato's imposing manner, let alone chase. Too terrifying, this ninja is too terrifying. Who is he? Is it Konoha's White Fang? Just kidding, Konoha's White Fang is a middle-aged person. This person, yeah, Konoha's White Fang is a middle-aged person. The strength is strong and the young people are so young. If you give him a few years to grow, can Hidden Sand Village still compete? Not long after Namikaze Minato left, Cho appeared here with her younger brother Ebizo. Konoha's White Fang. Cho saw the bloody picture in front of her eyes, and the face suddenly rose out of the unstoppable violent killing intent. The hatred of her son and daughter, she could not forget for a moment. Lady Cho, this is not done by Konoha's White Fang, a young Konoha ninja with a golden hair. A sand ninja start to talk. Just kidding. Ebizo next to him, a young Konoha little demon will kill you this virtue. You just got from the Ninja Academy graduation. Those sand ninja didn't dare to look down. Younger brother, let alone. Cho suppressed the killing intent, coldly said, no matter who it is, you have to pay. Wah wah wah. The heavy rain is more and more majestic, and the land of rain is covered with rainwater, forming lakes. In some lakes, it is filled with blood, and the war has become increasingly fierce. Fuko and Guy, Ebisu's supply team, and the fact that they shipped several supplies, were numb, and suddenly an amazing information came from Hidden Mist. An academy student named Mamakai Zabuza, who killed all the same people in the graduation test, graduated with the first and only result. Shocked the entire ninja world. It's cruel, even killing his companion. Ebisu and Guy are all enemies, and they are very disdainful to this guy named Mamakai Zabuza. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a ninja at all, Guy asked. Fuko squinted his eyes, this is really a familiar name. Mamakai Zabuza, isn't the first great mountain after the original work plot start? Although it is an antagonist, the white around him is super popular, and there are countless powders, but unfortunately the last one is in Land of Waves. Hey, Fuko. Guy Strange looks at Fuko, absent-minded for no reason, but in battlefield, a little careless, but to lose the life. Ah, sorry. Fuko recovered. Captain, you won't be scared by the little demon called Mamakai Zabuza. Ebisu blinked at the side. Just kidding, Guy was yelled immediately. As a competing enemy of my life, how could Fuko be scared by a little demon who just graduated? Guy, I think Kakashi is more suitable for you. Fuko pleaded, you will spare me. That can't be done, whether it's Kakashi or you, I won't let it go. Guy excited yelled, two thick and long eyebrows touched together, and then Fuko was turned into a char tender, don't want it. In particular, what is the two are not let go? Do you think you open the harem? No, I think, Fuko goosebumps are all up. In original work, Guy didn't seem to be married at the end. Hey, the amount of information is a bit big. Once again, I entered the frontline great camp. Fuko found that there were more and more ninjas around, there were dusty servants, and there were injuries on the body, and there was a lack of arms and broken legs. The war has become more and more fierce. After handing over the supplies, Fuko asked Guy and Ebisu to find a place to rest, and he went to Namikaze Minato to get to know the situation. Seeing Namikaze Minato again, Fuko accidentally discovered that he was injured and the upper body was soon wrapped up in a scorpion. Big brother Minato, Sand Ninja, can someone hurt you? How is it possible? With Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Reiznan, plus his horrible mental reaction speed, Fuko is really hard to believe. It's Cho and Ebizo, consultants for Hidden Sand Village. Namikaze Minato's attitude is still calm, said with a smile, Flying Thunder God Jutsu is not invincible. Cho and Ebizo have been eyeing him since he last killed that many sand ninja. In one action, Namikaze Minato careless got a trap and was bombarded with thousands of explosive tag. If it weren't for Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he might have been killed. Yes, the supply team has been attacked by sand ninja, and there have been casualties. Then you have to be extra careful. If you don't, you can give up the supplies. Namikaze Minato solemnly said. Don't worry, I am very cherish life. Fuko smiled and took out a sealing scroll and took out a few clothes from it. Right, this is what Kushina brought me to. How ugly. Oh, no, it's fancy. These clothes are all made by Kushina. Girl, naturally, likes to spend a lot of time, so the clothes are also the same. Namikaze Minato could only smile when she saw it. It is not allowed to wear such clothes on the battlefield. I sent it anyway. Fuko said with a smile. It's your business to wear it. Namikaze Minato shaking one's head is a bitter smile. Hidden Mist's story has been heard. Fuko suddenly asked. You mean Mamakai Zabuza? Namikaze Minato frowned. This student is cruel. Hidden Mist's education is too failed. Fuko pointed out, Mamakai Zabuza's story can be spread throughout ninja world. I am afraid that Hidden Mist has set an example and their policies may change accordingly. Namikaze Minato brow raised. What do you mean? Fuko said in a low-pitched tone. Hidden Mist was originally closed to the country, and even the last Shinobi World War did not participate, but this time the soaring promotion of Mamakai Zabuza is likely to invade our country during our war with Sand Ninja. Namikaze Minato is silent. Although he has a good relationship with Fuko, it is impossible to think that Hidden Mist will invade Konoha by these few words. This is simply not reasonable and there is no logic at all. I just said, don't take it seriously. Fuko said with a smile. He does not expect Namikaze Minato to believe. Open the topic and talk about the war. Namikaze Minato is at the front line, or mobile force, often strangled with Sand Ninja, which has the most say. Sand Ninja's puppet brigade is the most difficult thing. Once they are pulled away, they will fall into the infinite puppet ocean. These puppets are poisonous, and the light abrasion will cause the battle strength to fall. So far, Sand Ninja's assassination team has not appeared. I heard that this team is a personal training by 3rd Kazakage. It is very powerful. It is not worse than our Anno of Konoha. If I encounter this team, I am not sure that I can leave safely. I am afraid that only Sakumo Sr. will be able to deal with this team. Fuko said with a smile. You want to single out Umbu of Hidden Sand Village. This is not courting death. Namikaze Minato said with a smile. Fuko, Flying Thunder God Jutsu plus Rasengan's combination, formidable power far exceeds your imagination. I believe I can do it one day. Even if that is the future, you are still a little bit better now, or Kushina can be saved. Fuko sneered. Referring to Kushina, Fuko showed a gentle smile and said, yes, don't mention my injury when I go back. I don't want her to worry. This is of course. Fuko has a heart. If Kushina knows, it is not in a hurry to go crazy. When Nine Tails in her stomach is absolutely taking advantage of the chaos, Fuko dared to gamble for 50 cents. In the afternoon, Fuko and the others were going back. As soon as they left the great camp, they received another mission, which was personally issued by Nara Shikaku. These scrolls are the dead ninjas, the total 23-bit Jonin, the 74-bit Shinin, and the 302-bit Genin. Fuko, bringing it back to the village and handing it to Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku's face is not very good. Hidden Sand Village's ninja is really too ferocious, even with his strategy, still dead so many ninja, although the other side died more, but the bone side suffer is not what he wants to see arrived. Fuko took the box seriously, and the boxes were stacked in a stack of scrolls. He hesitated and asked, these ninjas are heroes and martyrs who sacrificed for the village. Even if it is a Jonin escort, it is worth it. Why do you let me give away? Nara Shikaka solemnly said, the front line's battle strength is a bit tight, and Jonin's goal is too big, so I can only give it to you. Of course, I also believe that you can complete this mission. Fuko heart heavy, really heavy. With so many ninja corps, I don't know how much information is there. Hidden Sand Village's high level is absolutely dreaming. If the news comes out, I am afraid that Umbu of Hidden Sand Village will be dispatched. However, Fuko did not refuse. Well, this mission, I picked it up. There is no reason, no excuses, they sacrificed for the village, and they should be sent back to the village for burial. Even if the road ahead is difficult, Fuko has no fear. In order to prevent the disclosure of information, this mission, except for a few people such as Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, did not even know the injured Namikaze Minato. As for Guy and Ebisu, they were kept in the dark. In the carriage, Fuko counted, and there were a total of 40 multiple scrolls in the box. Through these scrolls, Fuko seemed to see the cruelty of the frontline battlefield. Although Nara Shikaku repeatedly guarantees that the information cannot be leaked out, I still have to be careful. Fuko pondered, immediately concluded summoning jutsu, summoned the Super Wheel Dance Brothers. Ju Super Wheel Dance Brothers spread their wings, but the carriage compartment is not big. The two brothers quickly rebounded, and the difficult situation fell, and Fuko could not help but scream. Haha, it looks like your two brothers are getting more and more intelligence. Fuko is overjoyed, and Fuko still places great expectations on them. Then, Fuko let the Super Wheel Dance Brothers grab the box and bring them directly back to Snow Mountain at Land of Snow. In this case, Sand Ninja is not likely to get these scrolls even if it has the ability to pass the sky. When he returned to Konoha, he used summoning jutsu to take out the scrolls, which was perfect. Fuko is not proud of his wisdom. Fuko, how did you get an eagle cry? Is your summoned beast? Guy's voice came out of the carriage. Fuko walked down the carriage, said with a smile, I suddenly missed the Super Will Dance Brothers, so someone came out to see. Ebisu remembered the handsome majesty of the two white snowhawks, and also leaned over to glance around, and the results were not seen. Strange, Captain, are they going back? Fuko nodded, yeah, it's still a bit uncomfortable with the climate here. Ah, how is this? Ebisu looks pretty sorry. Fuko laughs and says nothing. Back in the Land of Fire situation, Fuko relaxed a bit, but did not expect to hit Sand Ninja in less than 2 days. Haha, it turned out to be 3 little demon, Kanaha no 1, and let the little demon get on the battlefield. Then let us send them a good trip, and sooner or later we will die on battlefield. Although it is unlikely, but tentatively still ask, is the batch of corpse in your hands? There are 3 Sand Ninjas in the audience. Don't look at the people. When they start, Walala controls 2 puppets, each with a dark black smear. All of them are smeared with poison, and they are surrounded by Fuko. Ebisu scared, what to do? How will Sand Ninja appear here? Guy is also nervous, it should be cut off supplies, but what does corpse mean? It is estimated that only Fuko understood. At this time he is also a mother, also said that information will not leak. Hey, if you have not seen original work, know that Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and the others are not the kind of people who sell their companions. I am afraid he is really I have to doubt them. If you don't know, you can only ask you to go to hell. The resistance of those Sand Ninja does not seem to be very good, and they are directly involved in the between. 6 puppet instant dances, such as epilepsy patients, rushing from the dance, their hands, elbows, feet and other parts turned into sharp sharps, rotating and dancing, it is impossible to prevent. Ebisu Light is a looks at and it feels like a double battle. Guy immediately turned on 3 gates, and the whole body made a strange color. Fuko is busy stopping him. Guy, don't get close to these puppet. Namikaze Minato praised these puppets and saw that they are powerful. Guy is not even shinin at this time, and he is close to it, only dead end. Since Taijutsu can't, only ninjutsu is. All come to the car, Fuko said, then applied Shadow Clone, one after the other, and started the hand seal. Snake Ram Monkey Boar Horse Tiger. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Ram Horse Snake Dragon Rat Ox Tiger. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Then, Fuko had another Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Wind Assist Firepower, and several Fire Style ninjutsu. Immediately, the formidable power increased, and the surging flame instantly swallowed 6 puppets. I didn't expect this little demon to have some degree of capability. But it's a pity. Sand Ninja sneered with the chakra threads in his hand, manipulating puppet from the sea of fire, rushing from the sky to the carriage. Fuko and Shadow Clone once again produced Fire Style, Phoenix Immortal Fire Jutsu, hiding the sky and covering the earth's flower-like flames like fireworks soaring high into the air. It's all said, it's useless. A Sand Ninja laughed smugly, but halfway through it, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes full of evil, bloody aura. In those eyes, 3 dark tomos slowly revolving, resembling a whirlpool of all his mind. Both swallowed in. Uchiha. How is it possible? Fuko opened 3 tomo Sharingan and controlled them directly with Genjutsu while 3 Sand Ninja were excited. But controlling 3 Sand Ninjas also made him feel struggling. Guy, kill them. Fuko knows don't let slip an opportunity, immediately yelled. Good. Guy started instantly, the figure was like electricity, and the puppet, who was still moving, quickly approached the 3 Sand Ninja. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Guy kicked their heads without hesitation. Pu. Pu. The sound of 2 broken watermelons sounded, 2 Sand Ninja kicked their heads directly by Guy, and the red and white shots were shot. At the same time, last place Sand Ninja finally got out of Fuko's Genjutsu, just opened eyes. Seeing that 2 companions were kicked out of their heads, they were unable to restrain one's anger and controlled puppet to attack Guy. Guy didn't dare to be surely received and immediately ran away. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fuko relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers, directly attacking the Sand Ninja main body. Damned Uchiha little demon. Sand Ninja cannot restrain one's anger, but can only control puppet to block Fuko's Fire Style. At the same time, he was blind, and tried not to look at Fuko's 3 tomo Sharingan, lest he should follow his way. But if this happens then, the ending is already doomed. Unable to look directly at Fuko, his 2 puppets lost their eyes, Fuko and Shadow Clone alone, and soon 2 puppets were left and right. Guy was sneak attack Sand Ninja main body from time to time. A few minutes later, finally killed the Sand Ninja on the spot. Spirit, great. Although Ebisu is hiding in the carriage, she has been peeking out of the battle. She saw that Fuko and Guy cooperated to kill the 3 puppet ninjas, and they couldn't help but sigh, and their eyes were admired and stared at Fuko. Hoo. Guy turned off the 3 gates, and although the battle lasted only a few minutes, the tension between life and death made him consume more energy than usual, and he was already tired. Come on. Fuko interrupted the impulse of Ebisu to shoot flattery. Since Hidden Sand Village got the information, it was impossible to send only 3 sand ninjas. This place must be quickly away from open. Ebisu immediately supported Guy on the carriage and quickly left. As the Fuko, Guy, Ebisu 3-people supply team kept going back and forth to the village and frontline, the wars between Konoha and Hidden Sand became more and more fierce, and the frontline suffered more and more injuries. This war has caused tremendous damage to Konoha or Hidden Sand Village, or Land of Rain, especially the latter. In the Land of Rain of Battlefield, many terrains were destroyed, and several towns were razed to the ground, and the life and property of the commoner was devastated. Land of Rain ruler, Hidden Rain village leader Hanzo several times negotiation 2 great ninja village no fruit, angrily he almost directly fought with 2 great country. The last time Shinobi World War, Hanzo was very crazy to the Land of Fire, Land of Earth, Land of Wind declaration of war. The difference between the strength is too obvious, that is, Hanzo, also known as demigod, there is no way to lead Land of Rain to victory. Today, Land of Fire, Land of Wind to recuperate, strength is better than before, and Land of Rain still only has 1 demigod, and fighting against 2 great country is nothing more than bringing about one's own destruction, especially in the country there is a begin to stir Akatsuki. Compared to Land of Rain, the battlefield, Akatsuki, who threatened his dominance, was obviously a confidant, and Hanzo decided to completely destroy the organization. He first sent people to pretend to be rogue ninja mixed into the organization and explored the information. In less than half a month, the ninja was rebelled by the brainwash, which in turn persuaded him to lay down his prejudice and cooperate with Akatsuki for the peace cause of Land of Rain. End struggle. Angry Hanzo launched Curse Seal directly, killing this guy. Because of the existence of Curse Seal, Hanzo is not worried about this ninja leaking information, but he does not dare to send ninja into the organization again. If he is brainwash again, he will lose it. Just as Hanzo struggled to eliminate Akatsuki, Akatsuki's 3 leaders, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were also discussing how to calm Land of Rain's war, at least, let Konoha and Hidden Sand's ninja withdraw from them. Country. The wars at Konoha and Hidden Sand are getting bigger and bigger. Now, even if I find the missing 3rd Kazakage, I am afraid I can't stop the war. What should we do? Looks at Yahiko of Konan grave expression. Yahiko, who has a short orange hair, is like a rising sun in 3 people, always giving them hope. But at this time, Yahiko is also at a loss. Nagato suddenly coldly said, otherwise I will assassinate their head and force them to leave. No. Yahiko and Konan started to talk to stop. Yahiko seriously said, Nagato, your eyes must not be exposed. For this country, how is it exposed? Nagato insisted. Konan advised, Nagato, even if you kill their head, they will soon elect a new head, and the war cannot end because of a life and death of a head. Then I will kill them. Nagato coldly said. Yahiko and Konan glance at each other, laughing at the one's head. 3rd Kazakage is missing. As for 3rd Hokage, people claim to be the existence of the strongest Hokage, and unless Nagato can develop his eyes to the strongest stage, it is impossible to assassinate. Besides, even if it is really successful, then, Konoha will inevitably declare the Land of Rain declaration of war. By then, the scale of the war will be even more out of control. Nagato seems to think of this too, can't help but fall down, sighed. If you let the war develop, it would be a disaster for Land of Rain's commoner. Can the Hanzo guy do nothing? Yahiko angrily. Konan hesitated. According to the information, Hanzo has also sent people to Konoha and Sand Ninja's Great Camp negotiation, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. In addition to the recent period of time, more and more rogue ninja, missing nin mixed into our country, coupled with the impact of the war, the situation in the country is more and more turbulent. Hanzo should be consolidating his dominance at this time. I am afraid that there is no other distraction. It won't work like this, Yahiko said with distress. You can't watch the situation like the looks at situation. Would you like to get in touch with Hanzo? If you can work with him, at least we can drive out the domestic rogue ninja, missing nin and other countries' ninja. Nagato suddenly suggested. Konan remembered a little demon's nonsense and couldn't help but panic. It's not too early to get in touch with Hanzo, Konan hurriedly said. Before I don't know what Hanzo's attitude towards us, I think we still need to be cautious. Are you worried that Hanzo will be bad for us? Yahiko muttered. Our Akatsuki was founded to bring peace to the country and there would be no conflict with Hanzo. However, Konan is right, before he is contacted, we still have to be careful. Konan couldn't help but relax when he heard Yahiko's words. In this case, then we continue to gather rogue ninja and clear all of the country's missing nin and spy out of this country, Nagato said. Do not give up Konoha and Sand Ninja and continue to lobby their leaders, Yahiko added. At the same time, Sand Ninja leader Cho once again launched a large-scale campaign, sending hundreds of Jonin and hundreds of Chunin to attack Konoha's great camp. Ino, Shika, Cho, led by Nara Shikaku, and Namikaze Minato, a Barame clan, etc., are stubbornly resistant, but still heavy casualties, ending with a tragic victory. The big damage to them is still Sand Ninja's puppet brigade. Once their puppet brigade is formed, it is simply an infinite puppet army. Adding to the poisonous, the threat to Konoha ninja is too great. Even Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god jutsu is in the face of so many puppets, not to mention the fact that he has also been the focus of Cho and Ebizo. Cho's the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets has made Namikaze Minato suffer, and if it is not his mental reaction speed abnormal, even the flying thunder god jutsu can't escape the 10 puppet offensives. Of course, after this campaign, Sand Ninja is also heavy casualties. Most of the Sand Ninja is directly buried in Konoha Great Camp, and Ebizo is almost killed. 3 days later, when Fuko, Guy, and Ebisu 3-people supply team entered the Konoha Great Camp, they were shocked by the scenes they saw. Great Camp? How did the Great Camp become a lake? Ebisu's tongue was knotted. Fuko is also face grim. It is instantly guessed that Sand Ninja has attacked Konoha Great Camp, but for now, it should be that Sand Ninja has failed, otherwise they can't get here safely. Thinking of this, Konoha's ninja came over to guide them to the new Konoha Great Camp. After handing over the materials, Fuko immediately went to Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, and the others. Unfortunately, neither of them saw him. Instead, Akimichi Choza, who was wrapped up in a big scorpion, appeared in front of him and told him about Namikaze Minato and Nara Shikaku. Namikaze Minato and Cho and Ebizo hand-to-hand combat, which have been subjected to serious injury, have been taken away by Jiraiya. It is said that they went to Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 Great Sage regions, and Nara Shikaku was also seriously injured and has been taken back by Umbu. Konoha. Fuko heard that can't help being surprised. Nara Shikaku's serious injury back to the village, can no longer serve as commander-in-chief in the war with Sand Ninja, and Namikaze Minato was brought to Mount Mayaboku by Jiraiya. In addition to rehabilitating, I am afraid to learn Sage Jutsu and I will not be able to come back in a short time. The 2 are absent, and the remaining Yamanaka Inoichi is most likely to serve commander-in-chief, but what Fuko didn't expect was that Orochimaru was the place to take commander-in-chief. When the news arrived here, all ninja imposing manner surged. Orochimaru as a ninja world one of the Sunin, 3rd Hokage's discrimination has more than the Nara Shikaku in its religion and strength. In the heart of Konoha ninja, it is clear that Orochimaru is more popular than Nara Shikaku, but this is not good news for Fuko. Thinking of the story of the farmer and snake that was last told by Orochimaru, Fuko was depressed. At that time, I only thought about it, but I think there will be today. However, he is a supply team at this time, unless the frontline battle strength is tight, or Orochimaru should not force him to be recruited, but if he leaks some information about his information to Sand Ninja. When the new Konoha Great Camp was built Orochimaru finally arrived here with a batch of reinforcements. All the ninjas were excited and cheered the name of Orochimaru, who was more confident about the war. Fuko is on the side of the cool eye of a bystander. Orochimaru, this guy has such a high popularity, it is no wonder that it has been passed down as Hokage's successor. Fuko clicking one's tongue in wonder, but even then, Namikaze Minato won in one Hokage's position, and he was happy when he thought of it. Then he saw a pair of Golden's vertical pupils staring straight at themselves. The 2 eyes met, and there was no scene of sparks, just a faint stagger. With Commander-in-Chief, the frontline war started again. Konoha began to counter Sand Ninja, and Fuko, Guy, Ebisu 3-people team continued to supply Kunao, Shuriken and other supplies, with frontline and village running around. Hidden Sand Village. A red-haired Sasori finally walked out of the closed house. Although she was tired, she had a bit of joy in her eyes. The final refining was successful. He turned around and looked around. The street was quite quiet, the autumn wind was bleak, and although the war started in Land of Rain, it also seriously affected Hidden Sand Village. Sasori walked on the street, and from time to time there were several patrolling ninjas paying respect to him. As a grandson of Consultant Cho, his position in Hidden Sand Village is still quite high. It's just that Sasori is like what doesn't exist. He seems to be walking in another world, and this village is out of place. It's time to leave here. Suddenly, there was some quarrel in the corner of the street, but several children were quarreling there. Sasori looked at the past and found the most inconspicuous but most visible existence of this group of children at a glance. Very surprised, but very real. It is very suitable for spy. Sasori earnestly looks at him, then walks over to drive away other children, leaving him alone. "What is your name?" Sasori asked. I don't have a name, I am orphan," the child whispered. He has a hair color between silver and gray, and the round face is full of tenderness and innocence. "In the future, you call the room," Sasori said, turning and leaving. "I will come to you." Child, no, squinting, thinking that this person is really strange, but then he feels excited. "I have a name, room, what is my name?" When he looked up, he could not see the silhouette of Sasori. "Stop, Sasori, where are you going? It's a wartime, no elders group order, no one can leave the village without permission." Sasori went straight to the entrance to Hidden Sand Village but was stopped by several sand ninja. "Sasori, go back, your grandma will definitely come back safely." That sand ninja thought that Sasori was worried about his grandmother. After all, this parent died in the last Shinobi World War. Step aside. Sasori's red-haired autumn wind swayed, but his eyes went straight to the sight at faraway sky, and he didn't put the Sandini in front of him. Don't you hear it? No one is allowed to leave the village without the orders of the elders group. Sasori finally put his sight on him. Faint start to talk. Step aside. Hateful, is this guy a blind man? Leave the village without permission. Do you want to be missing nin? Sasori's mouth finally showed a chuckle. Missing nin? He suddenly took off his ninja headband, licked the Hidden Sand Village logo on the headset headband, then took out a kunao and drew a deep nick on it. In Sand Ninja's unbelievable eyes, he re-weared the headband, which represents missing nin identity, with a smile. Is it okay? Scoundrel, do you know what you are doing? Close. Sasori's patience was finally exhausted, his hands were slightly moving, and a puppet wearing grey-black clothes came out instantly. Seeing this puppet, several Sand Ninja instantly dumbstruck. It's Lord Kazekage. What kind of joke? This must be fake. Sasori frowned, said with displeasure, this is my elaborate human puppet, this is art. You must be responsible for your own words. Magnet style, iron sand is attacking. Puppet poured a lot of magnetic sand in his hands and turned into a dozen all in the sky, piercing the Sand Ninja in an instant. Ta. Sasori puts puppet down, stepping through the bloody Korone's ground and leaving the village. At the same time, Third Tsuchikage Oniki is analyzing the current situation in Ninja World. The war between Hidden Sand Village and Konoha is a chance for my Hidden Stone Village to rise. Konoha is the first of 5 great ninja villages, the strongest strength, and the victory over Hidden Sand Village is only a matter of time, but sitting still is not my style. If we stand at Hidden Sand Village, Oniki, who looks like a dwarf, blinks and keeps thinking about the benefits of warfare against Konoha. Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stone Village alliance, together with Konoha, odds of success may not even be 50%. But the Mamakai Zabuza of Hidden Mist Village killed all the same students in the graduation exam. Not only did he not be punished, but he became the excellent genin of Hidden Mist Village. This is very intriguing. Oniki smelled a trace of blood almost in an instant. He speculated that Hidden Mist Village's policy is very likely to be freed from the closed-door country, and then catch the war between Konoha and Hidden Sand Village. He has 70% to grasp Hidden Mist Village to participate in this war. Hidden Cloud Village has always liked a person when he's down, to take advantage of misfortune. If the scale of the war expands, they will inevitably launch a war for the benefit of the village. It's just a question of who the definition of war is in the Hidden Cloud Village. This is a historical legacy issue. Second Shinobi World War, Hidden Cloud Village has worked with Hidden Stone Village and has made a beam, so Hidden Cloud Village may be for the Konoha Declaration of War or Hidden Stone Village Declaration of War. So it is not appropriate to participate in this time. Wait a second. As predicted by Third Tsuchikage Oniki, the war in Hidden Mist Village for this Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village has been begun to stir. Because there is no participation in Second Shinobi World War, the strength and ambition of Hidden Mist Village have accumulated to the point of expansion. Especially the A7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and Hidden Mist. I can't wait to get into Konoha. For example, Theer Mizukage and other rulers are also eager to get into action or start on a task. Just wait for a suitable opportunity to declare the war Konoha and divide Ninja World's most strongest country. In order to temper the blood of the village and prepare for the next war, Third Mizukage directly used the behavior of Mamakai Zabuza's killing companion as a benchmark to encourage Academy's student kill. To this end, Third Mizukage also suffered tremendous pressure from inside the village, but at this time the Third Mizukage was in the peak period, with the strong strength, plus the support of the great Kekkei Genkai clan in the village, all the uneven sounds. It was finally suppressed by him. At the same time, far away from Land of Lightning in the north of Konoha, where Hidden Cloud Village is located, Third Reikage is also planning Konoha. In the face of the interests of the village, and the hatred of Hidden Stone Village can be put down for a while, the goal of Third Reikage is very clear, that is Land of Fire. Land of Fire is the richest country in the 5 great countries. Hidden Cloud Village has long been a long time for it, but Konoha's strength is too strong, only to take advantage of misfortune to get the best benefit of Hidden Cloud Village. When Konoha and Hidden Sand Village get into the stalemate war, Third Reikage has dispatched a batch of ninjas to land in the Land of Lightning borderline, secretly lurking, and just waiting for him to order. You can cross the Land of Hot Water, sneak attack Konoha. After Orochimaru entered the Land of Rain, the situation in battlefield gradually became more inclined to the Konoha side. Puppet Brigade, who once made Konoha ninjas suffer, in the face of Orochimaru's formation of 10,000 snakes, can only hope that the snake will sigh and eventually drown in the snake group. At this time, in the Sand Ninja Great Camp, there was a strange major event. Enin from Hidden Sand Village sent a sealing scroll, which was a fliss of corpse. Cho looks like a few corpse in front of the eyes, so it is not clear from the beginning, so bloomy complexion will soon be up. Yes, this is really the damage caused by Kekkei Genkai. Ebizo said next to solemnly said, a face of incredible. These corpse are the few sand ninjas killed by Sasori. How, maybe. Just kidding. Cho, corner of the eye twitching, the slightly old face has been unable to restrain one's anger. The reason they launched the war isn't Konoha kidnapping their Kazekage? At this time, third Kazekage, which was supposed to be tied up by Konoha, suddenly appeared in Hidden Sand Village and killed his companion. If this information is passed out, what is the significance of this war? What are the sacrifices of ninja? Lady Cho took Hidden Sand Umbu from the corpse and took out a scroll and handed it to her. Respectfully, this is another confidential information sent by elder in the village. The Cho gloomy complexion took over and saw the seal, which was not opened. She uses the corresponding printout and then removes the information from the inside. Elder's sister, what's wrong? Ebizo found that Cho's face seemed to be getting darker and darker, and the whole person was on the verge of breaking out. Sasori, this is impossible, it is impossible. Scoundrel, what the hell is going on? Cho went crazy, shredded the information completely, and his eyes were red. I am so obedient, Sasori, how could I renege the village? Cracking a joke, there must be a limit, scoundrel. Ebizo is incredible. Elder's sister, Sasori, wrecking the village? Cho's gloomy nodded, then turned to look at the ninja, who also showed a horrified expression, asked, you know this? That ninja shaking one's head, no, Lady Cho, I have never heard of Lord Sasori's information before I came. Secretly? Cho's head was suddenly grown up. The third Kazekage suddenly appeared in the village to kill, and the grandson Sasori rebelled the village. What the hell is going on? Ebizo is stern. Elder sister, these corpses must be destroyed immediately. The information about must not be revealed. No matter what, we cannot turn back. As for Sasori, only wait until the end of the war can be dealt with. Cho showed her anger at her forehead. She wanted to leave the big stall and go back to the village to find Sasori. I found out all this, but now the pressure on the front line is getting bigger and bigger. Orochimaru appears, almost giving them puppet brigade, bringing a huge threat. If she leaves this time, the consequences are unimaginable. I understand. Cho forced the haze of his heart, start to talk. Ebizo, immediately destroy these corpses. Yes. Since Elder in the village sent these two precious information, it means that security measures have been taken. Cho takes a deep breath. At this time, someone outside reported, Lady Cho, Akatsuki's people are coming again. Cho's eyelids flashed impatiently, no see. Perhaps Orochimaru took care of the overall situation, perhaps Orochimaru did not put himself in the eye. In short, after Orochimaru became the commander-in-chief of Sand Ninja Battlefield, there was no difficulty in Fuko, which made Fuko quite uncomfortable. There is always a feeling that you are not bullying me, you are not human. However, there are thousands of thieves who do not have 1,000 days to prevent thieves. Soon, Fuko put this matter aside. As a result, a few days later, unfortunate things fell on him. Uchiha Fuko, these scrolls are the ninjas that have been sacrificed in previous battles, including our village and Hidden Sand Village. It is very precious, so be sure to bring them back to the village. Orochimaru Golden's vertical pupil sincerely look at Fuko, you have done it once before, so this time I hope you can do it well. I'm saying son of a bitch, I do not know when to speak improper to speak. Fuko only feels that this world is full of his evil intent. The scroll in this box is more precious than it was before, and he swears that Orochimaru this guy will definitely sell the information to Hidden Sand Village, but he can't help but pick it up. Here is the frontline battlefield. Orochimaru is commander-in-chief. He personally issues the mission. If Fuko doesn't pick it up, Orochimaru will kill him and no one will say anything. But if you pick up, open plot. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so vicious. Fuko clenched the teeth, took the box, do not worry, I will definitely complete the mission. Orochimaru's vertical pupil reflects Fuko's expression, he faints start to talk, supply team does not need to be on the battlefield, but can also establish contribution, Uchiha Fuko, to complete this mission, your contribution must be the highest in the supply team. If you don't want to be late, let's go early. Yes. Captain, your face doesn't seem too good, what happened? On the way back to the village, Ebisu's strange look at Fuko. At this time, Fuko can have a good face. Although the box was summoned to the land of Snow Mountain where Super Will Dance Brothers is located, he believes that Orochimaru will definitely assist God, and those sand ninja must be entangled like attached bone maggot. He looked at Guy and Ebisu next to him, and it didn't matter to them, they didn't have to let them follow sand ninja. Guy, Ebisu, you changed the route back to the village. Fuko said immediately. Why? Guy stunned. I still have something to deal with. Fuko can't tell the truth, or Guy's character will inevitably choose to stay. Really? Guy subconscious asked. Don't you be afraid that I will go back to the front line to fight. Fuko sneered. Guy sorry about scratch his head, that's right, well, we meet at the village door. Ebisu some hesitation, he is more willing to follow Fuko's ass than Guy, so he looks at him with a pitiful look. Roll. Fuko saw Ebisu's eyes coming, and he flew him. Then I will go first. Fuko said, turning and leaving. Guy, let's go. Ebisu stumbled and ran back. Under the thick eyebrows, Guy was unwilling to look. If Fuko is something to deal with, there is no need for us to change a route. Ebisu startled, you mean Captain has something to do with us? Guy shaking one's head, I don't know, but Fuko has opened us. Guy hands clenched, the sins completely show. If my strength is stronger, I won't drag Fuko's hind legs, and he won't drive me away. Hateful. Do we want to follow Captain? Ebisu remembered the last encounter with Sand Ninja and seemed to realize what. We can only drag his hind legs with Fuko. Guy took a deep breath and said, without us, Fuko can't beat, but isn't it? Ebisu thinks it really, suddenly feels ashamed and unable to show one's face. Confirming that Guy and Ebisu have left, Fuko will come out in a dignified manner. Although Guy guessed something, Fuko had no better way. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Without carriage, Fuko is more free, create Shadow Clone, one left and one right apart, to hurry at the fastest speed. At the same time, Sand Ninja also received exact information, and a large number of Konoha and Sand Ninja Corps were being escorted back to Hidden Leaf Village by a supply team. This information is even accurate to the direction of the supply team and team captain. Uchiha Fuko? Cho looks for this information, only the incredible. The first reaction is that this is a fake information, is a trap, but considering the source of the information, it is unlikely to be fake. Because of the things of Third Kazakage and her grandson Sasori, she was somewhat upset and got such an information. Sometimes she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, her younger brother Ebizo is also analyzing. If the information is true, sending a few ninjas is enough to kill the Uchiha Fuko team and win all corps. If the information is fake, sacrifice at least a few ninjas. All in all, this kind of information is rather credible and it is not credible. Well, if so, send Raza and Karura. Cho thought about it and finally made a firm resolution. What? Ebizo stared wide-eyed, I can't believe it, elder sister, Raza masters magnet style, but the next most competitive candidate for Kazakage, send him to Land of Fire to perform such a mission, will not meeting, shut up. Cho suddenly snarled. Just decided, send them off immediately. This, well, I understand. When Ebizo left, Cho slowly calmed the anger. Third Kazakage suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in the village, and then the pro-grandson Sasori Unfathomable Mysteries rebellious village, which had to make Cho suspect that the village had some influence to replace the disobedient Third Kazakage, and her the grandson just found the secret, and had to rebel in order to save his life. But when you think about it, it seems that there are some places that don't make sense. Cho's brow wrinkled deeply, and it was really puzzling. Soon, two young ninjas left in the Sand Ninja Great Camp. These two ninja, a man and a woman, the young and handsome man, the gentle and determined woman, is Raza and Karura. Raza, why do I think this mission is more like cracking a joke? Karura, who has a sand-brown shoulder-length short hair, turned to look at the companions around him, and his eyes showed a bit of love. Raza, Heaven's chosen child of Hidden Sand Village, who has mastered the same Kekii Genkai and Magnet style as Third Kazakage at a young age. His youngest generation has the strongest strength, and the village is not youngster, the light female ninja is against him. Admiration, this also includes her Karura. Raza is silent, only half a replied, this is the mission of Lady Cho, I believe she won't take the partner's life in the village, cracking a joke. Even so, just letting us both go into Land of Fire is too embarrassing? Karura deliberately revealed a few points of grievance expression, and Raza was fooled and said a few good words to comfort her. Karura is as sweet as eating honey. I only think that this mission is really refreshing. I want to have such a mission every day. Is it dangerous? As long as she can be with Raza, she is not afraid of the dangerous mission. A few days later, they crossed the Konoha Great Camp and successfully penetrated the Land of Fire. However, Raza's face suddenly gloomy. Raza, what's wrong? Karura couldn't help but feel tight. It's weird. It's a wartime, Land of Fire's border is so lax, it's too weird. Raza gloomy complexion, there are countless iron sands floating around, crazy moving towards all around. Raza, maybe we are lucky. Karura comforted. No, absolutely impossible. Raza's iron sand spread a half-kilometer in diameter, but did not find half of Konoha ninja, and his heart suddenly moved. It's like Konoha's ninja knows that we are coming, deliberately avoiding the same. What? Is it a trap? Karura was shocked. Raza, let's go back? Even in the trap, we have no retreat. Raza said with a sad face. This mission can be related to the corpse of our village's large number of companions, and must not fall into the hands of Konoha. Raza said, Karura, are you afraid? Karura shaking one's head, with a short shoulder and a slight sway, revealing a white jade-like earlobe. No, as long as I am with you, I am not afraid of anything. The sudden confession made Raza's grim face startled. Karura, you. Raza opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Let's go. When Shadow Clone dissipated the instant, running wildly for 2 days and 2 nights, Fuko, who was close to the limit, couldn't bear the sudden memory and tiredness. The two eyes fainted and the difficult situation fell from the sky. Broken, a few branches fell to the ground. Not long after, a few children dressed in tattered, about 5-6 years old passed through here, saw Fuko who fell to the ground and looked AO white. Look, someone fainted. It's Ninja, it's Konoha's ninja. Several children hurriedly lifted Fuko, and even towed him to a nearby orphanage isolated in the mountains. These children, all of which are orphans who have lost their loved ones, are adopted in this orphanage. Although the living conditions are difficult, they are far from the war, they do not have to endure the pain of war, and can grow up safely, so they respect the head of orphanage. President Dean, we found a Konoha ninja and he passed out. The dean is what I saw first. These children know that their dean used to be Konoha ninja, so they are rushing to get the credit. The dean's smile-like group of children had a happy face, but when her eyes fell on the stunned ninja, her face was tense. Fuko, the dean has a golden long hair, and his gentle face is wearing a black round-framed eye, which is amazed by Yakushi Nono. After Nono was rescued from Root by Tsunade, he threw it in Senju clan. After a long time, Nono couldn't help himself. He left Senju clan and came here to open an orphanage. In the past few years, more than a dozen orphans have been adopted. She looked at Fuko's injury and saw that he was just overworked and fainted. Dean, do you know this ninja? President, we saw him, and immediately took him back. There was no play on the road. Nono smiled and stroked their heads and said, you have done a great job, thank you. Well, go out and play, remember not to go too far. Yes, Dean. Haha, the Dean praised me. A group of children haha ran out. Nono took Fuko to the bed and sank into contemplation. The war between Konoha and Hidden Sand Village has been spread throughout the Land of Fire. Nono hates war, because every war will produce countless misfortunes, countless orphan. And Fuko was so tired that he fainted on the road, necessarily because of the war. Ugh, Nono sighed, but there is nothing to do. One day later, Fuko finally woke up, eyes opened, but the brain was in chaos. Shadow Clone's memory was frantically surging, stirring and mud-headed, could not tell the southeast and northwest. Half a sigh, he finally recovered. Fuck, it turned out to be them. Fuko was scared. Raza and Karura, as seen in the memory of Shadow Clone, are not the parents of Gaara in original work. Moreover, Raza is still the future 4th Kazekage. Fuko's strength at this time is the special Jonin level. When it comes to Jonin, there are still a few points that may run away, but when it comes to Raza and Karura, there is no chance to run. Fortunately, they both met my Shadow Clone first, otherwise I might really have to die there. Fuko thought of gnashing one's teeth again. Orochimaru, you granduncle, this is not over. Then, Fuko looked around all around. This is a bedroom, some shabby, but it is not difficult to see from some decorations. This is a woman's bedroom. Will it be saved by a woman? He struggled to get up and made some movements. Suddenly came out of the gate of opening. Hey, elder sister Yakushi. Fuko was surprised and happy to see the coming. You wake up, Fuko. Nono smiled and took a bowl of hot rice soup in his hand. You slept for a day and drink some rice soup to restore physical strength. Fuko only noticed that his stomach was tweeting and his face was not red. He took the rice soup and swallowed it. He said vaguely, elder sister Yakushi, have you saved me? Thank you so much. Nono shaking one's head, and said, not me, I adopted the orphan I found you and brought you back. Hey. Fuko finished a bowl of rice soup, and there was something in his stomach. It was finally comfortable. His physique is special, and then tired. As long as he can get back to sleep, he can restore physical strength, fill in the empty stomach, he immediately vigorous and lively. Elder sister Yakushi, have you opened an orphanage? Fuko remembered some plots in the original work. Nono became a head of orphanage after leaving the Roots. The conditions seemed to be very difficult and needed funding to start, and then Danzo. In this way, she is forced to continue to work for the Roots. However, with him now, Danzo can't use this move anymore. Yeah, I have adopted more than a dozen children, they are all orphan. Nono sighs angrily said, now the war is coming, orphan may be more. Elder sister Yakushi is worried about the lack of funds for orphanage? Fuko was busy patting the two muscles on his chest and pretending that he was fatty. Hey, the local tyrant. I am one of the shareholders of Konoha newspaper, Rich. Nono startled, the name of Konoha newspaper, she naturally heard, but what does the shareholder mean? Fuko patiently explained to her, letting her know that as long as Konoha newspaper exists for a day, he will continue to get a lot of dividends from the newspaper. This way. Nono some hesitation. Elder sister Yakushi, I remember that when we first met you a few years ago, you borrowed my money several times. Without the help, I might still be a dispensable little character for Uchiha clan, so don't treat me as an outsider. Fuko feels. Nono looks at him, his eyes are gratified expression, well, let me borrow you. Fuko shaking one's head, not borrowing, funding. Although Fuko is not clear, but also knows that the consumption of an orphanage is absolutely not light, and during the war, orphan will only be more, the cost of eating and drinking lazar, and other miscellaneous fees, adding up a lot. If there is no stable funding, orphanage will never open. Nono is silent. Fuko sees her hesitating, a thought flashed through the mind, hurriedly said, "Elder sister Yakushi, it is better. If these adopted orphans are suitable for becoming ninja, send them to academy. What do you think?" Nono frowned. Send to academy? She is somewhat unhappy. Many of these children are lost because of the war, and the war is not the one that ninja provokes? Considering a long while, she ended up being nodded and said, "If these children are willing." Fuko doesn't matter, although this is his proposal, but only to let Nono accept his funding, nothing more. As for her orphanage, will there be any genius ninja? Oh, it seems that there will be. Yakushi Kabuto. When leaving orphanage, Fuko took a look at these orphans and confirmed that Yakushi Kabuto had not appeared before he was willing to leave. In the original work, those super popular characters, really as the grassroots counterattack to the ninja world peak position, very few, and among them, Yakushi Kabuto is definitely the outstanding talent. He has neither a strong Kekkei Genkai nor a father and mother of awesome, and who is not a reincarnation, but this is the case. He also succeeded in making a storm in the Fourth Shinobi World War, once became big boss. If you can get Yakushi Kabuto early, I think it is still very exciting. Fuko elated back to the village, summon out the Super Wheel Dance Brothers, then hand the sealing scroll to third Hokage. I didn't expect not only Inoichi, but also Orochimaru to trust you, Fuko. Third Hokage handed sealing scroll to Umbu and smiled. But Fuko wants to cry. Orochimaru, this guy is really innocent and no one is there. The front foot gave the mission to himself, and the hind foot leaked to Sand Ninja, who almost didn't ruin him. But in the eyes of third Hokage and the others, everything that Fuko has experienced is unexpected and has nothing to do with Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru, but Konoha one of the Sunin, how could it be possible to make an enemies? And the object is still a little demon of Uchiha? In this case, Fuko is full of grievances and nowhere to vent. After the handover was completed, Fuko came out and found that Guy and Ebisu had not returned yet. This is normal. Fuko has no days and nights, and Guy and Ebisu have to carry carriages, certainly not Fuko. Then he went back to his house and didn't see Kurane Ui. He wanted to follow Tsunade. The girl looked weak, but the toughness was strong. These days, under the practice of Tsunade, the baby fat on the cheeks has gradually disappeared and replaced. It is the color of perseverance, and Kurane Ui in the original work is infinitely close. He went to Might Do and found it. After some inquiries, I realized that he also entered the supply team. Might Do, known as Eternal Genin, was looked down on by many people and couldn't get on the front line, but joined the supply company enough in despair. Of course, if it is Might Do open 8 gates, hee. Fuko strolled around the village, went to the flower shop of Yamanaka clan, went in and looked at it, but didn't buy it, then went on, and unconsciously came to Kurama clan's old residence. Would you like to go in and see? Fuko once studied Genjutsu's theoretical knowledge with Kurama clan's clan leader Kurama Murakumo. It is a bit of a bad feeling for this horse-faced uncle. It is also a good thing to get sick and disgusting with 3 Tomo Sharinan. He went up and knocked on the door, and soon the door opened and walked out of a middle-aged look. "You are," the person looks at Fuko was familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. Fuko said, "I came to visit Kurama clan leader. I used to learn Genjutsu with him." The man recognized him, and asked Fuko to go in. Now that Kurama clan is weak, the ninja of this family is hardly active in the outside world, but they are also concerned about some minor events. This Uchiha Fuko is genius. It is said that Sharinan opened 3 Tomo, there is already a strength close to Jonin. Really terrifying. Hikasius and Salam asked Fuko to sit in the living room and then ran to report to Kurama Murakumo. What? Uchiha Fuko, this little demon is coming. Kurama Murakumo heard the news and his face was not very beautiful. At the beginning, Fuko studied with him. He was a smuggler. Genjutsu was half unwilling to teach. The theoretical knowledge is a lot of talks about the West. There is no law at all. Can you understand anyway? He does not care. When Fuko left, he thought that this was over, but I didn't expect that a few years later, the little demon grew so fast, and juxtaposed with the village's super genius Kakashi, which made his heart very unpleasant. Today, I actually went to the door personally. What did he want to do? Kurama Murakumo cold expression came and saw Fuko sitting there, coldly snorted, saying, "What are you doing?" Of course, let's take a look at Kurama clan leader. After all, I also learned a period of time with Lord clan leader. Fuko smiled and got up. This long-face clan leader ability is average, but the temper is a thief, and has not seen convergence for a few years. Well? Kurama Murakumo 10,000 unbelief, war already open, he stayed in the supply team but came to see me. Did he want to pull my Kurama clan into the water? If it was in previous years, he would not like to go to third Hokage every day to fight, but now Kurama clan Kekkei Genkai is dying, Taijutsu, ninjutsu is not good, and the battlefield is undoubtedly courting death. If you are in trouble, please ask me for help. Unfortunately, you can leave. Kurama Murakumo coldly said. It's very easy for you to have no friends. Fuko is speechless. He is really just disgusting with him, not asking for help. However, the looks at other side of the long face, as if the purpose has been reached. Oh, yes, Kurama clan leader is getting married? Fuko suddenly asked. What are you asking for? Kurama Murakumo asked inexplicably. Fuko laughs, nonsense, you daughter Kurama Yakumo, but the super awesome Genjutsu ninja, of course, have to deal with in advance to see if you can, hee hee hee. Kurama Murakumo said with a snort, I am married. Hee hee, have a daughter? Fuko doesn't remember when Kurama Yakumo was born. Daughter? It's a joke, of course, to have a son. Kurama Murakumo said hard. It seems that Kurama Yakumo has not yet been born. Oh, then bother, I will leave. Fuko ran as soon as he finished. Kurama Murakumo is speechless. This guy, what are you doing here? Leaving Kurama old residence, Fuko walked to a bathhouse and heard the scream of high decibel coming from it, piercing the sky, and his subconscious rushed in, and saw many young women wrapped in bath towels in the misty bathhouse. Run around. How is this picture somewhat familiar? In the next moment, he saw a wretched silhouette jumping in the fog. The silhouette had a white hair, wretched eyes, and a mouthful of mouth. In Konoha, only one person met the above criteria. Jiraiya? This old pervert is here, from the material? Fuko suddenly felt bad, not saying anything further. Unfortunately, I have already eaten. Jiraiya, this guy has noticed him. Little demon, I didn't expect you to be young, but the color is a godsend, ha ha ha. Jiraiya instantly appeared next to him. Wretched look at him, a pair of people who finally found the same person to find the organization to find the party's surprise expression. Hey, what are you talking about? I am just a child, I am taking a shower. Fuko is righteous, but I don't want to have anything to do with this pervert. Don't lie, here is the women's bathhouse, hee hee hee. Jiraiya blinked. But I have to say, little demon, your eyes are good, I tell you, there are quite a few women in this women's bathhouse, hee hee hee. I look at you. Fuko felt that he was wretched by an old man, so uncomfortable and vomiting. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the bathhouse, you too, scoundrel, Tsunade, Korone Ui? Fuko showed 3 black lines on his forehead, which couldn't be washed in the Huangpu River. Fuko, Korone Ui saw the silhouette of Fuko, the whole person was shocked. It turned out that they received a strange D-rank mission in the ninja hall, saying that there were suspicious characters in several women's bathhouses in the village recently. It was suspected that there was Lechea lurking, so several bathhouses boss jointly commissioned the mission. When Tsunade saw this mission, he locked the suspect almost instantly. No, she followed Jiraiya's activity track and blocked him in the women's bathhouse on the spot. What she didn't expect was that there was still a windfall. This is a misunderstanding, I can explain it. Fuko raised his hand. Jiraiya is not happy. Hey, this is a good explanation. He is taking materials with me. Fuko looked back at him angrily, but he saw Jiraiya's proud expression, and he was not ashamed to be proud. This completely angered Tsunade. Chakra enhanced strength. Fuko was shocked. Lady Tsunade, pay attention to the situation. Heaven defending kick. Bang! The large female bathhouse collapsed instantly under the chakra-enhanced strength of Tsunade, and a lot of shredded mixed hot spring water splashed over the sky, and the woman's scream was a step up. Jiraiya's appearance was very calm, grabbed Fuko and ran to the window. Tsunade is chasing after him. Korone Ui pouting, also chasing his face, but he quickly lost it. Hey, Jiraiya, what are you doing with me? I can have nothing to do with you. Fuko yelled. Jiraiya he said with a smile, little demon, we just didn't get together again. Fuko corner of the eye twitching, can't wait to tear his mouth. Soon, Jiraiya took him to Hokage Rock and Tsunade was not slow, rushing behind 2 breaths. You two are standing for me. Tsunade yelled. Tsunade, don't be impulsive, we just draw for the novel, not what you think. Jiraiya screamed. Fuko also hurriedly said, I don't care about my business. I just passed by and heard someone screaming before I entered. You still have to lie to the red. Tsunade sneered, not at all. Finally, Jiraiya wisely throws Fuko out of the top pack and escapes without trace. Fuko is mad, just said that like-minded together, now take his top bag, it is simply not a good man. That, haha, teacher Tsunade, long time no see, I miss you. Fuko intends to a wise man knows when to retreat. But Tsunade both hands on the hip, sneered, I am still a, bang, go to hell. Tsunade slammed Fuko in a punch. Within a few days, Guy and Ebisu finally came back safely, which made Fuko relaxed. At the same time, he is also inquiring about Raza and Karura, but unfortunately, the two seem to have never been in the Land of Fire territory, there is no news at all. Of course, there is another possibility that their traces are deliberately erased. Orochimaru, a frontline commander-in-chief, definitely has this ability. Staying in the supply team again, the danger will be as the shadow follows the body. Fuko went to look for third Hokage after thinking about it. What? You want to quit the supply team? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Fuko's request quite surprised. You know, Fuko has escorted Konoha's heroes to the village twice in succession. The battle is definitely in the forefront of the supply team. It is not a wise choice to quit at this time. Fuko knows that even if he tells the truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not believe that Orochimaru is Sarutobi Hiruzen's decades of discrimination. Between him and Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen without the slightest hesitation will choose the former. So can't tell the truth. So Fuko played various games. I can't stand the pressure of war at night, I can't sleep at night, I have no appetite for eating, I am afraid of drowning with water, I feel tired. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at in great spirits, the more spiritual Fuko, the more cheeks can't help. But he finally agreed with Fuko's request. Well, since you don't want to participate in the supply team for the time being, let's take a break. Speaking of it, the mission hall has accumulated a lot of missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a tobacco pipe start to talk. Fuko took the following good advice and immediately took a simple C-rank escort mission to the mission hall and left the village that day. Land of Rain frontline battlefield. Orochimaru, who received the information, slowly lowered his eyes, and Golden's vertical pupil became more and more embarrassing. Hee, little demon, very smart, I can escape from Raza and Karura, I am looking down on you. It is a pity that Fuko has actually withdrawn from the supply team and went to the escort mission, which makes him annoyed. But, you think so, I can't take you anyway? This is a war. Orochimaru took the map and looked at Fuko's escort mission. The battle with Land of Rain was in a perfect way to avoid it. Orochimaru irritated the map and shredded it. I couldn't take Fuko for a while. Moreover, the Land of Rain battlefield is like a crazy meat grinder, which constantly devours the ninja of Konoha and Hidden Sand Village. A lot of deaths and injuries have caused Orochimaru to have a headache and have to put all his energy into the war situation. At the same time, in Mount Mayaboku, one of the three great sage regions, Namikaze Minato is sit cross-legged on a wooden board, and the wooden board is flat on a sharp stone object with a slight wind. I am afraid that this piece of wood will fall, not to mention the individual sitting on it. A few toad are on the side, very surprised to chat there. Is this a Jireya's identification? Yeah, I heard that Namikaze Minato really overestimate one's capabilities, even dare to train Sage Mode. It will become a stone sooner or later. Where are we going to move him? Just put it under the waterfall. A few toad goo chatting there, the sound is far away, but it does not affect Namikaze Minato. Training Sage Mode is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may become stone toad. Since ancient times, you don't know how many people have come to this end. It is really capable of training very few. Jireya was able to train and was lucky, so he was hesitant to pass Sage Mode to Namikaze Minato, but this war, Namikaze Minato's serious injury, Jireya took a firm resolution, so he brought him here, then he ran back to Konoha. The breeze swayed, the planks were crumbling in the wind, and the Namikaze Minato above was also shaking from side to side. He opened his eyes and felt the rhythm of the wind. He seemed to understand what it was. It was easy to maintain balance and then continue to train. In the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a strange information from the distant desert country. Rokuzen, Ryamayaku, this can't sit and watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates that although Raran is far from battlefield, as far as he knows, Rokuzen is very ambitious. If he is allowed to master the energy of Ryamayaku, he is likely to enter the battlefield of Land of Rain. Of course, if the news leaks out and lets Sand Ninja know, battlefield may move directly from Land of Rain to Raran. Therefore, it is debatable to send a ninja to execute the Raran mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocking on the table must first conceal the influence of Danzo, Uchiha clan, etc. Secondly, the ninja to execute the mission must have enough strength and loyalty. Minato went to Mount Mayaboku to heal, and it should have been healed. This mission is led by him. Well, Fuko is also called. This little demon is tired of battlefield, and it is not bad to go to the field, After Fuko completed the escort mission, he did not want to come back. He specially wandered outside for a few days before he returned to the village. At this point, the supply teams Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy and the others happened to be in the village. Several people hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they made an appointment to eat barbecue, but they didn't expect a period of time not in the village. The villa was even new. Opened a ramen shop, ramen scent is far away, attracting many people who don't know, plus half-price sales, causing the store to be full of people. The people in the queue have already arrived in the street. Ramen Ichiraku. Fuko looks at the name of this ramen shop, squatting eyes, and unconsciously sounding a word of domineering side leaks in his mind. The wheels of history are rolling in, and the two hands of the cockroach are unstoppable. Don't eat barbecue today, eat ramen. Fuko suddenly changed his mind. How delicious ramen Ichiraku is, and the appearance rate from the original work can be seen in one small item in a big scheme. Fuko has been waiting for a long time. But we are not saying good barbecue? Asuma frowned, and the guy at Kakashi is late again, and if he changes places, he will not find us. Don't worry, that guy recently signed a few ninkins to do summon beast, to find us with no difficulty. Well, it was such a happy decision. Fuko not saying anything further. Going up the queue, Asuma and Guy glance at each other can only keep up. Hey, Asuma, Guy. A crisp voice came suddenly behind him. Fuko's subconscious turned back, is a cute little loli, about the same age as him. Shizun, it's you, eat ramen together. Guy saw the same period of student he invited. Shizun? Fuko startled, isn't this an assistant at Tsunade? When did she come out? Seeing Fuko's expression, Guy whispered that Shizun was the same as them, but he was not in a class. Fuko graduated early, so he didn't have the chance to meet her. After some conversation, Fuko knew that Shizun was only from the Ninja Academy graduation last year. Now he is working with the group D-Rank mission. Today, I took a break and went shopping, just happened to meet them. Fuko doesn't know why it always feels weird. Just then, he heard a familiar wretched laughter coming from the side. He looked sideways, it is Jiraiya, this old scoundrel. The last female bathhouse was sold twice by this guy. Not only was it misunderstood, but it was also smashed by Tsunade. After returning home, Korone Yui's tears filled Jinshin. At this time, the enemy met and was naturally jealous. He did not say anything further. He rushed over and walked to the front to hear that Jiraiya was bragging about learning Raiznan in a very short time. The smell of the shameless, oh, wait, no, Raiznan? Isn't this the ninjutsu that I developed myself? Was it not included in the Scroll of Seals by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't it not letting the average person training? How is Jiraiya's old pervert so easy to learn? Sunin is amazing, Sarutobi Hiruzen's discipline is awesome. Hey, think about it. Fuko is wronged. There is a kind of déjà vu that the children who have been squandered by their own hardships have grown up and called others. Jiraiya saw Fuko, his eyes lit up like a light bulb. Little demon, it's really good to see you all right, hee. I recently found a good place, we go to pick up at night? Namikaze Minato has a weird look and obviously knows the strangeness of teacher Jiraiya. But when is Fuko? Don't look at me with this kind of look. Fuko can't stand it. It's a misstep to become an old-fashioned hate. Okay, haha, Namikaze Minato said with a smile. It's a coincidence to meet here, Fuko, you come to eat ramen Ichiraku. Yes, Fuko said dryly, his eyes glaring at Jiraiya, hoping he could get pregnant. At this time, Kakashi suddenly appeared, and there was a ninkin in front of him. Really, don't say anything in advance when changing places. Kakashi lazily returned ninkin summon, and as a result he saw Namikaze Minato, and he ran over. Teacher Minato. Hey, Kakashi, you are back. Namikaze Minato smiled and said hello. Teacher Minato, Kakashi looked at Fuko and continued, I want to temporarily withdraw from the supply team and go out of the village to enhance my strength. Namikaze Minato smiled and looked at Fuko. Fuko grinned, Kakashi, this guy is clearly learning him. Just, how do you feel? Strange. Fuko is puzzling. I don't know when. Jiraiya has escaped without trace, Fuko guesses with his biggest evil intent, and his 80% is going to step on it. After waiting for more than an hour, Fuko's entire group entered Ramen Ichiraku. I am familiar with it. It is similar to the original work, especially boss Uncle Tuki. It is just young. Hey, it was originally Uncle Tuki when he was young. Thank you for coming to my ramen shop. Uncle Tuki is very kind, and the ramen for everyone is all big bowls. The amount is very good, plus the seasoning, eating everyone sweating. At this time, Fuko was shocked. He finally remembered why it felt strange. What happened before is not the picture before Reborn mission. Reborn mission? Naruto crossing time? Fuko jumped, he was a foreign account, and suddenly appeared here has messed up some plots. After 10 or 20 years, the plot is estimated to have sky and the earth turning upside down, even he can't predict what would be at that time. Look like. If Naruto transmigrated, can he know something from his mouth? After dinner, Fuko was really summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the office, he also saw Namikaze Minato, Abarame Shivi, Akimichi chose a 3 people. This configuration, it really is Reborn mission.